So, what you mean is, last night taking advantage of the ghost festival you went onto the national highway planning to jump out at midnight to scare a heavy truck. Yes. Wait, no, it was a script. Officer, let me repeat myself, it was a script my team and I fabricated together. There really was a truck, but it was rented and the road section was not yet open. We had communicated everything in advance. So what you mean is that your accomplice drove the truck and hit you? No, what I mean is that something else hit me. It knocked me flying in an instant. It looked like a tiger with a long horn on its head, and with one jab it pierced straight through my chest. The two police officers exchanged a glance, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. They then looked at the man's supposedly pierced, yet completely unmarked muscular chest, and fell silent for a moment. Seeing this, the man grew anxious on the spot. Oh, everything he said was true, so why wouldn't they believe him? Ahem. Li Budu, is that right? The officer compared the information in his hand with the man's face and read out the name column. Li Budu nodded dumbfoundedly. Since this section of road hasn't been opened yet, the investigation will be a bit difficult. Here's what we'll do, it's getting late, we'll contact you as soon as we have results. The officer soothed Li Budu's emotions, speaking in a mild, approachable tone. Li Budu, realizing they simply didn't believe him at all, saw how the officer spoke and decided not to make trouble for himself. All right, thank you for the trouble, officer. Li Budu stood up side and walked out of the station. After he left, the two officers finally began to chat. Was he drunk? We tested his blood, no. Where would a tiger come from in Guangdong province now? He thought of smoking, then drinking, and gave up. Drinking alone just wasn't any fun. Leaving the police station, Li Budu irritably scratched his head, then subconsciously touched his chest, where there wasn't the slightest trace of injury. Damn it, was it really just a dream? He exhaled a cloud of mist and cursed. What kind of dog's hit weather is this? 20 or 30 degrees in the morning, and by night, it's almost freezing. He pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Soon a cheeky yet clearly concerned voice came through. Yo, Li Ji, out of the lockup already. To hell with you, Shozi, hurry up and come pick me up. Li Budu cursed with a laugh. On the other end, the man agreed with a grin in his voice and hung up. Staring at the darkened phone screen, the more Li Budu thought about it, the more wrong it felt. The sensation, the pain had been absolutely real. That hit had sent him straight to see his great-grandmother. It couldn't possibly have been fake. Li Budu had dropped out of high school because he couldn't afford tuition. With no parents, he and Li Buer, Shozi, the friend on the phone who had left the orphanage with him, started an online venture together. At 18, he casually began doing things others wouldn't even dare to attempt. These included, but were not limited to, biting lighter cartridges, fighting dogs for food, shouting in public that he was an idiot, setting off firecrackers under stools and steel basins, and doing dangerous fire tricks. Because of the extremity and sheer insanity of his stunts, he quickly gained a massive following of thrill-seeking viewers online, becoming a cult figure in the abstract meme circle under the screen name Henhua Buduji. Yet even with all those stunts, he still only held second place in the online rankings. 2 years ago, a newcomer known as Dai Z suddenly appeared. With catchphrases like big stomach bag and eat less more often. Actually, eat more often. He kicked Li Budu off his throne in no time. Though Dai Z's stunts were less hardcore, they were bizarre enough. Trusting his sharp instinct for online trends, Li Budu immediately sought a collaboration and lined up a PK livestream with him. Though part of it was scripted, Dai Z's true feelings slipped out during the PK. You an orphan think you deserve this. If you lose this PK, go dig up your mom's ashes and soak them in water to drink, dare you. The words made Li Budu so furious, he actually laughed. He responded with an outrageous curse, and as a result happily received a 30-day ban, leaving him stifled with anger. Although morally speaking, Li Budu clearly held the high ground, the viewers didn't care. They were all chanting Dai Z's victory across the internet. That's the internet. Everyone loves to eat filth, and they prefer it hot. The hotter and messier, the bigger the show, and the happier the crowd. Others merely pretended online that they wished Dai Z would die. Li Budu was different. He genuinely wanted Dai Z dead. The 30 days passed in a flash. Li Budu prepared an enormous stunt, the kind of death-defying prank people often exaggerate about online, like jumping out onto the national highway to scare a heavy truck. But he didn't actually dare to pull such a suicidal move. His plan was to rent a heavy truck, then find an unopened road section and arrange to rent it. They would simulate a national highway with all the props prepared in advance. He was just waiting for Shozi, who had a driver's license, to cooperate during the live stream, slowing down right before impact while the team jumped out to perform a wild King He-style dance and dramatically announce his comeback. Afterward, they would put up a disclaimer saying the road was closed and warning viewers not to imitate it, then reveal that the whole thing had been scripted. Even if everyone knew it was fake, once they had consumed it, the traffic would be as solid and real. The authorities wouldn't target him either, since he'd issued safety statements in writing. The traffic would skyrocket. Even if he got banned again, he felt it was worth it for that wave of exposure. Man, just thinking about it feels amazing. Yet he hadn't expected that at midnight when he arrived early to scout the road and postponed the broadcast by a day, because honestly the Ghost Festival felt a bit inauspicious. Just as he got there to have a look, a tiger appeared out of nowhere, and it actually had horns. What the? Li Budu, who prided himself on the healthy habit of relieving himself 3 times a month, figured that even being extra stressed this month, he couldn't possibly have hallucinated from overdoing it. Before he could react, the creature lunged at him in an instant. He could only rate its flight posture an 8. 6 out of 10, because he felt like he'd taken a 1. 4 out of 10 hit himself. After knocking him flying, the horned tiger charged off into the distance, with several strange black shadows quickly following behind. Instinctively, he tried to reach out for help, but the violent spasms in his chest and the sensation of his organs being repeatedly shredded by something excruciatingly sharp stopped him from doing anything. In the end, he only felt himself crash onto something, or someone. The sensation was bizarre, like solid and not solid at the same time. He heard a murmur by his ear, "Bro, we only get to be let out once a year. You don't go out, and instead squeeze back in. What's your deal?" Half-conscious, he couldn't react before a kick sent him flying again. As he sprawled on the ground, he felt some strange thing pour into his chest, and for the first time truly understood what piercing cold heart soaring felt like. He jolted awake, then scrambling up and frantically feeling his chest. Seeing his skin smooth and unmarked, he couldn't help shouting in obscenity. His first reaction was that he'd been hit by a car. Next, he drove straight to the police station to report it. At first, he was still groggy, his head not fully clear, and recounted to the officer how he'd been hit. When his mind sobered up, he immediately retold everything that had just happened to the officer. Unsurprisingly, he was promptly sent through the full set of alcohol tests, and everything that followed unfolded just as described earlier. As for why he called Shozi to pick him up, it was because his car had been impounded. The officer felt it would be better for him to leave the car there for now. Of course, the officer hadn't actually impounded his car, merely suggested that he rest up, go to the hospital for a checkup, and then come back to retrieve it. Li Budu himself was puzzled, thinking the problem lay with him. Being someone who listened to reason, he stepped outside and made the call for Shozi to come pick him up. Beep beep. Lost in recollection, Li Budu was pulled back to reality by a sudden car horn. A thin-faced young man in a down jacket with a messy head of hair rolled down the car window and waved at him. It was none other than Shozi, the friend he had called. Li Budu stood up, tugged his clothes, jogged over, and got into the car. "Damn, you're right on time. Barely 5 minutes after my call, and you're already here. Truly a brother from another mother. Any later, and your status in my family tree would have gone up a generation. Your bro here was about to freeze into a grandson. Come on, I heard you've been taken in, so I hit the road the moment I got word. And Li Ji, with us already calling each other brothers, what else is there to say? Put your hand on my lap, I'll warm you up. Get lost. Just get me home so I can sleep like a baby." Li Budu cursed with a laugh and fastened his seatbelt. "So what happened? How'd you end up at the station?" "Nothing much, I got hit by a Rolls Royce." Li Budu had been about to say tiger, but thought better of it and changed his words. If he really said that, this bastard Shozi would probably send him straight to a mental hospital. "Oh, a Rolls Royce, huh? Which brand of old man's golf cart is that?" Shozi asked with a sleazy grin. "Damn thing couldn't even get the plate, it ran off. Hit me so hard I saw our orphanage's great-grandma." "Well, as long as you're okay. Tomorrow your bro's going with you to the hospital for a checkup. No need, a good sleep will fix it. Li Ji, just go. Money's nothing, your health matters." Shozi spoke with a rare look of gravity on his face. "Fine." Li Budu sighed and agreed. Shozi was stubborn to the bone. Once he latched onto something, he wouldn't let go. If he didn't agree, Shozi would probably sneak into his bed in the dead of night to whisper in his ear. Their car drove off toward their place. Not long after they left, a black sedan bearing a Guangdong province official use plate pulled up to the very police station where Li Budu had just been. The newcomers quickly entered the station and showed their identification to the officers. "Hello, comrades, we need your cooperation with something." Seeing the national security emblem on the IDs, the two officers couldn't help widening their eyes, their expressions instantly turning solemn. "Has there been anyone here who was rambling nonsense?" Black hair tied at the back of the head, black eyes tall and thin. The two officers exchanged a glance and nodded. "Yes. We don't necessarily have to go tomorrow. Brotherly, get some rest first. Once you wake up, we'll go. If anything happens, call me." The thin man helped Li Budu into the apartment and reminded him gently. Li Budu waved his hand behind him, indicating he understood. After the thin man left, Li Budu walked into the living room and opened the refrigerator, intending to find something to eat. Faced with the fridge packed full of all kinds of food, he discovered he had absolutely no appetite. He closed the refrigerator and went straight to the sofa, collapsing onto it. As he gazed around his one-bedroom rental, an inexplicable sense of safety welled up within him, washing away all his fatigue. He had indeed made money online and could afford to buy an apartment, but he felt there was no need. Renting a place for 300 or so a month was more than enough for him. Through the balcony, he gazed at the round moon hanging in the sky, letting the moonlight spill over his body. He suddenly took a deep breath, a sensation like cool mint traced along his airways with his inhalation, calming him considerably in an instant. "Incense. When did I buy that? Was it thin guy?" Li Budu scratched his head in puzzlement. Before he could think further, a wave of drowsiness crashed over him. He leaned back against the sofa and slipped into unconsciousness. Moonlight slowly circulated, as if unintentionally, yet inevitably converging toward his dantian. "Wow, what time is it?" Half awake, Li Budu pushed himself up and fumbled in his pocket, feeling around for his phone. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. The screen was filled with missed calls. When he looked at the date, he realized more than 2 days had passed since the time he had agreed to make his comeback with a stunt. Outside the window, the sky was dark. Clearly night had only just fallen. "I'm doomed." Li Budu slapped his forehead and exhaled, then opened the green chat app and sent a large red packet in the team group chat. In the group, professional to the extreme hard stunt team 7, under the username he fa Quang2, he typed, "Sorry brothers. I got delayed because I wasn't feeling well. Go out and have a good meal on me. I'll let everyone know later about the new time we set. Shogu Linlin Yineng Wu Thin Guy. It's fine, brotherly. Take care of your health. Chu Xing Chi Dai Ziji Jian. It's fine, brotherly. We'll do it again once you're rested. Take care of yourself, man. My rice bowl depends on you, ha ha ha. Kinrin Shou Shinmu Run. It's fine, brotherly. Next time we meet, just kneel and kowtow to me once, and I'll forgive you. Huobu Go Hen Lai Ku. It's fine, Xiao Lizi. Just spend one night keeping me company next time. Another message came with a stern panda sticker. Bieren Do Shua Shur Bu Hao Chi Wabu Xin. Take care of your health and sign the insurance under my name, thanks. As Li Budu looked at the monstrous nicknames of his teammates, he felt a bit more at ease. Since this group of animals was still alive and kicking, it clearly wasn't his turn to be reaped by fate yet. He then glanced at his fan group. It was still a chaotic riot, yet there was a certain beauty in the order hidden within the disorder. In plain words, it could be summed up as big dog, talk, talk, talk. In his friend requests, he saw a bunch of people asking to add him, so he would send money and give birthday blessings. He casually picked around 10 of them to approve. He recorded a short video for each of them saying happy birthday, added a line telling them to keep their money and treat themselves to a good meal, then deleted them from his friend list. It was impossible for him to add and bless every single person one by one. This was good enough as a gesture, especially since he had no idea whether these people's birthdays were real or fake. Afterward, Li Budu dialed the thin man's number and said, "Shozi, how about we go out and have a feast, just the two of us?" "Sure, should we call the others?" "Forget it, it's too late. Let them get some rest." "What's that supposed to mean? So I don't count as a person?" "Come on, listen to yourself. Ever since we were kids, I've treated you as livestock. You know that." All right. Should I pick you up, or what? My car's still impounded at the police station. What do you think? You really messed up, huh? Wait for me. After the thin man hung up, Li Budu casually threw on a few layers of clothing, washed up, and tied his shoulder-length black hair high behind his head, ready to head out. As soon as he opened the door, he found 3 men standing outside in dark-toned uniforms resembling police attire, all staring at him in unison. Li Budu was dumbfounded. Swallowing nervously, a bit dazed, Li Budu rubbed his hands together and forced a smile. "May I ask, who are you looking for?" "Hello, are you Comrade Li Budu?" One of the officers, tall and broad-shouldered with a resolute face, stepped forward and asked. "No," Li Budu replied with a perfectly straight face. His righteous composure made the seasoned, muscle-bound officer pause for a moment. There wasn't the slightest tremor in Li Budu's unwavering gaze. "Ah, is that so? Sorry to have bothered you," the robust officer said, scratching his head apologetically. "Oh, no worries, I understand," Li Budu replied with the air of someone who fully appreciated the spirit of serving the people, then closed the door. "Wrong place. Isn't this the right apartment?" the sturdy officer asked, turning back to the two behind him. "Xiao and Xiao Wang, are the details correct?" Officer and addressed as Xiao and glanced at Officer Wang beside him. Officer Wang frowned, pulled a document file from an envelope, and said, "Everything's correct. It's this place. If you don't trust me, surely you trust the Sinan back at the bureau, right? Last time we hunted down that Taowu, it was that thing that found him. If it can locate someone with such elusive movements, finding an ordinary person should be easy, no." In the midst of their discussion, the ringtone from Officer Zhang's pocket suddenly chimed. He took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and froze for a second. It was a call from Li Budu. Zhang had already reported the number for tracking to the organization, so any emergency call made by Li Budu would automatically be forwarded to his phone. He gestured for the two behind him to keep quiet, answered the call, and put it on speaker. A terrified voice came through. "Hello, is this 110? I'm being blocked at my door by gangsters. They're pretending to be police. It's a good thing I'm clever and usually watch anti-fraud videos online, so I know a bit about police uniforms. The real ones aren't that dark. I live in XX Garden Building, XX Floor XX. Officer, hurry and send someone. Those gangsters are huge, broad-shouldered, and thick-waisted. One punch from them could kill me. Save me." Officer Zhang, Officer Wang, and Officer and were all left speechless. Officer Zhang outside the door listened to the exclamations coming from the phone, faintly audible even through the door, as the muscles on his stern face twitched slightly. He silently hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door again, this time with a bit more force, exuding a calm that brooked no dissent. "Comrade Li Budu, we are from the Guangdong Provincial National Security Department. Here are our credentials. You can check through the peephole. Oh, perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us. We are here because of the incident you reported the day before yesterday. My name is Zhang Zhongyi, badge number XXXXXXX. Zhang Zhongyi's voice came through the door, clearer and more serious than before. "Please cooperate with our work and open the door to talk." The inside of the room fell silent instantly. Li Budu pressed his eye against the peephole and saw the 3 men indeed pulling out what looked like very official and meticulously detailed credentials. Although the specific wording was hard to see through the small hole, the imposing presence did not seem fake, sending a jolt of unease through him. National security. Why would they take on my case? Huh. I heard there's going to be a crackdown on internet practices lately. They won't use me as an example, will they? Li Budu swallowed hard, a flurry of questions bombarding his mind. Wait a moment, officer. I accidentally wore my underwear inside out. Just give me a second to sort myself out. Li Budu babbled, his mind racing. What could he do? Jump off the building? Clearly unrealistic. Even if he could survive a fall from the upper floors, he wasn't certain he would. Afraid of trifles, a clear conscience fears no shadow. I haven't evaded a single tax. I've never done anything illegal. Let them investigate. He hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately steeling himself to open the door, plastering a highly unnatural, even somewhat obsequious smile on his face. Oh dear, look at the fuss this has caused. It's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. I've been watching too much Law and Order. Lately my vigilance has been a tad high, just a little bit. Please come in, officers. My humble abode is a bit shabby. Please don't mind it. He stepped aside to clear a path, his movements somewhat exaggerated. Zhang Zhongyi glanced at him, with an expressionless face, slightly bending forward to step inside first. His gaze quickly and professionally scanned the one-bedroom rental. The other two young officers, In and Wang, followed him in, and casually closed the door behind them. Sit down, it's a bit messy here, don't mind it. Li Budu rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat flustered. This situation was more intense than any script he had ever been involved with. No need to be polite, we can stand and talk. Zhang Zhongyi spoke, his voice steady, dispelling Li Budu's thoughts of fetching a cup. Comrade Li Budu, let's get straight to the point. On the night before last, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you reported that you were struck by a longhorn tiger on a closed section of road, resulting in a penetration of the chest. But upon investigation, there were no injuries, correct? Yes, that's right. Li Budu nodded. What were you doing over there? Li Budu cautiously observed their expressions, finding little change, and sighed in relief. It seemed they weren't here to arrest him for this matter. Li Budu looked at Officer Zhang's serious expression along with the equally stern faces of the two young officers beside him and dared not utter a single lie. He reported his whereabouts. Officer, I'm just an internet content creator trying to make a living with scripts and such to attract attention. Of course we don't do anything illegal. You know about the XX developer next to that road, right? That closed section was originally applied for to facilitate resident passage. Isn't it? It's still not open. We communicated in advance and rented that stretch of road to shoot some scripts there. We were originally planning to start shooting that day, but because it coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival. You understand, right, officer? Everyone has some reservations about such things, to be honest. We then changed the schedule to tomorrow, but preparations must be made, so I went to scout the location. Li Budu cautiously observed their expressions, finding little change, and sighed in relief. It seemed they weren't here to arrest him for this matter. What happened next? Zhang Zhongyi stared at him, his gaze piercing. Ahem. It's possible that day, how should I put it? Li Budu opened his mouth, scratching his head. How could he explain that he was knocked over by a tiger? Would you believe it? He didn't even believe it himself. Rest assured, comrade Li. Zhang Zhongyi patted his shoulder. Li Budu paused for a moment, awkwardly scratching his ear, carefully recalling, and as he thought, he raised his hand and swore. Officer Zhang, I swear that what I'm about to say is absolutely true. It was a tiger with horns on its head. It knocked me flying in one go. Its horn was so long it came straight for my heart and knocked me flying. I'm telling you, I saw its horn stab into my chest. It hurt so much. The two officers behind Zhang Zhongyi exchanged glances, astonished at what they heard, but quickly suppressed their reactions. At this moment, Zhang Zhongyi asked, could you provide more detailed accounts of the incident? Li Budu paused, nodded. That thing was too fast, or I only caught a glimpse. It seemed larger than a typical tiger, at least a size bigger than what I saw at the zoo. As for its fur, it was hard to see clearly at night, but it looked dark with a hint of greenish tint. The most noticeable feature was the straight horn right in the middle of its forehead, long and slender. It seemed to reflect light under the moon. He instinctively touched his chest. I even saw my great-grandmother waving at me at the orphanage door. Then, I think I crashed into something. It didn't feel like the ground. It was soft and had a bit of bounce. Then I heard someone speaking, no, not necessarily a person, just a voice, quite young, saying something like, you only get to go out once a year. If you don't go out, why are you squeezing in here? Li Budu felt less confident as he spoke, as he himself found it absurd. Then I was kicked out. Or a similar action happened. After that, a bone-chilling sensation flooded in, and I woke up and got up. Li Budu finished speaking and shrugged. Officer, I know this sounds ridiculous, like the trash I shoot. But I swear I wasn't drunk or on drugs at the time. You conducted blood tests too. What I'm saying is everything I experienced at that time. Zhang Zhongyi and the other two listened quietly, not interrupting, nor did they display any doubt or mockery, just quietly taking notes. This attitude made Li Budu feel even more uneasy. Did the voice say anything else? Officer And suddenly asked. No, just those two sentences. It was all muddled, hard to make out. Li Budu said affirmatively. Zhang Zhongyi closed the small notebook in his hand, which Li Budu hadn't even noticed he had taken out, pondered for a moment, and asked, after you woke up, aside from having no injuries, did you feel anything else? Different? Physically or mentally? Different? Li Budu hesitated, scratching his head. Not really. Does loss of appetite count? At that moment, Li Budu's phone rang. He instinctively looked at Zhang Zhongyi, who gestured for him to answer. Li Budu pressed the answer button and turned on the speaker. Brotherly. I'm here, come down. I found a new place that serves delicious pig face. The cheerful voice of the thin guy came through the phone, sounding somewhat abrupt in the quiet room. The three officers all turned their eyes toward Li Budu. A thin guy, wait for me down there for a bit. Li Budu smiled, awkwardly covering the microphone. He said to Zhang Zhongyi, Officer Zhang, I arranged for my buddy to come pick me up for dinner. How about joining us? Zhang Zhongyi looked at Li Budu, deeply shook his head slightly, inclined his body to rest on the table, took out a pen from his sleeve, and wrote down a string of numbers. No, thank you for your kindness. I truly apologize for the late disturbance. If possible, I hope you can take some time tomorrow to contact me using this number. Also regarding this case, I hope you will maintain confidentiality. This is to cooperate with our investigation. Thank you for your cooperation. Li Budu reached out with both hands to take the number, bowing his head repeatedly, saying 3 good words, good, good, good. Then I won't disturb you any further. After speaking, Zhang Zhongyi led the other 2 out the door. Li Budu watched the 3 men exit, letting out a heavy sigh, then looked at the phone number, 749XXXXXX, a number starting with 749. WTF. Which region is that from? Captain Zhang, it should be that kid from that night, Officer N said to Zhang Zhongyi. At that time we all clearly saw the Tao Wu thoroughly penetrate him. At that time it was precisely the Ghost Gate wide open during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we threw that kid in or I thought he was done for. Officer Wang chimed in. Zhang Zhongyi looked up at the round moon hanging in the sky, and at some point a talisman appeared in his hand. A strand of hair slowly fell onto it, and in an instant a blue flame ignited, consuming the talisman. Exorcise evil spirits, extinguish the death aura. That kid is no longer a living person. Sighing softly, Li Budu tugged at his coat and rubbed his hands together. Hey Slim, do you feel how cold it's gotten? After seeing Zhang Zhongyi and his group off, Li Budu had dressed neatly and met Slim to go hunting for food. Yeah, it is a bit chilly. I brought 2 heat patches. Here, take one. Slim pulled a heat patch from his chest pocket and handed it to Li Budu. Whoa, me, using a heat patch now. You really know how to live. I figured my buddy would just warm his hands with his biological furnace. Don't say that. No matter how hard things get, you can't let poor Nuno suffer. In this freezing weather, what if he shrinks up on me? Yeah, you're the expert. Li Budu laughed and lightly smacked Slim's head. Slim grinned broadly. Taking the heat patch, Li Budu frowned. This thing doesn't even feel warm. Huh, really? Isn't this the very product you promoted before? You mean you forgot? Slim took the patch from Li Budu's hand and froze the moment his fingers made contact, sensing warmth radiating steadily from it. Maybe it's just too cold. The warmth will kick in after a minute or 2, Slim remarked nonchalantly. Li Budu shrugged, accepting the explanation without further question. Glancing at his own hands, still unwarmed despite holding the patch, Li Budu dismissed the matter. Come on. Weren't we heading for braised pig's face? I'm starving. Heaven and earth may be vast, but nothing tops food. All right, let's eat. By the way, Li Gu, tomorrow you're coming with me to the hospital for a checkup. Honestly, I'm fine. Do I look unwell? Li Budu tapped his chest and slung an arm around Slim's shoulders with practiced ease. Hurry up, we're running out of time before the pig's face goes cold. The night market blazed with light, thrumming with voices and laughter. A rich medley of aromas, grilled meats, sizzling spices, caramelized sugars, hung thick in the cool evening air, steeped in the unmistakable warmth of everyday life. Slim led Li Budu confidently to a stall marked Old Wang Wu Barbecue. Yet after 2 bites, a peculiar sense of satiety settled over him, not born of richness, but of a quiet, inexplicable disinterest in eating. Boss, same as always, extra spicy skewers, and 1 order of braised pig's face. Make it extra fatty. Slim ordered with practiced fluency, adding 2 chilled beers and a bottle of iced black tea. In moments, sizzling skewers, glistening with oil and fragrant with charred spice, arrived alongside a generous platter of braised pig's face, rhubarb tender enough to fall from the bone, glistening with glossy sauce. Go on, Li Gu, try it. This place's pig's face is legendary, rich yet never greasy, melting on the tongue. Slim seized chopsticks and enthusiastically placed a generous succulent slice onto Li Budu's plate. Li Budu smiled and reached for his chopsticks. Normally after a long day and oversleeping, he'd be ravenous, ready to devour an entire ox. Yet strangely before him lay a feast of vivid color, intoxicating scent, and savory promise, and he felt not a flicker of hunger. Instead, a faint, cool, almost imperceptible sensation lingered in his nasal passages, subtly dulling the allure of food. Still, he took a bite of the pig's face, and yes, the flavor lived up to Slim's praise, deep, savory, luxuriously tender. Yet after 2 bites, a peculiar sense of satiety settled over him, not born of richness, but of a quiet, inexplicable disinterest in eating. He picked up a skewer, ate it. Delicious certainly, but no more than that. Slim, cheeks slick with grease, looked up, only to find Li Budu's plate nearly untouched, a few bare skewers, and the braised pig's face barely disturbed, merely nudged about with idle strokes of chopsticks. Slim's brow furrowed instantly. Li Gu, what's wrong? Doesn't suit your taste. Impossible. Since when did you turn finicky? Setting down his chopsticks, Slim leaned forward with concern. Li Budu shook his head, set down his own chopsticks, and took a long swig of beer. No, it's delicious. Exactly my kind of flavor. It's just, I don't seem to have much appetite. Even he found it odd. His body felt perfectly fine, yet his desire to eat had vanished. Slim's expression darkened further. That's not fine. I sensed something was off the moment we stepped out of the police station. Did that hit cause internal injuries? Just because tests can't detect it doesn't mean it isn't there. No argument. Tomorrow morning first thing, I'm dragging you to the hospital for a full physical. Head to toe, every inch examined. Seeing Slim's earnest anxiety, Li Budu's chest warmed. Knowing resistance was futile, he nodded. Fine, I'll go. Your way tomorrow. Now you've got your damn beast satisfied, happy. Hearing Li Budu's ready agreement, Slim exhaled deeply, relief flooding his features as though a heavy burden had lifted. He tilted back his bottle of iced black tea he'd be driving and drank, deeply sighing with palpable contentment. The icy liquid soothed his throat, easing the tension in the air just slightly. Wiping his mouth, Slim paused, as if recalling something, and his tone softened, tinged with quiet nostalgia. Oh, by the way, Li Chun from the orphanage called me the other day. Said she misses us, and asked when we might drop by for a visit. They've taken in a few new kids lately. Rowdy, yes, but utterly charming. Li Budu paused mid-sip, raising an eyebrow. Annie Chin called you. If you want to go back, just say so. Caught red-handed, Slim scratched his head sheepishly. Li Budu chuckled, then offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. Go back. Let's not bother. Right now we're little more than online spectacles, dubbed viral stunts, though truthfully, it's all just pandering for attention. We'll send money home instead. Enough to lift their lives by new things, feed the children, while keep them warm, cover every tuition fee. Fully and without delay. But we won't return, not as role models for those kids. His voice held a quiet, almost imperceptible note of melancholy. His online chaos and absurdity were masks, tools for survival. But deep within he remembered where he came from. He refused to let that pure, unspoiled affection be tainted by the image he now projected to the world. Nor did he wish for the children to emulate him. All professions are lowly except scholarship. He rejected such dogma outright, whether phrased nobly as serving national progress or pragmatically as securing livelihood. Education served survival above all. And he truly believed no vocation carried inherent hierarchy or shame. Earning money isn't disgraceful. Study while you can. When circumstances force another path, forge it boldly. Life rarely corners you. If you truly intend to walk forward, dead ends are seldom inevitable. Slim studied Li Budu in silence, then nodded solemnly. Yeah, you're right, Li Go. That's the truth of it. Then we'll send more, much more. And someday when we've truly carved out our place in the world, we'll return in triumph to see Annie Chun and all the children. Slim raised his bottle in a toast, tea standing in for wine. Their bottles clinked softly. The cold liquid slid down their throats, yet could not wash away the complex warmth blooming in their chests. Loyalty, duty, and quiet, unwavering love. The night market roared on. Crowds ebbed and flowed. Strangers brushed past one another in ceaseless motion. No one noticed the figure standing motionless at the periphery of the throng, swallowed by shadow. Clad in an ordinary gray hoodie, the figure wore the hood low, obscuring all but the faintest suggestion of a jawline. Her gaze cut through the crowd with unnerving precision, locking unerringly onto Li Budu and Slim's table. Around her surged the cacophony of life, the boisterous shouts of drinkers, the sharp sizzle of woks, the unrestrained laughter of families. Yet an invisible barrier seemed to encircle her, muffling every sound, isolating her in absolute silence. Suddenly, beneath the hood's deep shadow, her lips parted, stretching sideways in a grotesque, impossible grin. It widened far beyond human limits, stretching nearly to her ears, revealing rows of needle-sharp, densely packed teeth. It was no human expression, only malice distilled and potent, and a chilling, ravenous scrutiny. Her eyes remained fixed on Li Budu alone. Tilting her head slightly, she observed him, not as a person, but as prey, confirming, assessing, savoring the imminent capture. Her lips moved soundlessly, whispering words unheard, then fell still as the ghastly smile slowly receded, leaving behind only cold, detached indifference. She stepped backward, once, then dissolved deeper into the shadows, vanishing as seamlessly as a raindrop merging with the sea, leaving no trace behind. At that exact moment, Li Budu, mid-swallow, jolted violently as a wave of unnatural cold shot up his spine, sending shivers racing across his skin. His hand trembled, spilling droplets of beer onto his shirt. Whoa, Li Gu, you cold. Slim noticed instantly. Li Budu set the bottle down and scanned the surroundings warily. The market buzzed on. People feasted, joked, clinked glasses. Nothing seemed amiss. No, maybe the beer's just too cold. He suppressed the fleeting unease with a shake of his head, but a sliver of doubt lingered, sharp and persistent. Was it imagination? His thoughts drifted back to that fateful night, and instinctively his fingers brushed his chest. Smooth, unmarked, utterly intact. Yet the sensation of being watched, of predatory eyes boring into him, felt sharper, more visceral than ever before. Let's eat faster, and head home early. His voice held less of its earlier ease. Slim, though puzzled, simply nodded. Yeah. The night market blazed on, but to Li Budu the air itself had grown subtly colder, heavier, clinging like damp silk to his skin. The two hurriedly settled their bill and left the bustling night market. Sitting in the car, the thin man started the engine, and the warm air dispelled the chill on their bodies. Yet Li Budu still felt cold all over. You can take the packed food back, eat it when you feel like it. It's probably just because you just woke up and have no appetite, which is normal. As the thin man backed the car, he still asked with concern. Li Budu leaned against the passenger seat, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. The inexplicable chill seemed to linger, making him feel uneasy, but he didn't want to worry the thin man too much. The thin man switched the car into drive, headed forward, turned on the car's music, and selected a song titled Enough Time to Play. As the prelude began, the car moved forward. Compared to those unrealistic fantasies, Li Budu preferred to believe it was an illusion brought on by alcohol and fatigue. The car merged into the nighttime traffic, and the city's neon lights flowed past the car windows. Li Budu watched the rapidly retreating lights outside, trying to attribute the momentary fright from the night market to his own heightened sensitivity. Perhaps the bizarre experience from that night made him a bit paranoid. With the National Security Bureau having approached him, the strange inquiries and bizarre experiences would make anyone a little tense, right? He tried to sense his body again, but felt nothing particularly different. Except, he still had no significant hunger. The heavy sensation of the pig's face and a few skewers of grilled meat in his stomach made it seem like he had eaten a lot. The thin man focused on driving, and for a moment the cabin was filled only with the roar of the engine and the sound of the air conditioning. To break the somewhat dull atmosphere, the thin man casually turned on the car radio and tuned into a channel playing pop music. After driving for about 20 minutes, they had left the most bustling city area, and the surrounding buildings became shorter and sparser. The intervals between streetlights widened, and the light dimmed considerably. This was a necessary route leading to their rented area. Usually the traffic wasn't particularly heavy, but at this time it wasn't sparse either. The thin man suddenly exclaimed softly, slightly reducing the speed of the car. Li Budu opened his eyes. What's wrong? What is that by the roadside up ahead? The thin man squinted at the roadside a short distance ahead. There on the shoulder of the road a few dozen meters away in the dim light lay several objects. As the headlights swept over it became slightly clearer. Those were several wreaths made of bamboo strips and white paper. The style was old-fashioned with white paper flowers swaying slightly in the night breeze, and there seemed to be some yellow paper money scattered nearby. On this city road, which was neither near a cemetery nor a high-accident area, the sudden appearance of such a pile of funeral supplies felt particularly out of place and eerie. Pa, who put this stuff here? The thin man frowned instinctively, making a remark, feeling a bit unlucky, and pressed down harder on the accelerator, wanting to get past quickly. Li Budu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The inexplicable chill from the night market hit him again, even stronger this time. He straightened his body, staring intently at the several wreaths that appeared ghostly white under the headlights. The car approached quickly and then drove past the wreaths. In that fleeting moment, Li Budu seemed to see in the center of one wreath, where the word offering was usually written, a strangely drawn symbol in a red pigment crookedly scrawled. It resembled a twisted eye or a gaping mouth. It flashed by in an instant, making it hard to see clearly, but that eerie impression was instantly etched into his mind. Damn, Li Budu cursed softly, feeling the hair on his back stand on end. No offense, just passing through. The thin man also spat, glancing at the quickly receding wreaths through the rearview mirror. Really, which family puts this stuff out at night? That said, the atmosphere in the car had clearly become somewhat oppressive and tense. The music from the radio now sounded particularly jarring, and the thin man reached out to turn it off. The two drove silently for a while longer. The surrounding vehicles seemed to have decreased further, and the streetlights were dimmer. One section of the road even had a light that was flickering on and off. The thin man emitted a puzzled sound again, this time with more confusion. Why is there a paper person here again? Li Budu immediately turned to look in the direction. There on the right side of the road ahead, near a tree, stood a life-sized paper figure. The paper figure was made very crudely with simple ink drawings of facial features. Its smile was stiff and exaggerated, and two unnatural blush spots were painted on its cheeks, dressed in colorful paper clothing. It stood rigidly under the tree, its hollow eyes gazing towards the road. In the deep night beside the empty road, a bizarre paper figure. This scene would make anyone passing by feel uneasy. What the hell is going on today? A funeral supplies exhibition. The thin man's voice was a bit shaky. He instinctively pressed down on the accelerator again, wanting to quickly distance himself from the creepy paper figure. The car sped past again. However, just less than a minute later, the thin man's expression slowly changed. Something's not right. The thin man muttered, a trace of suspicion creeping into his voice. What's wrong? Li Budu immediately pressed for more, his heart racing. Look at that shop on the right. The thin man pointed outside the car window. Li Budu turned to look. It was a hardware store that had already closed and turned off the lights with the rolling shutter down and some debris piled up at the entrance. The sign read Old Chin Hardware. What's wrong with the store? Li Budu didn't notice anything special. Didn't we just pass by this shop? The thin man's voice was a bit hoarse as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I remember seeing that store right before we passed the paper figure. The sign, the debris of tires at the door, and those plastic buckets, all exactly the same. The thin man pointed at the shop, his voice hoarse. Li Budu's heart sank sharply. Are you sure? Hardware stores all look pretty similar. Could you be mistaken? No way. The thin man's tone became assertive, tinged with a slight hint of panic. I absolutely remember. Because when we passed earlier, I even thought to myself how messy the owner had left it. Look at that blue plastic bucket. The lid isn't even on properly. It's almost rolling into the road. To prove his memory, the thin man even slightly reversed the car, allowing the headlights to shine more clearly on the entrance of the hardware store. Indeed, there was the blue plastic bucket with a lid not secured properly and a worn-out tire beside it. It matched the thin man's words perfectly. Li Budu naturally believed the thin man's words. As a seasoned driver with various licenses, the thin man had an almost instinctual vigilance and memory of road conditions. A cold fear instantly gripped both of them. They had clearly been moving forward without turning back or making any turns. How could they have passed the same shop again? Did you drink? Li Budu said, his voice a bit stiff. What nonsense. If a little sweet water from Guojiao can get me drunk, then my life is over. The thin man retorted. Li Budu felt his hands and feet grow colder, unable to stop rubbing them together. The thin man couldn't help but recall a scene often mentioned in supernatural novels and swallowed hard, murmuring ghost. Ghost hitting the wall. The thin man's face turned pale and his voice trembled slightly. Although he usually followed Li Budu in filming bizarre scripts, he did so knowing they were fake. This eerie situation was happening to him for real. Have you ever been here before? Li Gu, you know me, with my physique, if I drink more I'd pass out. So what if it's a ghost? I didn't drink. We're two strong men bursting with yang energy, who any ghost would be scared away. Li Budu forced himself to stay calm, but his heart was pounding. Maybe there are just two very similar hardware stores on this road. Or maybe you're just seeing things. Let's drive a bit further and see. Yet deep down he was also feeling increasingly anxious. Damn, is it really supernatural? The thin man swallowed his saliva, nodded, and pressed the accelerator again. This time, he drove much slower, keeping his eyes glued to the scenery on both sides of the road, trying to find any differences. The cabin was terrifyingly quiet, with only the roar of the engine and the two men's increasingly heavy heartbeats. After about 3 minutes, the thin man's foot suddenly slammed onto the brakes. The car suddenly decelerated, and due to inertia, both men leaned forward. It's back again. The thin man's voice was filled with terror as he pointed ahead. Under the headlights by the roadside, that life-sized paper figure dressed in colorful paper clothing with a stiff smile stood silently there once more. Its position, posture, and even the eerie smile were exactly the same as a few minutes ago. It was as if it had always been there waiting for them to circle back. Gulp. The thin man struggled to swallow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Li Budu also felt a chill shoot up from his feet to the crown of his head. It was confirmed. They were really going in circles. This wasn't a matter of seeing things or similar shops. There was something wrong with this stretch of road. The thin man, perhaps out of disbelief, or because the fear ignited his stubbornness, gritted his teeth, a hint of frantic determination flashing in his eyes. Damn. I won't believe it. It must be some prank by some jerk. I'm flooring the accelerator. Oh, I refuse to be stuck here. As he spoke, he was about to shift gears and step on the gas. Stop. Thin man. Stop. Li Budu shouted loudly, grabbing the thin man's hand that was about to shift gears. His voice wavered with tension, carrying an unprecedented severity. Li Gu. The thin man was startled, looking at him in confusion. Are you crazy? Li Budu gasped, his heart racing. This is obviously not right. It's not a prank. Didn't you notice? The traffic on this road was never sparse, but now? Is there any other car besides us? At his reminder, the thin man suddenly reacted, looking out in terror. Indeed, ever since they first saw the reeds, it seemed they hadn't seen any other vehicles passing by. The entire road was terrifyingly quiet, with only their lone car trapped in this bizarre loop. Outside, the dim streetlight flickered once, and the smile of the paper figure seemed to grow even deeper and more malevolent in the shifting light. What do we do now? The thin man was completely panicked, his voice tinged with a whimper. Call the police. Yes, call the police. He fumbled for his phone. How do we explain to the police that we encountered a ghost hitting the wall? Will they believe us? Who knows what will happen by the time they arrive? Li Budu remained somewhat calmer, but his voice trembled. He suddenly remembered the piece of paper Zhang Zhongyi had handed him when they left, which only had a string of phone numbers on it. Li Budu quickly pulled his wallet from his pocket, retrieving the folded paper from the compartment where a string of numbers was written in pen without a signature. Without hesitation, he dialed the number while switching his phone to speaker mode. Beep, beep. The waiting tone of the call echoed in the silent cabin, each second feeling unbearably long. Both men stared intently at the phone screen, their hearts nearly leaping out of their chests. Finally, the call was answered. There was silence on the other end, as if waiting for them to speak. Li Budu, in a choked voice, nearly shouted, Hello. Hello. Is Officer Zhang there? Help us. Please help us. I'm on Hepping Road out with my buddy for dinner. Damn it, we're encountering a ghost hitting the wall. We're going in circles. There's a paper person by the roadside. That bastard is grinning at us. Li Budu quickly organized his words, succinctly explaining the current situation. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, then Zhang Zongyi's steady voice, clearly speeding up, came through. Stay in the car, lock the doors, do not get out, do not look at that paper person, we're coming over now. His voice seemed to carry a reassuring power. Okay, we won't move. Hurry up, please. Li Budu repeatedly agreed, nearly in tears. After hanging up, they hurriedly locked all the car doors. The thin man even turned on all the lights inside the car, as if that would protect them from all outside danger. They huddled in the car, not daring to make a sound, their eyes fixed on the paper figure glaring blindingly under the headlights. Although Zhang Zhongyi had told them not to look at the paper person, they could not help it. Fear often caused people to unconsciously take actions they did not even realize. Time seemed to freeze. Every second felt like torture. The paper figure stood quietly there, its pale face with the ink-drawn stiff smile under the dim light seemed to grow increasingly eerie and sinister. Its hollow eyes seemed to penetrate the car window, silently watching the terrified duo inside. Li Budu even had the illusion that the corners of the paper figure's mouth seemed to twitch slightly upward. A wave of indescribable, bone-chilling malice surged from all directions, slowly enveloping the car, which seemed trapped in a time prison. Plop. The sound of a liquid falling onto the carpet, normally negligible, seemed extraordinarily jarring in this eerily quiet environment. The two unconsciously turned towards the sound. Li Budu, why are you drooling? The thin man looked at Li Budu, who was dripping saliva, somewhat confused. As the thin man backed the car, he still asked with concern whom. Li Budu leaned against the passenger seat, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. He looked back at the paper figure, still feeling that eerie and bizarre sensation. But why did he feel? That it smelled delicious. He had an overwhelming urge to take a bite, and in his imagination, he couldn't help but swallow. Adashi, the flavor was like a celestial aroma drifting from tens of thousands of miles away, utterly enticing. Paper figure. The carriage was enveloped in an eerie silence broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioning and the heavy suppressed breaths of the two men. Outside the car, the vividly colored, stiffly smiling paper figure remained standing quietly under the tree, as if it had always been there or perhaps had just been placed moments ago. The locked doors and tightly shut windows provided them with a meager sense of safety. Yet they felt like a metal cage isolating them from the unknown and bizarre dangers outside with no way to escape. Li Budu, can you really call the police? If it's a ghost, is it considered a criminal or civil case? The thin man's voice trembled as he fixated on the paper figure, terrified that it might leap at them if he blinked. They can. Definitely. I don't know about criminal or civil, but I feel like something bad is going to happen to us. Li Budu gritted his teeth, trying to boost his own courage. They are national security agents. They are very capable. They have records of your browsing history. When you visit foreign illicit websites, even if you use incognito mode on your browser, they can track you down. He said this to reassure himself, but his palms were clammy with cold sweat. It seemed like he trusted them, but in reality, he was out of options. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like a century. The two men were on edge, not daring to relax, even slightly, like birds startled by a bowstring. To alleviate the suffocating fear, the thin man attempted to make conversation, though his eyes remained glued to the paper figure. Li Budu. Do you think it might move? Don't scare yourself. Don't provoke it, damn it. What if it really moves after hearing you? Li Budu snapped, but his heart also tightened at his own words. It's just a paper figure. It's probably just the wind. He tried to convince himself and the thin man. At that moment, Li Budu felt a stiffness in his neck and instinctively tilted his head slightly to loosen it. Just as he turned his head, it moved. It moved. Li Budu. It moved. The thin man screamed like a cat with its tail stepped on, nearly leaping out of the driver's seat, his finger frantically pointing at the paper figure outside the window, his face as pale as paper. Li Budu was startled out of his wits by this sudden scream, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. He abruptly turned back to look at the paper figure. It still stood quietly in place, its posture, smile, and angle unchanged. At least that was how he remembered it. Even if there were slight changes, he couldn't perceive them. The night breeze rustled the colored paper on it slightly, but otherwise there was nothing unusual. What the hell are you shouting about? Li Budu shouted in shock and anger, lowering his voice, feeling his back drenched in cold sweat. What moved, eh? It was just the wind, right? Are you trying to scare me to death? The thin man was still shaken, breathing heavily, his eyes wide open, his hand still trembling as he pointed at the paper figure. It wasn't the wind. Li Budu, when you turned your head, its head. It definitely tilted slightly towards us. I saw it clearly. Just a bit. As soon as you turned back, it stopped moving again. His tone was extremely certain, filled with immense fear, as if he were not joking or hallucinating. Li Budu looked at the thin man, who seemed on the verge of tears, and his heart began to race. He knew that while the thin man could be loud at times, he would never make baseless claims in such a situation. You must have misseen it. You were just too nervous to see it, right? Li Budu's voice trembled slightly as he stared hard at the paper figure, trying to pin it down with his gaze. He gave the thin man a slap on the shoulder, pointing at the car's touch control panel, and said, "Can your beloved car read books?" It can. What do you want to listen to? Play Mao Xian for me. The thin man paused for a moment, quickly inputting the search for the book on the control panel, and soon a deep male voice began to recite the book's content. The content being read eased their tense nerves somewhat. However, their focus was clearly not on the book. The two fell silent again, but this silence was even more chilling. They no longer conversed. All their attention was fixed on the eerie paper figure, not daring to blink, as if engaged in a silent duel. After about a minute or two, Li Budu felt his eyes growing sore, and he instinctively blinked quickly, just as he did in that instant. It moved again. It smiled. Its mouth opened even wider. The thin man let out another heart-wrenching scream, his voice filled with a sense of collapse and terror. He even instinctively reached for the car door lock, as if to confirm whether it was truly locked. Li Budu's eyes widened in horror. The paper figure still stood there, but the arc of its smile seemed to have widened a little more. The simple mouth drawn in ink now looked even more pronounced and eerie. A chill surged from his feet upwards, striking his crown. Under psychological influence, his already cold body began to tremble uncontrollably. Li Budu. No. The thin man suddenly seemed to discover something, his voice filled with extreme terror and a strange realization. It seems to be looking at you. No, it doesn't move when you look at it. When you move or don't look at it, it will move. Bullshit. Li Budu cursed, but his heart sank. He recalled that indeed it had been when he turned and blinked that the thin man noticed the abnormal movement. Could it really be as the thin man said? A sense of absurdity and horror enveloped him. Li Budu, you try again. Turn your head. Hurry. Look. The thin man seemed to grasp a lifeline, as if wanting to verify this terrifying hypothesis, urging him with a frantic tone mixed with desperation and hysteria. Li Budu didn't want to try. He had no desire to validate this terrifying guess. Looking at the thin man's fearful expression, then glancing at the increasingly eerie smiling paper figure outside the window, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Damn it, just a quick try. He abruptly turned his head towards the thin man, the speed so fast, it almost sounded like his neck was cracking. Almost at the same moment, he turned his head. It moved. The head is turned. It's facing you now. The thin man's scream immediately erupted, filled with trembling terror. Li Budu quickly turned his head back. The paper figure's head seemed to have a very subtle tendency to realign. But for most of the time it still faced forward, only its smile seemed to have widened a bit, as if mocking their futile efforts. Li Budu, turn your head again. The thin man swallowed hard and spoke. Li Budu hesitated. Every time the thin man spoke in this tone, he would blurt out some outrageous idea. But often the foolish ideas ended up being effective. Li Budu, stirred by this bizarre interaction and escalating fear, thought, damn it, how could a paper figure be so formidable? He turned his head again. It moved again. Its arm has lifted. The thin man screamed. Turn back. Its leg moved. It's trying to come over. Turn back. Its eyes are turning. It's looking at me. Oh. The thin man's voice had reached a breaking point. Turn your head. Quick. Turn back. Again. Turn back again. The two of them were acting like madmen, one desperately turning his head back and forth, while the other screamed at every minute and terrifying change of the paper figure. The carriage was filled with the thin man's pitchy screams and Li Budu's heavy gasps. With each turn of the head, the movements of the paper figure seemed to grow larger, from the initial slight tilting of its head to later obvious hand raises, leg lifts, and even a lean forward. Its smile had stretched to an extremely exaggerated and inhuman degree, nearly occupying half its face, and within the ink-drawn eyes there seemed to emanate a tangible malice and greed. It was no longer satisfied with slow movements. Its actions became increasingly apparent and rapid. Stop, Liga, don't turn your head anymore. If you do, I feel like this thing is going to pounce on us. The thin man shouted loudly. Hearing this, Li Budu could only grit his teeth and stare at him with wide eyes, but how long could he hold on? His eyes were starting to feel dry, and under the psychological influence his eyeballs even began to ache slightly. Just then the thin man tremblingly reached for his phone, illuminated the screen, clicked on the camera icon at the bottom right, switched to selfie mode, and heard a click. A new photo of Li Budu with wide eyes and a strained neck was freshly taken. Then under Li Budu's gaze, the thin man slowly pulled up that photo and flipped the phone screen towards the paper figure. At that moment Li Budu instinctively blinked, but this time the paper figure didn't move. Damn, Li Budu, you're simply a genius. No wonder Chen Nai gave you the name Li Budu. There's simply no one else in the world as smart as you. Li Budu raised his arms in excitement, even enthusiastically calling his real name, and gave the thin man a big hug. The thin man couldn't help but brush his hair back. Of course. Think about why Newton and Gauss were born before me. It's obvious they were slow birds trying to avoid my brilliance. Oh, just being in the same place as you, I feel like I've gained some brain power. Li Budu gave him a thumbs up. Then he kindly patted his shoulder and said, since you knew this method, why didn't you use it earlier? I was just trying to reminisce about childhood by playing this game with you. Didn't want to spoil your fun. You? As the two chatted, the paper figure's mouth began to twitch wildly, causing the thin man's phone to flicker erratically. Before Li Budu could finish his blessing, he didn't even have time to turn his head when he caught a glimpse of the outside through the corner of his eye. The vividly colored paper figure seemed to have completely defied gravity, with that terrifying grin stretching to its ears, opening its arms wide. Like a giant, bizarre, colorful bat, it lunged towards their car. Its speed was astonishing, far from the sluggishness one would expect from a paper figure. Fear instantly seized both of them. Faced with this unimaginable horror, the most primal human instincts took over. The thin man, terrified, instinctively slammed on the gas, his hands frantically pounding the steering wheel, emitting meaningless howls. In an instant the car shut off and the lights went out. Li Budu's mind went blank, extreme fear tightening all his muscles. Instinctively he crossed his arms in front of himself, as if that could shield him from the impending evil. Simultaneously he opened his mouth, letting out a scream unlike anything he had ever imagined, one filled with sheer terror and despair. The scream pierced through the tightly shut car windows, echoing in the eerily silent loop road. Yet at that very moment an anomaly occurred. The paper figure, which had leaped into the air and was about to crash into the car window at the moment Li Budu screamed, suddenly showed an expression of extreme, human-like terror in its exaggerated smile and ink-drawn eyes. As if it had encountered some ultimate nemesis. It attempted to retreat, to escape, but the momentum of its lunge was too strong to stop. And just before Li Budu's gaping mouth, the light in the air seemed to slightly distort, generating an invisible, powerful vortex of suction. The lunging paper figure seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, then violently compressed. It couldn't even let out a sound. Its entire paper body twisted, contracted, and deformed in midair. The colored paper and bamboo strips emitted a nauseating crunching sound, as if being forcefully kneaded by an irresistible force. In less than a second, that gigantic and eerie paper figure was forcibly compressed and stretched into a colorful energy stream resembling colorful silk threads. Then with a soft whoosh, that colorful energy stream like rivers converging into the sea completely entered Li Budu's mouth, which was still wide open from screaming. It vanished. Outside the car there was nothing but emptiness. It was as if the paper figure had never existed. Everything happened too quickly, too bizarre, too far beyond understanding. Huh. Li Budu's scream abruptly stopped. He suddenly closed his mouth, producing a strange sound from his throat, as if he had choked. He remained in a defensive posture, frozen in place, tightly shutting his eyes. After a long while, the two finally dared to open a small slit in their tightly closed eyes. The original paper figure had long since disappeared without a trace. Their eyes slowly widened to an unprecedented degree, filled with shock and bewilderment. The carriage fell into a silence even more profound than before. An absurd, incomprehensible silence. Hic. A few seconds later, Li Budu suddenly let out a loud hiccup. An indescribable feeling surged up from his stomach. It wasn't nausea or discomfort, but rather a strange sense of fullness. It even carried a bit of warmth, rapidly spreading throughout his body, sweeping away the cold and weakness that had arisen from fear, invigorating his spirit. At the same time, a very faint, almost like whispers from countless people, or the sound of paper rubbing together echoed deep in his mind, quickly disappearing. He instinctively exhaled, releasing a faint breath that carried the scent of ashes like after burning joss paper, which quickly dissipated in the car. The two exchanged glances, both able to see the ghostly expressions on each other's faces. Start the car, Li Budu said, trembling. Click, click, click. Rumble. The sound of the key turning successfully echoed, and the car's lights flickered back on. The thin man finally found his voice raspy like sandpaper rubbing. Where did that paper figure go? His voice was filled with disbelief and absurdity. Li Budu instinctively touched his throat and stomach, looking bewildered and terrified. I don't know. The two immediately began to check their bodies, feeling somewhat reassured after finding nothing unusual. The relief of having survived didn't even have time to wash over them before they were plunged into an even more bizarre and incomprehensible situation. The two sat in the car, staring at each other, at a loss for how to process this overwhelming influx of information, their worldviews shaken to the core. In this deathly silence and confusion, a faint, eerie singing suddenly drifted in through the cracks of the car windows. The melody was strange and mournful, reminiscent of some local opera, or perhaps the lamenting song sung during funerals. Intermittent, the lyrics were indistinct, but they could vaguely catch a few fragmented phrases. The moon is dim, the lights are dim, the sound of the Swana, sending off the departed soul. On the road to the Yellow Springs, don't look back, paper horses and sedan chairs waiting for the newcomers. Waiting for the newcomers dressed in red, combing their hair, getting married. This song floated in and out as if coming from a great distance, yet also seemingly whispering right beside them, carrying a chilling and eerie silence. Li Budu and the thin man both shivered simultaneously, each catching a chill, their thoughts interrupted by this sudden eerie song. They instinctively followed the source of the sound, fearfully looking towards the front of the car. They saw not far ahead, in the center of the dimly lit road, an unknown figure had appeared. It was the silhouette of a woman dressed in an extremely vivid wide red robe that resembled an ancient wedding dress, her long hair flowing to her waist. She sat with her back to them, quietly combing her long, inky black hair, with an ancient wooden comb in the center of the road, illuminated by the car's headlights. Her movements were gentle and her posture graceful. The haunting, mournful song seemed to be emanating from her. Li Budu, thin man. The red-clad woman combed her hair with slow, deliberate movements, her mournful and eerie song wrapping around the desolate road, like invisible threads tightly binding the hearts of the two inside the car. The silhouette turned away from them, casting a twisted and elongated shadow under the dim, swaying streetlight, adding an extra layer of eeriness. My lord. My lord. These two words repeatedly emerged faintly from the song, akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Li Gu. The thin man's teeth chattered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. What on earth is this? It sends chills down my spine. Li Budu's hair stood on end, a sense of panic and crisis, even stronger than when facing a paper figure clutched at his heart. This woman in red gave him a more chilling sensation than that paper figure. It was a long-gestating, deeply resentful coldness. At the same time, he instinctively swallowed, not out of nervousness, but akin to the saliva produced when seeing food. Yet Li Budu did not dwell on it. He only knew one thing in his heart: he could not sit idly by. Officer Zhang did not know when he could break through this cursed place. Staying in the car was little different from waiting for death. Who knew what this woman would do after finishing her hair? Would she pounce like that paper figure? A frenzied thought suddenly surged into Li Budu's mind. He suddenly grabbed the thin man's arm, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, his voice hoarse and urgent, carrying a resolve of desperation. Thin man. Drive? Crash into her. Run her over. What? The thin man was nearly startled out of his wits, incredulously turning to look at Li Budu, stammering, Crash into her. Are you crazy, Li Gua? What if she's a living person? Or, living person, my ass. Li Budu's eyes turned red, and in a fit of agitation, he slapped the thin man hard on the back of the head, making a crisp sound. Look at this place. Look at this atmosphere. Look at her. What living person combs their hair and sings morning songs in the middle of the road at night? Oh, tell me, if she's a living person, Li Budu won't have children in the future. Hurry up, step on the gas, and charge forward. Otherwise we'll both meet our end here today. The thin man was momentarily stunned by the slap, but quickly became more alert. Despite the crudeness of Li Budu's words, it shattered his last remnants of unrealistic fantasy. Indeed, how could this possibly be a living person? How could Li Budu not have children? People must have children, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. This was a cursed event with a bizarre paper figure and now a woman in red singing. It was truly a case of bad luck. A thoroughly sinister incident. Staying in the car, who knows what will happen? What if that female ghost finishes combing her hair and turns around? He dared not imagine what that scene would be. Fear can sometimes transform into a desperate madness. The thin man gritted his teeth, a fierce and reckless look flashing across his face, his eyes bloodshot, as he shouted, "Damn it! Tell that to my insurance." He suddenly shifted to drive, flooring the gas pedal. The old car's engine roared under the strain, and its tires screeched violently against the pavement. The entire vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, rushing straight towards the red figure that was still leisurely combing her hair in the middle of the road. The speed of the car instantly increased, the engine's roar tearing through the eerie song, while the headlights cut through the darkness like two sharp swords piercing straight at that vibrant red figure. Li Budu fixed his gaze ahead, gripping the armrest tightly, his heart racing so fast it felt like it would burst from his chest. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The car's front was about to crash hard into that figure. In that fleeting moment, the red figure vanished without warning, as if its reflection in the water had been shattered by a stone, without any forewarning or movement. It was not a simple evasion, not a mere dodge, but a complete, instantaneous disappearance. Only a series of silver bell-like laughter remained abruptly echoing in the night sky. Giggle, giggle. The laughter was crisp and pleasant, yet carried an indescribable eerie and cold essence, as if it echoed from all directions, drilling straight into the depths of one's brain, filled with mockery and derision. Screech. The thin man instinctively slammed on the brakes. The tires locked, leaving two dark marks on the pavement, and the immense inertia caused both of them to lurch forward, only to be yanked back into their seats by their seatbelts. The car stopped at the very spot where the woman in red had just stood. The front was completely empty. Only that eerie silver bell-like laughter continued to echo, now distant, and now near, tormenting their nerves. Did she disappear? The thin man, still in shock, gasped for breath, staring blankly at the empty space ahead. But Li Budu's heart sank to the depths. Disappearance often foreshadows even more terrifying events to come. This was far from over. Hurry, keep driving, don't stop, Li Budu urged anxiously. However, the thin man did not respond. The car did not start again. Li Budu sensed something was wrong, and suddenly turned to look at the driver's seat. This glance froze his blood almost instantly. The thin man was still gripping the steering wheel, yet his entire demeanor was completely wrong. His eyes were wide open, but his pupils were vacant and unfocused, staring straight at the empty windshield, as if his soul had been extracted. His mouth was slightly agape, a glistening droplet of saliva uncontrollably trickling down from the corner of his mouth, falling onto his chest, but he remained oblivious. He sat there like a puppet whose soul had been drained, rigid and motionless. Thin man, what's wrong? Speak, Li Budu exclaimed in terror, pushing and shaking the thin man's shoulder forcefully. The thin man showed no reaction, his body swayed with Li Budu's pushes, yet he still maintained that vacant and dazed expression, with only those lifeless eyes and dripping saliva proving he was still alive. A profound chill instantly enveloped Li Budu. He had been struck. The thin man had unknowingly fallen victim to something. Was it that laughter? Or something else? Just when he was anxiously at a loss for what to do, "My lord." A haunting icy call seemed to whisper directly into his ear. Li Budu froze, all over his scalp instantly tingling. He quickly looked down in the direction of the voice. He saw the space beneath the passenger seat, which should have been the car's chassis, and the ground inexplicably beginning to undulate like liquid. Then that bright red robe, like a figure rising from the water, defied the laws of physics, silently and weightlessly drilling up from beneath the car. Indeed, it was drilling up. She was no longer facing away from him. At this moment, she was facing Li Budu. Her head, covered with a similarly bright red embroidered veil, obscured her features, leaving only a blurred outline visible. Beneath the veil, it seemed there was an invisible cold gaze penetrating the red fabric resting upon his face, with alluring eyes captivating enough to ensnare any man at a glance. But Li Budu felt no desire. Compared to beauty, he cherished his life even more. She disregarded the thin man, who appeared as a puppet, and her entire being seemed to float lightly in the cramped space of the passenger seat. She reached out with two pale, bloodless hands, slender fingers tipped with an eerie dark blue hue. Those hands slowly, and with a chilling tenderness, cradled Li Budu's face. The touch was icy and bone-chilling, as if two blocks of ice had instantly frozen his skin, the coldness threatening to penetrate his flesh and reach his marrow. Li Budu was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body as his muscles stiffened, unable to move even a finger, only able to watch helplessly as that veiled face slowly approached. The cold breath, carrying a faint odor of decay, brushed against his face. Then the haunting voice echoed once more, tinged with curiosity, scrutiny, and more of a bone-chilling obsession. "You. Are you my lord?" Li Budu's mind went blank, extreme fear nearly suffocating him. He wanted to struggle to scream, but no sound emerged. His body completely disobeyed him. He could only feel those icy fingers caressing his cheek, as if the gaze beneath the red veil sought to see through him thoroughly. The shadow of death had never felt as heavy and close as it did at this moment. Just when it was a matter of life and death. Boom. A loud bang suddenly erupted from the car roof. It was as if something extremely heavy had fallen from the sky and struck the hood with a resounding crash. The entire vehicle shook violently. This sudden turn of events seemed to disturb the woman in red as well. Her action of cradling Li Budu's face paused slightly, and the veil seemed to lift a bit, as if she were looking at the car roof. However, before she could make any further move, crack. Another deafening explosion rang out. The front windshield shattered violently. But it wasn't shattered by a collision, rather it was punctured by a fist encased in specially black material gloves breaking through from the outside. Glass shards flew everywhere. That fist did not lose momentum, moving like lightning, fingers spread wide, precisely grabbing the head of the red-clad woman beneath the veil. Then a calm yet powerful voice carrying undeniable strength lowly commanded, "Release." The hand grasping the head exerted force abruptly. In an extremely violent and forceful manner, it violently yanked the red-clad woman, who had just filled Li Budu with despair, out of the passenger seat's window hole, as if tossing out trash, flinging her into the darkness. Cough. Ah! The woman seemed to have physical substance, crashing heavily onto the road, creating a deep dent showcasing the immense force. Then a golden talisman exploded on her. The golden flames burned her like parasitic maggots, causing her immense pain. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Li Budu hadn't even processed it yet. He felt a lightness on his face as the bone-chilling cold instantly vanished, and the oppressive feeling followed suit. He stiffly turned his eyes to the shattered windshield. There stood a tall and robust figure steadily positioned atop the hood, facing away from the inside of the car, his posture as upright as a pine. Through the broken windshield, he looked at the shocked and dazed Li Budu inside the car. His face remained largely expressionless, but his gaze was sharp as an eagle, carrying a reassuring steadiness. It was none other than Zhang Zhongyi. Zhang Zhongyi slowly retracted the hand that had smashed the glass and pulled away the red-clad woman, brushing off non-existent dust from his hand before turning around. Through the broken windshield, he looked at the shocked and dazed Li Budu inside the car. His face remained largely expressionless, but his gaze was sharp as an eagle, carrying a reassuring steadiness. He spoke, his voice steady yet tinged with a hint of unnoticeable apology. "Sorry I'm late." Li Budu immediately covered his mouth and nose, bursting into tears. Not late at all, not one bit late. If you can come, I really need to give you a bow." Who understands that moment of salvation when Officer Zhang descended from the heavens? Damn, I should definitely get a banner sent to the police station. Clear 3 incense sticks. I should dedicate one to Zhang Zhongyi, Officer Zhang. Loyalty. Righteousness. Li Budu slumped in the passenger seat, gazing at Zhang Zhongyi's steady back, which was as solid as a mountain. The nerves that had been taut to their limit finally relaxed slightly. The feeling of being fortunate to have survived washed over him, like a late tide sweeping away the fear that had nearly frozen his limbs. He wanted to say something, even if it was just a simple thank you, but found his throat too dry to make a sound, only managing to emit a hoarse breath. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his still stinging neck. The place where that ghost bride had held him felt as if the chill had not yet completely dissipated. However, just at that moment of slight relaxation, an unexpected change occurred. A sharp, vengeful shriek exploded from the direction where the ghost bride had been flung away. The sound was anything but human, filled with endless hatred and madness, causing pain to his eardrums, and even the air seemed to tremble in response. In the darkness, a dense and unyielding blood-red shadow shot out, like a cannonball. Its speed was too fast for the naked eye to capture. Its target was unmistakably Li Budu in the passenger seat. The ghost bride seemed completely enraged by Zhang Zhongyi's brutal actions, or perhaps her obsession with Li Budu had deepened to the point of recklessness. Even when knocked away, she was determined to return and claim her groom. Zhang Zhongyi reacted swiftly, turning sharply at the moment the shriek sounded, his face darkening as he shouted, stubborn and unyielding. With a shake of his arm, he seemed ready to take action. But the ghost bride's speed was too fast, and her attack was desperate, nearly instantly lunging towards the shattered car window. Her intact, pale, ghostly hand, clawed with sharp, dark nails infused with a strong, malevolent aura, reached directly for Li Budu's face. Li Budu could even clearly see the twisted, blurred outline of her face beneath the red veil, filled with madness and resentment. The shadow of death descended upon him once more. Li Budu's pupils contracted sharply, the nerves that had just relaxed tensed up again. His emotions had not yet surged at the critical moment. Virum. A sharp sound like a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Following that, a silver-white cold light descended like a new moon from the sky. It struck down with incredible precision and ruthless determination. The cold light was not a physical sword or blade, but more like a highly condensed energy form infused with some special power. It manifested a peculiar circular blade. Crack. A crisp sound, as if a dry branch had been snapped. The circular silver blade effortlessly sliced through the ghost bride's hand, reaching for Li Budu. Aha! The ghost bride let out a more sorrowful and painful wail than before, a sound that seemed to tear the night sky apart. Her pale, ghostly hand was severed at the wrist. The cut was smooth as a mirror, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. The severed hand transformed into a wisp of black smoke, instantly vanishing without a trace. At the same time, from the severed wrist of the ghost bride, a large amount of thick, inky black smoke gushed forth. The black smoke carried a bone-chilling coldness and a strong corrosive quality, hissing as if even the air was being contaminated and eroded. The ghost bride, seriously injured, cried out sharply as she stumbled back, surrounded by swirling black smoke. Her aura instantly diminished, and even her bright red robe seemed to lose some of its vibrancy. With her remaining hand, she covered the severed wrist that continued to emit thick smoke. Her eyes beneath the veil, filled with terror and boundless resentment, fixed intently on what was behind Li Budu. Li Budu was stunned by this sudden turn of events, instinctively turning to look back. He saw that at some point a rugged military off-road jeep, camouflaged and without any license plates, had silently parked behind him, and the skinny man like a ghost. Beside the vehicle stood two people. One held a uniquely shaped weapon. The weapon was about 4 feet long, primarily a dark, unknown metal rod, but at both ends it extended two perfectly symmetrical silver arcs, forming a complete ring that emitted a chilling light. The blade was extremely sharp, with hints of energy flowing through it. The crescent-like strike just now had clearly originated from this weapon. The wielder was a lithe figure with sharp, eagle-like eyes, none other than Officer N. He maintained a posture after the strike, radiating a fierce warrior's intent. The other person had quickly moved to the driver's side, leaning in to check on the skinny man's condition. He pressed and examined the skinny man's forehead and neck with quick fingers, his expression focused and calm. It was Officer Wang. He seemed unconcerned about the fierce battle outside, fully trusting his teammates' abilities. Li Budu watched in astonishment. This equipment, this skill, it was like a movie. Does the National Security Bureau handle this? Damn, that crescent blade could effortlessly slice him into 4 pieces. Seeing that Un and Wang had arrived in time and gained control of the situation, Zhongyuan's serious expression eased slightly. He stepped forward, gazing at the badly injured ghost bride shrouded in swirling black smoke. He saw that Officer N had quickly placed some metallic stake-like devices at several key points around. As the last stake was inserted into the ground, all the top ends of the stakes lit up with faint blue electrical arcs. They connected to each other, instantly forming an invisible force field that enveloped the area. In Li Budu's perception, the thick, cyclical, eerie sensation in the air suddenly receded like a tide. The previously distorted light around returned to normal, and the car lights that had been invisible in the distance were now faintly visible. The ghostly barrier was broken. At this moment, the barrier had collapsed, leaving the ghost bride completely trapped. Only then did Zhang Zhongyi redirect his gaze to the swirling black smoke filled with pain and anger, and the faintly visible figure in red within it. He furrowed his brows tightly, his tiger-like eyes bursting with authoritative light, his voice resonating like a heavy bell, carrying an undeniable rebuke. The 15th of July is past, and the gates of hell have closed. You wandering souls and wild ghosts, why do you linger in the human realm, disturbing the living and causing harm when you should return to the afterlife, complying with the heavenly path? Why must you forcefully remain and create sins? His voice seemed to contain a peculiar power, booming like thunder in the space, causing the swirling black smoke to momentarily freeze. The ghost bride's wailing diminished somewhat, but the resentment swirling around her grew even denser. She suddenly lifted her head, her veil lifting in an unfelt wind, seemingly wanting to see the one chastising her. The thick smoke continued to pour out from her severed wrist, appearing tragic and terrifying. A sharp, twisted voice filled with endless grievance and resentment intermittently emerged from the black smoke, responding to Zhang Zhongyi's question. Return. Ha ha. Where should I return to? The road to the underworld is cold, and I am alone. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. I want to find my groom, to marry and never part. The living, my groom is not a living person. Her voice oscillated between sorrowful and resentful, and then suddenly pointed toward Li Budu in the car, filled with obsessive madness and possessiveness. Li Budu shivered at the gesture, a chill running through his heart. Officer Wang's brows knitted together as he looked at Officer N beside him and muttered, "Damn it, someone is conducting a ghost marriage on our turf." "Did you ever go to a funeral home or places like that?" Officer N asked Li Budu. Li Budu shook his head, filled with confusion. Oh, why would he go to such places? Zhou Miao Miao. Officer N mentioned a name, looking at Li Budu's reaction only to see him with a puzzled face, as if saying, what is this guy talking about? Seeing Li Budu's expression, Officer N couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy, then shouted towards Zhang Zhongyi, not far away. Team leader Zhang, this kid has nothing to do with the incident in the red zone. He is just a victim, taking the brunt of the disaster for others. Li Budu. Zhang Zhongyi's gaze hardened slightly, as if he thought of something, glancing at Li Budu with a look of understanding and deeper seriousness. He turned his attention back to the ghost bride, his tone more severe. There is order in yin and yang, and ghosts and humans have different paths. If you do not leave, I will make your soul scatter. With that, Officer N's wrist flicked, and the circular blade in his hand emitted a low hum. Once more the blade tip pointed towards the ghost bride, the cold, killing intent locking onto her. Officer Wang also lifted his head from inside the car, slightly nodding at Zhang Zhongyi, indicating that the skinny man's situation was stable and not too serious. He then stood up, revealing a short ruler covered in runes that he had somehow acquired, looking coldly at the swirling black smoke. Several other team members also tightened their encirclement, wielding various peculiar equipment seemingly designed specifically for combating spiritual entities. The immense pressure enveloped the black smoke like a tangible presence. The ghost bride seemed to be intimidated by this stance and Zhongyuan's words, or perhaps she was too injured to resist. The black smoke around her rolled and surged violently, indicating her internal struggle and fear. The sharp cries and curses of resentment gradually transformed into low, despairing whimpers. Woo, I am unwilling. You are unwilling. Then you have already chosen the path to death. With that, Zhongyuan shifted his stance and threw a heavy punch. The sound of wind breaking echoed in the space, striking heavily on the ghost bride's head in an instant. Ugh! In that moment, the red veil exploded along with the head concealed beneath it. The ghost bride was once again sent flying, crashing hard onto the road. This stirred up a cloud of smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the ghost bride crawled up from the pit. She had created her figure no longer as glamorous and tidy as before, but rather disheveled and pitiful. I am leaving. The ghost bride propped herself up with one hand on the ground, the other tremblingly raised, appearing to surrender her torn appearance, eliciting sympathy. Although she lacked a head, which was quite bizarre, though it would be the same if the lights were out. Before she could finish her plea, Zhongyuan appeared before her, interrupting her words. All right, your wicked heart is not dead. You have already chosen the path to death. The hell with you. At that moment, a punch was thrown again, the fist wrapped in a faint, strange power, the tip of the fist flashing with the character pardon. Your mother. Ultimately, with a cry filled with deep unwillingness and boundless sorrow, Zhongyuan's fist landed solidly on her abdomen. His body exploded with a roar, turning into thick smoke. The rich black smoke, along with the vibrant red within it, began to slowly fade and dissipate. Like blue smoke blown away by the wind, it ultimately vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a hint of a cold aura, as if it had never existed. The crisis seemed to have been temporarily resolved. The scene fell into silence. Zhongyuan exhaled a breath of foul air, turned, and walked to Li Budu's car window, looking at the shocked youth inside, his tone softening somewhat. It's okay now. Li Budu opened his mouth, finally regaining his voice, asking hoarsely, Officer Zhang, I can never forget this great kindness. Zhongyuan did not answer directly, but glanced at the skinny man in the driver's seat, still drooling and vacanted, turning to Officer Wang. What's the situation? Not much, he just got scared and lost his soul, but it was only for a short time. Just around here we can call him back. Officer Wang took out a small talisman, emitting a faint sandalwood scent from a metal box he carried. He gently pressed it on the skinny man's forehead, and then took out a small porcelain bottle, waving it under his nose. The skinny man shivered slightly, his dazed eyes slowly focusing, the drool stopping, and he emitted an unconscious murmuring sound from his throat. Seeing this, Li Budu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Zhongyuan turn his attention back to Li Budu, his expression serious. Comrade Li Budu. Li Budu, upon hearing this, opened the door, closed it, and with a thud knelt down, the actions flowing seamlessly. This is my phone, and here is my bank card. The password is 570. Zhongyuan. Before he could react, he saw Li Budu mime zipping his lips shut, saying, I will keep it a secret tomorrow. No, today, I will leave the city. What do you think? Officer Zhang, come on. Coming from humble beginnings is not a disgrace. Daring to sell hooks is what makes a man. His behavior made Zhongyuan's neck turn red, as if he were about to throw a punch. How is your mother? I'm an orphan. I have no mother. Oh, that explains it. I apologize for being hasty. What I meant is that we should go to the bureau to sit down. Zhongyuan's mouth twitched, gritting his teeth. I understand, Officer Zhang, like scenarios right. Ha, this kid has potential. I like him. The cold wind of the night sent a shiver through Li Budu. He watched Officer Wang perform what seemed like a simple yet profoundly mysterious operation on the thin man. After the talisman was affixed to his forehead, the abnormal ashen hue on the thin man's face seemed to fade somewhat, and his breathing became calm and prolonged. As soon as he caught a whiff of the scent from the small porcelain vial, the thin man's dazed eyes began to gradually focus. Soon the distant sound of sirens from an ambulance and traffic police vehicles echoed. Zhongyuan appeared to have made prior arrangements. Several team members quickly communicated with the approaching medical personnel and traffic police, presenting their credentials. The other party clearly received some sort of instruction, asking no further questions, and efficiently lifted the still slightly dazed, but no longer in critical condition, thin man onto the ambulance, while starting to manage the accident scene. After the talisman was affixed to his forehead, the abnormal ashen hue on the thin man's face seemed to fade somewhat, and his breathing became calm and prolonged. Zhongyuan opened the passenger door of the military jeep and gestured to Li Budu. Li Budu glanced at the thin man being taken away, hesitating slightly. Don't worry, your friend just experienced some shock and mental stimulation. Our medical personnel will handle it properly. He'll be fine, and later there will be a reasonable explanation for him. Zhongyuan added, his tone flat, yet carrying a persuasive power. Li Budu nodded out. At this moment, he seemed to have no other choice. He took a deep breath and leaned in, taking the passenger seat in the jeep. Zhongyuan settled into the driver's seat, while Officer In and Officer Wang took the back seat. The car door closed, isolating them from the chaos and noise outside. A faint, peculiar scent reminiscent of metal and disinfectant pervaded the interior. The dashboard lights flickered with various symbols and data that Li Budu could not comprehend, creating an oppressive and serious atmosphere. The engine let out a low rumble as the vehicle smoothly departed from the section of road that had just witnessed a supernatural conflict merging into the sparse flow of traffic. Silence enveloped the car. Li Budu sat stiffly, his hands resting on his knees, staring straight ahead at the illuminated road beneath the car's headlights. His mind was in disarray, a boiling pot of countless questions bubbling to the surface. Yet he kept his mouth shut, daring not to utter a word. Instinctively, he felt that the more he knew, the more entangled he might become. He was merely an internet celebrity looking to make some easy money and had no desire to get wrapped up in such bizarre and potentially life-threatening affairs. This silence persisted for a long while, punctuated only by the sound of tires crunching over the road and the engine's rumble. Finally, Zhang Zhongyi seemed unable to endure the silence any longer. He glanced at the two officers and Wang, who were resting with their eyes closed in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He then looked at Li Budu, who was as tense as a drawn bowstring, and suddenly spoke, his voice particularly clear in the closed cabin. "Do you have any questions?" "Huh." Li Budu was taken aback by the abrupt question, instinctively turning his head to look at Zhang Zhongyi. Zhang Zhongyi continued to look ahead, his tone calm, but inquisitive. Generally, even the slightest experience with the supernatural makes people eager to ask questions, seeking to understand or reassure their shaken worldview through various details. If asking questions can help you feel more at ease, feel free to ask away. Li Budu felt a bit awkward being questioned. He instinctively scratched the back of his ear, his gaze drifting, and muttered, "Officer Zhang, can I not know? Can we just say tonight was a bad dream and forget it when the sun rises? I feel like knowing too much might not be a good thing." His voice dwindled, laced with obvious reluctance and retreat. Just then a soft chuckle came from the back seat. Officer N, who had unknowingly opened his eyes, leaned forward and slapped Li Budu's shoulder with a hearty smile that showed no restraint. "Ha, you kid. Not bad. I like your personality. We can get along. Knowing when to keep quiet and when to play dumb, unlike some clueless fools who insist on digging for every detail. It's annoying as hell. Not bad, not bad. But as for escaping, forget it. Even biting the lighter won't help." His hearty laughter and words instantly lightened the tense atmosphere in the car. "Have you heard my story?" Oh, Li Budu turned to look somewhat uncertain and said, "Hey, that's a ballet. One hook, one flaw." Officer N laughed heartily and replied, "Brother Li, I've seen you throw kids into the river in reverse." "Oh, come on, Officer N, don't tease me. That was in reverse." Li Budu clasped his hands together, begging for mercy. "Ha ha ha. I know who in the world doesn't know you. Do you know the sense of redemption I felt when I saw you in the curiosity section while monitoring the dark web?" Officer N said with a serious face. "Wasn't that the giant creatures section? Then you didn't see me." Li Budu responded with a straight face. "Ha ha ha ha, you still have your life. And Yang, nice to meet you. I should be 4 years older than you, just call me Brotherin, but for our discussions I'll call you Brotherly." And Yang extended his hand. Li Budu reached out to shake it. "No way, just call me Shaoli." No, no, I kill evil spirits and I haven't done as much as you. How can I call you brother?" And Yang teased. "What you said is true. You kill evil spirits for the peace of the country, while I just do odd jobs for a living. I can't take that title. Besides, you saved my life today. How can I accept such a title?" Li Budu waved his hand, his tone sincere and unpretentious. Hearing this, Yang felt a sense of relief and thought further pleasantries would be excessive. He patted Li Budu's shoulder and said, "All right, from now on I'll call you Shaoli. If you run into trouble, call me Brotherin. So prestigious. No, I have treasures on me. If you mention my name, I can know your general location and I can collect your body, hee. Then what else is there to say? Brotherin, just give me a call tonight and I'll be done." "Hey, no, don't mess with my Dao heart. I'll be good, but if you mention my name, I'll cover you really." The banter between the two continued, and even Officer Wang, who had maintained a neutral expression, seemed to have the corners of his mouth slightly curve upward. Zhang Zhongyi also glanced at Officer N through the rearview mirror, shaking his head helplessly, but his tense expression seemed to ease a bit. He turned his gaze back to the front, lightly tapping the steering wheel as if deep in thought. After a few minutes, just when Li Budu thought he had managed to slip through unnoticed and relaxed a bit, Zhang Zhongyi suddenly spoke again. His voice was not loud, almost as if he were speaking to himself, but each word landed precisely in Li Budu's ears. "Since ancient times, spirits, evil spirits, strange phenomena, and abnormalities. These things have always existed." Zhang Zhongyi's voice was steady and magnetic, as if recounting a piece of ordinary history. "However, the vast majority of ordinary people go through their lives without ever encountering them, or even if they do, they cannot comprehend, and ultimately it only returns to bizarre legends and rural tales. But existence necessitates response control, and when necessary, extermination. Therefore, long ago in ancient times, every dynasty actually had institutions or personnel specifically responsible for dealing with such abnormal events. Only the names, forms, and affiliations were different." Li Budu involuntarily perked up his ears. Although he verbally expressed a desire not to know, human curiosity cannot be completely suppressed. Moreover, he had been interested in these matters since he was young. Zhang Zhongyi continued slowly. "During the Zhou dynasty, there was the Fang Xiangxi, who controlled the bare-skinned golden furied and wore dark clothes with red garments, wielding a spear and shield to drive away epidemic ghosts. In the Han dynasty, there was the Qin Yanjian, who not only observed celestial phenomena and assessed fortunes, but also secretly recorded extraordinary occurrences and dealt with unusual matters. In the Tang dynasty, there were the Biliangren, whose responsibilities were complex, including capable individuals specializing in strange cases. In the Song dynasty, there was the Imperial City Division, which investigated public sentiment and also examined the supernatural. In the Ming dynasty, there was the Jinyue, which had a Zhini division employing fierce methods to suppress evil spirits from all directions. He recounted each name with familiarity, each carrying a sense of historical weight and mystery. With the change of dynasties, the names and forms of these institutions continuously evolved, but this underlying connection has persisted to this day. What we belong to is the current specialized institution responsible for coordinating, managing, researching, and handling all supernatural and abnormal events nationwide. Zhang Zhongyi did not directly mention the current organization's name, but shifted the conversation back to Li Budu. Do you remember the longhorn tiger you claimed to have encountered on the night of the Zhongyuan Festival? Li Budu immediately nodded, his tone affirmative. I remember. That horn was long enough to pierce through my chest. Although there was no wound. He instinctively touched his chest again. Zhang Zhongyi nodded, his gaze deepening. In the western wilderness, there is a beast called Tao Wu. This beast is mentioned in the Zhuazhuan described in the Shun I Jing, and is one of the 4 ancient fiends embodying the violent spirit of combat and slaughter, born with the purest and most violent nature of heaven and earth. Its form is ferocious, overwhelming mountains resembling a giant tiger covered in dark iron armor, with sharp claws capable of shattering gold and stone, and a human-like face. Its eyes are red like torches, and it exudes a chilling aura devoid of compassion. With sharp horns protruding from its head pointing towards the heavens, as if to pierce the universe. Its tail resembles a steel whip with 9 sharp prongs, its scales clink like metal, creating a sound that chills the heart. The Tao Wu resides in the desolate and cold regions of the extreme west, often lurking in barren valleys and ancient battlefields, feeding on the resentment and warfare of the world, and it also delights in consuming humans. This beast is extremely ferocious, difficult to tame, and unable to discern kinship. It revels in battle, growing stronger the more it fights, and its eyes blaze fiercely whenever it sees blood, amplifying its ferocity. With its claws slashing, it creates winds that split the ground, its massive tail sweeps, causing rivers to flow backward, and its roar, unlike that of a dragon or tiger, is haunting and soul-piercing, capable of shaking the very essence of one's spirit. Wherever it passes, red walls stretch for thousands of miles, living beings suffer greatly, with tiger faces and fangs stirring the yellow springs and manifesting fierce spirits. Stubborn stones become furious, difficult to carve, and decaying wood transforms into fierce gods. This is the Tao Wu. He paused, looking into Li Budu's eyes through the rearview mirror, speaking each word with emphasis. What you encountered that night was neither an illusion nor an ordinary ferocious beast. It was a strange beast possessing the bloodline of the ancient fiend Tao Wu. Calling it Tao Wu is not inaccurate. Tao Wu, a strange beast. Such things he had only heard of in novels bombarded him continuously. He was completely dazed, meaning that he had nearly been pierced to death by a legendary monster that night. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed him, causing his brain to lag behind. He stared blankly for a long time, finally seeming to digest a portion of it. His voice was dry and trembling, carrying the last trace of hope as he looked at Zhang Zhongyi for confirmation. Officer Zhang, do you mean to say everything I encountered that night was real? In truth, he already knew it was real, as everything he encountered today had already confirmed it. However, because it was so absurd, even though he had been quite certain earlier, he couldn't help but ask. He simply did not want to accept it. How could anyone recover so quickly from such a shock? The car remained silent. Zhang Zhongyi focused on driving while officers N and Wang maintained their silence. But this silence was undoubtedly the most affirmative confirmation. The last shred of hope in Li Budu's heart was completely shattered. He slowly lowered his head, staring at his hands, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably, his tone filled with tremendous fear and absurdity. So, am I actually a bit dead? I was pierced through the chest by that Tao Wu. Am I already dead? Is everything happening now just an illusion? Indeed, he could still think about whether or not he was afraid of death, could still feel pain, and could still be hungry. He surely must still be alive. A wave of monumental terror receded, replaced by an indescribable sense of exhaustion and confusion. Ha! Officer N in the back seat burst into laughter again, giving Li Budu's shoulder another firm pat. Shally, you should really write scripts with that brain of yours. The fact that you can question whether you are dead and feel afraid proves that you are very much alive. He collected his laughter a bit, explaining with a hint of mockery, have you heard of being lost in the moment? Most of the ghosts that linger in the human realm are unaware of the fact that they are dead. They become trapped in their own obsessions, repeating their actions from before death. That is the most common type of strange. At the very least, you are not a ghost. Li Budu was taken aback by Officer An's slap and explanation, taking a long time to slowly grasp the meaning. Indeed, he could still think about whether or not he was afraid of death, could still feel pain, and could still be hungry. He surely must still be alive. A wave of monumental terror receded, replaced by an indescribable sense of exhaustion and confusion. This led him not to hear in Yang's final murmured addition, not exactly human. After a long silence, he quietly asked, so, where are we going now? Zhang Zhongyi, driving, looked ahead at the dark road and slowly replied, to Bureau 749. The military jeep did not head towards any remote military base or secret research facility. Instead, it drove back to the brightly lit city center, finally coming to a steady stop in front of the city government building. It was already late at night, and the city government had long closed for the day, with only the duty room at the entrance still lit. Most of the building was shrouded in darkness, exuding a solemn and majestic aura, yet also carrying a hint of the peculiar chill of the night. Li Budu gazed at the familiar city government gate outside the car window, along with the solemn plaque at the entrance, his face filled with confusion and bewilderment. This is too deep into civilian affairs, isn't it? Zhongyuan did not explain, but simply turned off the engine, removed the key, and said, "Get out." The four of them got out of the car one after another. The cold wind of the late night made Li Budu shiver involuntarily. He followed closely behind Zhongyuan, while Officer In and Officer Wang flanked him on either side, seemingly casual, yet in reality, they were observing his every reaction. When they reached the heavy glass door of the city government, it was dark inside, and the security guard in the duty room seemed not to notice them. Just as Li Budu thought Zhongyuan would knock or call the security guard, he saw Zhongyuan calmly raise his right hand, twisting his wrist, and surprisingly a palm-sized card slid out from the interior of his sleeve. The card was neither metal nor iron, with a smooth and warm texture presenting a dark, mysterious black color. It was etched with complex, incomprehensible patterns using some kind of special fluorescent material, and at its center seemed to be a blurred emblem emitting a faint glow in the darkness. Zhongyuan aligned the identity card with a small, inconspicuous metallic bump beside the glass door that seemed merely decorative. Beep! A barely audible electronic sound rang out. Immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded. The glass door, which had originally reflected the glow of streetlights and car lights from outside, suddenly changed the scene inside. No longer was it the vague outline of the lobby, instead it instantly transformed into an inky blackness so thick it seemed to swallow all light. The darkness was so pure and profound that it appeared to devour all light, making it impossible to see anything behind the door. Li Budu's eyes widened, incredulously staring at this scene that defied the laws of physics. However, Zhongyuan seemed unfazed as he reached out and gently pushed open the door that appeared to lead to an endless abyss. The door silently opened inwards, and the thick darkness seemed to flow at the entrance as if it had substance. Zhongyuan turned back, gestured to Li Budu, then stepped ahead, his figure instantly vanishing into that expanse of darkness. Officer and patted Li Budu on the back, grinning. "Don't be afraid, just keep up, it's like walking in the dark." Officer Wang nodded at him as well. Li Budu swallowed hard, his heart pounding. He knew that stepping out might mean he could never return to the world of ordinary people. But there was no way back. What else could he do? In fact, throughout the journey, the officers' attitudes towards him and the way they stood beside him after getting out of the car had already made it clear they were merely guarding him and stabilizing him. Moreover, allowing the thin one to leave while keeping himself behind was quite evident. But what could he do? Didn't he just see Officer Zhang punch that unknown entity into pieces? If he were to receive such a punch, who knows where he would end up? He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and suddenly stepped forward. The anticipated sensation of collision or falling did not occur. He merely felt an extremely brief and slight dizziness, as if passing through a layer of cold water film, or a sensation of weightlessness, as if an elevator were rapidly ascending, but to a much lesser degree. It was just a fleeting feeling. The next second his feet landed on solid ground. Simultaneously, the previously silent environment was instantly filled with a cacophony of noises. Li Budu instinctively opened his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment. What before him was no longer the lobby of the city government. What greeted his eyes was an extremely vast space, roughly the size of 2 football fields. The dome was incredibly high, seemingly without an end. Above was not a ceiling, but a simulated vast starry sky, with twinkling stars and flowing galaxies. Countless intersecting transparent walkways and passages connected at different heights, with personnel dressed in similar dark uniforms or work attires swiftly traversing the bridges. The ground was made of a material that glinted with a metallic cold light, reflecting like a mirror. The entire space buzzed with activity, a stark contrast to the desolate ambience of the city government at night. Damn it, this mission has cost me dearly and my points are nearly depleted. Old Lu, are you flush? Lend me some points to get by, and I'll pay you back next month. A balding man looking dejected and travel-worn was venting to another companion. Forget about it. What happened to the points from the last mission we did together? Damn it, you still haven't paid me back from the month before last. Just waiting to eat off the public funds, huh? And by the way, you didn't complete last month's performance either. If you don't meet the standards for 2 consecutive months, you won't even get to eat the public funds. Old Lu, the middle-aged man called, pushed aside the balding man's round head with disdain. Beside them, a young woman who looked like a clerical staff was holding a uniquely shaped communicator, nodding and bowing. Yes, rest assured, leader, the report will be delivered to you by tomorrow. No, this afternoon for sure. Didn't we go handle that painted skin case last night? Just got back, sorry. On the other side, a team of 5 or 6 people was donning their gear, checking their equipment, their weapons, and gear exuding a chilling aura of lethality. Upon seeing Zhongyuan and his group enter, the leading figure nodded at Zhongyuan. After signaling, he quickly led his team towards a passage glowing with blue light, their figures swiftly disappearing into it. Li Budu felt as if his eyes were almost insufficient, but more than the shock, there was excitement. After all, who hasn't fantasized about being that young man in splendid clothes riding a spirited horse? Oh my, that big knife looks awesome. It can chop bones with just one strike. Before he could snap out of this immense shock, a middle-aged man in a somewhat wrinkled white lab coat wearing thick glasses with disheveled hair and an extremely fatigued expression was walking over while looking at a tablet in his hand, nearly bumping into Zhang Zhongyi. Old Zhang, you're back. Old Chen still on duty. Zhang Zhongyi patted him on the shoulder. Of course, the department is short-staffed lately. It's the Ghost Festival, so they sent everyone to Longdu. Sigh, enough about that. What local specialties did you bring back this time? Are they anomalous items or live samples? Hurry up and register. I'm still waiting to analyze that singing vanity table from the last time, which has kept me up for 3 days. Damn it, that vanity table singing is one thing, but it only sings those so-called ghostly tunes that young people listen to online. What was it called again? Hakimi Nalu Duo. Yes. That's the sound of the dead. He paused for a moment, his gaze passing over Zhongyi landing on Li Budu, who was answering his question with a blank expression and dressed in casual clothes that were incongruous with the surrounding environment. His eyes narrowed behind the lenses, flashing with a hint of curiosity. A newcomer. Fresh face. He looked Li Budu up and down, his tone carrying a hint of the unique scrutiny and curiosity of a researcher. You seem pretty ordinary. What's your specialty? High inspiration. Or is your physique unique? What did you get involved with? Zhang Zhongyi, Officer In, and Officer Wang all turned their attention to Li Budu upon hearing this, ready to see how he would react. However, what they saw was Li Budu's increasingly dazed expression. Li Budu seemed to have not heard the words of the researcher in the white coat at all. His gaze was fixed ahead into the air, his pupils unfocused, mouth slightly agape, as if he had seen something incredibly unbelievable, his whole body frozen in place, as if under a spell. Hey, kid, are you stunned? Seeing this, Officer In walked up, ready to pat Li Budu on the shoulder to wake him up, just like before. Just as Officer An's hand was about to touch Li Budu's shoulder, in Li Budu's view, the entire world in front of him seemed to have an additional layer of translucent techie UI overlay. A crystal-clear data panel seemingly projected directly onto his retina abruptly and unexpectedly floated in the air before him. The panel's background was a deep starry color with a subtle data stream flowing along the edges and the text clearly visible, namely Budu. Race ERR. Realm ERR. Lifespan ERR. Yang Virtue 10,000. In Virtue 100. Abilities running C. Creative thinking B. Creating fun B. Juggling D. Isn't that? Just as Officer An's hand was about to touch Li Budu's shoulder, in Li Budu's view, the entire world in front of him seemed to have an additional layer of translucent techie UI overlay. Indeed, he had a system, and he had it from the moment he was born. He realized he had this golden finger when he first came into contact with system novels. That made Li Budu excited as he did 3 backflips on the spot, opened a video, recorded the classic scene, and shouted in the crowd, "My name is Lin Yo Bai." But he had hardly used it. Reality quickly gave him a heavy slap. Why? Because enhancing his abilities required lifespan. Running C was an ability he had tested and developed. Naively, he easily looked at running D points required for upgrade 1, and without hesitation clicked on the point requirement, causing the number needed for the upgrade to jump from 1 to 10. The lifespan column also dropped from over 70 years to 69 years. Little Li Budu then understood the seriousness of the situation. Damn it. Each upgrade of an ability required a 10-fold price. Even if he stubbornly pursued a single ability, in the end, he could only be stuck in mediocrity. Thus Li Budu complied, but he still encountered a bug. Didn't he have all those years of lifespan? Moreover, he reflected on the video he had recorded, thinking he was extraordinary and the waves it caused on the internet. Also the explosive growth of his fan base, and back then he had never seen the world and was thrilled by the $10 that easily filled his pockets. Young Li Budu realized, then shouldn't he just do fun things? In that era when abstract culture just began to emerge while others were still hiding their snot, Li Budu saw the tide of the times. Then he discovered his inexplicable new talent, creating fun D. He foolishly chose to invest for his future, spending a year of lifespan only to find it didn't turn into 10-fold, but doubled. Not believing in evil, he looked at his innate talent again, creative thinking D. It went from creative thinking D points needed for upgrade 1 to creative thinking C points needed for upgrade 10 before he finally learned his lesson. Li Budu, who valued his life, dared not experiment again, but harbored an uncertain hypothesis that innate abilities seemed to increase by a factor of 10 while acquired ones were doubled. But whether that was the case remained unknown. Additionally, he discovered that innate abilities seemed to be upgradable through certain opportunities or efforts, which is why his creative thinking had become AB grade. Thus, he formed bonds with like-minded individuals at the orphanage, and as they approached adulthood, began their internet entrepreneurship journey with a phone and 2 apps. His goal was simple: to make money and enjoy life. Therefore, the system quickly faded from his thoughts, as to be honest, it didn't help him much. Until today, at the age of 20, when he was brought to Bureau 749, he recalled this matter. Until Officer An's hand heavily landed on his shoulder, giving him a firm pat. Hey, wake up, kid. What are you looking at? Your eyes are about to pop out. Is there a flower on the ceiling? Officer An's booming voice pulled him back from his intense shock. Li Budu jolted, and the floating panel in front of him vanished like a mirage, as if it had never appeared. His vision returned to normal, revealing the puzzled face of Officer and the scrutinizing gaze of Zhang Zhongyi, and Officer Wang along with the yawning researcher. Haha, sorry, a country bumpkin like me has never seen such a grand scene. Li Budu opened his mouth, chuckled awkwardly, trying to deflect while thinking about other things. Lifespan and such could wait. What truly made him break out in a cold sweat was the race section. Could it be a side effect of being hit by that Tiao Wu after that night? After all, if he were to turn into something evil, wouldn't Officer Zhang just punch him to death? Zhang Zhongyi keenly noticed Li Budu's abnormality and asked in a low voice, his gaze piercing as if he could see through Li Budu's inner turmoil. Li Budu's heart raced, instinctively wanting to hide. He hurriedly suppressed the raging waves in his heart, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and randomly pointed at the simulated starry dome above it. Nothing. Just find this ceiling. Really high, huh? The stars. Quite realistic. His explanation was weak and flimsy, with his eyes flickering. Anyone could tell he was lying. Zhang Zhongyi gave him a deep look without immediately pressing for more. He simply nodded and said to the weary researcher, "Old Chen, please take him to the registration office for basic testing and filing. Come with me, kid, we'll draw some blood from you." Old Chen yawned widely, waved his hand, and turned to wobble towards an area filled with various instruments. Li Budu watched Old Chen's retreating figure, then glanced at the inscrutable Zhang Zhongyi and the others, feeling a turmoil within. After a long while, he swallowed hard and pointed at himself, asking the three, "Am I human?" Li Budu followed Chen Zhan with trepidation, weaving through this surreal subterranean expanse. Everything around him felt wondrous, yet not unsettling. Instead, an uncanny thrill stirred within him, though to claim he felt no anxiety would be a lie. Zhang Zhongyi and Yang and Officer Wang had not accompanied them. Apparently a baseline assessment was standard protocol here, and they had other duties to attend to. Before departing, Yang winked at Li Budu, an attempt to ease his nerves that only heightened his tension. Chen Zhan led him into a relatively quiet sector partitioned by transparent glass into small discrete chambers. Inside stood an array of sleek high-tech medical diagnostic devices, interspersed curiously with compasses, talismans, and even tortoise shells imbued with esoteric resonance. "Sit there," Chen Zhan said, gesturing toward a dental-style reclining chair connected to numerous sensors and monitors. He then moved to a nearby instrument console, operating it with practiced ease, and murmured reassuringly, "Relax. It's just like a routine blood draw at the hospital. We'll also scan your 3 souls and 7 vital spirits." Li Budu complied, perching uneasily on the chair and glancing restlessly about. Chen Zhan approached with a phlebotomy kit, swiftly applying a tourniquet, disinfecting the site, and retrieving the needle. Just as the needle neared his skin, Li Budu was struck by a faint sudden dizziness. And once again that translucent data interface flickered abruptly into view. Name: Li Budu, and race ERR converting. 61. In cultivation realm, ERR in lifespan, ERR in Yang virtue 1 in virtue 100 in abilities. Running grade C, creative insight grade B, prankcraft grade B, juggling grade D. And the panel vanished in an instant, so fleeting it might have been illusion. Yet Li Budu's heart clenched sharply. What did converting mean after race? In suppressing his shock, he dared not reveal it, only submitted quietly to the blood draw. Chen Zhan placed the blood sample into a device pulsing with eerie cobalt light. A low resonant hum rose immediately as automated analysis commenced. Within 2 seconds, the display flashed a deep crimson sigil crowned by a bold exclamation mark. Chen Zhan frowned slightly, glanced sidelong at Li Budu, and silently withdrew his phone to dial a number. "Hello, old Zhang. This is all ready. And you're certain?" "Yes, it's contaminated, but that's true enough. Besides, you recovered it yourself. Higher-ups won't object." And, in listening to the voice on the line, Chen Zhan exhaled a heavy, weary breath, massaged his temples, and after a long pause replied, "Fine." And then he turned and began rummaging through a cabinet crammed with vials and jars. "I recall it was just reported. I don't think anyone's collected it yet. It should be here. I'll find it." As he searched, he finally retrieved from the cabinet's deepest recess a delicate box carved from an unknown jade. The jade casket radiated distinction, its surface etched with intricate talismanic script and emanating a subtle cooling aura. Chen Zhan set it upon the adjacent counter and pressed a specific sigil on its lid. It slid open soundlessly. Within lay crimson silk padding, and resting upon it a slender, transparent crystal vial. The vial held a remarkable liquid of vivid, incandescent red, like the fiercest flame. Yet within that crimson glow floated countless minuscule golden motes, like suspended flecks of gold leaf, drifting slowly, rhythmically, as if alive. The entire substance emitted an exceedingly faint yet profoundly pure and warm energy resonance. At the very instant Li Budu laid eyes upon it, his pupils contracted violently. An indescribable, overwhelming craving erupted from the deepest core of his being, as if a volcano had awakened within his marrow. His mouth parched, his tongue dry, his throat convulsed involuntarily. His gaze locked onto the vial, as though it were the nectar of immortals, the one thing his life had lacked, the one thing he yearned for most. A primal instinct screamed, "Drink it. You must drink it. Claim it." His body leaned forward unbidden, his breath grew ragged, his fingers trembled, reaching instinctively for the crystal vial. Yet simultaneously a starkly opposing instinct surged, a cold, rigid resistance that seemed to freeze his blood and stiffen his muscles. 2 diametrically opposed instincts warred violently within him, freezing him mid-motion, his face contorted in profound agony and inner struggle. Chen Zhan noticed Li Budu's distress, his eyes behind the lenses flickering with quiet understanding. Drink it. And he lifted the crystal vial with careful precision, stepping before Li Budu. His tone remained calm, yet laced with resignation. Whether it takes hold depends entirely on you. Drink it. Li Budu's voice was parched, his wide-eyed stare locking onto Xinjiang's. What is this? A fine thing, in Li Budu. Don't ask so many questions. Most people wouldn't even know where to begin seeking such a thing. And offering no further explanation, Xinjiang simply brought the vial to Li Budu's lips. Open your mouth. The golden-flecked crimson liquid hovered mere inches away, its scent alone threatening to shatter his rational mind. That last desire overrode that vague aversion. Trembling, he parted his lips. Xinjiang poured the liquid slowly into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it bore no distinct taste, only a gentle warming current that slipped smoothly down his throat. Boom! An indescribable force, vast yet tender, erupted inside him like the rising sun. Warm but never scorching, immense but never violent. It surged through his limbs and bones, permeating every cell. The cold, rigid, deathly resistance within him dissolved instantly beneath this radiant warmth, like frost yielding to dawn light. Well, a guttural cry escaped Li Budu, part agony, part ecstasy, as his body convulsed violently. A faint jade-like luster shimmered across his skin, while tiny golden sparks flickered momentarily beneath its surface. Then from within, that brilliant golden radiance of viscous darkness surged forth, engulfing his limbs and organs in an instant. At that very moment, the data interface reappeared uncontrollably, its contents flashing and shifting wildly. Name: Li Buduan race. Jiang converting. 75. In cultivation realm, ARR in lifespan, ARR in Yang virtue 1 in virtue 100 in abilities. Running grade C, creative insight grade B, prankcraft grade B, juggling grade D. And all this unfolded in under 5 seconds, yet to him it felt like an eternity. Li Budu slumped back into the chair, gasping, hoarsely drenched in sweat, yet his body felt unprecedentedly light. If one must name it, that state known as the sage mode. And yet paradoxically his body thrummed with newfound strength, and that inexplicable satiety had vanished, replaced instead by a profound vital sense of fullness. How do you feel? Xinjiang observed him intently, recording data with keen interest. And still okay. Li Budu panted, instinctively glancing again at the now stabilized interface. Race. Converting. 87. And the progress bar continued its agonizingly slow ascent. Sichen. Uncle Chun. And Li Budu instinctively used the honorific, his voice still trembling. What was that just now? Xinjiang adjusted his glasses, delivering the revelation with disarming nonchalance. Oh, that was diluted, purified blood of the golden rooster. Golden rooster, and Li Budu blinked, bewildered. What kind of creature was that? Not an ordinary rooster, Xinjiang noted, observing his confusion, and added almost reflexively. It's an exceedingly rare spirit beast traditionally venerated by folk as an auspicious omen. Its blood possesses potent suppression and purification effects against incorruption and malign entities, though unfortunately this one met a wrongful death, struck down by a vehicle, its essence tainted by sinister residue. This substance straddles the boundary between yin and yang. Even refined, it proves harmful, not beneficial, to conventional cultivators or Taoist practitioners. Its value has thus diminished significantly, yet remains far superior to ordinary livestock blood. Still, its flesh, hide, and bones fetch a premium, and harmful. Li Budu's heart lurched, seizing upon the word. Not for you. And Xinjiang set down his logbook, turned fully to Li Budu, and fixed him with a sober, direct gaze. Li Budu, is that your name? Li Budu hesitated, then nodded. Xinjiang paused, gathering his words, then delivered the harshest truth without embellishment. In a certain sense, the moment you were struck by the Taowu avatar on the night of the Ghost Festival, you ceased to be a complete living person. Li Budu's breath froze, his face drained of color. And Xinjiang continued calmly. Your case is extraordinarily unique. If not for that improbable convergence of circumstances, you would have died long ago. The Taowu's fierce, malevolent qi, mingled with the extreme yin energy leaking from the opened ghost gate, has severely eroded your vitality and shattered your yin-yang equilibrium. You now hover in an ambiguous limbo, neither fully alive nor truly dead. In terms we can grasp, you are undergoing an irreversible transformation into a jiang. Put simply, you are becoming a jiangshi, in jiangshi. Li Budu's voice quavered. That's one way to put it, though classifications vary widely. Yours may differ somewhat, and perhaps not for the better. At best, you might evolve into a higher-tier jiangshi, at worst, something closer to a ravenous, mindless revenant, cough cough. Xinjiang cleared his throat, seemingly realizing he'd spoken too bluntly. He clapped Li Budu lightly on the shoulder and steered the conversation back. You've already passed the stage where personal yang energy, or conventional methods, could reverse this process. The final descent into mindless, blood-driven frenzy, as either a revenant or jiangshi, may require only one more step, or one intense stimulus. The revelation struck Li Budu like a thunderclap, leaving him dizzy, his limbs icy. And so Xinjiang observed his hollow expression, softening his tone slightly. Rather than resign yourself to fate, watching helplessly as you devolve into a feral, soulless aberration destined for eradication by our own hands, why not let us intervene directly? Let us fight for a path to survival. He gestured toward the now empty crystal vial. This contaminated golden rooster blood. No one else will use it. Left in storage, it would merely gather dust. We're using it to combat the malevolent energy festering within you, to see whether we can forcibly stabilize, or even reverse, some of these traits before full Zhongyuan sets in. At the very least, preserve your consciousness intact. With luck you may yet live, in a wholly new form, retaining full sentience. If fortune fails, Zhongyuan left the sentence unfinished. The implication clear: should the blood prove ineffective, or trigger a catastrophic rejection, the result could be accelerated demise, or explosive self-destruction. They had expected Li Budu, upon learning he was already dead, transforming into a Zhongshi and having just consumed a substance constituting a literal gamble with life and death, to collapse, weep, or reject reality entirely. Yet after the initial shock and terror, Li Budu gradually stilled. He lowered his head and remained silent for a full minute. Then he raised his gaze. Gone were panic and fear, replaced by an unnerving calm, and perhaps a trace of bewilderment. He scratched his head and asked a question that nearly made Zhongyuan drop his logbook. Uncle Chun, does this mean I've succeeded? Does that, roughly speaking, count as passing the civil service examination? Do I get official employment status? Are social insurance and housing fund contributions included in Cough, cough, cough. And not only did Zhongyuan choke on his own breath, but Zhang Zhongyi and Yang and Officer Wang, who had quietly returned and stood listening at the doorway, burst into laughter. And Yang even thumped the doorframe in mirth. Zhongyuan finally caught his breath, gazing at Li Budu, whose expression remained earnest and utterly sincere, inside shaking his head with reluctant amusement. Well, loosely speaking, yes. After all, where else could Li Budu go? His future inevitably lay with the 749 Bureau. And would they really transform him into a sentient Zhongshi, and then release him back into human society? Temporary staff, with a probationary period. Compensation depends on your performance and ultimate transformation outcome. And, as for social insurance and housing fund, we offer casualty compensation and mission point redemption systems, far more practical than those antiquated schemes. Oh, Li Budu nodded, half comprehending. Then he struggled upright from the examination chair, straightened his posture, and bowed deeply, forehead nearly touching his knees, toward Zhang Zhongyi and Zhongyuan at the doorway. His voice, though soft, rang with crystalline clarity and sincerity. Officer Zhang, Uncle Chen, Officer, and Officer Wang, thank you. I know by your regulations someone like me, destined to become a malevolent entity, would rightfully be eliminated on sight. That would be justice, serve protection for the people. I'd have no grounds to protest. And yet you not only saved me, you sought ways to save my friend, and now you've expended something so precious. During Zhongyuan's earlier call, Li Budu had deduced the recipient could only be Zhang Zhongyi. After all, among the 749 Bureau, only Zhang Zhongyi and his team knew him. From now on, wherever you need me, whatever you ask, I'll serve without hesitation. Without second thought, Ni's words were plain, unadorned, yet carried the weight of unbreakable conviction. Zhongyuan listened, the teasing glint and weariness fading from his face. He studied the young man before him carefully, his gaze behind the lenses flickering with genuine surprise and quiet admiration. He turned to Zhang Zhongyi at the doorway and smiled. Well done, old Zhang. And no wonder you were willing to spend golden rooster blood to pull this boy from the brink. This lad may well be promising material. At the very least, his temperament suits me perfectly. I like him. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Zhang Zhongyi's lips as he watched Li Budu straighten up, his eyes still clouded with uncertainty, yet burning with unwavering resolve, and gave a slow, deliberate nod. Let's go. We'll settle you into temporary quarters. And Zhang Zhongyi spoke calmly. Li Budu nodded, absently touching his chest, where warmth pulsed faintly, and glanced upward. In the air, the system interface glowed softly. The race conversion progress now read 92. After leaving the inspection area, Zhang Zhongyi did not immediately take Li Budu to the so-called temporary dormitory, but led him down a corridor on the other side of the hall. This corridor was not brightly lit and filled with a sense of technology like other places. Instead, it appeared ancient and profound, with walls made of unpolished natural rock adorned with ancient murals. The murals depicted scenes of rituals, hunting, and battles with various strange creatures. At the end of the corridor stood a massive door, seemingly cast from solid bronze. The door was covered in mottled green patina and marks of time, with a gigantic, intricate taiji diagram sculpted in the center, where the yin-yang fish slowly rotated, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Zhang Zhongyi once again took out his identity badge and pressed it against the center of the taiji diagram. A deep, resonant sound like an ancient bell echoed through the corridor as the heavy bronze door silently slid inward. The sight behind the door made Li Budu hold his breath, in an instant, his pupils dilating in shock. Behind the door was not a room, but an unimaginably vast underground space. Its expanse far exceeded that of the hall he had entered. There were no high-tech corridors or floating platforms, nor any blinding lights. The entire space was illuminated by countless oil lamps floating in the air, each exuding an ancient aura. These oil lamps featured a variety of ancient styles and materials, ranging from bronze lamp stands to white jade bases, from clay lamp bowls to seemingly ordinary coarse porcelain oil dishes. They floated as if alive, arranged in varying heights, creating a serene sea of stars radiating a warm glow. Each oil lamp burned flames of varying sizes and brightness, with colors differing slightly. Golden crimson, pale blue, milky white. The thousands of flames together emitted a light that was not harsh on the eyes. Yet they illuminated this grand space in a dreamlike haze as light and shadow flowed over the massive stone pillars and rock walls, suffusing the atmosphere with a sacred, solemn, and fantastical beauty. A faint, refreshing scent of sandalwood mixed with an unknown oily substance pervaded the air. Taking a breath brought a sense of tranquility to the mind. At the center of this sea of lamps lay a massive, equally ancient Taiji Bagua array. Surrounding the array sat a few elderly men in gray robes, their auras calm as still water. They sat with closed eyes, seeming to merge with the sea of lamps, silently guarding something. This is the Soul Lamp Hall. Zhang's Zhongyuan voice instinctively lowered in this tranquil space, carrying a sense of genuine reverence. What is stored here is the soul lamp of every official member of the 749 Bureau in Guangdong Province. Soul lamp. Li Budu repeated softly, his gaze mesmerized by the breathtaking sea of lamps. Yes, Zhang Zhongyi nodded, pointing to the nearest bronze lamp burning with a vibrant crimson flame. Each lamp is connected to the life source of a member of the 749 Bureau. As long as a person is alive, the lamp remains lit. If the flame is bright, it signifies the person is in good condition. If the flame flickers or dims, it indicates the person is severely injured or on the brink of death, and once the lamp extinguishes. His voice lowered, carrying a barely perceptible heaviness. It means that this comrade has sacrificed their soul, returning to the heavens and earth. Li Budu's heart suddenly tightened, and as he looked back at the vast and warm sea of lamps, his gaze was filled with respect. He instinctively scanned the sea of lamps, trying to locate the soul lamps belonging to Zhang Zhongyi and In Yang. But there were too many lamps to distinguish. Officer Zhang, Li Budu suddenly asked, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Should I also get one? Zhang Zhongyi turned his head upon hearing this, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he patted Li Budu's head, his demeanor much more relaxed than before. What are you thinking? You're not even a temporary worker for the 749 Bureau yet, why the rush? Taking too big a step might lead to trouble. Li Budu paused for a moment, recalling that Zhongyuan had indeed mentioned something about temporary workers and probation periods. Zhang Zhongyi observed his somewhat bewildered expression and explained, it's not easy to obtain a formal position in the Bureau. Every September, there is a unified assessment for all eligible personnel, recommended talents, and internal promotions. Only by passing the assessment can one become a trainee. After practical tasks and further evaluations, one can truly light their own soul lamp and become a formal member. He glanced at Li Budu. It's only early August now, and there's still over a month. During this time, he gave Li Budu a meaningful look. Take it slow. Li Budu instantly understood the implication in Zhang Zhongyi's words. This month was for him to arrange and manage all his social relationships. His emotions were complex, both a sense of confusion about the future and a slight reluctance for his past life. He couldn't say he had grand ambitions. Even now, he felt that living without dignity was better than dying. Seeing Li Budu fall silent, Zhang Zhongyi pondered for a moment. He took out something from the inner pocket of his combat uniform. It was not a high-tech gadget, but a folded talisman made of dark yellow paper. The talisman's material appeared unique with rough edges, and it was inscribed with extremely complex and bizarre runes in bright red, as if still flowing with energy. At its center was an abstract character for soul that evoked a sense of unease. The entire talisman emanated a cold, ominous aura, starkly contrasting with the warm atmosphere of the soul lamps. This is called a soul lock contract. Zhang Zhongyi held the talisman in his palm and said to Li Budu, its function is simple, yet domineering. As long as a drop of a person's blood essence is dripped on it, the holder, provided their realm is not lower than that of the other party, with a single thought can lock their soul and sever their life force. The meaning of this was crystal clear. If Li Budu were to give up his blood essence, his life would be completely in Zhang Zhongyi's hands. After finishing his explanation, Zhang Zhongyi looked at Li Budu, waiting for his reaction. In Yang and Officer Wang had quietly stood by, silently watching. However, Li Budu's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He showed no anger, no fear, and not even a trace of hesitation. He merely blinked and then made an action that left everyone dumbfounded. He abruptly stepped back half a pace, and then without any hesitation smashed his head hard against the cold stone ground. The dull thud echoed clearly in the quiet soul lamp hall. The force was so great that even In Yang instinctively winced, feeling a pang in his forehead. When he lifted his head again, a patch of skin on Li Budu's forehead had already split, and a bright, faintly golden streak of blood was flowing from it. He reached out with a finger, wiped the streak of blood, then extended it towards the soul lock contract in Zhang Zhongyi's hand, his eyes clear and forthright, even tinged with urgency. Officer Zhang, is this enough? Should I hit my head again? Zhang Zhongyi. And Yang. Officer Wang. His mouth twitched slightly. The three of them were utterly baffled by this straightforward, almost reckless action. Zhang Zhongyi looked at Li Budu's still bleeding forehead, and the eyes that seemed to say, just take it, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He had anticipated that Li Budu might resist, negotiate, hesitate, or struggle. He was even prepared with methods of persuasion and coercion. But he never expected the other party to be so bold, even afraid of not giving enough. Seeing Zhang Zhongyi in a daze, Li Budu thought he might be dissatisfied or that the method was wrong. He scratched his head and explained in a silly manner, "Hey, Officer Zhang, you don't need to beat around the bush with me. Just tell me what you want me to do directly. My life was saved by you. Without you, I would have died in that ghostly maze or turned into a zombie for you to clean up. I am well aware of this. In my situation, I even feel like a ticking time bomb, uncontrollable. I can understand the measures you take against me. Oh, from your perspective, it's only reasonable. Rest assured, I won't hold a grudge about this. Moreover, my brother Shozi was also saved by you. For this reason, you can have me do anything I would even give you a night." No, Xiaoli, that's not necessary." And Yang stepped forward, waving his hand and patting his shoulder drenched in sweat. Having watched quite a few clips and live streams of Henchman Budu, he understood Li Budu's character well. This guy could really go through with it. I also understand the current situation. In this month, I will sort out my matters and come back for the assessment. This lifetime will probably be for the people of our 749 bureau. Submitting my letter of allegiance in advance will put my mind at ease, and yours as well, right? His words, though somewhat halting and even a bit incoherent, were filled with sincerity, openness, and a kind of rough-hewn forthrightness that moved Zhang Zhongyi and the others. They had seen too many people, some greedy and insane in the face of power, some humble and pleading in fear, and others calculating with sinister machinations. But none had spoken so clearly and acted so decisively while laying out trust and boundaries like Li Budu. Zhang Zhongyi took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within. He no longer said much, carefully wiped the droplet of blood essence from Li Budu's forehead and evenly applied it to the eerie skull pattern at the center of the soul lock contract. At the moment the blood touched the talisman, the vermilion character for soul seemed to come alive, fiercely absorbing the blood, and a dark red glow flashed across the talisman. It then settled back into calm, yet an invisible cold connection had been established between the talisman and Li Budu. Zhang Zhongyi could clearly feel that with a single thought he could decide the life and death of this young man before him. He solemnly folded the soul lock contract and placed it in a peachwood box. He looked at Li Budu's still bleeding forehead with a complex expression and suddenly pulled out something else from another pocket. It was not a talisman, but an extremely ancient-looking thread-bound book, its pages yellowed and edges severely worn, with 4 large characters inscribed in an archaic style on the cover: 7 Souls Practice Method. Xiaoli, Zhang Zhongyi's tone softened considerably. "Thank you for your understanding and trust. The Bureau has its own rules, and facing your situation, there must be a guarantee to take the next step and to provide you with more trust and resources. This book, 7 Souls Practice Method, is considered a personal gift to you. Although it is merely a foundational technique, its strength lies in its solid foundations. It can help you stabilize your physical body, refine your soul awareness, and better control your own power, greatly benefiting your future cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Budu's eyes instantly lit up. Technique. This was something legendary. He took it without hesitation, almost snatching at holding it, as if it were a rare treasure, repeatedly bowing and nodding. "Thank you, Officer Zhang. Thank you. Thank you so much." "Still calling me Officer Zhang?" Zhang Zhongyi patted his head and said. Li Budu paused for a moment and immediately corrected himself. "Uncle Zhang." Zhang Zhongyi smiled and nodded. And Yang also leaned and putting his arm around Li Budu's neck, chuckling. "Kid, what are you so happy about? Do you know what level of treasure this is? This is a genuine Class B foundational technique. In the Bureau's exchange list, you won't get it without 3,000 points. Class B, 3,000 points. Li Budu had no intuitive understanding of these two concepts and asked in confusion, What does that mean?" The usually reticent Officer Wang also came over, unusually taking the initiative to explain. For a standard task, based on difficulty and contribution, each member of the team usually earns between 500 to 700 points. Upon hearing this, Li Budu gasped in shock. Even a team as impressive as Zhang Zhongyi's only earned a few hundred points for risking their lives once. He paused, his tone flat, yet realistic. However, for those of us who need to constantly improve our realms, the consumption of cultivation resources, pills, and weapons is immense. Moreover, with the daily maintenance and upgrades of equipment, as well as the costs of treatment after injuries, points are always in short supply. Accumulating 2,000 or 3,000 points is already considered, well, wealthy. Upon hearing this, Li Budu gasped in shock. Even a team as impressive as Zhang Zhongyi's only earned a few hundred points for risking their lives once. Accumulating 3,000 points is considered wealthy, and Zhang Zhongyi actually used such precious points to exchange for this foundational technique for him. This favor was immense. Li Budu suddenly felt the weight of the book in his hands was like 1,000 pounds, his blood boiling with gratitude. In a moment of impulsiveness, he hugged the book, bent his knees, and prepared to bow down to Zhang Zhongyi with 3 resounding prostrations. "No." Zhang Zhongyi was startled, quickly stepping forward to firmly support him, preventing him from truly kneeling down. This kid was reckless. He had just bumped his forehead hard, and now he wanted to knock it again. "Ha ha ha." And Yang laughed heartily from the side, clutching his thigh. "Look at you, Officer Zhang. You've scared the kid." He was about to give you a grand bow. Li Budu couldn't wait to open the book and took a look. And Yang quietly leaned towards Officer Wang and said, "Aren't you talking about points earned from the lowest level of collection tasks?" "I didn't lie, it is indeed from standard tasks. Unless one really can't make it, then they would take those." Officer Wang replied earnestly. And Yang's mouth twitched as he gave a thumbs up. Wang Xiangmin, you are something. So what? I didn't lie, did I? Speaking of which, isn't that book something given to become a formal member? How did it turn into a 3,000 points exchange in your mouth? Wang Xiangming shot him a glance as if not interested. I didn't say anything wrong. Since you haven't become a formal member, you need to exchange points, right? It's definitely 3,000. And Yang said with a serious face. Enough, aren't you just like me? Wang Xiaoming nodded at Li Budu, exposing in Yang's thoughts. And Yang scratched his head and chuckled. I really see potential in this kid. His character suits me. I don't know about his talent yet, but fortunes are intertwined. If he survives this ordeal, he won't end up too badly. Wang Xiaoming nodded in agreement, and the reason they wanted the captain to be the biggest beneficiary was simple. If the boss eats meat, would they get less? Zhang Zhongyi looked at Li Budu, who was still grinning, and a smile crept onto his lips, seemingly pleased by Li Budu's joy. To anyone watching the scene, seemed entirely unremarkable. Leaving the solemn and warm Soul Lamp Hall, Zhang Zhongyi took Li Budu on a silent internal tram, traveling for about 5 to 6 minutes until they arrived at the residential area. The style here remains a blend with a modern simplicity that also reflects a practicality and confidentiality designed for a special group of people. Eventually, they stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary metal door. Zhang Zhongyi used his identity card to swipe open the door. Behind it was a single room of about 20 to 30 square meters. The furnishings were simple, yet complete: a single bed, a set of table and chairs, a wardrobe, a private bathroom, and even a small refrigerator and microwave. The walls were painted in soft light tones, the lighting adjustable, and the overall environment was clean and quiet, giving a sense of inexplicable safety. This is your temporary dormitory. Zhang Zhongyi walked into the room. Although we generally undertake missions in teams, the Bureau strives to ensure everyone has their own private space for rest and personal time. In our line of work, there is significant mental stress, necessitating time alone to relax. Meals are provided in a cafeteria open 24 hours, with plentiful varieties and nutrition. After all, we are in a life-risking profession, and the Bureau never spares any expense in this regard. Li Budu surveyed his home for the next month, feeling quite satisfied. It was much better than the conditions of his rental apartment, and it seemed particularly safe. It suited his goblin-like preference for burrowing. Zhang Zhongyi took out another item from his pocket and handed it to Li Budu. It was a charm carved from an unknown black wood, only the size of half a palm, rectangular in shape. The charm was polished to a smooth finish, intricately engraved with a vivid image of a fierce-looking Zhongkue, as if it were ready to leap out and catch ghosts at any moment. The charm was strung on a black cord. We're this close to you, Zhang Zhongyi said solemnly. This was originally a talisman that would only be distributed to formal team members. It has a strong warning and deterrent effect against evil spirits and ghosts. If any evil presence approaches nearby, especially one with malicious intent, it will automatically heat up and even emit a faint glow. He paused for emphasis. Remember, when it glows and heats up, it is warning you. At that time, do not hesitate, do not be curious, immediately and swiftly retreat or call for our help. Your life is the priority, understand? Li Budu quickly took the charm, feeling its slight weight and a faint scent of sandalwood. He looped the cord around his neck, tucking the charm into his collar, feeling a mild warmth emanating from it, which eased his mind. Understood, thank you, Uncle Zhang. At that moment, Yang also rummaged through his tactical backpack and pulled out a metal piece smaller than a button, thin as a cicada's wing, and handed it over. Here, this is a recorder micro camera, and Yang grinned and explained. Your situation is quite special. It requires more than just your location information. This device will record images and data in real time from your perspective, securely encrypted. It will be sent back to the Bureau for backup, allowing us to monitor your status. He pointed to the extremely subtle electrostatic adhesion device on the back of the metal piece. You can stick it discreetly on your clothing collar sleeve or hat brim. It's very inconspicuous. Rest assured, we have strict privacy regulations. We will not access your daily records unless necessary. You can take it off when using the restroom, considering you have a fear of needles. And Yang chuckled, gently nudging Li Budu with his elbow. What do you mean? My Yema Jayad guaranteed to confuse anyone who sees it. Li Budu retorted, brushing aside a few strands of hair that had fallen onto his forehead. Hey, I do have some real strength. Oh, by the way, this item is considered my personal property. After all, you are not an official member yet, so you can't get your hands on this equipment. Don't break it, although it's generally not easy to damage. Li Budu carefully took the high-tech gadget, nodding affirmatively. All right, and good, you can rest assured I will definitely take good care of it. Just as Li Budu was figuring out where to hide the micro camera, Zhang Zhongyi's phone suddenly rang. Makabakamaka. Zhang Zhongyi's expression changed slightly as he quickly pulled out his phone to check the caller ID, his eyebrows furrowing immediately. I need to take this call. He exchanged glances with Yang and Wang Xiangmin, then swiftly left the room, closing the door behind him. The room was suddenly left with only Li Budu and Yang and Wang Xiangmin. The atmosphere quieted slightly. Uncle Zhang has quite the taste, Li Budu commented appreciatively as he sat on the edge of the bed. And Yang, who was also restless, plopped down on the edge of Li Budu's bed, casually draping his arm around his shoulder, smiling and asking, So kid, is there anything you don't understand? Or any questions? Hurry and ask, I'm here to clear your doubts. Old Wang, right? He gestured with his chin towards Wang Xiangmin. Wang Xiangmin remained succinct, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, nodding in agreement. Li Budu pondered for a moment and indeed had several practical questions. And go Officer Wang, he gathered his words. How do I get out? It seems quite deep here. Also, once I finish my matters, how do I get back? That's simple. And Yang waved his hand grandly. They'll drive you out shortly, dropping you right at your doorstep. As for getting back, he took out his phone, fiddled with it for a moment, then indicated for Li Budu to take out his phone. What's your phone number? Okay, this is my private number, save it well. If you finish your matters early and want to come back, just call this number to contact me. Of course, if you haven't contacted me by the end of the month, they'll call you to remind you. Li Budu quickly saved the number, noting it as in good thigh, feeling much more at ease. Standing quietly to the side, Wang Xiangmin also handed over his phone number. Li Budu paused for a moment, and Wang Xiangmin cleared his throat, saying, in case you can't reach me, you can contact me without hesitation. All right, thank you, Officer Wang. My name is Wang Xiangmin, about the same age as in Yang. Just call me Brother Wang, it's the same. Hey, Brother Wang, Li Budu called out in a friendly manner, and upon hearing this, Wang Xiangmin's lips curled slightly, showing a satisfied expression of having achieved his goal. Having resolved the issue of coming and going, Li Budu's curiosity was piqued again. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, and good Brother Wang, can I ask about your strength levels? I mean, the realms. I see that's how it's written in novels. He added a bit shyly. Haha, what's there to be shy about? And Yang laughed heartily, not hiding anything. In our line of work, while there are various skills and abilities, there is generally a recognized classification of realms to measure overall strength. The first four major realms are body, refinement, foundation, establishment, dan, refining, and nascent soul. Each major realm is further divided into 9 stages. But don't get the wrong idea, these realms may sound like those in immortal cultivation, but what we cultivate is the Tao. As the realm's increased lifespan doesn't extend much beyond 200 years, we are collectively referred to as Taoists. He pointed to himself and then to Wang Xiangmin. Both old Wang and I are currently in the first stage of the nascent soul realm. We're just starting to touch the threshold of the higher stages. Then he lowered his voice, a hint of pride in his tone as he pointed outside the door. As for our team Zhang, now that's impressive. A big shot at the 8th stage of the nascent soul realm. In the entire Guangdong province, and even in the Dragon Kingdom, that's a significant presence. Nascent soul, 8th stage. Li Budu, though not having much of a concept, could tell from the name and rank that it was incredibly powerful. He couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. So, is there a level higher than the nascent soul? Li Budu asked with longing. Of course there is. And Yang affirmed. Above the nascent soul, it is said that there are even more mysterious realms, but those are far beyond our reach. Each of those individuals is a national level or strategic level existence, like dragons that are seen only in fleeting glimpses. Monsters cultivated to such an extent could be said to move mountains and fill seas. Do you remember the July half a month ago? You know, right? Li Budu's mouth slightly opened as he nodded. That old nose was impressive. The ghost gate opened above the dragon city, and it said that there were over 100 ghostly beings. Almost every single one of them had nascent soul level strength. They were all smashed to bits by a certain big shot from above. Damn, there was even a video recording. I wanted to be there or I would have peed my pants, brother. And Yang blinked a bit shaken. There's a video? That incredible. Can I see it? Li Budu asked eagerly. Your realm isn't high enough to watch. And Yang shook his head gently. For those of that level, even if it's just a video, those who lack the realm to observe it could easily suffer a soul-shattering experience, and in serious cases it could lead to death. I'm stunned. Is it really that against the heavens? What could possibly record such a high-caliber battle? It's the recorder I just gave you. This device is unlike ordinary cameras. It can even capture ghosts. It's a premium product from the 507 Institute. And Yang proclaimed proudly. The 507 Institute. What is that? Li Budu scratched his head, puzzled. Well, you could understand it as the early form of the 749 Bureau. Our 749 Bureau also derived from the 507 Institute. Saying we are a direct organization of the 507 Institute is not incorrect. It now serves as the comprehensive archive for all bizarre beasts, ghosts, and evil events in the Daxia territory, similar to the headquarters of the 749 Bureau. Additionally, it serves as a basic training base for personnel. If you pass the test, you'll need to go there in November for 6 months of training. We all went through that. And Yang raised his head, stroking his chin in thought. Once you reach a sufficient level, you will naturally understand more. For now, it's best to focus on the present and solidify your foundation. Knowing too much can lead to overreaching. If your foundation isn't solid, the ground will shake. He rarely uttered a statement with such wisdom. Li Budu nodded in agreement, as he indeed realized that he wasn't even a small cardamom, yet thinking too far was pointless. After asking these questions, he fell silent for a moment, his face showing a hint of hesitation and embarrassment. Officer and Officer Wang. He rubbed his hands, lowering his voice a bit. I want to ask something. It might be a bit sensitive, involving your privacy and such. If it's inconvenient to discuss, just pretend I didn't ask. Feel free to refuse me. It's no problem. And Yang and Wang Xiangmin exchanged glances, both raising their eyebrows, intrigued. And Yang chuckled lightly, shrugging nonchalantly. Hey, what's there to be shy about? You're currently in old Zhang's hands. We're all in the same boat. Although that metaphor isn't quite right, but you get the idea. Ask away, as long as it's not a core secret of the Bureau. I'll speak freely. Wang Xiangmin also nodded slightly in agreement. Zhou Miaomiao, a resident of Guangxing, was born in a hospital in 2XXX at the age of 25 in 2XXX. I forget it, I've written too many reports, it's too formal for you to understand. Let me just tell you directly. Zhou Miaomiao was a good girl from a well-off family, having just graduated from university not long ago, but she was involved in a car accident, and the hospital issued a notice of brain death. We sensed something was off, and upon investigation we found indeed there was something amiss. The camera captured her head suddenly tilting, and she lost consciousness while driving. By the time we arrived at the funeral home, not only was she gone, but her skin was also missing. Skin. At night it sheds its skin, returning to its monstrous form. Unlike other demons that seek revenge due to grievances, the evil of the skin-painting demon is pure relishing in causing harm for pleasure. Okay, sorry and go, I don't touch this stuff, Li Budu replied somewhat reluctantly. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed, good habit, keep it up. And Yang bit down on the cigarette that fell out. Considering that Li Budu didn't smoke in the car, he didn't light it, just holding it in his mouth to satisfy his craving. And Yang took a deep breath and continued. Skin painting, also known as skin painting demon, typically manifests as a hideous creature with a green face and fangs. However, it possesses a beautiful skin meticulously painted with vibrant colors. Every morning it dons this human skin, applies makeup in front of the mirror, and instantly transforms into a stunning beauty, using this as a tool to tempt mortals. At night it sheds its skin, returning to its monstrous form. Unlike other demons that seek revenge due to grievances, the evil of the skin-painting demon is pure relishing in causing harm for pleasure. It enjoys the process of deception and destruction. So the corpse of Zhou Miaomiao. Li Budu hesitated, uncertainly voicing his speculation that it was merely a case of skin theft. The issue lies here. Zhou Miaomiao is not dead. Huh? And Yang's response left him momentarily stunned. To be precise, she was not dead before being skinned. After we arrived, we discovered the time of death was an hour before we got there. And Yang took out a lighter, waving it in front of Li Budu, who paused for a moment before reacting, saying, "And go, let me light it for you." And Yang wasn't waving the lighter for Li Budu to light his cigarette, but was seeking Li Budu's opinion on whether he could smoke. Li Budu understood his meaning, took the lighter from his hand, and lit it for him, because he could tell that in Yang's tone had suddenly become serious. Lighting the cigarette, and Yang took a deep breath, then placed the cigarette out the window, saying, "Little do you know when a person dies when their skin is being peeled off." Li Budu shook his head, and Yang continued, "In such cases, if lucky, within moments to a few minutes, one is very likely to die from unbearable shock, due to intense pain or acute blood loss shock. If it's not as fortunate, within 1 to several hours, if they survive the initial phase, they will die from progressively worsening shock, severe electrolyte imbalance, and arrhythmia. If unlucky, within several hours to a day or two, they will inevitably die from massive bacterial infection, leading to sepsis and multiple organ failure." The military jeep silently merged into the bustling city traffic. And Yang extinguished the cigarette. The cause of death is massive bacterial infection and multiple organ failure. She had been at the funeral home for over 2 days. Just an hour before we arrived, she had just. The familiar neon lights and cacophony outside swept over Li Budu, giving him an uncanny feeling of being in another world. "Damn it," Li Budu spat, clenching his fists. And Yang and Wang Xiangmin, who sat in the back seat, exchanged increasingly grim glances, clearly feeling as agitated as Li Budu. Even though they had worked in the 749 Bureau for so long, they still experienced a significant emotional upheaval about this matter, indicating its severe nature. And Yang dropped him off at the foot of his old rental building as agreed. "All right, this is it. 1 month, remember that, kid. Don't take this too much to heart. This kind of thing isn't something you can solve right now. I'm telling you to broaden your horizons. China is vast, and some things are far worse than you might imagine." And Yang rolled down the car window, grinning at him, his smile carrying a hint of solemnity that was less detectable than before. "If you encounter troubles you can't handle, or if that talisman starts glowing, don't force it, just call right away." "Got it, thank you, officer." Li Budu nodded, watching the jeep disappear around the corner. He stood there for a long time, letting the cold wind blow over him, and it took him a while to recover from the incident involving Zhou Miaomiao. Turning around to go upstairs, he opened the familiar door, and a slightly oppressive atmosphere unique to a single man's room rushed towards him. Everything was just as he had left it, clothes strewn about, leftover takeout boxes not thrown away, and the computer still in standby mode. It was as if everything was just a bizarre dream. However, the talisman of Zhongkue warm against his skin, and the almost imperceptible miniature camera inside his collar, and the text of the 7 souls cultivation method in his arms all reminded him that everything was real. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him like a tide, pushing both his spirit and body to their limits. He was even too lazy to take off his clothes, simply throwing himself onto the not-so-soft bed. Just before falling into a deep sleep, he instinctively concentrated, wanting to take one last look at the data panel. The panel appeared as scheduled, the text flickering slightly, namely Bulu. Race. Conversion in progress. 92. Realm ERR. Lifespan ERR. Yang Virtue 10,000. In Virtue 100. Abilities running C. Creative thinking B. Doing tricks B. Juggling D. Progress has jumped to 92. Li Budu didn't bother to delve into it any further. At this moment, relaxing, the fatigue and drowsiness suppressed by adrenaline surged over him like a tsunami. He didn't even wait for the panel to fade away on its own before his head tilted, and he fell into a deep sleep, almost losing consciousness. Everything could wait until he woke up. He slept heavily until the next afternoon when hunger finally awoke him. Upon waking, he felt his body seemed to have relaxed quite a bit. The subtle stiffness had diminished, significantly replaced by a sense of internal fullness. He tried to move his hands and feet, feeling somewhat stronger and more agile than usual. He glanced at the panel, noticing the race conversion progress had stopped at 95. Then, he stopped paying attention to it. After washing up, he ordered an excessive amount of takeout and devoured it quickly. Still, he held the same opinion as before. It was delicious, but he had no appetite. However, he forced himself to swallow it down, giving his stomach a semblance of fullness. Then he began to seriously consider how to arrange the upcoming month. First and foremost was Shozi. He called to confirm the hospital and room number where Shozi was located. Shozi had already woken up after examination. Apart from being a bit weak and startled, he was fine, and the doctor suggested observing him for another day before discharge. The next morning, Li Budu tidied himself up, took a few bank cards, and headed to the hospital. Pushing open the ward door, he found Shozi leaning against the head of the bed, biting into an apple. His face was still somewhat pale, but his spirit looked good. Upon seeing Li Budu enter, his eyes lit up, followed by a flash of complex and unexplainable emotions. Li Gu, are you alright? What happened later that night? The doctor said it seems I bumped my head. I had a very strange dream. Shozi asked, eagerly, clearly filled with questions and worries about what happened after that night. He woke up in the hospital. The doctors and police only told him he had been in a severe traffic accident, that he was startled the vehicle was damaged, but he was fine. Li Budu pulled a chair over and sat by the bed, smiling as he interrupted him. It's all good now. Everything has been taken care of. Just a little mishap. It won't happen again. He took out the several bank cards and stuffed them into Shozi's hands. Shozi was momentarily stunned, looking at the familiar cards in his hands. These represented nearly all of their team's liquid funds and most of their savings. Li Gu, what is this? Li Budu looked at him, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable determination. Take this money. The password is the date of our first visit to the city. The team will be handed over to you from now on. Take care of the brothers, earn what you should earn, spend what you should spend, and don't shortchange yourself or others. Shozi's complexion drained of color in an instant. He suddenly grasped Li Budu's arm, his voice trembling. Li Gu, what do you mean? What are you planning to do? Is it because of what happened that night? Did they threaten you? Or? Don't think too much. Li Budu pressed his hand on his shoulder from behind the force, surprising Shozi slightly. Nobody is threatening me. It's my own choice. I have found another path. Let's say a proper job. What? Don't believe me. Speak up, Li Budu teased with a smile. Shozi stared blankly at him, his eyes instantly reddening. He understood that the dreams the doctors and police spoke of were all real. That night's bizarre and terrifying events, how could he still naively think it was just an ordinary accident? Li Gu. Shozi's voice cracked, tears rolling uncontrollably down his cheeks. Are you going to do something dangerous? Are you abandoning us, brothers? Looking at this brother who had grown up with him in the orphanage, who had endured hunger and bullying together, who had snuck around to make money, and who had gone mad in the online world, crying like a child, Li Budu's heart ached. He suppressed the surging emotions, smiling as he punched Shozi lightly in the chest, scolding, damn. You're a grown man, why are you crying? I'm not going to die. I'm going to secure a stable job, you understand? He leaned in closer, lowering his voice half seriously, half jokingly, saying, it's just that the nature of the job is quite special, with a high level of confidentiality, so I may not be able to keep in touch often, nor can I show my face. But don't worry, you'll be living well, and it's considered a government job, so I might even get family leave in the future. They'll come back to see you all when I get the chance, and when that time comes you must treat me to tea. Shozi listened to his feigned ease, but the tears flowed even more fiercely. He knew Li Budu was trying to comfort him, but he would rather believe that it was true. He wiped his face vigorously, choking out, in the future. Will we really be able to stay in touch? Will we meet again? Yes, definitely. Li Budu nodded firmly, giving him a reassuring promise. Trust me. Shozi stared hard into his eyes as if trying to find even a hint of deception, but all he saw was sincerity and a barely detectable hint of helplessness. He ultimately nodded heavily, tightly clutching the bank cards, as if holding onto the last connection between him and Li Budu. All right. Li Gu, I believe you. We brothers. We'll wait for you to come back for dinner. You must take care of yourself. Don't worry. Li Budu flashed a brilliant smile, hugging Shozi tightly once more. Let's go. Make sure to do well, and don't embarrass me. After saying that, he resolutely turned around and strode out of the ward without looking back. Is Li Gu not going to hang out with everyone anymore? Hang out? What's there to hang out about? It's like we won't see each other again. By the way, unless I contact you first, don't reach out to me. If there's something, I'll let you know. He didn't want to hang out, but he was afraid that if he did, he wouldn't want to leave. He feared that if he turned back and saw Shozi's red eyes, he wouldn't be able to hold back either. The moment he stepped out of the hospital door, basking in the afternoon sun, he instinctively took another glance at the data panel. Race. Conversion in progress. 99. The progress bar ultimately froze at 99. It felt as if it was just one final push away, yet stubbornly stalled. Li Budu's mind stirred with questions. Oh, what does this 99 mean? Has it hit a snag? What else is needed? But he was utterly unaware and powerless. Otherwise, how could one expect an abstract streamer who had only recently been goofing off online to suddenly start raising corpses the next day? That would be an unreasonably high demand. He could only temporarily suppress his doubts and proceed with the next plan. After resolving matters with the team and Shozi alleviating his biggest concern, Li Budu felt a wave of relief, yet a deeper sense of parting began to seep in. Once he finished with his true brothers, he had no desire to inform other fairweather friends, finding it pointless. He could distinguish the importance of relationships and understood which ones were beneficial to him. After all, that's how society operates. He sat in the rental room for an entire afternoon until night fell. He opened his phone app and booked a high-speed train ticket back to the small county where he was born. There was the orphanage that raised him and the kindly old woman with the surname Chun. Going there, the future was uncertain and life and death were unpredictable. He had to go say goodbye one last time. He also returned the apartment, foregoing the deposit, but the landlord, being kind, still returned half, with the other half covering the cleaning costs. In the early hours of the next day before dawn, Li Budu quietly left the rental room with a simple backpack, silently taking a ride to the high-speed train station. The train slowly accelerated, departing from the bustling city, and the scenery outside was gradually replaced by farmland and green mountains along with unevenly spaced houses. Li Budu leaned against the window, watching the rapidly retreating landscape, his feelings complex and hard to articulate. The 99 progress on the panel felt like a thorn, causing him a subtle sense of unease, yet he was helpless. The transformation of his body seemed to have temporarily calmed down, bringing no discomfort nor further changes. Fatigue washed over him once again. He yawned, tilted his head, leaned against the window, and fell into a deep sleep once more. What he didn't know was that after he fell asleep, the Zhongyuan talisman on his chest emitted a faint, almost imperceptible warmth continuously. And on the data panel behind that stagnant 99, an extremely subtle sign was slowly and tenaciously condensing. The high-speed train traveled smoothly, finally arriving in the familiar, yet strange small county town deeply etched in Li Budu's memory during the afternoon. In contrast to the bustling metropolis, this place appeared quiet and old, not in terms of facilities, but rather a feeling. The air was infused with a slow rhythm of life and a vague, indescribable essence. Li Budu got off the taxi with his bag, taking a deep breath of air tinged with dust and the fragrance of plants, familiar, yet unfamiliar. He did not delay and found the most decent-looking clothing store nearby, unusually buying a well-fitted black suit and a white shirt, even pairing it with a tie that was tied somewhat askew. After changing into his new clothes, he took a motorcycle taxi, giving the address etched in his heart was an EO orphanage. The motorcycle zipped through narrow streets, eventually stopping at the edge of a somewhat dilapidated residential area. Before him stood the familiar small courtyard with a somewhat weathered wall, and the sign, EO Orphanage, faded but kept clean. Compared to his childhood, this place seemed even quieter. Only a few young children played with an old leather ball in the yard. Seeing the unfamiliar Li Budu walk in, they all paused, looking at him timidly, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yet more than that was an instinctive aversion and fear as they instinctively took a few steps back, unwilling to approach. Li Budu understood in his heart that this was likely related to the transformation of his own physique. Children are generally perceptive and can sense that non-human aura emanating from him. He tried to display a friendly smile, but did not rashly step forward. His gaze passed over the children and landed on the old banyan tree in the corner of the yard. Under the tree sat an old woman on a worn wicker recliner. Her hair was completely white, neatly tied into a bun at the back of her head, and she wore a deep blue cloth gown that had faded from washing. Her face was etched with the creases of time, yet her back remained straight, her murky eyes revealing a sharpness and tranquility born from having weathered many storms. It was the very Chun Nai who had raised him, also known as Grandma Chun. She seemed to have been sitting there for a long time, squinting her eyes, as if dozing or waiting for something. When Li Budu's figure appeared at the door, her aged eyelids lifted slightly, her gaze fell upon him with no surprise, as if she had already known he would come. Li Budu walked over quickly, nervously adjusting his somewhat awkward tie, respectfully calling out Grandma Chun and back. Grandma Chun raised her eyelids and scrutinized him from head to toe. Her gaze lingered on his ill-fitting suit for a second, devoid of any joy of reunion, instead resembling the look one would give something bothersome. When Li Budu's figure appeared at the door, her aged eyelids lifted slightly, her gaze fell upon him with no surprise, as if she had already known he would come. Li Budu was already accustomed to this. Grandma Chun had always been this way, cold in nature, speaking little and never openly expressing affection. Her way of showing concern often came through reprimands and indifference. But he knew that if she truly did not care, she would not have been sitting at the door, nor would she have glanced at him. He stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to say. The few children were still watching from a distance, afraid to approach. The atmosphere became somewhat tense and awkward. After a few minutes, Grandma Chun seemed to finally tire of looking at the tree, slowly standing up, glancing at Li Budu, and said in a flat tone, "What are you standing there for? Come in and help. There's a pile of vegetables in the kitchen that haven't been picked yet." "Okay," Li Budu exclaimed as if he had received a reprieve, quickly responding and following Grandma Chun into the familiar two-story building. The kitchen was still the same, cramped but neatly organized, filled with the aroma of food and the scent of firewood. Grandma Chun quietly washed rice and cooked, while Li Budu skillfully picked up the vegetable basket from the ground, sitting on a small stool to begin picking vegetables and peeling garlic, his movements swift as if he had never left. The two did not speak, only the sounds of water flowing, chopping vegetables, and peeling garlic echoed in the small kitchen, a silent understanding flowing between them. Just as Li Budu was absorbed in dealing with a pile of onions, the usually silent Grandma Chen suddenly spoke, her voice flat, as if discussing the weather. Do you know why you were named Budu? Li Budu's hands paused for a moment, raising his head in confusion. I don't know. Wasn't it just a random choice? Just as Li Budu was absorbed in dealing with a pile of onions, the usually silent Grandma Chen suddenly spoke, her voice flat, as if discussing the weather. Do you know why you were named Budu? That winter was particularly cold. Her voice was devoid of emotion, as if recounting someone else's story. It was by the biggest dumpster behind the market where I found you. Li Budu perked up his ears. This was the first time he heard Grandma Chen mention the details of finding him. Because when he was younger, every time he asked, Grandma Chen would look at him with extreme disgust and regret. Then with a hint of pity and relief, she would pat his little head and tell him to go away. Wrapped in a tattered swaddle, your lips were purple from the cold, and you didn't even have the strength to cry. Grandma Chen's tone remained flat. At that time the orphanage was struggling too, though I didn't plan to take in any more children. I thought I'd be tough and just walk past. Li Budu listened quietly, unable to express what he felt. However, for several days, every time I passed that alley, I always heard some noise. Grandma Chen continued. Sometimes it was faint laughter, sometimes it was a cry like a cat's. That day, for some inexplicable reason, I took a look. And there you were, I don't know, when you crawled out of the swaddle lying by the dumpster. Your little hands grabbed at the roaches crawling nearby, shoving them into your mouth, eating with such gusto. Pooh! Li Budu nearly choked on his own saliva, a thin layer of sweat suddenly beading on his forehead. Grandma Chen seemed not to notice his embarrassment, continuing calmly, at that moment, I thought this little rascal has such a cheap life, surely easy to raise. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't bear to take you, so they let me pick you up. But not long after picking you up I regretted it. Li Budu was taken aback. Not because you could eat and make noise. Grandma Chen shot him a glance. But because just a few days after you were picked up you fell seriously ill with a high fever that wouldn't break and convulsions. It seemed like you were just breathing out and not in. Li Budu held his breath. I went to Dr. Li next door and found out it was caused by eating roaches. The doctor did his utmost, using his own money, to get you a prescription, saying, if you can live then live, if not, then it can't be helped. The orphanage simply had no money. But thankfully you pulled through. Grandma Chen's voice seemed to finally carry a hint of subtle waves, but that wave quickly calmed again. After that I gave you this name. Li Budu. She slowly pronounced the name. You are without father and mother, and Dr. Li saving your life is equivalent to your adoptive parents. I asked for his opinion and he agreed for you to take his surname, so you took it. And Budu means the gods do not ferry. You had one foot in the gates of hell, yet you were forcefully brought back. I hope in the future you have a stronger life, and don't let those filthy things take you away so easily. After hearing the origin of his name, Li Budu was at a loss for words, ultimately just scratching his head and giving a dry laugh. So that's how it is. Then my life is quite tough, He didn't feel much sadness about the bizarre and difficult experiences of his childhood. Rather, there was a sense of I really am impressive. Grandma Chen looked at his carefree and indifferent demeanor. A fleeting complexity flashed deep in her murky eyes, ultimately transforming into a barely audible sigh. She turned around, continuing to chop the vegetables on the cutting board, her tone becoming cold again, as if talking to herself or to Li Budu. Actually, I never expected any of you kids to come back. Nor did I want you to come back. Li Budu's hands stopped chopping, looking in astonishment at Grandma Chen's back. Grandma Chen did not turn back, her voice steady, yet tinged with a sense of desolation born from seeing through the world's affairs. This was never your home. I also was never your mother. Raising you was not to hope that you would return to repay me in the future, serving me in my old age. I'm not that great, nor am I that boring. Raising you was to hope that you could stand on your own, walk out, become self-sufficient, and live well. In the future, to have a true home of your own with a wife and children who care for you. That is what I hope for you the most. If you can live your life, well, that is better than anything. Don't always think about this old woman in this broken orphanage. Each of you struggling alone outside is already not easy. There's no need to carry this old burden on your backs. Moreover, she paused, lowering her voice a bit. In these years, the money you've sent back has long been enough to raise 10 or 8 Li Budus. Between us, it's already settled. You owe me nothing, nor does the orphanage owe anything. You don't need to always feel guilty towards me, there's no need. Li Budu lowered his head, silent, but the movements of peeling the onion became faster. The pungent smell rushed into his eyes and nostrils, causing his eyes to heat up and his nose to feel sore. How could he not understand the true meaning behind Grandma Chen's words? She was telling him to walk his own path, without burden, to live his own life. This awkward affection for someone like him, who had never enjoyed parental love, felt as precious as a treasure, making his heart tremble and his throat choke up. He stifled the lump in his throat, silently peeling the onion with more force, as if all his emotions could be vented through this rough action. After Grandma Chen finished chopping vegetables, she turned around and saw Li Budu with his head down his shoulders, slightly trembling uncontrollably. She silently watched him for a few seconds, her aged voice calmly asking, "Are you crying?" Li Budu abruptly sniffed, raising his head, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying, his eyes and nose red, his voice thick with nasal tone. No. Peeling this onion. It's too spicy. Grandma Chen did not speak further, silently taking the peeled onion from his side, turning away to start preparing it for cooking. Once again, the kitchen was filled only with the sounds of the spatula clashing and the sizzling oil. Outside the window, the evening sun's afterglow streamed through the small window, casting long shadows of the two warm and peaceful. Li Budu knew that this might be the last time he ate Grandma Chen's cooking. After all, he didn't know when he would be able to return. After a simple meal, the taste was just like when he was a child, neither particularly good nor bad. But to Li Budu, it was fragrant and muddled. After finishing the meal, Li Budu cleaned up the bowls left over by the children at the orphanage. He didn't know when Grandma Chen appeared behind him, saying, "Are you leaving?" Li Budu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded after a while. Grandma Chen stepped closer to him, adjusting his somewhat crooked tie, and said, "You have this one good quality, no matter how deep the relationship is, you don't hesitate at all when it's time to cut it off." "Quite good." Li Budu looked deeply at her wrinkled, frail hand as Grandma Chen silently helped him fix his tie, then patted his back, and said, "Let's go, we'll see you off." Li Budu was taken aback. He had returned a few times before, but each time Grandma Chen just nodded and let them leave. Outside the door, Grandma Chen stood at the entrance watching him. Li Budu walked to the banyan tree in the yard, without looking back, feeling a warmth in his embrace. He took out a charm which emitted a faint glow and turned to the old banyan tree, reaching out to touch it. "They'll leave it to you, Grandma Chen." Without wind, the banyan tree rustled, as if responding to his words. He turned back to look at Grandma Chen, opened his mouth, but then closed it again, and after a long time spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Mom, I'm leaving." Grandma Chen bent over, gazing at him for a long time, then said, "Do you still remember that you once asked me about my story? Why is the orphanage called Wuzhenio Orphanage? What is a Wuzhenio?" Li Budu was taken aback, his gaze slightly lowered, nodding as he softly replied, "I know." Then he turned around and left without looking back. "A group of little rascals not sleeping in the middle of the night, what are they up to?" Long ago, there was a very strange bird that was born without feet. Once they took flight, they would never land because they could only touch the ground once in their lifetime. When they landed, they would die. So they would sleep in the wind when tired and swoop down from the sky when hungry, grabbing twigs and bugs from the tall grass to fill their bellies. But they would eventually have that day when they land, which represents death and signifies that place as their home, their belonging. Home. Sleep, or I'll hang you up and beat you. Grandma Chen, are we Wuzhenio? Why do you say that? I know. Because we have no parents and no one to help us, so we can only keep flying. If you don't sleep now, I'll kick you out. The afterglow of the setting sun tinted the narrow alley with a warm, orange hue. Stepping out of the alley, he saw that the sun had mostly dipped below the horizon. He took out his phone and booked the next high-speed train back to the city, scheduled for 2 hours later. It was still early, and he didn't want to wait idly at the station, so he decided to wander around the county town. Ever since he had left to strive in the big city, he hadn't taken a good look at this small county town in quite a while. The county had changed quite a bit. The roads were greener and more modern, yet the layout had hardly changed, with just a few more chain milk tea shops and fast food restaurants. He wandered aimlessly, passing through familiar streets, observing the slightly worn shops and leisurely residents, feeling a sense of calm mixed with a tinge of nostalgia. As he walked, he arrived at the old street of the county, which used to be the liveliest place. Although it had fallen a bit into decline, there were still some small stalls selling miscellaneous goods and antiques. When he was a child, he loved to run out of the orphanage with his friend to buy some fresh trinkets from here. Li Budu originally had no interest in these items, but when his gaze swept over a stall, he was drawn to a string of copper coins tied together with a red string. The coins looked quite old, inscribed with the characters Qianlong Tongbao, their patina smooth and imbued with an ancient charm. Suddenly, he recalled a saying he had heard in his childhood, that ancient copper coins could ward off evil. Considering his current situation, it might be of some use. He crouched down, picked up the string of coins, weighed them in his hand, and casually asked how much for this, boss. The stall owner was a man in his 40s with shrewd eyes and a hint of shrewdness, and upon seeing a customer, he immediately put on a smile. "Oh, young man, you have a good eye. This is a genuine Qianlong treasure coin passed down for several generations. Look at this patina, the inscriptions, so beautiful. It wards off evil and attracts wealth. Its effects are remarkable. I see there's a connection between us, so I'll give you a discount." He extended 5 fingers. 50. Li Budu raised an eyebrow. The stall owner immediately straightened his face. "Are you joking, young man? 50. 500. Not a cent less. 500. Li Budu chuckled and pointed to his own pants, saying, "Boss, do you know what this is?" "Pants? No, a bit more inside. Underwear? No, something more common that you have and I have." The stall owner was taken aback, uncertainly spitting out the 2 words, "Lucky Charm." "Haha, boss, don't you know? What are you talking about, Lucky Charm?" Li Budu said with a smirk. "That's different." The stall owner wore a look of, "You don't know the value of goods. Those are all fake, industrially aged. Mine is genuine, handed down from my ancestors. Look at this wear and tear, this copper rust." Li Budu shook his head, placing the coins back on the stall. "Forget it, too expensive, I can't afford it." After saying that, he was about to leave. What a joke, he was merely interested in the coins for luck, and now he was in a deadlock. The stall owner, seeing his attempt to extort failing, quickly changed to a pitiful expression and grabbed Li Budu's arm. Hey, young man, don't go. The price is negotiable. Look, I'm about to close up. I haven't made a sale all day and my wife and kids are waiting for rice to be cooked." He said this while frantically rummaging under the stall. He pulled out what looked like an extremely ancient scroll wrapped in old newspaper. "Young man, take a look at this. This is a genuine work of Tang Bohu passed down in my family. If it weren't for needing money urgently, I would never part with it. Look at the artistry, the ambience. The price is negotiable, I'll definitely give you a bargain. Li Budu instinctively leaned closer, and as he did, a faint, familiar, and strange scent invaded his nostrils. It was a mix of low-quality tea water and some chemical agent, although it was faint and deliberately masked with a scent of dust. Li Budu's sense of smell seemed to have sharpened significantly, and he caught it immediately. He recognized that smell all too well. When filming for his online videos, he often used tea water to age props. And it wasn't just tea water, it was iced red tea. The smell was nauseating, my friend. Li Budu stepped closer, placed a hand on the stall owner's shoulder, and pointed at the unfolded painting. Boss, is your name Tang Bo? The stall owner's expression froze instantly. Then he jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice suddenly rising as he began to throw a tantrum. You. How do you know my name? Li Budu. If you're sincerely selling, I'm sincerely buying, but this pile of junk, it wouldn't sell for 5 yuan at the recycling center. Li Budu waved his hand helplessly. How about you give me your genuine work and that string of copper coins for 20? That's enough for you to have a couple of meals. Don't ask for too much, it's not easy sitting here at 40. Upon hearing this, the stall owner's crying immediately stopped, his expression changing faster than flipping a book. He stretched out 5 fingers and tentatively said, is 50 okay? Li Budu shot him a glare. The stall owner immediately shrank back, retracting 2 fingers. 30. Li Budu pretended to be about to leave. 20. 20 will do. The stall owner hurriedly shouted, shoving the genuine work of Tang Bohu into Li Budu's hands. Young man, take it. Just consider it a good fate. Li Budu looked at the tea-stained painting in his hands, which likely cost no more than 5 yuan, then glanced at the stall owners. If you don't buy it, I'll keep crying expression. Finally, he sighed helplessly and took out his phone to transfer 20 yuan. He truly wanted those coins. He felt a strange satisfaction holding the item as if it had been by his side for a long time. Thank you, young man. May good people enjoy peace throughout their lives. The stall owner, upon receiving the money, immediately beamed, his earlier desperate demeanor completely gone. By the way, young man, you took the copper coins. Do you want to see my collection? Collection? What do you use? 2 liters of Kobe Crash tea. Li Budu stared at him in disbelief. Oh, come here. The stall owner secretively winked at him, looking around. Li Budu leaned in with some curiosity. Not to hide it from you, my master is a mountain-moving Taoist. This batch of goods I brought over from Guizhou with great difficulty. Li Budu was taken aback, recognizing the implication in his words, and immediately widened his eyes, pointing at him and about to shout out. He hurriedly covered Li Budu's mouth. Show. I dare to tell you I can definitely run. Don't cause trouble for us, we are just doing business, and besides, young man, you are one of us, right? Li Budu was stunned for a moment, seeing Tang Bohu pointing at the amulet of Zhongyuan hanging from his chest. This item is rare, you won't find anything with such spirit in the market. The craftsmanship looks to be from someone in the bureau, right? Li Budu's eyes widened, unsure how to react. Tang Bohu noticed his behavior and assumed he was in agreement. Let me tell you, our meeting is fate, we are just doing business, no talk of positions, and I absolutely haven't crossed any lines, you understand. I don't sell this kind of item to ordinary people. Even if I do, they are not ordinary people. I've confirmed the source of this batch of goods. It belongs to an old landlord from the old society, and he is notorious. So you understand, right? Li Budu nodded, seemingly in agreement. He exhaled, and then mysteriously pulled out 2 items from his pocket. One was a bottle containing a strange greenish-yellow liquid, and the other was an old-fashioned red clay wine jar with 2 talismans depicting the character seal attached to it. This thing is eerie, let me tell you. When I first went in, I was stunned. The flesh was not decaying, do you understand? This is obviously about to transform, so I hurriedly refined it. Here, this is what he refined: a corpse essence, jade flower, generally referred to as corpse oil. This could be considered a favor to you. After all, if this thing were to cause trouble, the losses would be considerable. Tang Bohu wrapped his arm around Li Budu's shoulders and continued talking. Then he patted the wine jar and lowered his voice to speak to Li Budu. This item is quite precious. Have you ever heard of Earth Cave spiritual fungus? Li Budu shook his head, and Tang Bohu raised his eyebrows, quickly licking his lips. Let me be straightforward with you. This thing is too valuable. Ooh, I can hardly handle it. I've been hiding it. Seeing that you're one of the bureau's people, I thought I'd show it to you. I could consider it a contribution, right? So how much do you want? Li Budu said with a serious expression. Oh, nice. I like doing business with someone like you. 20 pieces, how about that? I'm not asking for a fortune. I'm only charging for this item. Although there's only a little bit, this stuff can directly turn an ordinary jumping zombie into a flying zombie. Just think about what's inside that coffin. Biff, this stuff absorbs it. Wow. Li Budu pretended to ponder seriously, as if he were deeply contemplating whether he understood. He didn't understand. He had no clue what Tang Bohu was rambling about. Meanwhile, Tang Bohu was already sweating profusely. If viewed from the front, one could see something slightly protruding from his forehead. Indeed, it was a lifelike human skin mask. Tang Bohu, his true name, was from Leicheng in Guangdong province. In fact, he hadn't been in this line of work for long, and much of what he had said was half-truths. The mountain-moving Taoist skills were fake, but accidentally digging up the landlord's grave was real. He claimed to be a disciple of the mountain-moving Taoist because some time ago he had obtained a strange book titled Moving Mountains. It wasn't exactly called Moving Mountains, but he could only understand the 2 characters moving mountains on the cover. Fortunately, he could comprehend about half of the content inside, so he had learned a few skills. However, that wasn't enough to help him locate an extremely mean place. It was genuinely because he hadn't found a convenient location and just randomly found a spot to relieve himself. Coincidentally, he had stepped into someone's feng shui layout, specifically one that was fixed with small stone pillars, and while brushing the dirt off with his foot, he accidentally kicked it. Well, that kick directly punched a hole in someone else's feng shui layout, and the yin energy started bubbling out, which certainly sparked Tang Bohu's curiosity. This digging directly unearthed the whole grave along with the coffin. Originally, if he had waited a few more years, the corpse would have decayed, but due to the coffin's uniqueness and the feng shui's influence, even the Earth's supreme treasure, Earth Cave spiritual fungus, also known as coffin fungus, had begun to grow. It was all because of Tang Bohu's mishap that he managed to seize and refine it in an instant. A century-old plan was far outdone by a fool's moment of inspiration. Although Tang Bohu didn't know what it was when he first got his hands on it, the dark energy emanating from it was suffocating. He certainly understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing something precious can lead to trouble, but would he sell it to others? No, those who engage in this line of work naturally understand the character of those they have relations with. This was not looking to attract official attention, was it? Thus he heard rumors that officials sometimes visited those small vendors in the corners. Could this be a chance to make a connection? He had also learned that the standard equipment of the Guangdong Province 749 Bureau was that Zhongyuan amulet, and upon seeing Li Budu, he thought, doesn't this just match up? Thus the two of them, with trepidation in their hearts, exchanged knowing glances and laughed in unison. Haha. I don't have that much money on me. How about you leave a contact number, and I'll get in touch with you later? Li Budu blurted out. Sure. Tang Bohu nodded in agreement, as if he too had a sudden impulse. Li Budu, noticing Tang Bohu's unease, suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry about me running off. Hey, race the deal. If you can't find me, just call this number and tell them you're looking for Zhang Zhongyuan. Li Budu handed over the phone number of Officer In Yang. Hey, sorry for the trouble. Tang Bohu bowed repeatedly, feeling that the official side was better after all. Oh right. Li Budu, who was about to leave, turned back to pat his shoulder again with a serious tone. Don't use your real name. Use a pseudonym. When out and about, you have to be cautious. He'll call you Medicine Keeper. Medicine Keeper. Yes. When you call, just say you're looking for Zhang Zhongyuan, also known as Medicine Keeper, and that's it. Oh, what a nice name. Of course, sometimes I can be a bit forgetful, so when you say your name is Medicine Keeper, if I ask you what your name is, it means I forgot. Just tell me your real name. Hey, what else is there to say? Thanks, buddy. Well, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Tang Bohu patted Li Budu's shoulder. Oh, now that we're buddies, don't be so polite. Li Budu replied, patting his shoulder. Glancing at the time, it was almost time to head to the train station. He exchanged a few green bubbles, with Tang Bohu stuffing those that could be brought on the high-speed train into his backpack. He casually found a delivery station to send the things he couldn't take, waved for a motorcycle taxi, and headed straight for the high-speed train station. Boarding the train back to the city, he found his seat and sat down while the sky outside had completely darkened. The train started smoothly accelerating as the city lights outside rushed past. With nothing to do, Li Budu took out the book Seven Souls Cultivation Method from his close pocket. The ancient text felt cool to the touch, the pages yellowed and fragile with characters written in fine brush strokes interspersed with some incomprehensible runes and diagrams. Taking a deep breath, he began to read seriously. The beginning of the cultivation method did not directly explain how to practice, but first elaborated on what the seven souls were. According to the book, the human body is not merely composed of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Rather, the 7 spirits are more related to governing a person's physical body instincts and emotions, which are corpse dog, hidden arrow, sparrow, shadow thief, swallower, non-poison, purging filth, and stinking lung. Each spirit corresponds to different physiological and psychological functions. Their strength and balance directly relate to a person's physical health, mental stability, and even lifespan. For someone like Li Budu, who was in a neither alive nor dead transitional state, stabilizing and refining the 7 spirits was of utmost importance. Although he had no idea what all this meant. Could you expect a person who was just yesterday biting a lighter on the internet to suddenly start cultivating today? The difficulty was greater than dying in a bag with a snap. The following content detailed specific visualization, breathing, and guidance methods which were extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Li Budu felt dizzy as he read. Many terms and meridian points were completely beyond his understanding. Didn't he have a system? Could he directly input it? Didn't novels often write about that? Li Budu pondered, making a reasonable yet abstract decision. He opened the book and, with his hands cupped, as if holding water, gently tapped his forehead with the air above the book. X is useless. Suddenly Li Budu felt several curious gazes from the child next to him, and he involuntarily cleared his throat to conceal his embarrassment. It seemed that taking an alternative approach was temporarily impossible. He could only grit his teeth and read repeatedly, trying to understand the meaning within. He didn't know how many times he had read it. 10 times. 15 times. Just as he felt that his head was about to burst from those convoluted phrases, his eyelids growing heavier, almost dozing off while holding the book. A crisp ding seemed to echo in his mind. He jolted awake, instinctively concentrating his mind to look at the data panel that only he could sense. He saw a new line appear beneath the original abilities section: Cultivation Method 7 Souls Cultivation Method. Glimpse of the path. It worked. A wave of joy surged in Li Budu's heart. Although he had no idea what glimpse of the path signified, it meant he had successfully taken the first step. The immense sense of achievement dispelled his fatigue, and he couldn't help but dive back into the ancient text. Just as he was absorbed in the profoundness of the cultivation method, the train's announcement rang out indicating they had arrived in the city. Li Budu finally snapped back to reality, stowing the ancient text, shouldering his backpack, and flowing down the train with the crowd. Checking the time, it was already past 9 in the evening. He thought for a moment and decided not to rush contacting Officer N. It had only been a few days since the promised month. Besides having just obtained the cultivation method, he planned to settle somewhere, first get familiar with it, and take a couple of days to think. He took a taxi to the police station where his car had been impounded and smoothly completed the paperwork to retrieve his vehicle. Sitting in the familiar driver's seat, he felt a sense of reassurance. Starting the engine, he aimlessly drove through the city's streets at night. With no destination in mind, he just wanted to enjoy the breeze and sort through his chaotic thoughts. As he drove, he unknowingly entered a street that appeared extremely prosperous. On both sides of the road were various upscale malls, luxury boutiques, exquisitely decorated restaurants, and cafes, neon lights flashing, illuminating the night sky. Li Budu stared out at the scene and was momentarily stunned. Having lived in this city for so many years, how could he not remember such a luxurious place? He quickly pulled over, took out his phone to navigate, and discovered it was called Lychee Plaza, the core commercial area developed by the city touted as an international-level pedestrian shopping street. Wow, when did they create such a place? Li Budu marveled, looking at the impressive storefronts and the expensive-looking products in the display windows, feeling that his suit seemed a bit shabby here. He turned off the engine, thinking since he was here, he might as well get out and take a look around to see what the so-called international level was like. However, just as he unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to open the door, his movements suddenly froze. A strong sense of incongruity washed over him like a cold splash of water. Something was off. Very off. It was already past 9 in the evening, the peak time for nightlife, when the commercial street should be bustling. Why? Looking around, the entire street was empty, not a single person in sight. Not only were there no people, but not a single vehicle was around. He hadn't noticed when he had driven over, but now he realized that on the entire wide road, only his car was parked there, lonely. Though the nearby shops were brightly lit, the neon lights still flashing, and the products in the display windows meticulously arranged, there was an overwhelming sense of deathly silence. As if in an instant, all the people had been erased from existence. An absolute silence. Not even the sound of wind could be heard. Li Budu's heart abruptly contracted, a chill shot up his spine. By the way, he hadn't turned on the lights in the car, so why was it so bright? He instinctively lowered his head to look at his chest. There, the Zhongyuan talisman was radiating an unprecedented blazing light, even penetrating through the fabric, illuminating the car's interior as if it were a small sun. What the hell? Again? Li Budu was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, cursing instinctively. The sense of crisis surged to the max. He dared not get out of the car. His first thought was to call for help. He fumbled to take out his phone, not caring whether it would disturb Officer, and directly dialing the newly saved number. The call was almost instantly answered. Hello, kid. What's up? Missing me after just a few days. The voice on the other end was Yang, sounding as if he had just woken up, a bit hoarse yet teasing. Brotherin, help! Li Budu's voice trembled with extreme fear, speaking rapidly and incoherently. I'm at that place, Lychee Plaza. Not a single person here. Everyone's disappeared. My talisman is burning hot like an iron. It's frighteningly bright. Am I seeing ghosts again? A super fierce one. He spoke while frantically looking around, the deathly silence and brightness outside the car, creating an extremely bizarre contrast. Huh, you wait. Recorder. Name. Center. And Yang's voice came intermittently, as if the signal was being interfered with. Recorder. Is that the name of that mini camera? Li Budu felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, immediately reaching to touch the thin metal piece inside his collar. Sure enough, he felt the thin metal piece, touched it, felt the noticeable depression in the center, and pressed down hard on the center point. The metal piece seemed to vibrate slightly, a hint of barely perceptible blue light flashed across its surface. Brotherin, Li Budu hurriedly shouted into the phone. However, before he could finish, a piercing metallic scratching noise erupted from the phone's receiver. ZZZZ. Hello. Hello. Li Budu. Can you hear me? Speak. And Yang's anxious voice was distorted and elongated, ultimately swallowed by the noise, and the connection was lost. Hello. Brotherin. Officerin. Li Budu shouted at the phone, but all he received was a busy tone. He looked at his phone screen, and the signal bars were full. But it just wouldn't go through. He suddenly raised his head to look outside the car, more terrified than ever. Outside the car window, the once brightly lit commercial street had turned pitch black. Not the kind of darkness from a power outage, but an absolute darkness so rich it seemed to absorb all light. Even the car's lights could only illuminate less than a meter ahead, swallowed by that thick darkness. And that talisman on his chest was now shining so fiercely, it was blinding, burning his skin, as if it was about to ignite at any moment. Meanwhile, at the underground base of the 749 Bureau in the city, Yang shouted a few times into the phone that had gone to busy tone, his face instantly turning incredibly grim. Damn it. What kind of luck does this kid have to enter the ghost realm twice in a row? I hope he didn't hear the last sentence. He mustn't press the live broadcast button on the recorder, otherwise that would be a real mess. He jumped up from the bed, quickly putting on his combat uniform, ready to rush out and call for support. Just then his personal phone rang again, displaying a call from Wang Xiangmin. And Yang immediately answered, speaking rapidly. Old Wang. Just in time. That kid Li Budu is in trouble. He might have run into something big over at Lychee Plaza. His words were abruptly interrupted by Wang Xiangmin's unusually serious and even somewhat incredulous voice. Olden. Forget about that. Come to the command hall immediately. Something big has happened. Team Leader Zhang. Team Leader Zhang has gone live. What? And Yang's actions of putting on his clothes abruptly halted, thinking he had misheard. Live? What kind of live broadcast? When did old Zhang start live streaming? What time is it, and you're still joking? I'm not joking. Wang Xiangmin's voice carried a sense of absurdity. You know that only a few people are allowed to go live in the bureau and connect to the 749 bureau channel. Oh, what is he? Live streaming? Is he announcing safety regulations? How would I know? But with Team Leader Zhang's authority, an emergency live broadcast doesn't require approval. But I just have a feeling that the voice of the person in the live broadcast sounds so familiar. And Yang's heart sank sharply. An extremely ominous premonition seized him. He didn't have time to ask further, grabbing his phone and rushing out of the dormitory, sprinting towards the command hall. In the command hall, several startled personnel had already gathered, all of them looking shocked and bewildered at the huge main screen in front. The screen displayed not a meeting or surveillance image, but an extremely clear live broadcast perspective, seemingly from a first-person point of view. The image shook slightly as if inside some mode of transport. Then a young man with a mischievous air echoed through the entire hall, "Hey, what's with this darkness? Can't pay the electricity bill." This voice. As Yang rushed into the hall, he felt as if struck by lightning, instantly freezing in place, his pupils dilating. This voice was so damn familiar. Wasn't this Li Budu who had just called him for help? At that moment, the live broadcast image seemed to adjust its focus, suddenly zooming in on the rearview mirror inside the car of the person filming. In the mirror, a slightly heroic face was clearly reflected. It was Li Budu. And Yang stood dumbfounded, reaching for his collar, realizing that his recorder was still there. Then, whose did he give to Li Budu? "You betrayed my love," bearing a debt of conscience, and Yang was slightly stunned. His phone rang with a familiar ringtone. Looking at the bright letters spelling Zhang Zhongyi, he instinctively answered, switching to speaker mode. Wang Xiangmin quietly leaned in. Before long, the car stalled. Li Budu tried several times, but failed to restart it. Communication was completely cut off, and outside was an absolute darkness that devoured everything. Inside the car, only the talisman of Zhongkuei on his chest radiated its last light and heat, making the already stuffy interior even more suffocating. He knew that staying in the car was a certain death. This iron shell provided him no sense of security at all. Moreover, even if he didn't get out, he would either be killed by ghosts or suffocate. Opening the doors and windows for ventilation would be no better than getting out directly. The talisman's glow began to flicker at a visibly diminishing rate. It felt as if its power was being rapidly consumed, ready to extinguish at any moment. Li Budu gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly yanked off the searing talisman and clutched it tightly in his hand. It was as if this act could draw the last bit of courage from it, while his other hand pushed the car door open without hesitation. The moment his foot touched the ground outside, woo, hum. A horn sound, low yet soul-shattering, resounded from the distant darkness without warning. Thud, 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 thud. It was a synchronized, spine-chilling sound of footsteps. Like the heartbeat of a giant or the march of thousands of soldiers, each step seemed to stomp on Li Budu's heart, causing his blood to surge and his eardrums to ache. He looked in terror towards the source of the sound. In the thick darkness, a faint green light flickered to life. Then came the second, the third. Countless points of ghostly green light, forming two long dragons. They advanced towards him at a pace that seemed slow, yet was actually incredibly fast. As they drew closer, an unimaginable vast chill swept over him like a tsunami. This aura was cold, silent, and imposing, filled with an endless sense of time and a soul-chilling pressure. It was far more terrifying than the ghostly bride and paper figures he had encountered before, a million times worse. Ugh! Li Budu felt as if an invisible mountain was crushing down on his body and soul. His legs gave way, unable to resist, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His knees crashed against the cold ground, producing a muffled sound. Cold sweat drenched him like a waterfall, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, and every muscle in his body spasmed. He desperately tried to breathe, but that terrifying pressure strangled his throat. He could only emit raspy sounds, unable to make a single coherent noise. He struggled to lift his head, his pupils constricted to pinprick size from sheer terror. With the increasingly close ghostly green light, he finally saw what it was. It was a procession that defied common understanding. At the forefront were two rows of extremely tall soldiers clad in rusty ancient bronze armor, wielding massive bronze halberds. Their faces were indistinct, shrouded in the shadows of their helmets, revealing only their eye sockets ignited by two flickering ghostly green flames. They marched with stiff yet impeccably synchronized steps, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly. Behind these bronze warriors were more soldiers of various forms, each exuding a terrifying aura. Some rode warhorses seemingly formed from gaseous black mist clad in armor. Some were translucent like ghosts, others were entirely devoid of anything but armor. They were all silent, emanating an icy dead silence. Li Budu trembled as a word uncontrollably surfaced in his mind, "In soldiers borrowing the path." His brain went blank, filled only with primal fear. He pressed himself against the ground as low as possible, not daring to breathe, fearing to attract the slightest attention from these terrifying beings. The talisman of Zhongyuan in his hand had dimmed to its utmost limit. It could barely cover an area of less than a foot around him and was continuously shrinking. This endless army of soldiers silently passed by just ahead of him. The overwhelming pressure felt almost tangible, threatening to make him faint. He felt as if his soul were trembling, as if it would be crushed and assimilated by this torrent-like aura at any moment. Just when he thought he would completely collapse in this silent horror, something even more indescribable seemed to approach him. The aura was vast, transcending time. Before Li Budu was the procession, now advancing into the center. They were not soldiers but a group of figures in ancient official robes, more solid and exuding an unfathomable aura. They surrounded a gigantic throne-like palanquin made of some pitch-black, divine material carved with countless bizarre runes and grotesque patterns. The palanquin was carried on the shoulders of 16 nearly three-meter ghost generals, with green faces and sharp fangs moving steadily, without a hint of wobble. Black veils hung around the palanquin, obscuring the view inside. Yet an overwhelming, noble, abyss-like pressure emanated from within, freezing the very air around. As the terrifying palanquin passed directly in front of Li Budu, the dangling black veil seemed to flutter ever so slightly. Inside the palanquin, a gaze seemed to pierce through the veil through the faint glow of his talisman and land upon him. This gaze was not physical, yet sharper than any blade, as if it saw through him entirely from flesh to soul. Li Budu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his blood seemingly frozen. He couldn't even muster a thought of fear, leaving only a sense of utter emptiness and insignificance. Then a plain, ancient voice laced with a hint of playful curiosity, yet containing supreme authority, resonated deep within his soul. Oh. The yin and yang are in disarray, the soul lamp unlit, the virtue of the sun overflowing. How interesting. As the voice faded, nothing seemed to happen in the palanquin, yet an object floated out lightly from behind the veil. Cutting through the darkness with a ding, it gently landed less than a foot in front of Li Budu. It was an ancient, dark-colored coin, seemingly weathered by countless ages. As the coin landed, the gaze that had been on Li Budu shifted away. The terrifying palanquin, along with the endless army of soldiers, continued to move silently forward. Eventually, they completely vanished into the distant darkness, disappearing from sight. The earth-shattering, terrifying pressure receded like a tide. Thud, 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 thud. The heavy footsteps and ghostly green flames faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing along with the sound of the horn. The surroundings once again returned to a deathly silence and absolute darkness. Only Li Budu remained in a kneeling position, drenched as if he had just been pulled from water, gasping for air, his heart racing as if it would explode. After a long while, he trembled and slowly raised his head, almost in exhaustion. Those terrifying beings, had left. He had snatched back a life. His trembling gaze fell upon the small coin on the ground before him. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously reached out and picked it up. It was cold to the touch, heavier than ordinary metal. The coin was engraved with some distorted, bizarre runes that he couldn't comprehend, not resembling any known currency from any dynasty. It bore the characters Donghua. What was this? Before he could think further, it seemed his toe kicked something else. He looked down, aided by the last weak glow of the talisman, and found a small bundle scattered on the ground. It looked like incense used for sacrifices. Wrapped in coarse yellow paper, it appeared quite ordinary, even somewhat low quality. Where did this come from? Was it originally on the street, or had he simply not noticed it? Li Budu was filled with confusion, but after what he had just experienced, he dared not underestimate anything that appeared in this strange place. With the mindset of picking up is gaining it might be useful, he picked up the bundle of incense and stuffed it into his pocket. After doing all this, he forced his weak legs to stand up with difficulty. He had to leave this place. Who knew what other ghostly things might emerge? Relying on his memory and instincts, he groped his way in one direction. The talisman's glow had dimmed to illuminate only a few steps ahead, and the surrounding darkness was thick as ink, as if it would swallow him at any moment. He didn't know how long he walked, but just when he felt he was about to lose himself in this endless darkness, a faint light appeared ahead. Someone. Li Budu's heart stirred as he cautiously approached. As he got closer, he realized that the light did not come from a lamp, but from a pile of burning paper squatting by the road. An old man in a tattered shirt with a hunched back was facing away from him, slowly tossing paper money into the fire. Although the scene was still eerie, Li Budu mustered his courage and tentatively asked, Old man, could you please tell me how to get out? The old man paused for a moment, then slowly turned his head in a rusted manner. The instant he saw the old man's face, Li Budu's breath hitched. That was no longer a living person's face. His complexion was a bluish-gray, his eyes were mere whites, and his mouth curled into an exaggerated arc, revealing an extremely eerie and stiff smile towards him. Another ghost. Li Budu instinctively wanted to step back, but he held himself back. The old ghost tilted his head, fixating his pupilless white eyes on Li Budu, producing a kikek sound from his throat, like a broken wind instrument. New here. This ghost sensed the aura on Li Budu, noticing that he was a fresh ghost with no yin energy, which was not uncommon. So he naturally assumed Li Budu was the same kind. Li Budu's scalp tingled and his heart raced to his throat. Just as he was at a loss, a sudden inspiration struck him. He remembered the bundle of incense he had picked up earlier. He quickly fished the incense out of his pocket, not bothering to think much, and handed one stick to the old ghost. Hey, it's true I died with a bang, and I just recently came to terms with this fact. That old ghost froze at the sight of the incense in Li Budu's hand, then grinned widely. Oh, kid, you're quite clever, not bad, not bad. It stared intently at the seemingly ordinary incense, its throat making kikek sounds as it extended its dark tongue to lick its lips, displaying an exceedingly greedy desire. Incense. So fragrant. Such pure offerings. The old ghost's voice turned sharp and excited as it snatched the incense from Li Budu's hand and eagerly inhaled it under its nose. The incense rapidly turned gray-white before disintegrating into a puff of ash. The old ghost sighed in extreme satisfaction, as if it had consumed some divine elixir. The entire ghostly figure seemed to solidify considerably, and the malice it held towards Li Budu dissipated by more than half. When it looked at Li Budu again, its eerie smile had surprisingly turned much friendlier. Kid, this incense is top quality. Your family doesn't treat you badly either. The old ghost smacked its lips, seemingly savoring the taste. If you're new, head over to Lizzie Square. Someone will come to assist you. Perform well. I have high hopes for you. With that said, it paid no more attention to Li Budu, turning back to continue slowly burning its paper money, as if Li Budu didn't exist. Li Budu stood there dazed for several seconds, then realized he couldn't afford to linger, quickly thanked the old ghost back and hurried in the direction it indicated. The originally pitch-black road gradually brightened. It was a normal warm street light. A path to life. Li Budu's heart surged with joy as he used every last bit of strength to rush towards the light. Meanwhile, in the command hall of the 749 Bureau and all other monitoring centers in Guangdong province, all screens continued to forcibly broadcast the eerie livestream from the Zhongyuan account. When the low horn sounded, the ghostly green flames appeared, and the endless army of Yin soldiers revealed the tip of the iceberg. All professionals who understood the situation turned pale as paper. What the hell? How did the one watched over by Taishan end up here with us? The deputy director of the Shenzhen 749 Bureau exclaimed in shock. Damn it, there was no warning at all. What were we doing? Quick! Activate the highest emergency response. Notify the surrounding provinces. And when the terrifying black palanquin surrounded by ghost generals appeared, the entire hall, even the entire Guangdong 749 Bureau network, fell into silence. Except for the bureau chiefs dispatched to the capital, all the deputy directors and numerous direct personnel, including the oldest researchers and leaders, suddenly stood up from their seats, their bodies trembling violently from extreme fear and shock. Pointing at the fleeting outline of the palanquin on the screen, their lips trembled, nearly unable to form complete sentences. Some were furious, cursing, damn it, what is the Taishan Special Bureau doing? They let something like this slip out without a warning. Do you know? Some were drenched in sweat, lying in their seats as if exhausted. Fortunately, it's walking in the ghost realm. If it had reached the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Some were laughing maniacally, let it die, let it die. Everyone just die already. However, regardless of their emotions, they instinctively donned their combat suits, organized personnel, and rushed towards the commercial capital without pause. But no matter the reason, everyone looked towards the livestream. That kid named Li Budu. He actually wasn't crushed by the ghostly might. A bureau chief stared at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out, his voice hoarse. What background does this kid have? Some even laughed in disbelief, asking a ghost for directions. Using incense as payment. This operation. A young deputy director gaped, struggling to spit out a sentence. Isn't that too bold? Which bureau did this guy come from? This mix of extreme shock, absurdity, and a hint of inexplicable admiration spread through the command centers of the 749 Bureau across Guangdong province. Li Budu hurled himself forward with every ounce of strength, like a drowning man lunging for the last breath of air bursting out of that absolute darkness which devoured all light. As his feet struck the solid, ordinary paving stones of the sidewalk, a wave of near-total exhaustion washed over him, limbs slackening, breath seizing. He bent at the waist, palms braced against his knees, gasping raggedly, greedily inhaling air laced with the acrid tang of automobile exhaust. That scent, normally repellent, now felt startlingly intimate, undeniably real. He lifted his head and scanned his surroundings. Before him stood Lichi Square, the very destination he had navigated toward moments before. Neon lights blazed with unrelenting brilliance. Brand logos pulsed seductively. Faint strains of music drifted from storefronts. Vehicles glided along the street. In the distance, a few pedestrians moved with quiet, scattered purpose. Everything appeared unnervingly, perfectly normal. Yet it was precisely this normalcy that sent a slow, chilling weight settling into Li Budu's chest. Something was wrong. Profoundly wrong. What he felt now was not the sharp, trembling relief of survival, nor the hyper-alert vigilance of the hunted, but rather an unsettling, ineffable comfort. As if sipping ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day, or sinking into warm water after utter physical collapse. A drowsy, languid warmth seeped outward from his limbs and marrow, soothing the nerves and muscles that had been locked rigid by sheer terror moments earlier. It even stirred a primal urge to simply lie down and surrender to sleep. There was nothing inherently sinister about comfort, except that he was now half human, half Jiang. What kind of place could make him feel comfortable? He withdrew the Zhong Kuei talisman. The glow upon its surface had visibly dimmed, yet still emitted a soft, persistent luminescence. As expected, he remained trapped within it. With a sharp, deliberate bite to his own tongue, he flooded his mouth with metallic blood and searing pain, jolting his fogged mind back into clarity. He forced himself fully alert, scanning the deceptively vibrant commercial district with wary, calculating eyes. His gaze swept across the square's entrance where 4 large characters hung high. Lychee Square. Wait, Li Budu rubbed his chin, squinting up with one eye slightly narrowed. That character for Guang. Why did it feel subtly off? He narrowed his eyes further, studying it intently. The neon outline of the character, its dot and horizontal stroke, should have been clean and precise. Yet due to font design and viewing angle, the tip of the dot appeared to curve downward, elongating unnaturally. And the horizontal stroke carried an unnatural subtle arc, growing more distorted the longer he stared, until it ceased resembling Guang entirely and began uncannily echoing the first 2 strokes of the character. Sure. Corpse. Lychee corpse ground. Li Budu spat 3 times, shaking his head fiercely, then instinctively clenched his fist, only to feel the strange ancient coin he'd retrieved from the imperial palanquin pressing coolly into his palm. That chill radiated like a silken thread, not backward toward the darkness he'd fled, but forward deep into the square, pointing unmistakably toward the most brilliantly lit entrance beneath the sign, Lychee Square. Li Budu's pulse spiked. He dared not enter recklessly, yet standing idle was equally unthinkable. Without hesitation, he began searching for a weapon, not for practical efficacy, but for psychological anchor. His eyes darted across the surroundings: a roadside fire hydrant, a wall-mounted fire cabinet. He rushed over, scanning frantically, then stooped to retrieve a loose, half-broken paving brick from the edge of a nearby planter. Drawing a deep breath, he swung the brick hard against the cabinet's glass door. Crack. But the pane held firm. For a stunned second, Li Budu froze. Then a shrill alarm shrieked into the square's relative quiet. He glanced furtively at the instructional notice taped beside the cabinet, followed its steps, and opened the door. He pressed a hand to his forehead. His own foolishness had momentarily eclipsed all else. Though the commotion was loud, the occasional passers-by seemed utterly oblivious. No glances, no pause, no flicker of curiosity. They walked on at their same steady pace, faces frozen in expressions too polished, too uniform, devoid of life's subtle tremors. Li Budu wasted no time. He plunged his hand inside and withdrew a heavy, crimson-handled fire axe. The cold bite of metal and its dense, grounding weight steadied his racing heart, just a fraction. Gripping the axe tightly, he pivoted and leaned back against the wall, eyes sweeping the perimeter. The alarm continued its grating, discordant wail. Just as he prepared to follow the coin's faint, insistent pull deeper into the square, a faint rustling whisper emerged from behind a large green recycling bin nearby. Something was there. Every muscle locked taut. Without thought, almost reflexively, he raised the axe high and lunged forward in one swift motion, poised to cleave downward behind the bin. He had no idea what lurked there, but the odds of it being human were negligible. Strike first. Think later. Don't strike. Help me. A terrified, tear-choked male voice erupted from behind the bin. A figure tumbled out, collapsed onto his knees before Li Budu, hands clasped in frantic supplication, bowing deeply, his whole body trembling violently. Li Budu froze the axe mid-swing. By the pale glow of the street lamp, he took in the man kneeling before him. He appeared to be in his 30s, a rumpled white lab coat over a button-down shirt and slacks, gold-rimmed spectacles perched crookedly on his nose, resembling a scholar or physician. But now his hair was wild, his glasses askew, his face deathly pale and etched with raw, unfiltered terror. Stains marred his coat. Who are you? Li Budu kept the axe raised, its edge hovering just short of the man's throat, voice low and edged with steel. In this place, a sudden living person was no less suspicious than any specter. I'm Zhao Ming, a doctor at the Iran Aesthetic Surgery Hospital inside the square. The man jabbered, pointing shakily toward a building deep within the plaza. I stayed late. Was heading to the underground parking lot to drive home, but somehow, I circled here for ages, unable to find the entrance. He gasped, eyes wide with dread. My phone has no signal. Can't call anyone. I tried hiding, waiting for rescue. But then, something chased me. Something that looked nothing like a human. Its face was green, its fangs jagged. I ran for my life, and only barely escaped here. Then heard the glass breaking. Saw you. Li Budu studied him closely, eyes narrowed. Zhao Ming's terror seemed genuine, his dishevelment matched the signs of desperate flight. But, you're a cosmetic surgeon? Li Budu asked again, voice sharpening with scrutiny. Yes, absolutely. Just an ordinary plastic surgeon, I swear. Zhao Ming nodded frantically, raising a trembling hand in solemn oath, eyes pleading. Brother, hero, save me, get me out of here, please. Li Budu held his gaze for several silent, calculating seconds, thoughts churning rapidly. Suddenly, he lowered the axe, not all the way, but enough to gesture forward with its blade toward the square's entrance. Hey, don't be afraid, buddy. See this big axe? I'll protect you. You go first. Zhao Ming's expression froze, then twisted into reluctant dread. Go first. Brother, what if it's still up there? His voice cracked. I'm scared. You don't get it, Li Budu replied, calm, logical. If you're behind me, I might miss something. But if you're ahead, if danger strikes, you'll turn instantly, and I'll react in time. Zhao Ming stared at the gleaming axe, then at the eerie surroundings, finally gritted his teeth, rose shakily from the pavement, and whispered hoarsely, I'll lead. He shuffled forward toward the entrance, stepping hesitantly, turning constantly, fearful both of abandonment and of horrors rising unseen behind him. Li Budu followed a few paces behind, eagle-eyed and vigilant, while part of his awareness remained fixed on his trouser pocket. Inside, the Zhongyuan talisman pulsed with a faint, steady, unmistakable heat. A cold, knowing smile flickered almost imperceptibly at the corner of his lips. Enjoy pretending. If you're human, I'll eat my words. At the same time that Li Budu followed the doctor who claimed to be Zhao Ming into Lichi Square, the atmosphere in the command hall of Bureau 749 was so tense it could almost drip with water. The huge main screen continued to forcefully broadcast the live signal from the account. Zhongyuan immediately analyzed the scene environment. An elderly researcher with graying hair and thick glasses pointed at the scene visible from Li Budu's perspective on the screen. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. The screen froze and the technicians quickly operated to extract key images such as the external panorama, internal structure, and courtyard layout captured as Li Budu entered the square. They performed high-precision magnification and three-dimensional modeling. Soon a rough, 3D model of Lichi Square, based on the live footage, appeared on the secondary screen. Several individuals proficient in feng shui and the art of war immediately gathered, frowning as they swiftly gestured on the virtual model. North and south are in a deadly bind, east and west have a penetrating wind. The master family is doomed. Look at this entrance. The northwest Qian position opens a door, yet it directly faces a reverse curved road. This is an ominous sign. Bloodshed will be constant. A researcher pointed towards the main entrance of the square, his voice heavy. Not only that. Look at this courtyard. It's designed as a huge circular sunken area. What does it resemble? Another elder pointed at the courtyard. There's a pool in the center, but there's no water, and the central design has 18 stars, a double 9 number. 9 is the number of supreme yang, double 9 shifts to Yin. Isn't this a gathering Yin basin? The Yin energy from all directions will be gathered here, entering, but not exiting. My goodness. And the indoor layout, why does it feel so familiar? Is that an elevator? A researcher pointed at the elevator that resembled a stone coffin. Looking at the protruding rivets and the enveloping dome, he couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? Heavenly net. With tall buildings on either side, it looks more and more like a tomb. The researcher dialed a number on his phone, shouting to the person inside, isn't this a pure confining situation? Who is in charge? Get him over here quickly. Who allowed this to be built? Damn, are we nourishing a curse with human energy? Huh. What do you mean he built it on a dragon vein? Li Budu followed Zhao Ming, walking inside the spacious, brightly lit and luxuriously decorated mall. The polished marble floor reflected the dazzling crystal chandeliers. On either side were a plethora of luxury shops with soft background music flowing through the air. Everything met the standards of a high-end mall, except there were still no other customers or staff in sight. It was eerily quiet. The eerie aura that made Li Budu feel comfortable grew even stronger here. It was as if an invisible warm water enveloped him, continuously eroding his sense of vigilance. He had to grit his teeth again, relying on his willpower to resist this temptation. After walking a while, as he turned a corner, suddenly a figure sprang out from a closed clothing store. Li Budu's nerves were taut, and without thinking, almost by muscle memory, he instantly brought the fire axe across his chest, his gaze sharply fixed on that figure. Oh, the figure let out a short scream. It was a woman's voice. Don't attack. I'm one of us. Dr. Zhao Ming reacted quickly, turning around with arms spread wide to block between Li Budu and the suddenly appearing woman, a look of urgent smile on his face. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Hero, this is my girlfriend. Come here quickly, this is the hero who saved us. Li Budu did not lower his axe, his cold gaze sweeping over the woman. She was a young woman dressed in a fashionable dress, her makeup exquisite, but at this moment her face was equally pale, clearly shaken. She appeared to be in her 20s, looking beautiful, and was now clutching her chest, appearing frightened. Ming-ji, you scare me to death. I've been looking for you everywhere. The girl cried out, rushing over to tightly hug Zhao Ming's arm, her body slightly trembling, relying on him. It's okay, dear, with this hero here we will definitely get out. Zhao Ming gently patted her back, comforting her, and the two looked like they were deeply affectionate after surviving a disaster. Li Budu watched as the two indulged in each other's warmth. A sense of speechlessness rose from the bottom of his heart. Impatiently, he urged, all right, if you want to be lovey-dovey, wait until we get out, hurry up. Zhao Ming quickly nodded and bowed, yes, what the hero says is right, meow meow, let's hurry. He held Zhou Mao's hand and continued to lead the way. Wait, Li Budu growled, stopping the two. For a moment they froze in place. Li Budu smiled slightly and asked the woman beside Zhao Ming, miss, may I ask your surname? My surname is Zhou. Oh, Zhou meow meow. It's nothing, just wanted to know your name, so I can address you later, Miss Zhou. Li Budu raised the axe in his hand, signaling them to continue walking slowly, following behind them expressionless, but his heart was stirred up with turbulent waves. Zhou meow meow. Damn it, none of them are human, they are all curses. And there's a painted skin curse too. Of course I can't rule out the possibility of a name being shared. But the Zhongyuan talisman I put in my pocket, not to mention glowing now, it's even starting to heat up, sending warmth along my thigh, making me feel like I'm almost cooked. Is this really a human? Li Budu didn't believe it. His heart raced wildly, but he forcibly suppressed the turmoil within. His face revealed no signs of abnormality, only the fingers gripping the axe handle turned pale from the exertion. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a relatively narrow connecting corridor. Zizizi bang. An unexpected change occurred. All the ceiling lights in the corridor flickered violently before extinguishing simultaneously. The entire corridor was plunged into darkness. Only faint light from distant areas seeped through, outlining vague shapes. Oh! Zhou Miao Miao let out a sharp scream. Almost at the same time the lights went out, 3 or 4 astonishingly fast dark shadows suddenly pounced from the shadows on both sides of the corridor. They let out piercing howls, bringing with them a heavy wind charging towards the 3. In the fleeting glimmer of light, Li Budu saw their faces. It was as if they had fallen from a great height, their facial bones shattered, and deformed flesh and blood a mess, features twisted together, their eyes bulging with endless pain and resentment. Dr. Zhao Ming in front of him seemed to be scared out of his wits, instinctively exclaiming, "Not good. It's a Qiangui." This sentence thundered in Li Budu's ears. Qiangui. Why do you know it's a Qiangui? What I found strange was not the Qiangui itself, but how could an ordinary plastic surgeon quickly recognize such obviously abnormal entities and accurately name their type? Damn it, did the little black guy reveal his foot? What's the difference between this and self-incrimination? I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Almost instantly Li Budu turned his head to flee, his speed comparable to bolt. Not to mention he had no means to deal with curses at all. Even if Zhao Ming was truly human, all he could do was drag him along to run. Moreover, now that Zhao Ming had revealed his foot, he had even less burden when running. He was as carefree as a wild horse freed from its reins, having lost one of his shoes. Just as Zhao Ming finished speaking, as if instinctively seeking Li Budu's help, he suddenly turned around. Yet he was horrified to discover that Li Budu, who had been closely following him, had vanished without a trace. In the dark corridor, only he and Zhou Miao Miao, who was gripping his arm tightly, remained, along with the terrifying Qiangui that were baring their teeth and lunging at them. Damn it! Zhao Ming cursed softly with a flash of anger and malice in his eyes. At that moment, Li Budu, as the lights went out and the Qiangui lunged, did not hesitate at all. With an extraordinary reflex speed and an instinctive sense of danger, he quickly ducked and rolled into a small dark room that was apparently a tool room or electrical room with an open door. He moved as swiftly as a weasel, making no sound at all. Hiding in the dark corner, he held his breath, listening to the commotion coming from the corridor outside. He couldn't sit still and wait for death here. He had to leave this corridor as soon as possible. He carefully fumbled around and found that this small room had another door leading deeper into the mall. Without hesitation, he pushed open that door and slipped inside. However, he underestimated the complexity of this mall, or rather the space here had become chaotic under some unseen force. After winding around, he found himself in a dead end. Ahead was a solid wall with no exit. And behind him, heavy dragging footsteps and oppressive howls were rapidly approaching. 2 Qiangui with hideous faces, their faces in tatters, had caught up and blocked his retreat. Their blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, mouths opened to emit a foul odor, drawing closer step by step. Clearly they regarded Li Budu as a trapped prey. Li Budu leaned against the cold wall with no way to retreat. He gripped the fire axe tightly, his eyes sharp, ready to fight to the death. The 2 Qiangui lunged simultaneously from the left and right. Their speed was extremely fast. Li Budu instinctively swung his axe horizontally, but the Qiangui's movements were exceptionally agile, easily dodging, while a ghostly claw with the wind struck directly at his face. In that critical moment, Li Budu's intuition kicked in, and his other hand suddenly pulled out the Zhongyuan talisman that had been radiating warmth from his pocket, instinctively blocking it in front. Hiss! The moment the Qiangui's claw touched the talisman, it was as if a red-hot iron had scorched ice, instantly emitting a thick white smoke. The Qiangui let out a wretched and extreme scream. Suddenly retracting its claws, the area it had touched turned pitch black as if it had been burned. The other ghostly creature, seeing this, hesitated and stopped its attack, baring its teeth and issuing a threatening low growl towards Li Budu, yet dared not advance recklessly. Clearly they were extremely wary of this Zhongyuan talisman. Li Budu was certain in his heart that the talisman was effective. He looked at the 2 ghostly creatures before him, his eyes turning as he vaguely recalled some impression of these entities. He had seen an introduction about them on a certain note. The most classic tale associated with them was being a helper for a tiger. However, there were definitely no tigers here. The term ghostly creature suggests there were similarities. They couldn't attract people to feed tigers, so they must be seeking a substitute. Without a tiger to control them, they surely possess some consciousness. With so many ghostly creatures around, it was evidently abnormal, indicating they must have grievances. A thought of a crazy idea surfaced. He showed no signs of fear or continued aggression, instead temporarily propping his fire axe on the ground. Then he leisurely pulled out the ordinary-looking incense sticks he had picked up from another pocket. He took out 2 sticks of incense, forcing a smile he thought was friendly, and offered them to the 2 vigilant ghostly creatures. "Hey, you 2 must be tired from chasing. Here, have a smoke. Oh no, I mean have some incense, and take a break." The 2 ghostly creatures, still baring their teeth, were momentarily stunned, their crimson eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. They looked at the thin incense sticks Li Budu had offered, then exchanged glances. What kind of operation is this? An awkward and eerie silence enveloped the air. However, the alluring fragrance emitted by the 2 sticks of incense, irresistible to the ghostly beings, made it impossible for them to resist. After a few seconds of hesitation, one slightly bolder ghost cautiously extended its ghostly claw and swiftly grabbed one stick of incense, prompting the other to quickly seize the other stick. Both ghostly creatures held the incense, inhaling deeply beneath their noses, and their previously grim and painful expressions surprisingly relaxed, even revealing a hint of satisfaction. Their gazes towards Li Budu shifted with less ferocity and more confusion and shyness. Taking from others softens one's stance akin to randomly beating someone up on the street. Not only would others not scold them, but they would even offer them a cigarette, igniting their conscience. If they were human, they would have slapped themselves twice after getting up to urinate at night. Li Budu observed their reactions and secretly thought he had found a way in. He cleared his throat twice, adopting a friendly demeanor, and took a couple of steps forward, attempting to touch the cold, stiff shoulder of the ghostly creature. Although he didn't succeed, he put on the right posture. "You fellows must be ghostly creatures, right?" Li Budu asked in a tone that suggested he understood them. The two ghostly creatures froze for a moment before responding in a hoarse, broken voice, "Yes. Yes." Their voices carried resentment along with a hint of barely perceptible bewilderment. Li Budu nodded, then suddenly pulled out the Zhongyuan talisman. The two ghostly creatures visibly shrank back, retreating a half step. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Li Budu quickly reassured, showcasing the talisman to them. "Take a look, do you recognize this person?" The two ghostly creatures timidly gazed at the fierce visage of Zhongyuan carved on the talisman. One nodded with a hint of fear, clearly recognizing it. The other, though not knowing exactly who it was, could feel the overwhelming righteous energy emanating from it, which could not be faked. It shook its head in confusion, then nodded, indicating it knew this thing was powerful, but didn't recognize who it was. Li Budu wore a solemn expression and lowered his voice as if revealing a secret. "Let me tell you, this thing can only be issued by special departments of the Guangdong province. Seeing the talisman is like seeing a person. So you understand my background, right?" This information was told to him by Tang Bohu, and he still vividly recalled that day's events. At this moment, he intentionally spoke ambiguously. "What does it mean? You can figure it out yourself?" Clearly, the words official and special department held extraordinary weight for these souls who had evidently died unjustly and might harbor grievances. The two ghostly creatures exchanged glances, a glimmer of hopeful light flashing in their crimson eyes. Their attitudes instantly became more respectful, even slightly bowing. Seizing the moment, Li Budu straightened his back, wearing a righteous expression as if he were advocating for the people, and raised his voice an octave. "I won't hide it any longer. I was just pretending to lure you two out. There were too many people, it was impossible to understand the situation. I infiltrated this place for 3 things." He paused, raised 3 fingers with a resonant declaration, saying, "Avenge wrongs. Avenge wrongs. For the love of God, avenge wrongs." Li Budu recited each word while folding his fingers until he formed a fist in front of them. The words "avenge wrongs" struck the hearts of the two ghostly creatures like a heavy hammer. They trembled all over, looking at Li Budu in disbelief, the murky blood color in their eyes seemingly fading a little. Li Budu continued to speak earnestly, his tone filled with sympathy and indignation. "The moment I saw you, I knew you had died unjustly, forced to become ghostly creatures, unable to find peace. I can't stand such injustices. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, I will definitely bring you justice." The two ghostly creatures, having lived honest lives for most of their days, had never heard such official words. Even after working for half a year, when their boss owed them wages, they swallowed their grievances and let it pass. Becoming ghostly creatures after death was also aimless. They had never encountered an official person who solemnly promised to avenge wrongs for them. Suddenly, they became so excited that they trembled all over, bursting into tears, and began to wail, "My lord, you must stand up for us. We died unjustly. I was just a worker earning a few coins to send back to support my sick mother. I was pushed off the building by a ghost. Please, my lord, stand up for us." They addressed him as little brother, and my lord, tearfully grateful. However, Li Budu suddenly interrupted their lamentations, putting on a stern face, and patted one of the ghostly creatures on its cold head, asking, "Wait, what did you call me?" The two ghostly creatures froze, exchanging glances, uncertainly repeating, "Little brother, my lord." Li Budu shook his head disapprovingly, wearing an expression of, "You don't understand. You see, I didn't seek vengeance for you. If you just walk straight out of here without bothering me, I won't hold it against you calling me little brother." The ghostly creatures nodded in confusion. Li Budu shifted his tone to a righteous tone, "But I'm specifically here to avenge your wrongs. What should you call me?" The two ghostly creatures exchanged bewildered looks, utterly perplexed, their crimson eyes filled with a daze of wisdom. Tentatively, they repeated in a more uncertain tone, "Avenge wrongs, bro." Li Budu, looking at them as if they were hopeless, guided, "Think about it. In historical dramas, how do common people address just officials?" The ghostly creatures strained to rotate their stiff thoughts. Perhaps they had indeed watched some TV dramas in their past lives. After much hesitation, one tentatively inquired in a hoarse voice, "Bao Qingtian." The other also struck inspiration, hurriedly kneeling and bowing to Li Budu, saying, Li Qingtian. Li Leo. This ghost isn't stupid," Li Budu remarked with a look of approval. In the command hall of Bureau 749, as well as all the branches in Guangdong province watching this forced live broadcast, in the hall the originally heavy atmosphere now turned quite strange. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Li Budu's series of fluid, outrageous maneuvers on the screen. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. A few seconds later, what the hell, this can be operated like this? I can't even do this in my 20-plus years of experience. Ha ha ha, I really beg you. Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Immediately following, like a chain reaction, the entire hall erupted in a cacophony of suppressed mixed sounds of absurdity, shock, and extreme speechlessness. Even the few old researchers who had maintained stern expressions and held high statuses were now twitching at the corners of their mouths. In the communication channel, chaos erupted as exclamations and remarks from various branches flooded in. Who the hell is this talent from which branch? Damn, passing incense to a ghost. My head itches. I feel like I'm going to grow a tumor in my brain. Avenge wrongs. Li Qingtian. Oh no. He's practically a living Buddha. I'm going to be his fan for life. So bold. This operation is simply outrageous. Whose subordinate is this? Why have I never heard of such a character in our bureau before? 749 Bureau, old, undying, sending a rocket X1. Everyone saw an account appear on the screen, and a large rocket shot up from the bottom, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What the hell? You can even send gifts. The big shot is confused. Let me try. Trying it out, sending 666x3. Why, you really can send it, but it costs points. 300 points. Prominent message. 749 Bureau, old, undying, NM. I thought I was spending cash. What the hell, where did my points go? 50 points. Prominent message. Stupid people deserve it. Ha ha, piggy suffers. 100 points. Prominent message. Love to watch female ghosts fight. Ha ha, this is so lively. It has to be our Guangdong province. In an instant, Li Budu's outrageous operation and the inexplicable gift system that popped up made everyone from Bureau 749 grin from ear to ear. The two specters temporarily appointed as Li Qingshan's errand boys now obeyed Li Budu without question. At Li Budu's gesture, they emitted low, mournful growls toward the darkness ahead. Before long, 3 or 4 more specters similar in form, but slightly weaker in aura, drifted into view from the shadows. They too bore the terrifying visage of those who had fallen to their demise, their eyes clouded with pain as they cautiously regarded the living Li Budu surrounded by their kind. The initial 2 specters hurried forward, chattering excitedly to explain. In essence, they conveyed that this official was Li Qingtian, come to clear their grievances. The newly arrived specters showed a flicker of incredulous hope in their crimson eyes at these words. But this was quickly replaced by deeper suspicion and numbness. A few of the specters exchanged glances, emitting low, distrustful whines. Just then, a distinctly stronger and more malevolent aura seeped out from the shadows at the far end of the corridor. All the specters, including the first 2, instinctively recoiled, parting to reveal a path, their expressions tinged with awe. A figure slowly drifted out from the darkness. This specter was no different in essence from the others, bearing the scars of a fatal fall. Yet the grievances swirling around it coalesced into a dense, almost tangible black mist. Its crimson eyes contained not only pain and resentment, but also a chilling sharpness honed by the passage of time. It was evidently the strongest among the group of specters. It floated before Li Budu, showing no fear or respect like the others. Instead, it fixed its cold, ghostly eyes upon Li Budu, as if attempting to pierce through the depths of his soul. Li Budu felt an immense pressure, yet he steadied himself unwavering as he met its gaze, secretly gripping the Zhongxi talisman tighter in his hand. If the situation turned dire, he would strike with force. The silent standoff lasted for several seconds before the powerful specter finally spoke. Its voice was unlike the other specters' harsh, broken tones. Instead, it carried a strange metallic clarity, resonating with a chilling feminine quality. You claim you can clear grievances. Li Budu took a deep breath, straightened his back, and tried to make his voice sound steady and strong indeed. The powerful specter's gaze swept over the Zhongxi talisman in Li Budu's hand, and its pupils seemed to constrict slightly. A flicker of extremely complex emotions crossed its face, a mix of apprehension and a barely perceptible excitement. This talisman. I have seen it before. Many years ago. A person like you carrying a similar aura came through this area. He was powerful, and then he died. I have lingered here for over 20 years. The words of the formidable specter struck Li Budu's heart like a sledgehammer. 22 years. Now, as they watched the live feed return to the 749 Bureau, everyone exchanged worried glances, while the officials at the Shandu 749 Bureau were drenched in sweat. In the upper office of the Shandu 749 Bureau, a middle-aged man, meticulously groomed and with a stout belly, stared at the live broadcast on his computer screen. Seeing the words transmitted back, he crushed the wooden armrest in rage, his aura erupting in an instant. The surrounding space seemed to be compressed and twisted, trembling violently. This man was Zhang Yi, the deputy director of the Shandu Bureau stationed in Shandu due to the July incident. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold as he picked up his phone and dialed a number, saying, "Lao Lu, it's Zhang Yi. Bring the district chief of Lizzie District and all relevant personnel back to see me immediately." For over 20 years, with grievances mounting, who would believe that there were no tricks involved? The pests must be exterminated. Moreover, it was unacceptable that such a vicious specter lurked right under their noses without their knowledge, reporting it would be enough for them to face serious consequences. Instead of waiting for higher-ups to hold him accountable, it would be best to admit mistakes proactively and resolve issues. I was the first to fall from this building. Its voice was filled with deep-seated hatred. I was pushed by that monster who occupied my form. He deceived me, had her carve out my heart and strip my skin. It grew agitated, the black mist swirling violently around it. For over 20 years, I have seen innocent people lured, deceived, and bewitched, turned into specters like me. We must be trapped here. Only by finding a new replacement can we gain a breath of relief, or even a chance at rebirth. It pointed to the trembling specters behind it. Many of them have been replaced more than once. Old grievances disperse, new grievances arise. Only I have been here all along. I have watched this cycle repeat. I hate that monster. I hate this damned place. I want to kill them both with my own hands. Skin them alive, eat their flesh, drink their blood. It suddenly thrust its ghostly face close to Li Budu, its twisted visage nearly touching Li Budu's face. The spherical tissue that fell from its eye socket almost entered his mouth, the overwhelming resentment nearly suffocating him. Li Budu instinctively reached out to push it away. I don't eat, thank you. Spectre. Ahem. You may continue. I'm listening, Li Budu said with a light cough. The spectre fell silent for a moment before continuing with a voice like chilling ice from the underworld, reminiscent of nails scraping on a chalkboard filled with unmasked threat. I stepped forward, not because I believe your ghostly words, but because I have no other choice. If you dare deceive me, death. This blatant threat, infused with 22 years of accumulated resentment, instantly drenched Li Budu's back in cold sweat. He could clearly sense the overwhelming hatred and resolve in the specter's words. This was not someone to be trifled with. But what could he do? For now he could only endure. All he could pray for was that Zhongyuan and the others would arrive soon, otherwise he might just end up stuck here. He quickly steadied his mind, wearing an extremely sincere expression, and said solemnly, a gentleman does not speak falsely. Seeing Li Budu's serious demeanor, the fierce specter's turbulent resentment seemed to subside somewhat, though its cold gaze remained scrutinizing. Seizing the moment, Li Budu gently asked in as mild a tone as possible, may I inquire your name? Since we are to collaborate, we should have a way to address each other. The fierce specter fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. After a while it spoke with a tone tinged with confusion and sadness. The matters of my past life are hazy. My surname, my name, long forgotten. I only vaguely remember. The two characters Meow Meow. Meow Meow. You are also called Meow Meow. Do you share the surname Zhou? He suppressed his inner doubts, striving to maintain a neutral expression. But clearly now was not the time to dwell on such things. He cautiously probed, sister, can you defeat the painting skin specter? A researcher pointed at the elevator that resembled a stone coffin. Looking at the protruding rivets and the enveloping dome, he couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? That makes sense. Li Budu scratched his head, then extended the Zhongsui talisman and asked, can you take this? The specter shook its head. Li Budu's eyes brightened, and he continued, do you have any rope here? The specter tilted its head and waved its hand. The weaker specters immediately scattered like birds and beasts, soon returning with a pile of rope, which they threw at Li Budu's feet. Li Budu used the rope to tie the talisman to the back of the axe blade. Those weaker specters had already howled in pain just from approaching, and this stronger specter seemed to fear the talisman as well. The plan then became quite simple, bind it to the axe, and if faced with a specter, smash it down. With the weapon's creation seeming feasible, Li Budu finally felt a bit of confidence. But after much contemplation, he still turned to the powerful specter and asked, do you know Zhou Meow Meow? Li Budu forced himself to calm down and spoke to comfort the emotional spirit, sister, don't get agitated, let's talk it out. Meow Meow. Meow Meow. Woo, the spirit let out a sharp howl, and then suddenly burst into loud tears. As Li Budu mentioned it, her originally vague memories began to resurface. For in her heart, Li Budu was an official person, and whatever he brought up could only lead to two outcomes. Either one had been recruited, or how could she not know the measure with her own child? The result was already quite clear. Take care. Li Budu knew that saying this to a ghost was somewhat inappropriate and abrupt, but these situations were the hardest for him to handle. Otherwise, what could he do? Tell it that its family was dead, and then perform a trick of biting a lighter. He looked at the vengeful spirit whose black aura seemed to grow thicker and asked in a deep voice, how much do you know about that skin changer and the one next to it named Zhao? Perhaps he was not being intentional, his thoughts were somewhat unethical, but at present the increase in the spirit's power was indeed beneficial to him. The vengeful spirit's black mist surged around it as it strained to remember, its voice filled with hatred. Extremely cunning, best at illusion and disguise, able to perfectly mimic others' appearances, voices, and even their auras. With tough skin and a resilient life force moreover. It can continuously repair itself by absorbing negative energy. As for the one named Zhao, I can't see through it, it rarely acts directly, but the skin changer listens to it. She paused, her crimson ghost eyes turned to Li Budu. What are you planning to do? Li Budu's heart stirred, bait and ambush. The spirit's voice turned cold. Is this the best plan? No, Li Budu shook his head, speaking honestly, my dog brain can only come up with these ideas. I am a civil servant, not skilled in combat. If you can't win, I certainly can't either, Li Budu said sincerely. Are there still distinctions between civil and military officers outside? The spirit and Li Budu exchanged wide-eyed glances. Metaphor, do you understand? Li Budu spread his hands and said. Then what do you do? I am a performer. What position is that? Oh, big sister, don't worry about these details. Moreover, listening to your words, the skin changer has harmed countless people, never failing in over 20 years. It is bound to be proud, and its vigilance might just be at its lowest. As a living person, I will be the bait directly attracting its attention, and when the time comes I will find the right opportunity to slip over to the one named Zhao. You vengeful spirits at that time will help me kill that Zhao. Does that Zhao have a say? No, I just simply want to kill him. This plan was indeed simple, even considered cliched and risky. But right now the only theory Li Budu could trust was fools can defeat masters. Alright, let's do it your way. The great vengeful spirit almost did not hesitate, immediately nodding in agreement. It had no better choice, being trapped for over 20 years had led to its consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. If this continued, it would only become a vengeful spirit wandering around causing harm. Even if it failed, it accepted it. Li Budu looked at the only weapon in his hand, the heavy fire axe. His gaze fell on the amulet of Zhongyuan that continuously emitted a slight warmth. He carefully touched the talisman that he had tied to the back of the axe. The talisman was carved from a special black wood with a small hole at the back for threading a string. Without caring about anything else, he used the thin string he found randomly with the vengeful spirits, wrapped it several times to secure it, and swung it a few times forcefully to ensure it wouldn't come off. Zhongyuan's famous reputation, he had heard of it since childhood. It should have a strong restraining effect on any ghost or evil spirit. This was equivalent to enchanting a physical attack. I hope it will be useful. Li Budu weighed the modified axe, feeling it had become much easier to handle. With everything ready, Li Budu took a deep breath and nodded to the great vengeful spirit and the other spirits. The great vengeful spirit looked at him deeply, then transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Together with the other spirits, it quietly merged into the surrounding darkness, as if it had never appeared. He only felt something at his wrist, gently grasping him, pulling him in a certain direction. He knew in his heart that it was the spirit leading him. Li Budu organized his emotions, putting on a slightly panicked and vigilant expression again. Holding the modified fire axe, he cautiously groped towards the indicated direction. Not far ahead, in a spacious courtyard area, he saw those two familiar figures again. Zhao Ming and Zhou Miaomiao were standing there, seemingly resting, but also waiting for something. Upon seeing Li Budu's appearance, Zhao Ming's face immediately revealed an expression of surprise and relief. Hero, where have you been? Just now when the lights went out, we were so worried. Are you alright? He quickly stepped forward, his tone filled with concern. Zhou Miaomiao also nestled beside Zhao Ming, looking weak and frightened. But deep within her gaze, a hint of undetectable greed and mockery flashed. Li Budu sneered inwardly, but cooperatively displayed a look of lingering fear. It's fine, I just got lost in the dark. This place is too evil, we need to find the exit quickly. Yes, we need to hurry up and leave. Zhao Ming echoed, but his gaze was erratic, secretly signaling to Zhou Miaomiao beside him. Seeing them like this, Li Budu knew it was time to lay everything on the table. After all, he didn't believe they were unprepared for a sneak attack from behind. He didn't know whether the other side would have a reflex reaction, killing him with a snap, and a vague sneak attack would instead put him in danger. Seeing them like this, Li Budu knew it was time to lay everything on the table. After all, he didn't believe they were unprepared for a sneak attack from behind. What do you mean by that? Zhao Ming's smile instantly froze and his eyes turned sinister. Hero, what do you mean by that? Just curious asking. Zhou Miaomiao from Guangxing, born in 2XXX, 25 years old this year. Li Budu sneered as he pointed the axe at the Zhou Miaomiao beside him. These words were like a thunderclap. Zhao Ming and Zhou Miaomiao changed their expressions drastically. Hero, do you know my girlfriend? Zhao Ming pretended to be somewhat perplexed. I know, how could I not know? Is that skin comfortable to wear? Li Budu said with a smile that was more bitter than crying. Zhao Ming's facade completely fell away, replaced by a chilling expression, an official person. Before he finished speaking, the Zhou Miaomiao beside him suddenly made a sound that made one's teeth ache, a crackling noise. Her body inflated violently like a balloon, the exquisite human skin being torn apart like rags, revealing its true form inside. A huge, ghastly creature, nearly 2 meters tall, with a green face and fangs, muscular and exuding a strong stench and malevolent energy. This was the true form of the skin changer. It opened its blood-red maw and let out a low growl, its crimson eyes locked onto Li Budu, filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Li Budu couldn't help but sincerely exclaim upon witnessing this scene. Truly hideous. That kind of abomination, a hybrid of goblin and troll he had only seen in the popular videos online. It's over. Next there should be a line saying redefining beauty. Every time Li Budu saw such a person, he could only silently sigh, grateful he hadn't scrolled away from the video, thinking that he could also do push-ups while watching. You know I'm an official, yet you dare to attack me, eh? Li Budu raised an eyebrow and said, haha, you'll die in the ghost realm. Who can prove it was me? Moreover, it wasn't me who killed you. Zhao Ming waved his hand towards the skin changer. Kill him. Zhao Ming stepped back a few paces, coldly commanding, a mocking and cruel smile on his face, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Li Budu being torn to pieces. Faced with this terrifying sight, Li Budu not only did not retreat, but actively charged towards the skin changer. Self-importance. Zhao Ming scoffed, thinking Li Budu was simply insane. The skin changer roared in anger as it sensed its prey daring to charge. Its massive form swept through with a fierce wind, claws extended, aiming to tear Li Budu apart. However, just as the two sides were about to collide, Li Budu made a move that no one expected. He did not choose to confront Hedon, but suddenly crouched down. Using a move akin to a lazy roll in street fighting, he narrowly slipped between the thick legs of the skin changer. His target from the very beginning had never been this tough skin changer. In reality, if he encountered such a tank-like creature, he would have to steer clear. Otherwise, with a sudden attack, he would just end up on the ground. The skin changer missed, its target momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Li Budu to be so slippery. Zhao Ming was even more shocked that Li Budu would bypass the skin changer and head straight for him. The mockery on his face instantly transformed into astonishment. It was this moment of surprise. Li Budu leaped up from the ground like a cheetah, the fire axe in his hand slicing through the air with a cold glint. He did not use the sharp edge of the axe, but rather the dull back that was tied with the Zhongyuan talisman. He used all his strength and slammed it down hard onto Zhao Ming's left shoulder. Crack! Ah! A crisp and spine-chilling sound of bones breaking resonated, accompanied by Zhao Ming's shrill, pitch-altered wail. He was staggered back by this tremendous force, his left shoulder visibly caving in, clearly suffering a shattering fracture. Oh, my shoulder. You're seeking death. Zhao Ming's face twisted in pain, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. After successfully landing a blow, a flicker of joy arose in Li Budu's heart, but the next moment, an indescribable heart-wrenching pain surged from his chest. He looked down to see a sharp clawed ghost paw covered in green scales had quietly pierced through his chest from behind. In that ghostly claw it also held a bright red, slightly pulsing object, his heart. It was the skin changer. It reacted extremely quickly at the moment Li Budu attacked Zhao Ming. It had already launched a lethal sneak attack from behind. Li Budu's movements instantly froze as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He painfully turned his head, seeing the skin changer's green face with fangs revealing a cruel and cunning grin. Ugh! Li Budu opened his mouth, but could not make any sound. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness seemed to be slipping away. But almost in an instant something forcefully corrected his awareness, followed by a feeling of relief, as if something that had been blocking him had finally disappeared. He felt an exhilarating rush, as if he could bite 10 lighters at once. Zhao Ming, clutching his shattered shoulder and enduring the excruciating pain, saw this scene and revealed a smile of hatred and cruelty. The skin changer slowly withdrew its ghostly claw, raising the still slightly pulsing heart before its eyes, seemingly wanting to admire this marvelous trophy. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The expected scene of Li Budu collapsing did not occur. He remained standing, although pale, and with a terrifying hole in his chest. He did not fall. He even slowly and somewhat stiffly turned back, looking at his hollow chest with an extremely strange expression. Then he looked at the heart in the skin changer's hand, and finally his gaze fell on Zhao Ming and the skin changer's faces. In his eyes there was no fear of dying, no pain, but rather an indescribable confusion and speechlessness. The scene fell into an extremely eerie silence. The cruel grin on the skin changer's face froze. It looked at the heart in its hand with confusion. It looked again at Li Budu, who stood there with a large hole in his chest, its crimson eyes filled with huge question marks. Zhao Ming was also dumbfounded, forgetting the pain in his shoulder, mouth agape, as if witnessing a ghost. Finally, the skin changer, seemingly unable to comprehend this illogical scene, broke the silence in a hoarse voice filled with doubt and frustration. You have no heart. Still not dead. Yes, why am I not dead? Li Budu also questioned back with confusion. It looked Li Budu up and down as if confirming something, then suddenly scoffed. Aren't you human? Then why are you play-acting with us? Is it amusing? Silence was the scenery of tonight's Kongqiao. It was also in tonight's Lychee Square's courtyard. Li Budu touched his empty chest, where there was no blood gushing out, only a strange, cool sensation. He raised his head, looking at the bewildered and angry expressions of the skin changer, and Zhao Ming tugging at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that was more awkward than crying with a hint of innocence. You didn't even ask. System update completed. Name Li Budu. Race Purple Zombie. Realm Forgebone, first stage. Lifespan. Tribulation 170. Yang Virtue 10,000. In Virtue 100. Talent Creative Ideas B. Absorb In Fear Light, and Like Shadow. Abilities Running C. Performing B. Juggling D. Technique 7 Souls. Training Initial Insight. Evolution Mall opens at Forgebone 9th stage. Xanadu Bureau 749. Zhang Yi looked at the solemnly seated Zhongyi team in front of him, then glanced at the screen displaying the heart-extracting Li Budu, and after a long silence finally asked, Little Zhang, is this your subordinate? Inside Lychee Square, Li Budu stood in eerie confrontation with a Huapi Gui and Dr. Zhao, while beyond the square's perimeter the boundary, once shrouded in absolute darkness and spatial distortion, rippled suddenly like water disturbed by an unseen hand. In the next instant dozens of figures materialized silently upon the empty street, ghost-like, unheralded, arriving not by vehicle, but through the arcane power of talismanic artistry. The collective spatial translocation talisman had arrived. Each figure exuded calm authority and piercing focus, clad uniformly in the tactical gear of the 749 Bureau. They were elite operatives from the Guangdong branch, urgently deployed upon receiving an emergency distress call, led by Deputy Director Zhang Yi. Yet even before them another figure had already appeared, utterly incongruous amid the mounting tension. An elderly man, stooped and frail, wore a faded blue Taoist robe, his hair and beard wild and snow-white, framed a weathered face. He carried a lacquered red wine gourd glossy with age, lifting it occasionally to his lips for a slow, drowsy sip. His expression languid, slightly hungover, faintly resigned. He was the top-tier cultivator specially dispatched by the Guangxi branch of the 749 Bureau Daoist Tunshan, a genuine nascent soul fourth-rank grandmaster. Cultivation Realms Soul Forging Foundation Establishment Core Forging Nascent Soul Manifestation. Daoist Tunshan belched softly, squinting through bleary eyes at Zhang Yi's tightly assembled team, then grumbled in heavily accented Mandarin, "What grand commotion have you Guangdong youngsters stirred up now? Can't even let an old man sleep in peace at midnight. Dragged here in haste without even grabbing my official satchel from Guangxi." Deputy Director Zhang Yi hurried forward, bowing deeply. Not a trace of condescension in his demeanor despite the elder's disheveled appearance. "Senior Tun, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, and for summoning you so urgently. The situation is dire, we had no choice. Ordinarily we would never dare disturb you. But inexplicably, a Taowu, an ancient primordial beast, slipped down from the northwest region. By the time we detected its trail, it had already reached nascent soul, first-rank strength. Most of our Bureau's nascent soul-level experts were already deployed to contain and track it. None could be reached in time. We had no recourse but to request urgent aid from our sister branch, and ask for your intervention." Daoist Tunshan waved dismissively, took another long swig of wine, and replied with easy candor, "All right, cousin, I won't stand on ceremony. Since I'm here, consider it done." "Oh, you're truly magnificent, sir." Zhang Yi clasped his fists in heartfelt gratitude. "With those words from you we breathe easy." Daoist Tunshan said nothing more, ambling slowly toward the ghost domain barrier, a translucent veil invisible to the naked eye, yet radiating palpable dread. He extended a bony finger, gently touching the barrier. His previously lazy expression hardened instantly, brows furrowing into a deep vertical crease. No, it's thick, very thick." He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "Troublesome, difficult to breach. This is no ordinary ghost domain. Something extraordinary has been interwoven into it. The very laws of reality have been warped and solidified. A brute force approach is impossible." Hearing even Daoist Tunshan deem it formidable, Zhang Yi's heart sank. "Senior Tun, then is there any other way to break through? Or, if full breach proves impossible, can we at least extract our personnel trapped inside? There remains one of our agents within." He meant, of course, Li Budu. "What? There's still someone inside?" Daoist Tunshan blinked, genuinely surprised. "Has he endured this level of ghost domain for so long? And still lives?" Zhang Yi flushed, slightly gesturing for a technician to hand over a custom tablet, its screen displaying a forced livestream feed from the account Zhongyuan. The image showed the surreal tableau at the square's central courtyard: Li Budu, chest torn open, the Huapi Gue, clutching his still beating heart, and Dr. Zhaoming's shoulders collapsed, face ashen. Three figures, one human, one Gue, one corpse, stood frozen, pointing accusingly at one another like mismatched Spider-Men. Daoist Tunshan leaned closer, squinting at the screen, tapping each figure with a wrinkled finger. "Where is the human?" "Director Zhang, you mustn't jest that I've gone blind in my old age. Not one of these is human." Zhang Yi's jaw twitched. With forced cheerfulness, he pointed to Li Budu, bare-chested, absurdly alive, arguing rationally with a monster. "Senior Tun, that young man is one of our temporary staff." Daoist Tunshan stared at the screen, Li Budu's hollow chest, his defiant vitality, for a full half-minute silent. His snowy eyebrows lifted repeatedly before he murmured, voice layered with awe and disbelief, "So this is how the Guangdong branch of the 749 Bureau plays now. What kind of being is this young man?" "Zhang Yi." Daoist Tunshan abandoned the question of lineage, his gaze fixed instead on the mall's architectural layout in the background. Studying the load-bearing pillars, corridor alignments, and central atrium structure, he began rapidly calculating with his fingers, his expression growing steadily graver, paler. Suddenly, he halted mid-calculation, inhaling sharply. Turning to Zhang Yi, his voice trembled. "Cousin, I understand our Lingnan region has long harbored traditions of jiangshi, folk methods of controlling and guiding the undead exist, and our bureau has studied them. Even I accept that. But you're using a dragon vein to nourish corpses, eh? What madness is this? Is this rebellion? What? Dragon vein necromancy?" Zhang Yi recoiled as if struck by lightning, nearly leaping to his feet. "Senior Tun, these words carry grave weight. We would never commit such an atrocity. Lychee Square is a legitimate commercial development. Yes, its feng shui raised concerns, but dragon vein cultivation, that claim is baseless." Daoist Tunshan jabbed a trembling finger at the screen. "Baseless? Nonsense. Observe the square's location. It sits precisely atop the converging dragon-head nexus of a latent dragon vein, a site destined to bless land and prosperity, to nurture wealth and progeny." But his tone shifted, sharp and urgent. "Look at its interior layout. An extreme Sha formation. And beneath it, I recognize the formation, the 8 coffins reversing array of vile forbidden art. It seeks to forcibly invert heaven and earth, to clash supreme yin energy against oblivion itself, attempting to birth a single thread of ultimate yang from utter death. Though perilous success might theoretically constitute a heretical path to transcendence, yet this imbalance, yin unchecked, yang unrisen, clearly indicates deliberate control." Daoist Tunshan's face turned ashen. Feng shui is fractured, the celestial patterns obscured. Below chaos runs deeper still. Something far stranger stirs beneath this square. These Sha formations and the reversing array function like a funnel, drawing every ounce of Yin and Sha energy downward, channeling it relentlessly into the earth's veins. This thing is gnawing upon the dragon vein, stealing the land's vital spiritual essence. Cousin, this act if reported would cost heads. He paused, catching his breath, then delivered his verdict with grim finality. Given the scale of this Yin concentration and dragon binding technique, the square conceals a great malevolence. A creature of profound, terrifying power. These Huapi Gui and other entities above are merely decoys, designed to obscure causality. Zhang Yi felt an icy chill surge from his soles to his crown, his entire body freezing in dread. At the center of Lichi Square's atrium, Li Budu gestured toward the still thrumming heart, clutched in the Huapi Gui's grasp. Could I have that back, please? The Huapi Gui held Li Budu's pulsing heart, unable to relinquish it, unwilling to keep it, locked in mutual awkward silence with Li Budu. Dr. Zhao finally broke the stalemate, gripping his shattered shoulder teeth, clenched. Which side are you really on? Utterly bewildered, he wondered. A Jiangshi, the lowest rank, yet possessing sentience. What aberrant phenomenon was this? Li Budu scratched idly at the ragged edge of his hollow chest and flashed an innocent grin. Me. Which side do you think I'm on? Dr. Zhao's face darkened like burnt iron. He jabbed a finger. You, a Zhejiang. What side do you think I'd place you on? Are you insane? Earlier, Li Budu's transformation had remained incomplete, his aura hazy, confusing. Now it was finished. The chilling necrotic chi of a Jiangshi surged forth, undeniable. Li Budu fell silent, pondering earnestly, then grinned again. Guess. Dr. Zhao nearly choked, erupting into bitter laughter. Do you think I'll guess what you think I'll guess? Li Budu replied, utterly serious. Do you think I'll guess whether you'll guess what I think you'll guess? I'll guess your mother. Dr. Zhao shattered, completely roaring. See, you're impatient again. Li Budu shrugged, wearing the look of a man profoundly disappointed by another's lack of composure. At that absurd, tense moment, chaos erupted. The Huapi Gui's grip on Li Budu's heart loosened, just slightly, trembling under prolonged tension and confusion. A single drop of dark crimson blood, vibrant with uncanny vitality, oozed from the heart's wound, tracing a path down the Gui's bluish fingertip, slipping silently onto the ground below. Drip! It landed precisely into the narrow fissure of a floor tile at the exact center of the atrium, engraved with intricate esoteric patterns. Time froze. Then boom! The entire Lichi Square and the very earth itself, shuddered violently. As if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake, ceiling lights swung wildly, walls cracked, display cabinets toppled. At the atrium's center, that single tile erupted with blinding scarlet light. An indescribable primordial terror, ancient as the dawn of creation, sovereign beyond all reckoning, exploded like a volcano awakened after 10,000 eons. From the depths of the earth's veins came a sound of cosmic fracture, inaudible to mortal ears, yet causing every soul across the 3 realms and 6 paths to tremble in their core. The dragon veins of China's 9 provinces wailed in unison. The vast terrestrial chi surged wildly, untamed and unmoored. Above, a blood-red moon hung low, its baleful crimson light drowning the heavens, forcing even stars to hide their light in fear. In an instant, Lichi Square became a desolate, timeless netherrealm. Rock strata harder than divine iron buckled upward like crumbling pastry. No mere seismic rupture, but a twisting collapsing of spacetime itself, birthing a chaotic vortex that devoured light. From the vortex's heart, gray-black light erupted. A column infused with the essence of netherworld soil and chaotic demon-slaying shinergy, piercing straight through the blood moon's radiance. A sigh-like breath emanated from the column, deep, heavy, making the entire cosmos rise and fall with its rhythm. Carrying the desolation of primordial epochs, each exhale drained all Yin energy within 1,000 miles, transmuting it into suffocating, omnipresent pressure. Birds dropped dead midair, beasts prostrated themselves, howling in despair. Outside the ghost domain barrier, lower ear, Guangdong, 749 bureau agents collapsed, blood streaming from their orifices. Even seasoned cultivators felt their nascent souls quake and their spiritual energy freeze, compelled instinctively to kneel. From the chaotic light, a pale, elongated hand emerged slowly, fingernails obsidian black, as if distilled from eternal night. Its mere appearance rippled spacetime, reality itself recoiled from its presence. A towering silhouette gradually coalesced. He wore an ancient black robe embroidered with long-lost chaos Tao patterns, its hem fluttered without wind, each ripple echoing countless births and deaths. His face remained indistinct, only an ageless detached indifference perceptible, and then 2 eyes slowly opened. No pupils, no sclera, only swirling galaxies infinitely deep, capable of swallowing all light and hope. When he fully set foot upon the earth, the planet seemed to tilt for an instant, ground beneath him dissolving into dust, not through impact, but utter annihilation, into void. Transcending the 3 realms and 5 elements, his emergence was less an arrival than a contemptuous proclamation against the ordained order of heaven and earth. He stood, a primordial mountain no being could surmount. His brilliance stemmed from eternity itself, his oppression from absolute dominion over all life's laws. Before him, all things were insects. Even heaven and earth seemed but a temporary cage. Daoist Tunshin, watching the livestream, his clouded eyes widened in raw primal fear. Gazing at the broadcast image, sensing that incomprehensible, boundless aura, a name, absurd, almost laughable, flashed through his mind. Jiangshi primogenitor, Zhongyuan. A bottomless chasm split open at the atrium center. From its depths rose a figure, accompanied by phantasmagoric visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood radiating the sovereign aura of an emperor commanding all existence. He ascended slowly, suspended in air, still dazed from slumber, gaze distant. Casually he raised one hand and flicked it toward the nearest Huapi Gui, still stunned in place. No light, no sound. Yet the Huapi Gui, formidable beyond Li Budu's comprehension, failed even to scream. Its massive frame split cleanly in two, as if cleaved by an invisible blade, its dense pure energy dissipating like deflated leather. On each severed half, an expression of utter horror and disbelief remained frozen. One half's mouth quivered feebly, emitting a shrill dying wail directed at Dr. Zhao. Darling, it hurts, darling. Save me, save. Dr. Zhao, already reeling from Jiang Chen's unimaginable aura, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, collapsed limbs scrambling backward in blind terror, eyes wide with unprecedented dread. No. No. Don't come near me. You're not. HHH. His shriek pierced the air, then cut off abruptly as his mind snapped, eyes rolling back, body going slack in unconsciousness. Across the entire atrium, only Li Budu remained standing. Jiang Chen's sun and moonlight gaze slowly turned and settled upon him. Sensing something anomalous about him, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered, ever so faintly, with curiosity. An ancient solemn voice resonated directly within the soul intact, yet body transformed into Jiangshi, intriguing. Young one, what is your... Before he could finish, an antique copper coin shot from Li Budu's pocket. It hovered between the two undead beings, vibrating violently, the characters Dongyue blazing brighter, then shattered explosively. Space imploded, and a figure stepped forth, palm striking Jiang Chen squarely. In that instant, Jiang Chen was hurled backward, crashing deep into the chasm. Smoke billowed. The newcomer did not touch him, merely gestured, and Jiang Chen rose, levitated helplessly high above the pit. Li Budu stared dumbfounded. Gone was Jiang Chen's former majesty. His form dimmed, his eyes vacant, devoid of all intelligence. Jiang Chen was dead. Li Budu, and every conscious 749 Bureau agent outside the ghost domain barrier, stared speechless. WTF. A transformation occurred in a manner that transcended all understanding. A shattered copper coin revealed a figure stepping directly out of the void, silently appearing beside Jiang Chen. The figure was not tall, and even appeared somewhat short. It was enveloped in a faint, deep mist resembling a night veil obscuring its true visage. Only a vague human silhouette could be discerned. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous presence made its appearance. It caused the oppressive aura of Jiang Chen, which once filled the world, and made all beings tremble, to vanish as if gently erased by an invisible hand, instantaneously dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Chen's indifferent gaze suddenly contracted, and for the first time his sun and moon-like eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, even a hint of fear. He seemed to want to act to see who had come. However, the short figure shrouded in the night mist simply raised a hand, lightly directing it towards Jiang Chen. There was no flash of light, no explosion of energy, no sound. It was as if a hand had brushed over a speck of dust. The formidable and nearly immortal body of Jiang Chen, the progenitor of the undead, was sent flying under this casual gesture. He crashed heavily into the pit below. His consciousness disintegrated and dissipated silently, like a weathered sand sculpture obliterated in the void. From appearance to obliteration, it was but a fleeting moment. At the very moment Jiang Chen's consciousness completely vanished in the command hall of the 749 Bureau and all its branches. The signal that had been forcibly broadcasting for a long time suddenly flickered and then turned into a flurry of static, abruptly cutting off. What happened? The signal is gone. What occurred? The hall erupted into chaos. Everyone could only glimpse the terrifying pressure brought by Jiang Chen's appearance, which even made viewers shudder from behind the screen. Along with the abruptly appearing short figure enveloped in night mist, and then the broadcast was cut off. At the most critical moment, vision was lost. Deputy Director Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically as he shouted at the technicians, "What's going on? Is there a problem? Resolve it quickly." The Daoist Tunshin straightened his hunched body, sharply, nearly dropping the wine gourd in his hand. He fixed his gaze on the now static screen, his murky old eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance, his voice heavy with gravitas, and a hint of tremor. That feeling. Is it him? Isn't he at Mount Tai? Why is he here? In the courtyard of Lizzie Square, Li Budu stood dumbfounded, watching everything unfold. His mind went blank, completely unable to process the successive, increasingly outrageous shocks. The short figure raised a small hand, lifting Jiang Chen's corpse into the air. He saw a mysterious energy being drawn bit by bit from Jiang Chen, gathering in his palm, eventually coalescing into a diamond-shaped energy mass resembling ice. Finally found it. The law's iceberg. The short figure that had swiftly killed Jiang Chun murmured slowly, turning to face Li Budu. The surrounding night mist flowed, as if alive, gradually dissipating to reveal its true form beneath. It was indeed a childlike figure. Standing only up to Li Budu's waist, its body shape was indiscernible, clad in a loose dark robe. Yet its skin was not flesh-colored, but rather like the deepest night sky, black as ink. Yet it sparkled with countless tiny twinkling points of light, as if a splendid galaxy were condensed within. Its features were indistinct, seemingly veiled by a layer of rippling water, revealing only a faint outline. But a pair of ink-black celestial eyes was exceptionally clear, devoid of any childish innocence. Only endless desolation, indifference, and a regal aura of overseeing all beings were present. Li Budu gazed at this existence that could not be described by common logic, his throat dry, his heart twitching. He mustered the greatest courage of his life, his voice trembling as he asked, "You, who are you?" The starry childlike figure quietly looked at Li Budu. After a long silence, it spoke in an ethereal, youthful voice infused with supreme authority, slowly saying, "Copper coin." Copper coin. Li Budu was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized. He instinctively reached into his pocket for the ancient copper coin engraved with strange runes obtained from the ghostly chariot. But then he recalled that the copper coin had just flown out and shattered in front of him, and he was so shocked that he almost forgot about it. The ghostly soldier borrowed the path. That terrifying existence in the chariot. Li Budu didn't know whether it was friend or foe, so he could only feign understanding, appearing submissive. He quickly nodded, forcing a look of reverence. Yes, yes, yes. The younger generation understands. Thank you for the previous bestowal and saving grace. Seeing that Li Budu seemed to have comprehended, a hint of satisfaction flashed across the blurred face of the child, and he slightly nodded. Then Li Budu's next sentence nearly destabilized the Tao heart of this supreme being of the underworld. Li Budu, with an expression of "I understand the rules very familiarly," and with a hint of respect, tentatively asked, "So, from now on, should I call you Brother Copper Coin?" The figure, composed of starry sky, clearly stiffened for a moment. The surrounding flowing night mist halted for a moment. In those eyes filled with desolation, it seemed even the flow of the galaxy slowed for a beat. Obviously, this existence that had endured for countless eons, the Lord of the Underworld, had never encountered such a refreshingly unconventional title. Before Li Budu could react to whether he had said something wrong, the childlike figure suddenly vanished from its original spot. The next moment it appeared right in front of Li Budu, so close it was almost face-to-face. A small hand formed from resplendent stars gently pressed on top of Li Budu's head. He felt an irresistible surge of power, cool, yet filled with a vast aura, instantly flood into his consciousness. His vision went dark, and he felt dizzy, as if all his memories and thoughts were being thoroughly browsed and examined by this power. The 20-plus years of his life flashed before this existence like a revolving lantern, the hardships of the orphanage, the antics on the internet, biting lighters, snatching food from dogs, calling himself a fool, firecrackers exploding. Various audacious acts and abstract operations were laid bare before his eyes. The child's indistinct face betrayed no expression, but the silence stretched on unusually long. After a while, that ethereal childlike voice finally emitted a faint, indescribable fluctuation, uttering two words. "Awesome." After examining, the child withdrew his hand. Li Budu shook his head, not yet fully awake, when he felt another vast stream of information being forcibly stuffed into his mind. It was as if someone had forcefully shoved a half-meter-long baguette into his mouth, compelling him to swallow it. In an instant, he felt his worldview being forcibly expanded. Many pieces of knowledge he had never heard of, that he had never understood, were imprinted deep in his consciousness, as if they had always existed. Though he couldn't grasp most of it, a feeling of enlightenment arose spontaneously. Simultaneously, a noble ancient title imbued with supreme authority and Taoist rhythm resonated within his soul like a great bell. The Grand Emperor of the Eastern Mount, the Azure Emperor, supreme spirit of the vast, Zhongyuan, true monarch. The Great Emperor of Eastern Mount, the Lord of great benevolence. Li Budu trembled violently, finally understanding the true identity of this existence before him. He was one of the highest deities of the underworld, governing yin and yang, and commanding myriad ghosts, far surpassing any Zhongkue or Yen Luo. His legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel. The Eastern Mount Emperor seemingly did not mind Li Budu's previous slip of the tongue. His gaze fell on Li Budu's empty chest, and his starry eyes flickered slightly, instantly discerning the root cause. One of the three souls is missing. The fetal light has been lost. Vitality is severed, thus becoming a zombie body. The ethereal childlike voice spoke as if to itself. As soon as the words fell, the Eastern Mount Emperor's small hand reached out to grasp the remnants of Jiang Chen's body, which had been left after his consciousness was obliterated. That body, which could cause a disaster in the outside world, was like pliable clay in the Eastern Mount Emperor's hands, easily kneaded and refined. In an instant, a heart entirely dark gold, translucent, like crystal, pulsating, slightly emanating a tremendous vitality and a hint of immortality, was forged. Its shape was identical to Li Budu's original heart, but its essence was worlds apart. Before Li Budu could react, the Eastern Mount Emperor pushed with a small hand. That heart of Jiang Chun transformed into a streak of flowing light, accurately and precisely embedding itself into the hollow of Li Budu's chest. Boom! Li Budu felt an indescribable warm and powerful force instantly fill his entire being. The lost fetal light soul seemed to be forcibly restored and awakened. An unprecedented sense of wholeness and vibrant vitality made him unable to help but want to howl at the sky. His zombie body remained unchanged, but he instinctively felt that something had changed, as if the previously chaotic and confused path had suddenly opened up. Everything became clear and simple. After completing all this, the Eastern Mount Emperor did not appear to think it was anything remarkable. He raised his hand again, and the surrounding ominous winds surged, the vast and boundless aura of the underworld gathering and compressing in his palm. Eventually, it transformed into a dual-fish jade pendant entirely black, as warm as jade, inscribed on the front with the golden characters Eastern Mount, which he gently tossed into Li Bulu's hand. The karma is not yet finished. The Eastern Mount Emperor looked at Li Budu, his ethereal voice carrying an indescribable implication. When you achieve the realm of the flying zombie, you may hold this pendant and seek me at Mount Tai. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Eastern Mount Emperor's figure began to fade like ink dissolving in water, stepping into the void. Li Budu received the jade pendant, which felt increasingly slippery in his hands, making it impossible to resist fiddling with it, as its texture was exquisitely smooth. He instinctively summoned his panel name Li Budu. Race Purple Zombie, Zhongyuan's Endowment. Realm First Stage of Body Forging. Lifespan 170. P.S. The lifespan here refers to the protagonist's original lifespan, as the fetal light was restored by the Emperor using Zhongyuan's heart. After becoming a black zombie, this will no longer exist, replaced by the death tribulation. Yin Virtue 10,000. Yang Virtue 100. Talent Shan Hai De Qian Lu Immortal Corpse Ding. Blood Fiend Corpse Poison Ding. 10,000 Corpses Paying Homage Ding. Blood Extraction Body Forging Ding. Blood Extraction Transforming Yuan Ding. Creative Ideas E Seeking Profit Avoiding Harm Ding. Ability Running Bing Antics E Juggling Ding. Skill 7 Souls Training Method Initial Glimpse. Evolution Store opened at 9th stage of body forging. Li Budu exclaimed as he looked at the suddenly rich panel. He no longer hesitated, kneeling in the direction where the Eastern Mount Emperor had vanished, shouting with all his strength, in utmost respect, the younger generation Li Budu. Sending off the Grand Emperor of the Eastern Mount, the Azure Emperor, Supreme Spirit of the Vast, Zhongyuan, True Monarch. The Great Emperor of Eastern Mount, the Lord of Great Benevolence. His voice echoed in the empty courtyard. As the Eastern Mount Emperor completely departed, the vast ghostly domain enveloping the entire Lizzie Square began to rapidly dissolve and disintegrate like snow melting in sunlight. The external lights and sounds became clear and audible again. However, before Li Budu could recover from this tremendous opportunity and shock, he was about to check his body and the detailed changes in the system when a rush of hurried and dense footsteps came from behind. He instinctively turned to look. He saw Deputy Director Zhang Yidao's Tunshin Zhang Zhongyi and Yang Wang Xiangmin and a large group of elite personnel from the 749 Bureau. Like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, they instantly broke through the recently dissipated ghost domain barrier and swarmed towards him. Seeing familiar faces like Zhang Zhongyi, Li Budu felt a sense of relief and a feeling of belonging, as if the organization has finally come. He revealed a weary yet sincere smile, greeting Zhang Zhongyi, Uncle Zhang. And go, you finally made it. Before he could finish his sentence, Deputy Director Zhang Yi, standing at the forefront, had a grim expression, his gaze sharp as a knife. He suddenly took half a step forward, unceremoniously directing his cold voice at Li Budu, who had just stood up, his chest wounds already healed, but still exuding a strong zombie aura and an unfamiliar powerful fluctuation. He shouted in an unquestionable icy tone, "Take him down." With the command given, the prepared action team members surged forth like ferocious tigers, instantly pouncing from both sides. Li Budu didn't even react to what was happening before he felt a hard kick to his knee pit, and he involuntarily lunged forward. Immediately afterward, both arms were violently twisted behind his back, and with two crisp sounds, a pair of specially made handcuffs was securely locked around his wrists. The cold, hard sensation transmitted from his wrists, and a tremendous force pressed him firmly against the cold ground, his cheek pressed to the rough floor. Li Budu was completely stunned. He struggled to raise his head, looking at Zhang Zhongyi, whose face was grim, at Yang, whose expression was complex, and at Wang Xiangmin, who was expressionless. Finally, he looked at the deputy director who had given the order, his eyes filled with confusion. Deputy Director Zhang Yi looked down at him, his eyes devoid of warmth, only carrying the sternness of official duty. Report, Deputy Director, the suspect has been detained. Seal off the scene, dispatch personnel to investigate. I want results within 3 days. Yes. Zhang Yi nodded lightly to the officer who had stepped forward to report. He then turned to look at Li Budu, only to see that two people had at some point taken hold of him. He could not help but speak up in exasperation. What are you doing? The two who had detained Li Budu exchanged glances, then forced a smile and said, Deputy Director, it's an instinctive reaction. Let us escort this fellow back. We both have vision. This guy gives off an uncanny vibe. If we don't hold him, we'll be genuinely unnerved. Besides, the first response rules require controlling on-site personnel. We're just following procedure. Li Budu. All right, get in the car, back to the bureau. With a grand sweep of his hand, Zhang Yi sent the others to the official vehicle that had been summoned, leaving only the essential people to guard the scene. He turned and bowed slightly to Tunshin Doran, saying, Tunshin, I'll trouble you to break the situation. The shade over Lizzie Square must be dispelled. It's dangerous to leave it. Oh, no problem, no problem. Go on then. The old Tunshin waved them away, picked up his compass, and began to probe. Seeing this, the others fell silent and boarded the vehicle. Lizzie Square, Shai. A young man in a Daoist robe gripped by the throat a powerful Changwei that had earlier spoken with Li Budu. It was clear why they had not acted before. He slipped his hand into the Changwei's mouth and astonishingly pushed his arm all the way in. The Changwei shrieked as if some taboo had been violated, trembling in torment. After a long while, having found nothing, the man reluctantly withdrew his hand. Cough, cough, cough. The Changwei collapsed to its knees, coughing in pain as if it had narrowly escaped death. Did you eat? The Changwei glared and bristled, refusing to answer. The man laughed, and with an indifferent swipe of his hand through the air produced a banner pole and flag. Whales rose and fell around them. If Li Budu had been there, he would have seen several familiar shapes surrounding the flagpole, unmistakably those Changwei. There's nothing in the soul either. Where did the Zhongyuan Festival go? The man rubbed his chin in mild vexation, then looked back at the powerful Changwei and said, Oh really? I'm busy, you know. If you keep bothering me, I'll get annoyed too. The Changwei spat at him and stared with murderous hatred, a look that seemed to want to rip tendons, strip bones, flay flesh, and drink blood. Huh. You beast. It's all you're doing. You lured us here, didn't you? You had my sister killed and had that Wapigi wear her skin. Was that your design? Oh ho. Apparently my use of the sect's Zhongyuan Festival to feed you wasn't without effect. Doesn't it bring back many memories of your former lives? He laughed. Too bad about that, Zhao Ming. Useless at everything. Tasked with watching you and feeding you with Yuanli, and he couldn't even manage that simple duty. And he squandered an entire bundle of Zhongyuan Yuanli. Those bundles take the faithful of the sect a very long time to accumulate. The man drew from his sleeve a stick of incense identical to the bundle Li Budu had found earlier. He inhaled deeply, savoring it, then reluctantly returned it to his sleeve. I kept you to make a ghost gate coffin formation, but plans change. Hot plans never keep pace with fate. Your usefulness ends here. The man drove the flagstaff into the ground, and an overwhelming suction descended upon the Changwei. Just as the Changwei was about to be drawn into the banner, its eyes flashed, and as if remembering something, it roared hatefully at the man. Li Changxing, may you meet a terrible end. With those words, the Changwei was pulled into the flag. Huh. Lend me your blessing. Li Changxing tilted his head and smiled, then touched the pole with eyes gleaming. I remember I kept 8 here. Changwei too have fled. Li Changxing peered into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Interesting, ghosts of this nature can leave this domain. So never mind. Li Changxing stretched, and in an instant the space rippled as somehow he was now standing atop the shopping mall's peaked roof at Lizzie Square. If it weren't for the Bureau's informant, we'd be in deep trouble. Honestly, the old man changed 8 coffins suppressing ghosts to 8 coffins shadowing heaven, and didn't bother to improve it. The exposed Een energy drew many ghosts. The resulting ghost domain just so happened to trap some Bureau personnel. I wanted to raise a fake general minister with the law's floating ice. Damn, my concealment failed and Taishan caught the scent. Shit, we lost both the woman and the soldiers. Back home, I'll get chewed out again. Suddenly, another mountain rock. A hoarse yet vigorous voice sounded. In an instant, the sky roiled. As if torn from primeval legend, a colossal mountain hurtled toward Li Changxing. Its mere aura was enough to chill the marrow. TCH, that's why I dislike your Bureau 749, always escalating things. Li Changxing watched the mountain bearing down and shrugged, without changing his expression. Then with a light backward lean, he vanished as if folded into air. Only a voice lingered in the air. Don't worry, there's a nice treat waiting behind. The figure dissipated, the mountain lacking a target exploded, and its essence turned into pure spiritual energy that merged into the surrounding space. Only an austere, wizened silhouette hovered in the sky, Tunshin Doran. His brows were knitted, ancient eyes gleaming with lethal intent as he ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Sun, Xian, Sect. Cold specially made handcuffs bit into Li Budu's wrists. The runes that flowed across them sent a faint sting as a constant reminder of his situation. He was escorted, flanked by 2 solemn, steady-breathing operatives through the corridors of Bureau 749's underground base. They drew many curious, wary, or probing glances. And Yang and Wang Xiangmin followed behind, faces complex and hesitant to speak, while Zhang Zhongyi walked beside Deputy Director Zhang Yi at the front, the mood grave. At last, the group did not head to the usual interrogation room or testing center, but to Deputy Director Zhang Yi's office. The office was unexpectedly austere, lacking ornamentation. Only a necessary desk, and chairs, a bookshelf, and a large screen displaying the base's various sectors. A faint aroma of tea and a steady scent reminiscent of sandalwood filled the air. Wait outside for now. Zhang Yi instructed the 2 operatives, then looked at Zhang Zhongyi and Yang and Wang Xiangmin. Zhongyi, the 3 of you come in as well. The office door closed soundlessly. Inside remained Li Budu, Zhang Yi, Zhang Zhongyi and Yang, and Wang Xiangmin, 5 in all. The force restraining Li Budu was removed. Zhang Yi walked to the wide desk and sat, but did not speak at once. He took up the purple clay teapot, methodically poured 5 cups of tea, gestured for them to sit, and even pushed a cup toward Li Budu. This gesture eased the previously tense atmosphere a little, yet it only deepened the mystery. Zhang Yi lifted the cup blue on the steam sipped, and finally fixed his gaze on Li Budu opposite him, who appeared flustered and uneasy. His gaze was sharp, seeming to pierce the flesh to the soul, yet his tone was unexpectedly gentle. Comrade Li Budu, is that correct? Allow me to officially reintroduce myself. I am Zhang Yi, Deputy Director of Xanadu Bureau 749. Li Budu hurriedly nodded and replied nervously, yes, Deputy Director Zhang, I am Li Budu. No need to be nervous, young man. Zhang Yi set down his cup, folded his hands on the desk, and leaned forward slightly, as if preparing for a candid conversation. On behalf of the Bureau, I offer you an apology for failing to guarantee your safety immediately and for having you escorted. Please understand that under such circumstances and facing unknown changes, we must take the most cautious measures. It's responsibility to the organization and to you. And it is also our responsibility to the public. The apology, sudden and coming from a deputy director, left Li Budu a little flattered. He quickly waved his hand. No, it's fine, Deputy Director Zhang. I understand. Good that you understand. Zhang Yi's face softened into a warm smile, though his eyes remained lucid. Now, Buddha, may I ask why you went alone to that area of Lizzie Square last night? Zhang Yi's question was clearly probing around the edges. Li Budu knew this and chose the most direct tack, answering with sincerity, which he felt was the best approach. He drew a deep breath to steady himself, showing a touch of helplessness and lingering fear on his face. Deputy Director Zhang, to be honest, I was just confused in my head, so I went out to clear it. Clear your head. Zhang Yi arched a brow. Li Budu explained earnestly. I was an ordinary civilian until a few days ago. Who am I to be close with you? But life is fickle. Captain Zhang probably told you about the Zhongyuan Festival matter, right? Zhang Yi nodded at the mention. In any case, I won't belabor it. Captain Zhang and the others showed me leniency. They allowed me a month to sort out miscellaneous affairs. If someone simply disappears, it causes trouble. I plan to use this month to settle everything. I handed over work to brothers I trust and returned to the orphanage in my hometown to see Granny Chun, who raised me. I felt a little hollow inside, as if bidding farewell to my old life. I couldn't sleep at night, so I drove aimlessly and somehow ended up near Lizzie Square. It looked lively and prosperous, so I thought I'd walk around to feel the crowd. Maybe it would make me feel better. His emotion came through as genuine. Having just endured upheaval, his lingering bewilderment made his account credible. Zhang Yi listened quietly, never taking his eyes off Li Budu's face, studying each subtle expression and tonal fluctuation. Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiangmin held their breath, awaiting the deputy director's judgment. The office fell silent for a moment, only the steam from the tea rising gently. After a long while, Zhang Yi nodded slowly, the lines of his face softening. That's plausible. Young man, it's normal to feel lost at a turning point in life. If you went out to clear your head and encountered that incident, then it's somewhat beyond your control. He offered a small joke to ease the mood. Li Budu returned a wry smile in cooperation. Deputy Director Zhang is right. On that preliminary motive, Zhang, he seemed to find no obvious holes. He shifted his gaze from Li Budu to Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiangmin. Since entering the office, the three had kept their heads lowered, minimizing their presence. Zhang Yi looked at them and let out a deep sigh, his tone carrying both helplessness and reproach. You three, what am I to say? Do you know the record? Isn't the chronicler not allowed to be borrowed out? Zhang Zhongyi raised his head, his lips moving as if he wanted to explain something, but in the end he simply said in a deep voice, Deputy Director, I led this matter. The responsibility lies with me. Because the chronicler can locate the positions of those special entities, that is why I handed it over. After all, Comrade Li Budu is indeed in a special situation, and I submitted a month's request for seclusion, thinking to make the best use of resources, thus violating the Bureau's rules. It was my fault first. I am willing to accept any punishment. Zhang Zhongyi calmly took all the blame for Yang, distancing him from the matter. And Yang quickly reacted and spoke up. Deputy Director, don't blame Team Zhang. It was my idea. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. Wang Xiangmin did not speak, but took a step forward, indicating his stance. Zhang Yi looked at them, waved his hand, and his tone softened. Hey, what are you doing? Just a reminder, don't make the same mistake in the future. Our organization has some peculiarities that can't be helped. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. As long as nothing unexpected happens, everything will be fine. However, a mistake is still a mistake. If it is wrong, it must be acknowledged and corrected. The times have changed, and it is time to remind the comrades in the Bureau. Zhang Yi took a sip of tea and said leisurely, I understand, to keep up with the times. It feels a bit awkward to always carry a small gadget, but it is also to ensure the safety of comrades. It can also leave a recording for future generations to learn from increasing experience. Experience is something that can't be bought with a fortune. But punishment is necessary, though violating the rules requires a warning. If everyone were to borrow things carelessly, what would happen then? Then you will be punished, your team will lose basic points for a month. Zhang Yi's penalty was neither too severe nor too lenient, but just enough to awaken the people in the Bureau. As Zhang Zhongyi led the number 1 team in Xanadu, their basic points were quite considerable, and even some teams would struggle to reach their basic points after a month of hard work. However, the main source of points for the team still comes from taking on missions. It has an impact, but not a significant one. Thus it served as a reminder to everyone in the Bureau. If Zhang Zhongyi could fall losing basic points, what would happen if you were to fall? You better hope that the points you earn from tasks in a month combined with your basic points can match those of Zhang Zhongyi's team. He looked back at Li Budu, his expression becoming serious. Li Budu, based on the reports from Zhang Zhongyi and your previous statements, I understand that you are willing to join our 749 bureau, right? Li Budu sat up straight and nodded earnestly. Yes, Deputy Director Zhang, I know my situation is special. To put it bluntly, I have no other choice. But Team Zhang and Brother and not only saved my life, but also gave me a chance to start anew and even do something for society. Being able to join the bureau is a blessing for me, and my best destination, after all, can be considered serving the people in some way. His answer was sincere and simple, lacking in ornate expressions, yet it was more moving. Hearing this, Zhang, he revealed a gentle smile. He stood up, walked to Li Budu's side, and gently patted his head like an elder. Good child, having this awareness is very good. Our 749 bureau needs comrades like you who are responsible and grateful. However, the next second Zhang's tone abruptly changed, remaining gentle, but the content made Li Budu's heart leap to his throat. But child, you also know that in our line of work, relationships are critical and cannot tolerate any sand. For the organization, for your long-term considerations, and to dispel any lingering doubts in the bureau. Uncle, may I search your soul? Search the soul. Li Budu's pupils constricted and his muscles tensed up instantly. In his understanding, whether from movies, novels, or legends, he had heard searching the soul was an extremely dangerous, even cruel method. Lightly, it could lead to memory disorder and turning into an idiot. Heavily, it could scatter one's soul. Seeing Li Budu's face turn pale and the fear in his eyes, Zhang, he seemed to have anticipated this and quickly reassured him. Don't be afraid, child, don't misunderstand. What I mean by searching the soul is not the rough, soul-harming sorcery you imagine. At this moment, Zhang Zhongyi also interjected to explain. Blue Deputy Director Zhang is one of the few cultivators in the country who has mastered the soul path to a high level. What he refers to as searching the soul is more accurately described as observing the soul. He will not forcibly review the details of your memories, but will sense the intent emanating from the essence of your soul. It's like looking at a person's overall temperament rather than flipping through every single line in their diary. Only those who are rough and strip away memories bit by bit would harm the roots of intelligence. Deputy Director Zhang's methods are gentle and safe, but it's nothing to worry about. Zhang took over the conversation, his tone sincere. Yes, child. It's like looking at a painting. I see the overall atmosphere and color tone rather than counting how many blades of grass are in the painting. This way I can understand your true heart without causing you any harm. After all, the comrades we will fight alongside are those we can entrust with our lives, and absolute trust is fundamental. You see, is that okay? Is it okay or not? Does it mean if I refuse you won't observe? Li Budu's lips twitched. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and nodded emphatically. All right. Deputy Director Zhang, I trust you. You may proceed. What else could he do? How could he expect a small karami in the first stage of forging to go against them? Whether it would be useful was secondary, but he was likely to become a piece of the people. After all, he vividly remembered the scene of Zhang Zhongyi smashing the female ghost with a punch. Even if it were a bit gentler, he didn't dare to sleep too soundly at night, fearing that Deputy Director Zhang might sneak into his bed to conduct a soul observation. Instead of that, it would be better to face it openly. After saying this, he closed his eyes, trying to empty his mind and lower his defenses. Zhang nodded approvingly and extended his right index finger, gathering a point of extremely gentle, almost imperceptible white light at the tip. He gently placed the tip of his finger on Li Budu's forehead at the Yintang point. Li Budu only felt a warm, peaceful power flowing slowly into his mind, without any discomfort or pain. This power gently rippled in his sea of consciousness like a stone thrown into a lake, creating circles of ripples. In Zhang's vision, what he saw was not specific memory images, but a scene representing the essence of Li Budu's soul. The first scene he saw was neither a grand spectacle nor deep and complicated thoughts. Instead, it was a somewhat blurry image of Li Budu as a child squatting in a sunny open space, intently playing with dirt and sand with his small hands. His little face was smeared with mud, but was filled with immense joy, carefree and worry-free. What stunned Zhang even more was that as the child played with the mud, he hummed a song with a tender voice, intermittently, yet earnestly. Me and my motherland cannot be separated for even a moment. Wherever I go, a song of praise flows out. His off-key singing might have gone to his grandmother's house, but that purity and unguarded simple emotion reflected like the purest crystal without any impurities. Zhang, his entire consciousness paused for a second. Was this child so pure? He had seen countless hearts, yet none were as simple and unadorned as Li Budu. Even after experiencing this event, his inner self remained unchanged. This strong contrast, this purity and essence that remained instinctual even after experiencing the world's hardships and physical changes. Like a warm and intense light that instantly shattered all doubts and defenses in Zhang's heart. What he saw was not a conspiracy, not a disguise, but a heart that had never changed, a heart of innocence. In reality, it was because Li Budu's life philosophy was very simple: to eat, drink, play, and hum little tunes, nothing more beautiful than that. Regardless of what he played, as long as he found it interesting, that was enough for him. He didn't ask for much, playing whatever came to mind. The reason he subconsciously hummed that song was that in the orphanage when he was young there was only an old radio, and Grandma Chen only liked listening to songs, so it was always tuned to some music channels. There were a few catchy melodies that Li Budu would hum unconsciously. It was very simple and unadorned with no other thoughts. He might even start singing Jasmine Flower in a moment, If not, how about a song about night Shanghai? But how others interpreted it, he couldn't stop. The vice director, who had seen life and death, experienced hardships, and held a high position, felt his nose tingle, and his eyes redden. Ooh, such a pure person was already rare. He quickly withdrew his finger and turned away. The other three in the office were stunned by Zhang Yi's sudden reaction. Zhang Zhongyuan and Wang Xiangmin exchanged glances. What happened? Did he see something extraordinary that made his eyes sting? Li Budu also felt the warm sensation on his forehead disappear, opening his eyes in confusion just in time to see Zhang Yi turn around silently, also in a fog. After a long while, Zhang Yi adjusted his emotions, turned around, his eyes slightly red, but his face had already returned to calm. The hint of scrutiny and caution that had remained in his eyes was now entirely replaced by an indescribable gentleness, guilt, and appreciation. He walked in front of Li Budu, no longer asking any more questions about the details of Lizzie Square. Instead, he extended both hands and patted Li Budu's shoulder heavily, his voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable choking. Good child. You have suffered. I apologize for that here. As soon as these words came out, not only was Li Budu stunned, but even Zhang Zhongyi and the other three were completely dumbfounded. Before Li Budu could react, Zhang Yi had already turned to Zhang Zhongyi and said solemnly, Zhongyi, take out the soul lock contract. Zhang Zhongyi was taken aback for a moment, then immediately took out the dark yellow talisman that had yet to be submitted, binding Li Budu's life and death, and handed it over. Zhang Yi took the soul lock contract without even looking at it. A strand of pure white flame emerged from his fingertip, instantly igniting the talisman. The talisman quickly turned to ashes in the flames, and at the same time Li Budu felt the invisible cold connection between himself and the talisman completely vanish. Li Budu looked at the falling ashes as mood complex. Deputy Director, Zhang Zhongyi frowned slightly. I will vouch for this child in the future. Zhang Yi patted Li Budu's shoulder, looking at Zhang Zhongyi with an extremely serious tone, carrying a sense of heavy trust. Child, the previous matters were due to circumstances and necessary tests. The organization will never betray any like-minded comrades with sincere hearts. He patted Li Budu's shoulder again with force, his eyes filled with expectation. Do well. I have high hopes for you. Li Budu looked at Deputy Director Zhang's sincere gaze, then glanced at Zhang Zhongyi and Yang and Wang Xiangmin, who were clearly relieved and smiling beside him. What does this mean, guys? Please don't look at me like that, oh, I'm scared. Inside the office, the previously tense and solemn atmosphere dissolved completely, dispelled by the incineration of the soul-binding covenant and Deputy Director Zhang Yi's candid apology and affirmation. It was replaced by a subtly nuanced yet overall calmer ambience. Li Budu's long-held anxiety finally settled, and the last vestige of his reservations toward Unit 749 vanished entirely. After all, no one wishes their life perpetually held in another's grasp. Even if Li Budu understood the necessity, inward discomfort was undeniably real. It was akin to having a gun pressed to one's temple, an instinctive visceral unease. Zhang Yi returned to his seat, his expression once again composed with the quiet authority of a seasoned leader. From his desk drawer, he retrieved a slender booklet whose cover bore the title Unit 749 Internal Regulations and New Recruit Guidelines, latest edition 2XXX. Budu, take this home and read it carefully when you have time, Zhang Yi said, calmly gesturing toward the booklet. It details all our unit statutes and protocols, including conduct codes, confidentiality mandates, welfare provisions, point redemption procedures, and foundational knowledge on anomalies and essential precautions. This edition was precisely intended for your cohort of new recruits. Receiving it early is no disadvantage. Familiarity with these fundamental frameworks is indispensable. It ensures clarity and consistency in all future operations. Li Budu accepted it reverently with both hands. Its material felt unusual, subtly resonant, as though humming with faint spiritual energy, certainly no ordinary artifact. He nodded solemnly. Yes, Deputy Director Zhang. I will study it thoroughly. He did not open it immediately, but carefully stowed it away. There would be time enough to read later. After all, a deputy director sat before him. He was hardly foolish. Zhang Yi watched him secure the booklet, then tapped his fingers lightly against the desktop, gathering his thoughts before speaking, as if delivering an orientation lecture or addressing unspoken questions. Regarding the ghost realm you inadvertently entered. It is in essence a protective mechanism, forged out of necessity by Great Xia to contend with an increasingly volatile, anomalous landscape. He paused briefly, noting Li Budu's rapt attention, then continued, conceived and inscribed by several of our nation's supreme sovereigns, it draws upon cosmic principles themselves, its existence uniquely confined to Great Xia's sovereign territory. Its core purpose is isolation and containment. Zhang Yi picked up a sheet of paper and sketched a circle pointing to it deliberately. Should a region's spectral entities or other anomalous presences exceed a predefined energetic threshold, and their behavioral patterns be assessed as posing large-scale reality-threatening potential, the ghost realm activates spontaneously within that zone. He drew a smaller circle inside the first, marking it specifically as the ghost realm. Within its boundaries, no matter how violently chaos erupts, how fiercely realms clash, so long as the ghost realm remains intact, its influence upon the material world is reduced to near zero. Theoretically, most ordinary civilians present at activation are guided subconsciously by the realm's intrinsic laws. and exit the perimeter, seamlessly returning to normalcy without ever perceiving the anomaly. His tone shifted, slightly tinged with wry resignation. Of course, even divine law is not absolute. There are always those few, born with exceptional spiritual sensitivity or possessing rare constitutions or unique karmic circumstances, who remain trapped within. Scribing and sustaining such a macrocosmic nationwide framework exacts tremendous toll upon even those sovereigns. Every line of law carved into reality demands profound sacrifice. That it functions at this level is already extraordinary. Minor imperfections are inevitable. Li Budu's eyes widened in sudden comprehension. No wonder Lichi Square appeared perfectly mundane from outside, yet teemed with phantoms within. Indeed, it was a brilliant safeguard for the populace. Zhang Yi continued. Moreover, entry and exit from a ghost realm are never arbitrary. It erects an invisible threshold calibrated to the core entity's threat level. He wrote the characters Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding beside the inner circle. Internally, we classify them into 4 tiers, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, corresponding respectively to the cultivation realms of manifest divinity, nascent soul, golden core, and foundation establishment. Only personnel whose strength meets or exceeds the designated tier may penetrate the barrier with relative ease. This too is part of the sovereign's design, to assign appropriate forces to appropriate tasks, minimizing needless loss. As for dissolution, Zhang Yi concluded the conditions are straightforward. Either all hostile entities and anomalies within are eradicated, or intervention occurs from a higher-order existence, as occurred at the climax. He cast Li Budu a look rich with implication. Having clarified the ghost realm's mechanics, Zhang Yi refocused intently on Li Budu, his gaze a blend of probing curiosity and bemused exasperation. Let me tell you something, Comrade Budu. Don't get flustered. According to our records and assessment, the ghost realm formed at Lichi Square registered at minimum Tier E upper, bordering on Tier Jia. Yet upon our arrival, its classification surged abruptly to Tier Jia upper. So formidable, even the Guangxi province special envoy deemed it perilous. Logically, given your state at the time, you had not yet formally commenced cultivation, and though your constitution was exceptional, your energetic resonance remained markedly insufficient. You should neither have breached the threshold nor survived prolonged exposure. He spread his hands wide, wearing an expression that plainly declared this defies all known principles. Then he clapped Li Budu firmly on the shoulder, speaking with unshakable conviction and a touch of pity. Our preliminary analysis, after eliminating every conceivable alternative, yields one conclusion. You young man are profoundly uncanny. He added with deliberate casualness, colloquially speaking, you're a walking omen. No offense intended. Li Budu blinked. He opened his mouth to protest, then fell silent, utterly speechless. Recalling his own trajectory, wandering into a Taoist beast's domain on Zhongyuan Festival, stumbling into a ghost realm while idly strolling after dinner, it dawned upon him with chilling clarity that it was true. A profound, wordless silence settled over him. Observing Li Budu's crestfallen expression, Zhang Yi cleared his throat and steered the conversation toward its pivotal question. His voice now grave and measured. Of course, misfortune aside, surviving within a realm of that magnitude and seemingly participating in certain unobserved core events is itself miraculous. Especially during that final interval, when the live broadcast signal was forcibly severed. What transpired within? His gaze sharpened. Though his tone remained placid, the latent aura of supreme authority re-emerged, quiet, inexorable, and deeply commanding. Zhang Zhongyuan and Wang Xiangmin instantly straightened, their collective focus locking onto Li Budu. This was the crux, the very heart of their inquiry. The terrifying presence of Jiang Chun palpable even through the screen, and the enigmatic entity who had annihilated him in an instant. And Li Budu himself emerging unscathed before their eyes, despite the undeniable fact that his heart had been torn from his chest moments earlier. Li Budu knew evasion was futile. Without hesitation, he recounted the entire sequence, unflinchingly, with meticulous clarity. Drawing a deep breath, reverence and bewilderment mingling on his face, he slowly withdrew from his robes a black biffish jade pendant, bestowed upon him by the Dongyue Emperor. Its surface was obsidian dark, smooth and warm to the touch. The gilded characters Dongyue shimmered with profound, abiding luster beneath the office lights. The mere act of unveiling it caused Zhang Zhongyuan and Wang Xiangmin to pale slightly and hold their breath instinctively. Li Budu placed the pendant gently upon Zhang Yi's desk with both hands. Then he lifted his gaze, open, earnest, respectful, meeting Zhang Yi's eyes directly. This was given to me by him. As for that Jiang Qin you mentioned, when he emerged, he dispatched him instantly. He paused, searching for precise words, recollecting, refining. Finally, he distilled the Dongyue Emperor's vast, ineffable pronouncement into a single sentence. Concise, yet resonating with staggering weight, he said, our karmic bond remains unresolved. When I reach a certain cultivation stage, I may bear this pendant to Mount Tai and seek him. A thunderclap of revelation shook the small office, deafening, world-altering. What? Zhang Zhongyuan and Wang Xiangmin shot upright from their chairs in unison, faces contorted with shock so profound it bordered on terror. Mount Tai. The name alone was legendary among veteran members of Unit 749, one of the highest-ranking deities ever confirmed by the unit since its founding. The sole high-tier deity whose disposition toward humanity remains demonstrably benevolent. a sovereign occupying the apex of Great Xia's mythic pantheon, wielding dominion over Yinyang and presiding over all celestial hierarchies. They stared at the pendant glowing softly on the desk, then at Li Budu, so earnest, so ordinary. Feeling vertigo, their very understanding of reality fracturing under the strain. Mount Tai, the name alone was legendary among veteran members of Unit 749, one of the highest-ranking deities ever confirmed by the unit since its founding. His eyes locked onto the pendant, then snapped back to Li Budu. His jaw muscles taught his expression a tumultuous storm of awe-dawning realization, solemn gravity, and, faintly, a tremor of exhilaration. An absolute, suffocating silence descended, broken only by the ragged, heavy breathing of the four men within. After several seconds, he seemed to regain his bearings. He inhaled sharply, forcibly stilling the tempest within, then swept his gaze across the stunned trio, forcing a semblance of calm as he admonished, "What are you all doing standing up? Behave yourselves. Such theatrics. Sit down immediately." Though he himself remained standing, this did not hinder his rebuke. Chasen Zhongyuan and the others hastily resumed their seats, but their eyes remained riveted on the pendant and Li Budu as if seeking answers written in his very bones. Zhongyi cleared his throat twice, masking his discomposure, then lowered himself slowly back into his chair. His fingers drummed unconsciously upon the desk, his gaze oscillating between the pendant and Li Budu. He remained silent for nearly a full minute, absorbing the cataclysmic revelation, weighing its implications, and deliberating his next course. Finally, resolution hardened in his features. His expression softened back into its familiar warmth and steadiness as he addressed Li Budu. "Let us conclude for today. You've endured considerable strain and genuine fright. Go home, rest well." He gestured toward the booklet. "Your agreement with Zhongyi remains valid for 1 month. Study that manual diligently. Familiarize yourself with our environment. Other matters, for now, set them aside. What has been spoken here today remains strictly confidential. Anyone who breaches this silence will answer to me." His stern glance encompassed the room, clearly aimed not at Li Budu but at his subordinates. "I'll contact you if anything arises. For now, go rest." Li Budu bowed sharply. "Yes, Director Zhang. Go on." Zhang Yi waved dismissively. Li Budu practically fled, rising swiftly, bowing once more to Zhang Yi and the others before turning to leave. "Budu," Zhang Yi called out suddenly. Li Budu froze mid-stride, turning back with utter bewilderment. Zhang Yi gently nudged the biffish pendant across the desk. "You forgot this. Secure it properly. No carelessness, young man." "Ah, my apologies, Director Zhang." Li Budu hurried forward, retrieved the pendant, and exited the deputy director's office with unsteady steps. The day's seismic emotional fluctuations had left him utterly drained. The office door closed softly behind him, and the moment it did, the atmosphere within transformed anew. Zhang Yi sank back into his chair, massaging his temples and exhaling a long, slow breath of exhaustion. Zhang Zhongyi and Yang and Wang Xiangmin instantly turned their full attention to him. Their eyes brimmed with urgent, unspoken questions. Zhang Zhongyi spoke first, his voice dry and hushed. "Deputy Director, the Dongwei Emperor, this intelligence is simply overwhelming." Zhang Yi opened his eyes, sharp, fathomless, resolute. "How do we proceed? The heavens won't collapse. Budu is one of ours. If he thrives, we thrive." He sat upright, his voice now grave and irrevocable. "Listen carefully. Li Budu's connection to the Dongwei Emperor is hereby classified as the highest-level secret of the Guangdong branch. Archival tier Jiashang. Knowledge is restricted solely to the four of us. Disclosure is absolutely forbidden. Our official narrative shall be he survived the ghost realm by sheer fortune and gained minor blessings due to his unique constitution. All specifics are to remain vague." He looked pointedly at Zhang Zhongyi. "You will monitor Budu closely and guide him wisely." "Understood, Deputy Director." Zhang Zhongyi replied, voice crisp and unwavering. Zhang Yi then turned to Yang and Wang Xiangmin. "You two likewise, maintain your usual conduct. No undue formality, but ensure you remain acutely aware." "Understood," they responded in unison. Once the directives were issued, Zhang Yi's mind drifted back to the biffish pendant. His expression grew pensive, his whisper barely audible. "Mount Tai, karmic bonds. Guangdong branch may have just acquired a treasure beyond measure, though whether it heralds blessing or calamity remains profoundly uncertain." Not long after Li Budu left the office, the atmosphere in another area of the underground base of Bureau 749 in Xanadu was completely different. This was an interrogation room with walls made of special alloy engraved with dense ceiling runes. The cold light concentrated on the figure firmly fixed in a specially designed metal chair in the center of the room. It was the Dr. Zhao from before the bastard Li Budu had wanted to kill during the Lychee Square incident. At this moment, he was dressed in a gray prison uniform with special shackles flashing with ghostly light around his wrists, ankles, and neck. These shackles not only restricted his movements, but also constantly drained and suppressed the energy within him. He lowered his head, his hair disheveled, obscuring his expression. The iron door of the interrogation room slid open silently, and Deputy Director Zhang Yi entered with two sharp-eyed capable subordinates. Zhang Yi wore a faint, insincere smile, but his eyes were cold as knives. He sat down opposite Zhao Ming while his two subordinates stood behind him, one to the left and one to the right, resembling two guardian deities. "Zhao Ming, or should I call you by some other name?" Zhang Yi spoke, his tone calm, yet bearing an invisible pressure. "Let's talk." After all this trouble, what do you really want by setting up such a scheme in a crowded place like Xanadu? Confessing will bring leniency, resisting will bring severity. If you speak now, you might receive a lighter punishment. Zhao Ming slowly raised his head, his previous panic or pretense gone, replaced by a cold, mocking smile. He glanced at Zhang Yi, scoffed, shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain, as if looking at a clueless child too lazy to respond. Zhang Yi did not get angry. Instead, he smiled slightly, leaning forward and gently tapping the table with his fingers. I know you are from the Xuanxin sect. I'm just curious, why did you rats accustomed to operating in the shadows choose Xanadu this time? This place is a mixed bag with tight surveillance. It's not a good place for you to cause trouble. Zhao Ming remained silent, but the strange smile at the corner of his mouth widened. He even emitted a low, creepy chuckle, as if mocking Zhang Yi's futile efforts. Stubborn as ever. Zhang Yi's smile faded, and his tone turned cold. Since you don't listen to kind words, I can't be blamed for using some methods. He stood up and walked towards Zhao Ming, raising his right hand, fingertips beginning to gather the familiar soft white light used for soul probing. He was ready to forcibly search his soul. However, surprisingly, upon seeing Zhang Yi prepare to search his soul, Zhao Ming not only showed no fear, but instead looked as if he had received some tremendous news. His face erupted with a near manic, twisted excitement. He even tilted his head back, pushing his forehead towards Zhang Yi's fingertip, his throat producing a hurried, hoarse voice. Come on, search my soul, peep into my memories. Feel the might of the true immortals. I'm about to become one. I'm about to ascend. Huh. His state was extremely strange. That fanaticism did not seem feigned, as if soul searching was not a punishment to him, but some kind of reward. Zhang Yi's gaze turned slightly cold, but his actions did not stop. Just as his fingertip was about to touch Zhao Ming's forehead, Zhao Ming murmured, ascending, achieving Dao. And before he finished speaking, the fervent expression on his face suddenly froze. At that same moment, a cold light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. His finger, originally probing towards the forehead, suddenly shifted direction and turned into a palm. With a fierce, unmatched gale, it cut through the air like lightning, slamming into the side of Zhao Ming's neck. Crack! A chilling, crisp sound of a neck breaking echoed painfully in the silent interrogation room. Zhao Ming's head twisted at an extremely unnatural angle, nearly 360 degrees. The fanatical, twisted smile on his face remained frozen, but the light in his eyes extinguished in an instant, and blood gushed from his 7 orifices like small snakes. He was dead, instantly killed by Zhang Yi. Immediately after, a thin, twisted, resentful, and unwilling gray-black soul drifted unsteadily out from Zhao Ming's broken corpse, seemingly trying to escape. Zhang Yi snorted coldly, his left hand already poised to strike, fingers spread wide, and he made a grasping motion in the air. An invisible force of suction immediately emerged, ensnaring Zhao Ming's soul, like a cage, forcibly pulling it into his palm. No matter how that soul struggled and screamed, it could not break free. Zhang Yi did not even glance at Zhao Ming's corpse, but focused entirely on the soul trapped in his palm. The white light at his fingertips lit up again, cautiously probing into the depths of the soul. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, a deeply insidious and intricately structured forbidden rune was engraved at the core of this soul. The purpose of this rune was clear. Once any external force attempted to forcibly search the soul and read the core memories, it would immediately detonate the body of the one being searched, obliterating the corpse and leaving the investigator with nothing and possibly even suffering a backlash. Heh! Zhang Yi let out a contemptuous chuckle, retracting his probing spiritual energy. He turned his head towards his 2 stunned subordinates behind him and spoke in a tone akin to a teacher instructing students. Did you see that? You all need to think more when you go out on missions or practice by yourselves, understand? He pointed at the soul in his palm, which was trapped and inscribed with the self-detonation rune, his tone laced with evident disdain. Did you really think setting a self-destruct upon soul searching was impressive? Very safe, huh? Such a brain, obviously a fish that slipped through the net, not even finishing 9 years of compulsory education and unable to grasp basic logic. If I search his soul, his body will explode. If I kill him first and wait for his soul to float out before searching, then there's no body to blow up, right? Then he pointed at the deceased Zhao Ming. Moreover, there's absolutely no organization or discipline. It's simply laughable. He even said it himself and willingly offered his neck for me to cut. How could I not guard against him? Such an idiot. I'll just burn him to ashes and scatter them in the sea to feed the fish. Burying him would waste land and affect food growth. So these cultists have brains that are like being gnawed by dogs? No, or maybe they simply have no brains at all. Simply the dumbest of the dumb, the pig among pigs, and the mentally challenged among them. The 2 subordinates behind him stared blankly, then their faces showed expressions of deep understanding as they nodded repeatedly, clearly embodying a leadership insight. I've learned demeanor. After educating his subordinates, Zhang Yi finally shifted his focus back to Zhao Ming's soul. Now that he had confirmed the triggering conditions of the forbidden rune, avoiding it was simple. He no longer hesitated to conduct a deep exploration that could trigger a soul search judgment. He carefully and fragmentally extracted the less core fragments of memory from the soul. He was as brutal as he could be, inflicting maximum pain on the other party while acquiring information. Treating with courtesy. If you provided some information, I might give you some face. But if you not only refuse to be honest, but also dare to mock us, then you'll have to endure the consequences. Zhao Ming's soul constantly screamed, revealing the terrifying nature of the methods used. Aren't you afraid of damaging the information? Who am I, Zhang? A damn great master of the soul path. In short, you don't need to worry. Oh, I can extract what I need and kill you in the process. If you really ask how I do it, I can only answer you with one phrase. It's just about skill. Like an artistic master randomly dabbing paint, yet the end result is still a timeless masterpiece with beauty and meaning intact. It's the same principle. Moments later, Zhang Yi withdrew his hand, his face showing no surprise, but rather a slight expression of as expected. He exerted force in his palm, and the struggling soul could not even let out its final scream. With a pop, it burst like a bubble, transforming into pure energy that dissipated into the air. Indeed, just a pawn with limited knowledge, perhaps not even a puppet, merely a disposable piece. Zhang Yi shook his head, speaking to the air as if to himself. He walked back to his seat, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, his brows tightly furrowed. A dynasty's fortune corresponds to its era. When the national fortune reaches a certain level, it will manifest. Usually, the manifestation of national fortune takes the form of the most ancient totem of each nation. For example, the Mao is represented by an ice frost giant bear, a sand by a white cow, and Meili Jian lacking culture becomes an eagle, albeit with a slightly strange call. As a civilization that has never been interrupted, the totem has always been the supreme auspicious beast in the hearts of every Chinese person. Dragon. In ancient times, the national fortune often depended on the emperor. The monarch could largely drive the national fortune. Diligence and governance could lead to a flourishing national fortune, while a single foolish leader could cause the national fortune to decline. At that time, the national fortune resembled an active skill that could be influenced by a few individuals. But now the times have changed. It is no longer an era where one person has the final say. The people are the masters, and the common folk are the true owners of the country. Thus, it is only natural that the national fortune of Xia originates from the people, belongs to the masses. It is a collective embodiment of the beliefs of hundreds of millions, and no one can independently control its rise and fall any longer. That's all well and good, but here comes the problem. What happens to an active skill when no one controls it? It turns into a passive skill. And then another question arises: have you heard of the national fortune protecting you? Indeed, in ancient times, the national fortune often protected the monarch who could command it, but who does the modern national fortune protect? Undoubtedly, it protects the common people. The golden dragon formed by the national fortune is no longer manipulated by a few individuals, but still retains its instinct to protect its bearers. So it enjoys wandering across the entire territory of Xia. If it senses evil spirits, demonic energy, or abnormal entities that threaten the stability of the state, no matter where you hide in some remote corner, it might give you a slap from afar. For us, this is naturally a good thing, equivalent to having a super defensive tower that patrols the nation automatically. But for those evil cultivators, demons, and monsters, it's truly a nightmare. They live in fear every day, dreading that one day a claw of national fortune might come crashing down on them. This is also the reason he allows Li Budu to move freely. If that kid doesn't behave and prepares to engage in morally corrupt actions or descend into the demonic path, he won't even need to lift a finger. The national fortune will take care of him. As for the 3-month gap each year, he's not incapable of taking action. He doesn't need to go to the imperial capital. So rather than making him feel tethered by a chain, it's better to give him enough trust. If he doesn't do bad things, then let him be. This way, people can be controlled, their hearts aligned with them, leading to a win-win situation. Ahem. Getting off topic. The current mode of growth for national fortune has changed. Ancient national fortunes often required a significant decision. It could take 10 years, or even longer, to see obvious fluctuations in rise and fall. A great rise would strengthen the dragon, while a great decline would weaken it. The cycles were long and changes slow. But now, our national fortune is growing year by year, getting stronger every year. Almost every year there is a great rise and dragon transformation. Each transformation lasts about 2 to 3 months and is very regular, almost always completing the final transformation the day before National Day. With the most glorious posture to greet National Day, it symbolizes the official birth and strengthening of the national fortune's dragon vein for the new year. This is simply wonderful for the common people and the many cultivators of Xia who would think otherwise. Demons, evil cultivators, and monsters. Evil spirits and malevolent beings, after all. One could continue their cultivation in the dark corners. But now that is no longer possible. If this continues, he would even be able to see through the sewers. How can one cultivate under such pressure? Therefore, every year there is urgency, every year there are disturbances. Haha, did you think it was because of the pressure that they acted? I'm just joking, they act regardless of pressure. This has led to an almost fixed annual offensive and defensive battle. Around the Ghost Festival each year, the boundaries between the yin and yang worlds blur, and the ghostly aura is at its peak. All the lurking demons, ghosts, and opposing forces across various regions will gather strength like sharks smelling blood, attempting to storm the core area of the dragon vein's transformation. That is the imperial capital trying to interfere with, or even sabotage the dragon's transformation process, weakening the national fortune. This is also why during this time each year directors and top combatants from various provinces and cities are mostly summoned to the imperial capital for assistance. It is to withstand the most intense wave of assaults around the Ghost Festival. Once those days have passed, and the situation stabilizes, they will return to their respective posts. The local 749 bureau in the imperial capital and the 507 Division, which will remain stationed there until the dragon's transformation is complete, will be responsible for subsequent cleanup and stability maintenance. Zhang Yi's brows furrowed even tighter, and what he was worried about now was not the routine offensive and defensive battles that happen every year in the imperial capital. Rather, it was the performance of the Seeking Immortal sect this time. He tapped his fingers on the table faster. They had placed soul-binding restrictions even on insignificant pieces like Zhao Ming. This indicates that their intentions must be substantial, and they likely have infiltrated to a considerable degree, fearing even the slightest leak of their plans. He couldn't help but sigh, rubbing his temples, looking up at the cold ceiling of the interrogation room, murmuring, "The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. It seems I must quickly raise the alert level regarding the Seeking Immortal sect with the higher-ups. It needs to be elevated several notches." At this moment, Li Budu was driving his second-hand car on the way back to the hotel in the city. After all, Director Zhang said that the deadline of this month still stands, so he planned to find a hotel to stay for the night and figure things out after waking up. He was alone in the car, and after the hustle and bustle, and enormous fatigue and an indescribable sense of alienation surged over him like a tide. He instinctively avoided the heavily trafficked main road, opting for a relatively secluded small path. The traffic was so sparse it was almost non-existent, as if this would make him feel more at ease. He concentrated again, summoning the data panel that only he could see. Name: Li Budu. Race: Purple Zombie. Commander: Material Realm. First stage of body refinement. Lifespan: 170. Yang Virtue: 10,000. Yin Virtue: 100. Talent: Shan Hai De Qian Lu. Immortal Corpse. Ding. Blood Evil Corpse. Poison. Ding. 10,000 corpses bowing to the ancestor. Ding. Blood Extraction. Body Refinement. Ding. Yin Extraction Transformation. Ding. Creative Ideas. Pursuit of Profit and Avoidance of Harm. Ding. Ability: Running. Bing. Creating Fun. Juggling. Ding. Technique: 7 Spirits. Cultivation. Method: Initial Understanding. Evolution. Mall unlocked at 9th stage of body refinement. Now that he finally had some leisure time, he could carefully experience and sort out the earth-shattering changes that had occurred within him. The most immediate change was that his race had transformed into Purple Zombie. If one were to say what special feeling there was after becoming a zombie, Li Budu pondered. A vague, depressed emotion seemed to linger in his heart. Seeing the bustling pedestrians and vehicles by the roadside, he would instinctively want to avoid them, not wanting to make contact. He felt as if he had become a dark rat, instinctively desiring to hide in a corner that was unoccupied, quiet, and even a bit damp and dark. He didn't necessarily have to do anything, he simply wanted to stay there, as if that would provide a sense of security. He also developed a faint aversion to sunlight, not to the point of being scorched, but just feeling uncomfortable. Is this the emo nature of zombies? Li Budu chuckled self-deprecatingly. As for his realm, he had reached first stage of body refinement. He tried to move his limbs, indeed, feeling that his body was much lighter than before, and his strength seemed to have increased, but he had no clear concept of how much stronger he had become. The long string of talents that had appeared on the panel dazzled him. Shan Hai De Qian Lu. Blood Evil Corpse. Poison. 10,000 corpses bowing to the ancestor. Their names sounded more impressive than the last, but he had no idea how to use them or what effects they would have. What is this? Shan Hai De Qian Lu. Blood Evil Corpse. Poison. Does that mean I'm poisonous? 10,000 corpses bowing to the ancestor. Am I going to command a horde of corpses in the future? He thought randomly. Just as he silently pondered, desperately wanting to understand what Blood Evil Corpse. Poison and 10,000 corpses bowing to the ancestor truly were, an unexpected change occurred. A massive and chaotic stream of information, seemingly imprinted directly into his soul, surged into his mind, without warning. In an instant, the basic concepts, operational principles, and the most rudimentary methods of use for Blood Evil Corpse. Poison and 10,000 corpses bowing to the ancestor became clear like enlightenment. Blood Evil Corpse. Poison: condensing one's own zombie essence, blood, and malevolent energy to form a highly corrosive and filthy toxin. Furthermore, the blood evil contained can erode the souls of living beings. It can be attached to attacks or released from the body. Current level: Ding. Weak effect: poor control. 10,000 corpses bowing to the ancestor. The potential pressure brought by the rank of the zombie ancestor. It possesses a certain degree of innate deterrence and control tendency over lower-tier zombies, corpses, and even some ghostly beings. Current level: Ding. Extremely limited influence. Weak effect: can only exert a faint pull on mindless low-level corpses. This sudden influx of information made Li Budu's head swell, but he also quickly understood the functions of these two talents. Almost instinctively following the faint guidance he had just received about Blood Evil Corpse. Poison, he inexplicably raised his right index finger. He did not deliberately attempt to mobilize any power, just a thought arose trying to condense that feeling. A faint dark red light flickered just beneath the skin of his fingertip. Then a drop of ominous dark red blood, seemingly containing a sticky and lifeless aura, actually began to seep out from his fingertip. Li Budu himself was startled. Before he could react to what to do with this drop of blood, his finger twitched unconsciously. That drop of dark red blood fell precisely onto the plastic cover of the newcomer handbook issued by the 749 Bureau, which he had placed on the passenger seat. Sizzle. A faint sound like a red-hot iron pressing against ice rang out. The seemingly tough plastic cover, upon contact with the blood drop, began to corrode at a visibly rapid pace, creating a small charred hole. A faint black smoke carrying a hint of sweet and burnt odor wafted out from it. What the hell? Li Budu was startled out of his wits, abruptly slamming the brakes by the roadside. The car emitted a harsh screeching sound and came to a stop. He fumbled to grab the handbook, staring at the clear little hole on the cover, his heart aching. He had just obtained this thing and hadn't even warmed it up yet. He hurriedly looked down at the leather seat of the passenger side. Fortunately, it only splattered a little, and the corrosion marks were very slight. Still in a daze, he got out of the car, walked to the back, and wanted to see if any had dripped outside. Indeed, on the surface of the road beneath the rear of the car, there was a nearly imperceptible fingernail-sized shallow pit, still faintly emitting almost invisible white smoke. Staring at the small pit, Li Budu's mouth fell open, unable to close it for a long time. Is this blood evil corpse poison? Ding, level weak effect. If the level were higher, a single drop could cause a catastrophe. This is simply a walking strong acid dispenser. He stood by the car feeling the cool night breeze, and it took him a long time to recover from this shockingly impactful Hansen experience. With mixed feelings, he got back into the car, feeling everything was somewhat surreal. Drowsily, he restarted the car, too lazy to find a specific hotel. He simply drove into a roadside hotel that looked decent and checked in. Lying on the soft, big bed of the hotel, Li Budu's excited emotions were still hard to calm down. Now he finally understood the function of the top-ranked talent, Shanghai Qianlu. He felt like a massive search engine, not only for his own abilities, but perhaps also containing a wealth of records about spiritual creatures. It could fill the gap in his knowledge regarding various extraordinary beings. Whenever he strongly desired to understand a particular ability or knowledge, Shanghai Qianlu could directly impart the corresponding basic information into his mind. However, it seemed to only be useful for him and beings like spirits and ghosts. Information about cultivation and such was not provided at all. It was equivalent to an expanded version of the classic of mountains and seas. But it always comes down to one thing. This is so amazing. Li Budu trembled with excitement, suddenly recalling that moment when the great Emperor Zhongyuan patted my head. Did he stuff a book into my brain? Li Budu's heart was filled with endless gratitude. What virtue or capability did he possess to receive such favor and bestowal from such a supreme existence? He immediately got up from the bed, tidied his clothes, and maintained a serious and respectful demeanor. He took out his phone, opened the compass function, and checked the direction. Then he faced the position of Mount Tai, kneeling without hesitation and genuinely bowed 3 times. This thing does not allow for mistakes in worship. The grace of the great Emperor Li Budu will never forget. He silently recited in his heart. After bowing, he lay back down on the bed, a tremendous sense of excitement, making him eager to immediately try out and organize all the new talents and abilities he had just obtained. However, an irresistible, deep-seated drowsiness surged in like a tide, swiftly engulfing his excited nerves. His eyelids felt incredibly heavy and his head was foggy. What's happening? Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Li Budu thought vaguely. Is it because the transformation just consumed too much energy? Or is it that zombies are inherently extremely sleepy creatures? Some vague thoughts flashed through his mind, recalling the folk legends about zombies, which seemed to suggest that they mostly lay in coffins, sleeping, absorbing in energy. Only after needing to feed to reach a certain realm would they run out to cause trouble, then be beaten up madly by a group of Taoist priests. Damn, I want to also be beaten up by Taoists in the future, will I? Before he could sort out this strange drowsiness, his consciousness was about to sink into darkness. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt a cool, chilling sensation behind him. It seemed like something was poking him. Li Budu jolted awake, the remnants of drowsiness dissipating somewhat. He struggled to concentrate, slowly turning his head toward the peculiar feeling, only to see a half-transparent, vaguely outlined, ghostly figure squatting at the foot of the bed. It extended a ghostly hand, seemingly curiously poking his butt. The ghostly figure seemed to notice that Li Budu was awake, raised its head, and with a hollow, drifting voice said, with a silly smile, "Master." Li Budu. Li Budu looked at the 2 ghosts lying on the ground, firmly struck down by the bricks infused with the power of Zhongyuan's talisman, and his lips twitched, momentarily speechless. These 2. Why do they look more and more familiar? One was slightly tall and thin, while the other was a bit stocky. Although their ethereal forms were faint, emitting wisps of green smoke from the talisman, their faces carried a hint of bewilderment from being knocked silly. Is it you 2? Li Budu finally recalled these 2 from the corners of his memory. Those 2 guys at the Lychee Square. They were the same 2 he had offered incense to, and also the ones mentioned by Li Changsheng during his escape. Indeed, they were that pair of unfortunate brothers, the ghostly companions. At that time in the ghost realm, these 2 were Li Budu's embodiment of the abstract spirit of uniting all possible forces and treating a dead horse as a live horse. The 2 ghosts he had managed to rally. At this moment, they obediently knelt on the ground, their postures so standard they resembled elementary school students just reprimanded by the principal. The spots on their heads where the bricks had struck still occasionally emitted wisps of green smoke, carrying a faint, burnt scent. That was the natural damage caused by Zhongyuan's talisman against evil entities. However, they seemed unconcerned about this superficial injury, instead lifting their heads, grinning widely, and beaming at Li Budu with a foolish joy that was pure and untainted by knowledge, along with a hint of happiness at finding their organization. If only his face were intact, for he had died from a fall, and now his visage appeared in a horrifying state of fragmentation. Li Budu felt a chill from their laughter, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Wait, why are you 2 here looking for me?" The two ghosts exchanged glances, and the taller one scratched his head, still emitting green smoke, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Master, we are here to seek justice from you. Seek justice. Li Budu paused, his mind racing back to the nonsense he had spouted in the ghost realm of Lychee Square. It was purely forced out of the situation to save his life. Just like the exaggerated tales told for entertainment during a live broadcast, who would take that seriously? Did these two honest ghosts really believe him? Li Budu suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, as if he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes on the spot. But as an abstract streamer, that embarrassment vanished in an instant. After all, compared to the incredible things he had done, this was merely a drop in the bucket. He opened his mouth, wanting to say that was all a misunderstanding, I was just talking nonsense back then. But looking at the two ghosts' eyes filled with anticipation and purity, those words rolled around in his throat, but could not be uttered. Li Budu, a social media influencer heavily immersed in abstract culture, constantly spoke with flair, and his principles often remained offline. Yet faced with such sincere trust, and even a hint of foolish hope, the little bit of conscience he had left began to twinge. Ahem, he coughed lightly, forcibly suppressing his embarrassment, trying to salvage some image. Seeking justice, right? I remember. Not forgotten. It's just, this matter must follow the proper procedures, right? We can't act recklessly. The two ghosts seemed to understand, nodding with expressions of we believe in the master. Li Budu sighed internally, asking, so tell me what exactly happened. How did you find me? The taller ghost spoke again, pointing to the stouter one beside him. I am the brother named Chundeju, and this is my younger brother Chinerju. After the introduction, he continued, Master, we were not in that square under the control of that leader. Then that night was terrifying. Chinerju nodded vigorously, adding, yes. The sky seemed like it was about to collapse. A look of extreme fear appeared on his face, and his ethereal form began to tremble. Then something even more terrifying came out. That aura, we felt that even looking at it twice would scare our souls away. Chundeju took over, still shaken. Later, I felt an indescribable pressure descend, more frightening than the previous thing, and then I knew nothing more. When we woke up again, we found the square empty. Many powerful ghosts had vanished, and the leader was nowhere to be found. Later we noticed a person holding something. It seemed to be a flag. It was that kind of pole flag used by fortune tellers, and he took our leader away. We managed to stay sharp because we had inhaled the 2 sticks of incense you provided, seeking a place to hide. Li Budu frowned slightly. So how did you find me? Li Budu was more concerned about this. When you left Lychee Square, we followed behind. Chundeju replied, honestly, we had nowhere to go, just felt we had to find you, Master. Afterward, we lost track of where you went, and your aura suddenly vanished, which made us anxious. We waited there, and just as you came out, we followed you. Earlier, we were wandering outside thinking you knew we were here, but after waiting for a long time, without seeing you call us, we wanted to greet you, but unexpectedly. He awkwardly scratched his still smoking head. Li Budu understood. These two brothers probably relied on some subtle instinct common to ghosts, combined with their previous incense bond, taking him as their only lifeline. As for his claim about losing his aura, it should be due to his entry into the 749 Bureau. So tell me how you died, so I can seek justice for you. Was it harmed by that painted-skin ghost? The two brothers shook their heads simultaneously. Chundeju's silly smile diminished, replaced by a mix of sadness and anger. The painted-skin ghost is indeed hateful, keeping us as her servants, but it wasn't her who killed us. It was that little bastard in the white coat. Chinerju grew agitated. Yes, it's him. We remember. That night, although he looked a bit different, that nauseating smell, we could never forget it until death. He was the one who harmed us. Li Budu's heart stirred. That's surname Zhao. Li Budu pressed on. The two brothers exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of confusion and pain. I can't quite remember. Chundeju said, striking his head, his ethereal form rippling. It seems we accidentally saw something we shouldn't have. There was a construction site nearby, and we were working there. Chinerju struggled to recall, speaking in fragments, right? Digging a pit. Burying something. Many symbols. And a black nail. Yes, a black nail. We were simply curious and looked a bit longer when that Dr. Zhao. He just grabbed us like this with his hand, and we knew nothing afterward. A black nail. Digging a pit to bury symbols. Li Budu's gaze sharpened, his brows furrowing as he meticulously noted down everything they said. Chundeju suddenly raised his head, his gaze no longer simple-minded joy, but rather a ghostly sensitivity towards enemies. That little brat. It was that little brat with the flag. He killed us, I remember now. Chinerju, hearing this, paused for a moment, then his ghostly eyes sparkled with fierce light, evidently recalling what had happened, nodding vigorously. Master, you must be careful of him. Because you ruined his good deeds, he will definitely seek trouble with you. Li Budu looked at these two ghosts who braved risk to warn him due to a thread of incense bond and pure trust. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Originally, he indeed planned to clarify the situation and then find a way to send these two ghosts away or report them to the Bureau. After all, he was currently in a precarious situation, still a trainee member. Bringing along two ghosts of unknown origin was quite problematic. Conscience. Li Budu considered himself not a traditional good person, but he recognized the principle of clear distinction between kindness and resentment. If others treated him with respect, he might not reciprocate equally, but at least he wouldn't repay kindness with malice. If someone cheated him out of a penny, he would find a way to cheat back 10. And now this pair of silly brothers were doing him a favor. In the most direct way they risked themselves to come and deliver the message. This kindness he must accept. Alright, I understand now. Li Budu took a deep breath, making a decision. I'll take care of this matter for you two. The two brothers' eyes instantly lit up with an almost tangible hope-filled light. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Li Budu tried to make his tone sound more reliable. The Zhao surname in the bureau has already been taken down, but as for the outcome, I'm still not too clear. Tomorrow I will take you to the bureau, explain the situation in detail, and find a way to help you seek justice for this. People are such a hassle. After we finish watching, we'll go back to the adult and seek justice as we should. Whether a person or a ghost, there is always a lingering attachment in the heart. He fell silent for a few seconds, then raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, speaking in a deliberately casual tone. Hey, I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just wanting to go home for a look? Sure, let's go tomorrow. He pulled out his phone, swiping the screen as he said, I'll book the tickets right now. Which county and village are you two from? Do you still remember? The two ghosts thought this request would be refused since they were currently ghosts. They are the kind of existence that ordinary people avoid, bringing trouble to anyone. Unexpectedly, Li Budu agreed so readily and decisively. The two brothers were stunned at first, but then overwhelming joy and gratitude surged in their hearts, their soul bodies trembling with excitement. This time Li Budu couldn't stop them in time. They knelt down, properly knocking their heads 3 times in thanks. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Your great kindness and virtue we brothers can never repay, even if we worked like oxen and horses. Chen Daz's voice was choked with emotion. Chen Erju was also in tears, saying, Master, you truly are. Truly a just lord. Li Budu didn't help him this time. He let them knock their heads, treating it as an advance on the fee for seeking justice. Having received this title of just lord, he had to handle the matter properly. Get up, I've said not to kneel. His tone softened a bit. Remember, a man's knees are worth gold. And kneel before heaven and earth, kneel before parents. Don't kneel to others casually. Not even to ghosts. This small favor is not a great kindness. More importantly, didn't you come to tell me important information? This is mutual assistance. Though he said this, Li Budu knew deep down that he agreed to take them home out of a profound empathy that was hard to articulate. Perhaps it was because he himself was a wanderer, or perhaps it was due to a vague desire for home in his heart. Or maybe it was simply a desire to fulfill this undying filial piety. Li Budu decided to play the role of Li Qing Tian. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Li Budu reported to the team leader Zhang Zhongyi, saying he had some personal matters to attend to and needed to leave Xanadu, promising to return by tomorrow at the latest. Zhang Zhongyi didn't ask much, just reminded him to stay safe, keep communication open, and report any unusual situations immediately. Li Budu found an inconspicuous backpack and symbolically stuffed a few changes of clothes inside. His current zombie physique required very little in terms of regular food and sleep, making it very convenient to head out. As for Dazhu and Erju, Li Budu looked at the two ghosts that followed closely behind, appearing a bit wilted due to fear of the growing morning sunlight, and thought for a moment before taking out the double fish pendant granted by the Eastern Lord. The jade pendant felt warm to the touch, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible divine glow. He tried to inject a faint thought into it while saying to Dazhu and Erju, you two try to get close to this pendant and see if you can stay inside. It should be more comfortable inside than outside. He remembered that the Eastern Lord presided over the netherworld, and this double fish pendant served as a token, perhaps possessing the ability to contain soul bodies. The two brothers approached the double fish pendant tentatively. As soon as they made contact with the faint light emitted by the pendant, comfort spread across their faces and their soul bodies became a bit more solid. Then the black and white fish on the pendant seemed to come alive, gently swimming and creating a gentle pulling force. With a flash of light, Dazhu and Erza's soul bodies were sucked into the jade pendant, disappearing from sight. Li Budu could sense that inside the pendant there seemed to be a small space filled with peaceful energy where Dazhu and Erju were safely residing, no longer exposed to the external sunlight. What a good thing. Li Budu weighed the jade pendant, satisfied, and tucked it back into his pocket. This item could not only serve as a talisman, but also as a ghost storage box, making it an essential item for traveling with family ghosts. He booked the earliest high-speed train ticket to Qingyuan County in the neighboring province. Qinjiazhuang, under the jurisdiction of Qingyuan County, was the hometown of Dazhu and Erju. There was no conversation along the way. Li Budu leaned against the window, watching the rapidly retreating scenery outside. He pulled the curtains beside him as he still disliked the sunlight. Through the small gaps, he looked out. His dynamic vision was excellent now, allowing him to clearly see the patterns on the stones by the tracks. The 3-hour journey quickly passed. By the time they arrived at Qingyuan County, it was still before 10 in the morning. The county town was small and seemed somewhat old, but it was full of life. Li Budu found a deserted corner and released Dazhu and Erju from the double fish pendant. As soon as the two ghosts emerged, they became extremely excited, greedily breathing in the air of their hometown. Although Li Budu didn't understand whether they as ghosts could actually breathe it in, the two ghosts looked at the familiar streets around them, their soul bodies fluctuating. This is it. This is it. Nothing has changed. Still the same. Shun Erju pointed at a small shop selling baked cakes next to the station. We used to take the bus from here every time when we went out to work. Their baked cakes were so delicious. Over there there's a noodle shop. My mother used to come to the county to sell mountain goods and would occasionally take us to have a bowl of plain noodles with an egg. The two ghosts chattered excitedly, immersed in the joy and memories of returning home. Li Budu didn't interrupt them, just silently followed behind. He could understand this feeling. After a simple meal in the county town, although it was visually appealing and fragrant, it still tasted like chewing wax. Not that he was hungry, as he no longer felt the sensation of hunger, but he still wanted to give it a try, though the outcome was rather disappointing. After eating, they took a ride on a dilapidated minibus, swaying as they headed toward the more remote mountainous area. The mountain road was rugged and the minibus jolted violently, with rolling green mountains and scattered terraces visible outside. After more than an hour, the minibus stopped at a mountain road, without even a bus stop. We've arrived. Up ahead is Zhongyuan. The bus can't go in, so we'll have to walk a bit, the driver said in a strong local accent. Li Budu thanked him and got off the bus. Daju and Erju were even more excited, pointing at a winding dirt road. Master, it's this road. If we walk up over that small hill, we'll see the village. Li Budu nodded and stepped up the path. With his current physical condition, walking this mountain road was as easy as walking on flat ground. Daju and Erju as ghosts floated ahead at a good speed. After about 20 minutes of walking, they climbed over a small hill, revealing a small village nestled among bamboo groves and trees. Dozens of households, mostly old mud houses or brick houses, were sparsely scattered in the valley. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking could be faintly heard, creating a tranquil yet impoverished atmosphere. The closer they got to the village, the more Daju and Erza's mood sank, their previous excitement gradually replaced by a feeling of trepidation and unease as they approached home. They walked along the small path in the village, occasionally encountering one or two elderly people sitting in the sun who merely glanced curiously at the unfamiliar face of Li Budu without paying much attention. As ghosts, Daju and Erju were invisible to ordinary people. Following the guidance of the two ghosts, Li Budu arrived at a particularly dilapidated yard at the end of the village. The courtyard wall was built with stones and had already collapsed a bit. The gate was made of two crooked wooden doors secured with a rusty iron lock. This is it. My home. Chen Daz's voice trembled. Chun Erju couldn't wait to float through the courtyard gate and entered. Li Budu glanced at the lock, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not force it open. He took a few steps back, surveyed the surroundings, then leaped over the low courtyard wall, effortlessly landing inside the yard. He had only wanted to try it out, but didn't expect he could actually jump that high. He felt like a superhero. Damn, being immortal is really something else. The yard was overgrown with weeds, clearly having not been tended to for a long time. The three mud brick houses directly in front had broken window paper, and many roof tiles were missing. Mother, I'm back. Chun Erju floated anxiously around the yard, calling out with a choked voice. Chen Daju also went inside, searching each room. Li Budu's heart sank. This yard didn't seem like a place where any living person still resided. He walked to the door of the main house and looked inside through the broken window frame. It was dark inside, with simple furniture covered in dust, and the Kong was empty. Seeing no results, he jumped back out just as he landed. At that moment, an old lady feeding chickens in the neighboring yard seemed to hear the commotion and peered out, seeing Li Budu's unfamiliar face and cautiously asking, "Young man, who are you looking for?" "I'm just passing by and wanted to inquire about this household." He pointed at Daz's family courtyard. "Is it the Chun family? Is there an old mother at home? How is she doing?" The old lady looked Li Budu up and down, noticing he was dressed ordinarily and didn't seem like a bad person. She sighed and spoke in accented Mandarin. "This is Chen Jiazwang. We all have the surname Chun. Which one are you looking for?" Li Budu was taken aback, cleared his throat, and replied, "Daju and Erza's family." She paused for a moment, then shook her head, a look of pity appearing on her face. "Are you their relative?" She noted he seemed unfamiliar. "Sort of. A distant relative entrusted to check on the old lady," Li Budu explained vaguely. "Coming to see her. It's too late." The old lady sighed again. "Andy has been gone for quite a while now." Despite having had a premonition, hearing this news still made Li Budu's heart lurch. He unconsciously looked at Daju and Erju, who floated beside him, stunned. The two ghosts' soul bodies were fluctuating violently, their faces filled with disbelief and immense sorrow. Gone. Chen Daju murmured, his soul body dimming a few shades. "How could this be? Mother has always been in good health." Chun Erju repeated in a daze. Li Budu took a deep breath and continued to ask the old lady, "Grandma, how did the old lady pass away?" The old lady wiped her eyes and said, "What else could it be? She missed her sons." She opened up. Auntie Chun had a hard life. Her husband died young, and she raised two sons all by herself through hard work. Daju and Erju were good sons. A few years ago, they went out to work together, saying they would come back to build her a new house and let her enjoy life. In the first couple of years, they would occasionally send money back and call, but later suddenly there was no word from them. She sighed, continuing, "At first, Annie thought they were busy with work. But after waiting for more than half a year, not a single word came through. There was no response, and the phone couldn't get through, making her anxious. It was as if he had vanished from the world. Since then, Annie had collapsed entirely. She sat every day at the door, staring at the road at the village entrance, hoping for her son's return. She couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, and her eyes were nearly blinded from crying. The old lattice murky eyes were filled with compassion, for she knew that the greatest wish of the elderly in the mountain village was for their children to visit often. Seeing her child once a year was enough. After all, they were older, now clinging to that little hope. Every encounter lessened the hope. Villagers advised her, saying her son might be out there making a fortune and had forgotten his mother. But she didn't believe it, as she insisted her son was not that kind of person and that something must have happened to him. She endured the days one after another, her health declining. Last winter she succumbed to a cold and passed away. As she left, she kept murmuring the names of her two sons. The old lady spoke, unable to hold back her tears. How tragic. She couldn't even see her son one last time. It was the villagers who gathered some money to bury her next to the ancestral grave on the mountain behind her house. Li Budu listened quietly, feeling as though his chest was blocked by a lump of cotton, making it hard to breathe. He could clearly sense that the spirits of Dezhu and Erju nearby were exuding a painful, ghostly aura. The silent wails were more suffocating than any sound. "Thank you, Grandma," Li Budu said, his voice hoarse with gratitude. "Young man, if you are their relative, you should light some incense and burn some paper at her grave," the old lady kindly reminded. She was a person of misfortune. Li Budu nodded and clarified the exact location of the Chun family's ancestral grave on the mountain behind. He left the village with the distraught Dezhu and Erju heading toward the mountain. The mountain path became even harder to traverse, but for Li Budu and the two ghosts it was nothing. The atmosphere was heavy like a solid block of lead. Following the villagers' directions, they soon found the Chun family's ancestral grave on a relatively flat slope halfway up the mountain. Besides several old graves overgrown with wild grass was a new mound that had clearly been erected not long ago. There was no tombstone, only a simple dirt mound with a crude wooden plaque inserted at the front inscribed with "Grave of Wang, Mother of Chun," the writing already somewhat faded. Upon seeing that solitary new grave, the last thread of hope for Dezhu and Erju was completely shattered. "Mother!" Two piercing, sorrowful wails filled with endless pain and guilt suddenly erupted from the mouths of the two ghosts. The sound was unlike any human voice, filled with the sharpness and despair of spirits, causing the surrounding air to ripple, startling the birds in the mountains to take flight. They could no longer maintain their ghostly forms, transforming into two indistinct black shadows that rushed to the grave, taking shape and bowing deeply again and again. There were no tears, but that sorrowful emotion was more contagious than any loud weeping. Their souls flickered under the intense emotional turbulence, as if they could dissolve at any moment. "Mother, it is the son's unfilial conduct. It is the son's uselessness. Mother, we have returned. We have come to see you. Look at us. The son was unfilial, unable to provide for you until your last days, and made you worry for us. It is the son who is unfilial." The heart-wrenching cries echoed across the mountains and fields. Li Budu stood quietly to the side, neither stopping nor advising them. He knew that any words at this moment would be futile. These brothers needed this outpouring of grief. He stepped aside, broke a few pine branches, tied them together simply, and placed them at the grave. Then he took out 3 incense sticks from his backpack. He had already prepared for the worst on his way here. A flicker of faint, ghostly fire passed through his fingertips, igniting the incense, which he placed in the soil in front of the grave. "The son was unfilial, unable to provide for you until your last days, and made you worry for us. It is the son who is unfilial." The heart-wrenching cries echoed across the mountains and fields. Time passed little by little, and the brothers' wails gradually transformed into low sobs, their bowing motions also slowing. As the sun set, the golden afterglow spilled across the hilltop, stretching the shadows of the grave pine trees and Li Budu along with the tombstone lawn. During dusk, as yin and yang alternated, it was the time when spirits could most feel their own existence. Dezhu and Erju stopped crying and bowing, kneeling side by side in front of their mother's grave. The resentment and obsession surrounding them seemed to dissipate little by little along with their weeping and heavy bows. The gray and black mist surrounding their soul forms representative of their status as wandering spirits gradually faded, revealing their appearance in life: 2 young men with dark skin, honest faces, and the simplicity typical of rural youth. Their eyes no longer held pain and confusion. Instead, they reflected a sense of relief, a calm that came from letting go. Chun Dezhu looked at his mother's grave, slowly speaking in a calm voice, yet carrying a power that transcended life and death. "We brothers have no great ambitions, nor do we seek success. We do not even wish for wives. We only want to honor our mother until her last days, which can be considered not having lived in vain." Chun Erju continued, his tone equally calm. "With our mother gone, we have no more attachments. What kept them as lingering spirits was not the overwhelming resentment from their deaths, but the deep concern and profound guilt towards their mother that prevented their souls from resting. They had died unjustly and violently, holding on to their obsessions, but fundamentally, they were not vengeful ghosts. They harbored no malicious intent. All they had was the simplest, purest concern for their mother. Their thoughts were pure, only knowing about the essentials of life. They did not have the convoluted reasoning to think that it was others who had killed them that led to their mother's death. They took all the blame upon themselves, feeling it was their unfilial behavior. They were struggling, they were simple, they just wanted to live. If possible, they wished for just a little bit of happiness that belonged to them. To be full, to be free of disaster and disease, and perhaps a bit more extravagant would be to marry and have children. But the 2 brothers did not even dare to hope. They only wished for their mother to live better, choosing to leave to strive for that. But now, learning that their mother had already passed, though sorrowful, they completely let go of that greatest concern. Their mother no longer needed to worry about them, no longer needed to endure the torment of longing. Perhaps this was also a kind of liberation. and they could finally shed this heavy obsession. The karma of their lives was resolved. Li Budu watched the changes happening to them, and even though it was his first time seeing such a thing, he began to have a guess in his heart. He took a step forward, walked beside the two brothers, and quietly asked, "Do you still remember what you called me?" Zhu and Zhu looked up simultaneously at Li Budu. The twilight light outlined a halo behind him. His face, slightly pale, due to his zombie constitution, appeared particularly solemn at this moment. The two brothers exchanged glances, then, with utmost seriousness, answered in unison, "Li Qingtian Sir Li." Li Budu smiled gently, and that smile no longer held the previous irreverence, but instead a weighty promise. He swept his gaze over the clear eyes of the two brothers, then looked at the solitary grave, as if swearing to this world, and the underworld, clearly stating word for word on the road to the Yellow Springs, "Walk slowly. You will meet those who harmed you. Your grievances will be addressed. I, Li Budu, shall not die a good death." His voice was not loud, but it carried a strange power. Zhu and Zhu trembled all over, their eyes bursting with the last glimmer of light. They knew that this Sir Li Qingtian truly took their grievances to heart and made such a heavy promise. The two brothers were moved to tears. From birth, they had never been valued by anyone other than their mother. Their father died early, and the villagers always mocked them. Even when they went out to strive, they faced many hardships. Sometimes, even after working for half a year, their boss would withhold their wages, and they could only swallow their bitterness. Because no one cared for them. Their heaven had never looked at them, but ironically, when it collapsed, they had to step forward to bear it. Was it unfair? They didn't think so. Why? Because no one had ever given them fairness, nor had anyone spoken for their injustice. But now Li Budu had spoken for them. Li Budu had promised to help them. The two brothers were about to bow 3 more times to Li Budu when he raised his hand to stop them, pointing at the grave and saying, "You've already bowed before, no need to bow again. If you want to bow, do it for your esteemed mother as a way to greet her for me." "Thank you, sir." The two brothers spoke in unison, using all their strength to bow deeply 3 times towards Li Budu, towards the land that raised them, and towards the grave burying their mother, bowing heavily and devoutly. Thud, thud, thud. Even though Li Budu said so, they still bowed once more towards him. Perhaps their sincerity had not been there before, but now it was devout to the point of being heart-wrenching. With each bow, their souls became increasingly transparent and pure. By the time the 3rd bow was finished, their bodies had almost become completely transparent, like 2 wisps of smoke about to dissipate. In the moment before they completely vanished, they raised their heads and looked at Li Budu. Their faces revealed an incredibly sincere and grateful smile from the heart, using their last bit of soul power to send forth their simplest and most genuine blessings. "Sir, good people should live a long life. You are a good person, you will definitely live a long life." As their voices faded, the souls of the two brothers, like the last dewdrops under the sunlight, transformed into sparkling light and completely dissipated into the evening air. There was no eeriness, no terror, only a sense of peace and tranquility after liberation. They had been transcended. Li Budu stood still in place, motionless. In his chest, the heart, refined from the essence of the Zhongyuan, surged with intense, heavy throbs. A feeling of indescribable bitterness and depression filled his chest, almost suffocating him. Good people, long life. This blessing was like a needle stabbing into the softest and most unwillingly touched part of his heart. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the place where the two had vanished, which was empty, with only the sound of the mountain wind rustling through the grass. After a long time, he turned around and began to walk down the mountain step by step along the path he had come. The mountain wind tugged at the corners of his clothing, his silhouette elongated in the sunset, appearing somewhat lonely. He murmured softly, as if speaking to the dissipating souls, or perhaps to himself, "Yes, good people should live a long life." His voice was faint, quickly lost in the wind. But his steps grew increasingly firm. Why should good people die? Why should bad people live carefree? Damn you, that Zhao. After handling the matters of the Great Pillar and the Second Pillar, fulfilling their final wishes, he watched as they were liberated and vanished into the dusk. The heavy feeling of gloom in Li Budu's heart did not completely dissipate. Instead, it lingered like waterlogged cotton, weighing down at the bottom of his heart with a damp chill. After walking for a while, he felt he could not just leave, so he turned back. He casually found 2 wooden planks, and beside their mother's grave piled up 2 small mounds, grumbling to himself about how he was creating unnecessary work. Though he said otherwise, his actions of piling up the earth were particularly earnest. He found something that could serve as a board, carved their names into it, and inserted it in front of the mounds. That was all he could do. After finishing all this, he stood there for a long time before silently descending the mountain. Returning to the dirt road at the entrance of Chun family village, he coincidentally caught the last minibus heading back to the county town. The dilapidated minibus jolted along the winding mountain road in the gathering dusk, the cabin filled with the smells of sweat, earthy odors, and inferior tobacco. There were only a few passengers, mostly villagers from nearby, their faces bearing the fatigue of a day's labor, silently gazing out at the rapidly retreating, increasingly blurry mountain shadows. Li Budu bought a ticket and sat down by the window. The scene was much like before, but his state of mind had changed dramatically. The glass reflected his somewhat pale face along with the thick, indistinct night flowing swiftly outside. He closed his eyes, attempting to temporarily suppress the tumultuous emotions. It was good to sort through what had previously been unclear due to fatigue. The vehicle jolted, and the dim lights in the cabin flickered on and off. Li Budu took a deep breath, concentrating on himself. Subconsciously as natural as breathing, he exhaled a panel. A faint glow shifted, revealing a translucent interface, visible only to him, namely Budu, race, purple zombie, with the potential of a general, realm foundation establishment level 1, a lifespan 170, Yang virtue 10,000, Yin virtue 100, meritorious deeds 2, talents 9 souls, training method initial insight, blood evil corpse poison ding, 10,000 corpses bowing to the ancestor ding, blood absorption strengthening ding, Yin absorption transformation ding, creative ideas, profit seeking and harm avoidance ding. Ability running bing, u performing, u juggling ding. Technique 7 souls, training method, initial insight. Evolution mall opens at foundation establishment level 9. He closed his eyes, dismissing the noisy sounds and jarring sensations of the cabin. His mind completely sank within, focusing on the names of these 4 talents. As his thoughts gathered, it felt as if a switch had been triggered, the sensation of knowledge flooding and reminiscent of when he first acquired the panel, surged once more. Like a trickling stream, it slowly merged into the sea of his consciousness, and he began to understand blood absorption strengthening. As the name suggests, as long as he could absorb blood, he could strengthen his physique, and it would be a permanent enhancement. The extent and efficiency of the strengthening would be defined by the grade of the absorbed blood. Here, grade does not merely refer to biological strength, it also encompasses the energy, vitality, and even the concentration of special bloodlines contained within the blood. In simple terms, the effect of absorbing blood from a chicken would be vastly different from that of a well-cultivated practitioner. Moreover, the higher the level of this talent, the greater the absorption and conversion rates of energy from the blood, resulting in less waste. Theoretically, if the grade were maximized, it could even achieve nearly 100% perfect absorption, leaving not a single drop wasted. What stirred Li Budu's heart even more was the subtle implication in the analyzed information that he could seemingly absorb more than just blood. Those heavenly materials and earth treasures rich in abundant spiritual energy or special energy, he might also be able to directly consume. Moreover, the principle of absorption seems similar to blood absorption. The higher the talent level, the greater the absorption efficiency of medicinal materials. He would not need to undergo the complex refining process like ordinary people, but could directly extract their essence. Direct absorption. Li Budu instinctively stroked his slightly dry lips. This sounded quite impressive. He couldn't help but recall the manual he had received from Zhang at the 749 Bureau, which seemed to mention the processing of medicinal materials. He focused his mind and took out the booklet that emitted a faint smell of ink and had a weak wave of spiritual energy from his backpack. By the dim light in the cabin, he flipped to the page titled Resource Acquisition and Utilization Medicinal Material Guidelines. It clearly stated, members should submit the spiritual herbs and treasures obtained during missions or through private channels to the Logistics Support Department or Research Department within the Bureau. The Bureau will conduct professional identification record contribution points and charge a corresponding processing fee, which can be offset with contribution points or equivalent items. The Logistics Department will hire professional alchemists or use automated alchemy furnaces to refine products for you, which will be delivered to you in an agreed proportion, usually 7,080, depending on the quality of the medicinal materials and the difficulty of the pills. At the same time, 25 of the final product will be allocated to the Bureau's public resource pool. Of course, members also have the right to handle their obtained medicinal materials themselves or seek external channels for refining. However, the Bureau does not provide corresponding guarantees and the risks are borne by the members. If choosing to refine within the Bureau, even if the alchemy fails not due to incorrect information provided by members, the Bureau will compensate at the evaluated price of the medicinal materials to ensure basic interests for the members. Then a list of common pills and their general effects was provided with a footnote stating, the efficacy utilization rate of pills refined by Bureau alchemists or through standard procedures typically stabilizes at 73.57 or higher with fewer impurities and lower side effects. If consuming raw medicinal materials directly due to the limited absorption capacity of the human body and the impurities and resistant substances contained in the medicinal materials, the absorption rate of ordinary cultivators is generally below 10. And it is prone to issues such as spiritual energy accumulation and pill toxicity accumulation, making it a poor choice not recommended. Li Budu looked at this detailed explanation and compared it with his recent understanding of blood absorption strengthening. His eyes slightly brightened. Although far inferior to the Bureau's alchemy of 73.57, it was already 2.5 times the absorption rate of directly consuming medicinal materials. And this was just at the ding level. At my current level, the direct absorption rate of energy feels roughly around 25. Although far inferior to the Bureau's alchemy of 73.57, it was already 2.5 times the absorption rate of directly consuming medicinal materials. And this was just at the ding level. This ability can grow. Following this trend, once the level increases, it will inevitably reach 100 one day. Imagine how others painstakingly gather medicinal materials, pay high processing fees, and then have 25 of the pills taken as a cut, ultimately receiving pills with over 70% effectiveness. And he finding heavenly materials and earth treasures could directly munch on them like radishes with absorption effects potentially exceeding those of the refined pills. This is not just defying the heavens, it is utterly outrageous. I've struck gold. Li Budu instinctively licked his somewhat dry lips, as if he saw countless walking 10 complete rejuvenation pills beckoning to him. However, he also understood that being able to absorb directly did not mean he could endure infinitely if physical strength and realm were crucial. Moreover, good things are not so easily found. The 749 Bureau's collection of 25 of the pills is in a sense a form of resource and technology integration and redistribution, maintaining the operation of this vast organization. Alright, the underground spiritual mushrooms, I swindled from that brat earlier. Cough cough, they're still at the station. I should go pick them up tomorrow. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he turned his attention to the second talent, absorption transformation. He frowned slightly. I have some recollection, when I first obtained the panel it seemed there were no transformation characters at the end. As the knowledge integrated, he quickly understood the difference and the true meaning of this talent. Initially, absorption might have simply referred to absorbing energy to nourish the zombie's body, considered a zombie's instinct. But with the addition of transformation, its meaning changed dramatically. This meant that the energy he absorbed from the heavens and the earth could be directly transformed into the most primal essence. In other words, it represented a higher and purer form of energy capable of not only strengthening the physical body, but also replenishing consumption and even assisting in cultivation. The analyzed information indicated that whenever night fell and energy rose, his body would automatically activate this talent, akin to turning on an automatic cultivation sheet. He would be continuously absorbing energy, transforming it into essence steadily, enhancing himself. More importantly, if he fought in areas dense with energy, it would be like a fish in water. The energy would be continuously absorbed by him, transformed into essence, replenishing consumption and repairing damage, allowing his endurance to reach a terrifying level. If his level increased afterward, as long as he wasn't instantly killed or subjected to some extreme countering damage, he could almost keep fighting indefinitely. Damn, Li Budu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Doesn't this mean he has a mobile power bank? An infinite charging one at that. In a fight this would be incredibly tough. He was basically Cheng Yaojin. Li Budu even considered whether he should get 2 axes when he returned to the bureau. Next was the third talent, creative ideas. This talent was straightforward, akin to having a spark of inspiration that always led to some absurd ideas. Finally, he focused entirely on the fourth talent, which he was most concerned about, the profit-seeking and harm-avoidance thing. He remembered very clearly that initially the name of this talent was fear of the sun and favor of the moon, a simple preference and avoidance based on the zombie's instincts regarding yin and yang environments. But now it had transformed into profit-seeking and harm-avoidance. The connotation had undergone a drastic change. He felt a brief introduction emerge in his mind, not verbose, yet imbued with a profound meaning, unconsciously gravitating toward good things, instinctively distancing from bad things. The higher the level, the better the effect. The description was very vague, not specifying what constituted good things or bad things, nor did it clarify how approaching and distancing manifested. But no matter how foolish or abstract Li Budu was, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this talent from the vague description. This was no longer limited to simple yin and yang preferences, but had elevated to the level of fortune and misfortune. Is this a causality skill? Good things. This is definitely a good thing. Li Budu was certain in his heart. This kind of guidance related to fate, even if just the most rudimentary and vague, could mean the difference between life and death at a crucial moment. No wonder he was the progenitor of zombies. The innate talent was formidable. Generally, only zombies with some cultivation would gradually start to seek profit and avoid harm, hiding in caves to develop in the dark. But he had it directly now. Regardless, this was a tremendous boon for him. After sorting through these 4 newly clarified talents, Li Budu shifted his gaze to the other data on the panel. A lifespan of 170 years is absurdly long for someone who has just entered Foundation Establishment Level 1, yet, for a purple zombie, it seems merely the beginning. Suddenly the lifespan field fluctuated sharply. Lifespan. Tribulation. But it quickly recalibrated, reverting in an instant to lifespan. Did Li Budu not notice this? Of course he noticed, but what could he do? He could only smile in resignation. He had no other recourse but to keep an eye on it. His realm remained at Foundation Establishment Level 1, indicating that dealing with the Great Pillar and the Second Pillar did not lead to a direct enhancement in cultivation. 7 Souls training methods still needed diligent practice to gain further insights. His gaze fell on Yang Virtue, Yin Virtue, and the newly added meritorious deeds. Yang Virtue 10,000, Yin Virtue 100, meritorious deeds 2. He was still unsure of the usefulness of Yang Virtue and Yin Virtue. As for the newly appeared meritorious deeds 2, it left him completely puzzled. Meritorious deeds. This sounds even more advanced than Yang Virtue and Yin Virtue. Could it be from doing some great good? He recalled that the only recent act that could be deemed good was helping the Great Pillar and the Second Pillar return to their rest, liberating their souls. Could this be the reason? It seems that the specific uses of these deeds or virtues might only be revealed once the Evolution Mall opens at Foundation Establishment Level 9. Li Budu sighed, feeling the long road ahead with heavy responsibilities. Enhancing his strength remained the top priority. The minibus swayed and finally arrived at Zhongyuan County when the night was deep. Li Budu got off the bus, standing on the somewhat desolate streets of the county town, the evening breeze blowing, bringing with it the unique chill of the mountains. He did not feel fatigued. His zombie constitution greatly reduced his need for sleep. However, the matters concerning the Chun brothers still weighed heavily on his heart, creating a lingering sense of discomfort. He wandered aimlessly down the street, deciding to hail a taxi to go see the big river a few kilometers away. As the county town was not large, he quickly reached the outskirts. Getting out of the car, he could see a wide river flowing through the county town with an old bridge spanning over it. The streetlights on the bridge were somewhat dim and the traffic was sparse. By some strange twist of fate, he followed the steps along the bridge down to the riverbank, arriving under the bridge. The light was even dimmer beneath the bridge, with only faint glimmers cast from the distant bridge lights and the fragmented reflections of the scattered lights from the county town across the river. The river flowed quietly in the darkness, making a soft rustling sound, the water shimmering, reflecting the indistinct glow of countless lights above, creating a sense of serene detachment. Li Budu stood by the water, hands in his pockets, watching the flowing light and shadow, and the vague feeling in his heart grew increasingly clear. Just as he was lost in thought, a flicker of movement caught his eye and his peripheral vision. Not far away on a broken and half-submerged abandoned bridge pillar there appeared to be a shadowy figure. Fishing down there in the middle of the night. Li Budu's curiosity was piqued as he focused his gaze. Using the moonlight and the distant reflections of lights, he could make out the person's attire. Wearing an old straw hat and draped in what appeared to be a rather ancient raincoat, the figure sat with their back to him, holding a long fishing rod. The fishing line dangled motionlessly into the flowing river as if it had blended into the night and the sound of the water. This scene, under the present circumstances, seemed particularly jarring, yet possessed a strange harmony. Li Budu hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward. His footsteps were light, barely making a sound on the gravel of the riverbank. When he approached to about 5 or 6 meters away from the figure, the raincoat-clad fisherman seemed to notice, but did not turn around, remaining seated, as steady as a bell. Li Budu cleared his throat, filled with curiosity, and asked, "Old man, what are you fishing for at this late hour?" The person, upon hearing this, slightly moved the hand holding the fishing rod, and then slowly turned to face him. Under the straw hat was a somewhat handsome face marked by the traces of years of wind and sun, with a bronze complexion, appearing to be in his early 40s, sporting a bit of short, stiff stubble on his chin. His eyes were bright, glimmering like 2 stars washed by the river water in the dimness, exuding a sense of calm and depth that seemed to see through the world. He looked at Li Budu with no expression of surprise on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint, somewhat meaningful smile. As he spoke, "Young man," his voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear, carrying a peculiar magnetism that penetrated the sound of the flowing water, reaching Li Budu's ears. "I am fishing for a very special kind of fish." "Oh," Li Budu replied, "brothers do tell." His gaze lingered on Li Budu for a moment. That look in his eyes seemed to be not just observing a stranger, but rather examining something, carrying a hint of subtle inquiry. Li Budu's heart stirred slightly. Special? In this desolate wilderness, in the river at the edge of the county town, what kind of special fish could there be? Moreover, the feeling this person gave him was very different. It was a sense of tranquility, like the broken stone column beneath his feet, weathered by the river's flow, yet steadfast, introverted, and profound. The more Li Budu looked, the more familiar it became. Special fish. Li Budu raised an eyebrow, took a few steps closer, and imitated the man's posture, finding a slightly flatter stone to sit on a few steps away from the fisherman. "How special? Could it be a spirit?" he said half-jokingly. The fisherman in the raincoat chuckled lightly, shook his head, and turned his gaze back to the fishing line disappearing into the dark water, slowly saying, "A spirit? That wouldn't be the case. It's just, this fish is not an ordinary fish. It doesn't eat common bait, and it doesn't approach mundane people." He paused, turned his head, and looked at Li Budu again, his bright eyes seemingly filled with a strange glow. "It swims between the real and the unreal, inhaling obsessions, seeking karma." Obsessions. Karma. Li Budu's pupils constricted. No mistake, he had seen such people before, those who were a unique species that only refreshed by the riverside. They were called Air Force fellows. Karma. Can it be fished? Li Budu suppressed the turmoil in his heart, trying to keep his tone calm, hiding the sympathy within. "Why not?" the fisherman retorted, his tone leisurely. "Heaven and earth are the pool, all beings are fish. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are bait, entanglements of grievances are the line. What is fished is not fish, but fate, calamity, that elusive opportunity." His words were profound, yet seemed to contain certain truths. Li Budu fell silent for a moment, staring at the fishing line that was nearly invisible in the darkness, and suddenly asked, "So, have you caught anything?" "Don't ask what shouldn't be asked," he said lightly. Li Budu was taken aback, fell silent for a moment, and slowly spoke. "Uncle, I actually know a fishing spot." "Don't ask what shouldn't be asked," he said lightly. Li Budu was taken aback, fell silent for a moment, and slowly spoke. "Uncle, I actually know a fishing spot." "What do you mean? What do you mean? How dare you assume I don't have fish here? It infuriates me." The fisherman jumped in anger. "I didn't say that. You just did. Just say whether you want it or not." "I do." The fisherman calmed down. Cough, cough. Why is a young man wandering under the bridge at such a late hour? The fisherman seemed to realize his own overreaction, coughed lightly, and awkwardly changed the subject. "Do you have something on your mind?" Uncle sees clearly. Li Budu did not deny it, and smiled bitterly. "I just went through some things, feeling a bit stifled, so I came out for a walk." "Uncle, you must not be an ordinary person, right?" Li Budu probed, his gaze fixed intently on the other. The fisherman in the raincoat seemed to have anticipated Li Budu's reaction. He did not mind, instead smiling. That smile softened his bronze-colored face slightly. What's ordinary and what's extraordinary, he countered, turning his gaze back to the water's surface. Under this bridge, or above it at all, depends on your perspective. Do you find it strange that I fish under the bridge? Perhaps from the fish's perspective, the entire bridge and the people on the shore are what seems strange. His words left Li Budu momentarily at a loss for how to respond. A brief silence fell between the two. Only the sound of flowing river water and the distant occasional rumble of vehicles passing over the bridge could be heard. After a long while, the fisherman in the raincoat suddenly broke the silence. Young man, do you know why some ghosts, despite their deep obsessions, do not transform into vengeful spirits? Li Budu's heart stirred. He thought of the recently liberated pillars and instinctively answered, because. Though they harbor grievances, they also hold on to benevolent thoughts and attachments. Benevolence attachments. The fisherman nodded slightly. That's one aspect. More profoundly, it's because their roots remain unbroken. Roots? Li Budu looked at him in confusion. The essence of humanity lies in emotions. Family, love, friendship, even the longing for one's homeland, all form the roots. If the roots are severed, a person becomes like floating duckweed, and a ghost easily becomes a vengeful and fierce being. If the roots remain, even if one dies, there still exists a sliver of clarity in the soul, a trace of humanity. The fisherman's voice was calm, yet carried a soothing power. Li Budu fell silent, pondering. The fisherman in the raincoat turned his head, and his gaze once again fell upon Li Budu. That gaze seemed to penetrate through everything about him. Just then, the fishing rod in the fisherman's hand suddenly dipped down sharply. The fishing line tightened instantly, emitting a sound akin to a vibrating string. It was not a heaviness in the physical sense, but rather a sense of, as if it had hooked onto something invisible and intangible. A fine tremor appeared on the fisherman's originally calm face. He gripped the fishing rod firmly with both hands, his wrists rotating slightly, as if engaging in a silent struggle with something beneath the water. Li Budu held his breath. The air around seemed to solidify. An indescribable, spiritually charged wave of power began to emanate from the fishing rod. The river seemed to flow more swiftly, and the reflections of countless lights on the water began to twist and sway like a shattered dream. The fisherman's raincoat moved without wind, and his eyes, sharp as an eagle beneath the brim of his hat, fixed intently on the taut fishing line disappearing into the water. Moments later, he suddenly yanked the fishing rod. Water splashed everywhere as the fish's tail thrashed. At the end of the fishing line, a gray fish was struggling with all its might. A faint invisible mist wrapped around the fishhook for a moment, then like light smoke it blended into the fishing rod in the fisherman's hand and vanished. The fisherman slowly reeled in the line, unhooked the fish, and tossed it back into the water, returning to his previous sitting posture as if nothing had happened. He gently stroked the fishing rod in his hand, as if comforting an old friend. The fisherman in the raincoat smiled slightly and pointed to the ripples left by the fish returning to the water, saying, Who says there are no fish? He turned to Li Budu, his gaze deep. Look a little further ahead. The more you fish, and the longer you wait, the more you know whether there are fish. Young man, your journey is still long. The fisherman in the raincoat observed Li Budu's entranced gaze at the river, and the meaningful smile on his face deepened. He suddenly waved to Li Budu, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable insistence. Young man, come here. Li Budu snapped out of his chaotic thoughts, walked over with slight hesitation, and stopped a step away from the fisherman. The fisherman handed over the seemingly ordinary yet imbued with an inexplicable essence fishing rod to Li Budu. Li Budu was taken aback and instinctively declined. Uncle, I don't know how to fish. He had only caught loaches in the ditch beside the orphanage as a child. Don't ask the last time he was caught by Chun Nai when he was playing in the water and got a spanking on his bottom. As for serious fishing, he asked himself if he had such leisure, he couldn't sit still and would rather play with sand. And with such an ancient fishing rod that doesn't even have a float, he was afraid he would end up tangling it around his own neck. It would snap and choke him. Hearing this, the fisherman burst into laughter, his laughter echoing in the open bridge arch, startling a few water birds resting in the crevices of the bridge piers. Can't fish. Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem. He laughed heartily and pushed the fishing rod forward again. What's so difficult about fishing? As long as the heart is present, the rod is there. When the intention moves, the line moves. Just pick it up and casually toss it into the water. His words carried a strange allure, as if picking up this fishing rod was the most natural thing in the world. Li Budu looked at the fishing rod handed to him, then glanced at the fisherman's bright eyes still shining under the brim of his hat. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and accepted it. As he held the fishing rod, an indescribable sense of heaviness enveloped him, not in the physical sense. Rather, it felt as if he was grasping a slice of frozen time or a heavy thread of karma. The rod was icy to the touch, neither wood nor iron, covered with fine and ancient patterns, feeling exceptionally solid. He imitated the fisherman's previous stance, holding the rear of the rod and letting the fishing line hang towards the water. At that moment, his gaze sharpened, noticing the hook at the end of the fishing line. The hook had a primitive design and a dull hue resembling something crafted from beast bone or perhaps ancient bronze worn by countless years. The most crucial point was, there was nothing on the hook. No earthworms, no dough, no common bait to attract fish. Uncle Li Budu couldn't help but look up, pointing at the empty hook and asking, "There's no bait on this. What can you catch?" The fisherman, still smiling, extended his calloused yet well-defined hand and gently patted Li Budu's back. Just swing it confidently. The fisherman's voice carried a reassuring certainty. There's bait on it. Bait? Li Budu was even more confused, his eyes widening as he looked closely. Even using a hint of his extraordinary zombie-like vision, the hook still appeared completely bare, devoid of any scent. What bait? Why can't I see anything? The fisherman fell silent for a moment, and the sound of flowing water seemed to clarify at that moment. He gazed at the unfathomable dark water surface, slowly speaking, his voice deep and clear. A very special bait called name. Name? Li Budu was stunned, wondering if he was indeed lacking knowledge. The fisherman said no more, only gesturing with his eyes that he could cast the line now. Li Budu looked at the heavy fishing rod in his hand, then at the empty hook, claiming to use name as bait, his heart pounding. Could this thing really catch something? He feared it would just make a sound when thrown out. But the arrow was on the string, and he had to shoot. He took a deep breath, mimicking the posture of the fisherman he had seen before, using all his strength to fling the ancient fishing rod towards the dark water ahead. The motion was somewhat clumsy, even carrying a hint of exaggerated flair, but as the fishing rod sliced through the air, it produced a strange sound akin to a thin string being plucked. The fishing line with the empty hook quietly sank into the water, not even causing a ripple. Just as Li Budu thought this was an ineffective cast, and was about to turn to ask what to do next, a sudden change occurred. The moment the hook touched the water's surface, not yet fully submerged, Li Budu felt a tremendous force pulling downward from the fishing rod. The force came so abruptly and swiftly, far exceeding his expectations. It was as if beneath the water there was not a fish, but a giant beast attempting to drag him into the abyss. Instinctively, almost reflexively, his arms erupted with the formidable strength of a purple zombie, the core of his waist and abdomen tightening, instantly gripping the fishing rod and abruptly pulling upwards. Splash. It was not a loud sound of water, but rather a more peculiar sound, as if breaking through some invisible boundary. Accompanied by this sound, the fishing line was swiftly lifted, and the hook burst forth from the water. And at that instant, as the hook left the surface, Li Budu caught sight of what was hanging from the hook. He stood frozen, as if struck by a spell, his pupils suddenly constricted. The hook was not empty, nor was it any fish he had ever seen. No, perhaps it couldn't even be called a fish in the conventional sense. It was a manifestation of two abstract concepts, bizarre creations materialized. On the left, a large, vibrant, and eerie entity exuded a heart-stopping allure. Its scales shimmered with a mesmerizing metallic sheen, like an overturned oil slick, rippling rainbow hues across the water. Its eyes lacked pupils, only two bottomless pools of blackness. Its mouth was enormous, perpetually slightly ajar, revealing densely packed sharp teeth, like serrated edges. Its fins and tail were as thin as a cicada's wings, nearly transparent. The edges shimmered with enchanting phosphorescence. To the right, there was a completely transparent entity, seemingly carved from exquisite glass, breathtakingly beautiful, yet fragile enough to evoke pity. Its body appeared to be composed of the purest crystal or glass, capable of refracting and emanating a soft and noble light. Yet upon closer inspection, one would realize that this light was not emitted by the entity itself, but entirely dependent on the illumination from the outside. Without light, it would be dim and lifeless. Its scales, each resembling a tiny, impeccably polished mirror, clearly reflected everything surrounding it. The sky, the bridge, Pierre Li Budu's astonished face, and the flamboyant fish beside him. Its posture was dignified and graceful. It swam through the external rivers, its essence being reflection, dazzling yet fragile. Two fish with contrasting forms and temperaments were thus caught by the same empty hook, suspended in the air before Li Budu, swaying gently. Li Budu gazed at this surreal scene, his mind nearly ceasing to think. Was the nuclear waste from his mother's little life truly polluting the country, giving rise to such a grotesque entity? The nearby fisherman in a raincoat seemed unfazed by this scene. He chuckled lightly, extending his hand to take the fishing rod from the still-dazed Li Budu. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the fisherman swayed the hook, which dangled the two strange fish to the empty space between the two. He pointed a finger at the two fish, turning his gaze to Li Budu with a scrutinizing look, and spoke, "Have you ever heard of fishing for fame?" His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in Li Budu's heart like a bell tolling at dusk. Fishing for fame. Li Budu instinctively shook his head. Of course he had heard this term before, but never had it presented itself to him in such an intuitive and bizarre manner. Seeing him shake his head, the fisherman was not deterred. He laughed heartily and said, "Don't know. No worries, after today you'll grasp its essence." He pointed at the fish on the left and said, "This fish is called desire." Then he gestured to the fish on the right, saying, "This fish is called fame." He paused for a moment, nudging the fishing rod toward Li Budu, indicating for him to take the two fish, casually adding, "Since you caught these two fish, you may as well take them with you. Whether you fry or stew them, it's up to you." "Huh, I take them." Li Budu was momentarily stunned, staring at the two fish that radiated alluring light and fragile brilliance, confusion written all over his face. How on earth was he supposed to take this? What would he do with them? They seemed too hot to even be displayed. Yet he hesitated, glancing at the fisherman's genuine expression. He then slowly extended his hand, cautiously detaching the two fish from the cold bone-made hook. However, just as Li Budu's palm fully cradled the two fish, an unexpected change occurred. The desire fish in his hands suddenly conveyed a heavy, slimy realness. Its dazzling scales scraped against his palm, while the enormous tail fiercely slapped against his wrist, struggling to break free. Meanwhile, the beautiful yet fragile famed fish remained completely transparent, reflecting faint light, trembling slightly, in his other hand fragile, yet undeniably real. The nearby fisherman, who had initially appeared calm and composed, had his expression freeze the moment he witnessed this scene. His eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting violently, his face filled with incredulity. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. By conventional logic, or rather according to what he knew, the desire fish by nature was one of consumption, its appearance alluring yet greedy. It was the manifestation of formless desire, and once caught would usually leave only a fleeting thought that disturbed the mind, or vanish into nothingness, leaving only emptiness. How could it possess a physical form struggling like a real fish? As for the famed fish, it swam through the external rivers, its essence being reflection, dazzling yet fragile. Once forcibly pulled from the environment it relied upon for survival, it would quickly lose its brilliance and shatter into nothingness. Leaving the water meant losing its life. How could it still tremble, yet retain its form and light, cradled in the hands of a novice to this realm? This completely contradicted everything he had learned about the concept of fishing over countless years. Li Budu was unaware of the storm of emotions within the fisherman. He only felt embarrassed and troubled holding these two lively, real-feeling fish. He looked left and right, finding no containers on him, and did not want to keep holding them like this. Did he really have to take them back? Show them to Captain Zhongyuan? Or eat them? He gazed at the desire fish's constantly opening and closing mouth filled with sharp teeth, and the famed fish's body, which looked like glass and seemed hard on the teeth. He immediately dismissed this thought. These things hardly seemed edible. Consuming them might lead to some trouble. Oh wait, he was already dead after all. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Budu turned around, facing the flowing river, extending his arms, and without hesitation casually tossed them back into the dark water. Splash! Splash! Two soft sounds echoed with a slight splash of water. The desire fish quickly dimmed and merged into the darkness, disappearing after hitting the water. The famed fish, upon touching the surface of the water, seemed to shine for a brief moment before also vanishing into the flowing waves. Below the bridge, tranquility returned as if nothing had ever happened. Li Budu clapped his hands as if he had merely cleaned up some trash. His face showed a mix of relief after resolving a hassle and a hint of speechlessness. He dashed to the water's edge, gazing at the now calm surface, then abruptly turned his head, staring intently at Li Budu, his voice a bit unsteady due to extreme confusion. Why did you release them? His tone was filled with curiosity and incomprehension. Li Budu was startled by the fisherman's intense reaction. He looked at the fiery eyes and innocently answered, I have nothing to put them in. Holding them is too much trouble. I don't eat these things. What would I take them back for? To take up space. It's better to release them for peace. Moreover, his Shanghai de Qian Lu hadn't activated, indicating that these things were not extraordinary creatures at all, so he treated them as small fish. After all, he knew nothing about fish. His reasoning was simple and unembellished, useless, troublesome, better to discard. Such an ordinary and straightforward answer left the fisherman momentarily speechless. He gaped, staring at Li Budu's clear eyes, unsure how to refute. Indeed, if one cannot hold on to something, then let it go. How many in the world can truly accomplish such a seemingly simple act? After a brief moment of stupor, the fisherman's shock and sorrow quickly faded, replaced by an extremely complex expression. In the end, all these emotions transformed into a louder, more liberating laughter, as if cleansing the burdens in his heart. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Good. What'll let go if you can't hold on? Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, his raincoat rustling, and his hat almost fell off. His laughter echoed beneath the bridge, causing the air to tremble slightly. Indeed. If you can't hold on, then let go. You're absolutely right. Ha. As he laughed, he vigorously slapped his thigh, expressing immense joy. After laughing for a while, he barely managed to stop, turning his back, his shoulders still slightly shaking with mirth. He called out loudly, good lad. Right up my alley. Truly right up my alley. Moments later, he turned around, still bearing a joyful smile, but his gaze had returned to its previous depth and calmness. Yet beneath that calm, there was now an unhidden appreciation. As for my name, I cannot conveniently tell you. He looked at Li Budu, his tone casual, yet carrying a hint of seriousness. But you can call me Fisherman Elder. Fisherman Elder. A simple and ancient title. The fisherman elder lifted his gaze, looking toward the sliver of the cold moon visible from the edge of the bridge, slowly speaking, if you ever need anything, perhaps you can come find me to talk. Actually, I am not entirely oblivious to you. After all, I have been observing your actions in that ghost domain. Having seen you today, you indeed have some capability. Old Zhang's eye for talent is commendable. He paused, hinting at something. This disposition is quite rare. The fisherman elder seemed to remember something, suddenly lightly clearing his throat, a somewhat reserved smile appearing on his face. He said ahem. As for the fishing spot you just mentioned, well, I think it is necessary for you to tell me about it. You are still young, unable to grasp it fully, let me help you with it. However, he spoke dryly, yet waited a long time without receiving a response from Li Budu. The fisherman elder could not help but frown slightly, feeling puzzled. Was this lad perhaps intimidated by my knowledge and concern, or was he contemplating how to express himself? He couldn't help but turn back to see Li Budu's expression at that moment. However, behind him, there was only emptiness. Where was Li Budu's figure? Only the chilly river wind passed through the bridge's arch, fluttering the hem of his raincoat, along with the ever-flowing sound of the river. Fisherman Elder. He was stunned, his divine sense instantaneously spreading like mercury, enveloping the entire bridge in a radius of several hundred meters. Indeed, there was no trace of Li Budu. That lad seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Where is he? The fisherman elder was dumbfounded. It turned out that Li Budu had quietly slipped away the moment he released the two fish, while the fisherman elder stared in shock and silence, then began to laugh loudly. This was a habitual maneuver he developed when he felt troubled and went out for a walk. To prevent himself from getting too deeply involved in one place, losing track of time, or encountering trouble he couldn't escape from, he would immediately book another car after arriving at a location scheduled to arrive in 20 to 30 minutes. Just previously, while the fisherman elder was absorbed in shock and silence at the released fish for that brief interval, Li Budu's phone vibrated, notifying him that his booked vehicle was about to arrive at the designated pickup point. He thought the fisherman elder was focusing on him, and since he had merely released two fish in front of him and the elder laughed afterward, he believed it was a proper farewell. The car arrived just in time, if not now, when. Thus he took advantage of the moment the fisherman elder looked up at the moon, expressing his reflections, and quietly slipped out of the bridge. Following the phone's navigation, he quickly found the ride-hailing car parked by the roadside, swung open the door, and climbed inside, leaving the place. He hadn't heard the fisherman elder proclaiming his title fisherman elder behind him, nor the words filled with appreciation. The fisherman elder, on the other hand, never anticipated that Li Budu would slip away so quickly and decisively. He thought he understood, he believed he was waiting. This series of misunderstandings resulted in an absurd farce. The fisherman elder stood still, his divine sense sweeping repeatedly over the empty surroundings, confirming that Li Budu had truly run away, and he did so remarkably smoothly. His first reaction was not anger nor feeling offended. Instead, he abruptly raised his hand, pounding fiercely on his chest, his face exhibiting extreme regret and deep sorrow, tilting his head toward the cold moon, uttering a mournful cry, as if he had lost an extraordinary treasure. My fishing spot. My fishing spot. The mournful wail echoed beneath the bridge, resounding endlessly. At this moment, a flashlight shone over and several patrolling personnel called out, "Found him, the kid who was secretly fishing under the bridge," as reported by someone. Fisherman elder. Listening to Wang Su's explanation, Li Budu revealed an expression of sudden realization, clearly pretending to have learned something, then turned to Lulan and asked, "Sister Lulan, can you handle a Bing-level team?" Leaving that bizarre bridge hollow where he had met the mysterious fisherman, Li Budu rode a ride-hailing car back to the hotel, leaning against the rear seat and watching the city slide past the window. Occasional cars cut the silence. In his mind, he replayed last night's events, the peaceful sorrow-tinged glow when Daju and Erju found release. He kept thinking of the fisherman's inscrutable teaching of using a name as bait, and of the two fish he had casually released, the fish of desire and the fish of fame. He could not make sense of it all, but one phrase lodged in his head: fishing for fame and praise. Take it up, let it go. He murmured the words, and the weight of vexation born of the Chun brothers eased a little. Perhaps it was the fisherman's booming laughter and his own decisive act of letting go that had dispersed much of the gloom. He touched his chest. The heart formed from Jiangshan Binyuan beat steady and strong, imparting a cold, yet solid sense of power. The car stopped at an intersection near the hotel. Many 749 bureau safe houses employ concealment and protective arrays, so vehicles rarely stop right at the entrance. Li Budu stepped out and inhaled the cool morning air, feeling invigorated. His zombie constitution spared him most need for sleep. The night's exertions had left little fatigue and instead sharpened his mind. He did not return to his lodging immediately. Instead, he turned toward a neighborhood parcel station near the relocation site to collect the corpse oil and cave Lingji Tang Bohu had obtained for him. Those items had not yet been handled. The courier parcel should still be at the station. He reported the pickup code, and the clerk quickly retrieved the somewhat heavy package from the shelf. Li Budu carried the parcel out of the station. Back in his temporary room at the relocation site, he shut the door and placed the package on the table, opening it with care. Inside were several items wrapped in dense foam and shock-absorbing material. The first to meet his eyes was a black palm-sized clay jar sealed with a dark red wax. A yellow talisman was pasted to its surface, inked with twisted sigils that exuded a cold, hushed aura. Tang Bohu had sold him everything in one go, even insisting on packing it for him. Too much courtesy to refuse. Even through the jar and talisman, Li Budu, now a Zhejiang, could sense the pure yin quality contained within. It was corpse oil. Beside it lay a rectangular wooden box. Opening it revealed a peculiar lingji cushioned on soft silk. He had repackaged it himself. The original jars were too conspicuous and too large to fit in his bag, so he transferred the fungus into the wood box. The lingji was dark purple all over its surface, etched with vein-like striations. Its cap was not a perfect circle, but visibly damaged as if bitten or malformed from birth. Its scent was not as bitterly cold as the corpse oil, but rather carried the weight of the earth and a faint, hesitant vitality, one that was clearly marred by some impure turbid yin. Cave lingji. Seeing these two items, Li Budu's eyes brightened. Especially the jar of corpse oil, its concentrated yin essence was like a perfect restorative for his Zhejiang body. Previously, because of his low realm and uncertainty, he had not dared to use such things lightly. Now that he understood his constitution and abilities more clearly, it was time to strengthen himself. He set the cave Lingji and its box aside for now and lifted the black clay jar with both hands. The instant his fingertips touched the cold surface, the yin within him stirred. A data panel flickered into view at the corner of his vision, faintly shimmering. He carefully peeled away the talisman. The moment it left the jar's mouth, itself ignited and turned to ash, clearly a one-time seal. Next, he scraped the dark red wax with his nail. With a soft pop, as if uncorking an aged vintage, the jar yielded. A richer, purer, and oddly anciently decayed chill of yin wafted out like a flood breaching its banks, and the room seemed to drop several degrees. The scent was not of rot or offal, but a heavy, somber perfume, like an ancient tomb opened after a century, a mingling of earth-rotten wood and peculiar spices. Li Budu inhaled deeply and felt his pores widen as the Chipa Lianfa Seven Souls practice within him began to circulate automatically, greedily drawing in the foreign concentrated yin. He looked down into the jar, a half measure of viscous honey-like liquid dark gold to nearly black with minute star-like luminescent specks floating on its surface. This corpse oil. He licked his slightly dry lips, desire flashing in his eyes. Perfect. He could feel the jar's irresistible pull. Without hesitation, he recalled his earlier understanding of the Jishua Dwampa blood-drawing soul-tempering talent and the Zhejiang instinct to draw in yin filth. He extended his right index finger. The nail darkened and sharpened in an instant. With the tip, he dipped a tiny droplet of the dark gold oil. The moment the oil touched his fingertip, an ice-deep, nourishing energy surged in like a breach of a dam, pouring violently into him through the fingertip. The energy was pure and domineering, kin to his own yin corpse, chi, yet more ancient and condensed. On the data panel, the realm indicator beside Dwampa first stage began to flash violently. Li Budu did not slacken. He sat cross-legged and ran the Chipa Lianfa at full strength, guiding the foreign energy along precise meridian routes to scour and refine the loci of his seven souls. As a basic technique issued by the 749 Bureau, the Chipa Lianfa was balanced and steady, intended to solidify foundations and temper the soul, effective for guiding and refining diverse energies. Under its guidance, the raging corpse oil energy was gradually tamed, trickling into his limbs and bones, nourishing the Zhejiang body and fortifying the seven energy nodes corresponding to the seven souls. He felt his bones hum faintly, his muscle fibers growing tougher, and the purple sheen beneath his skin deepen a shade. His heart beat with greater force. The energy it pumped carried the corpse oil's yin chill, yet Zhongyuan Benyuan's original heart transmuted it into nourishment suited to his growth. Realm upgraded Dwampa first stage, Dwampa second stage. A subtle confirmation chimed in his mind as the data panel stabilized on Dwampa second stage. The inflow of energy had barely abated. Li Budu resolved to continue absorbing and refining. He dipped a second drop, then a third, each drop brimming with tremendous power. His body drank like a parched desert in a sudden rainstorm, ravenously consuming this high-quality nourishment. His meridians ached under the onslaught, yet in that ache they widened and strengthened. His Zhejiang constitution, the Chipa Lianfa's guidance, and the Jishua Dwampa talent's efficiency at absorbing yin energy combined to yield an astonishingly high utilization of the corpse oil. An ordinary cultivator or a lower-grade Zhang would have been driven mad by the yin resentment within such oil, or would have burst under the strain. But with Zhongyuan Benyuan's heart anchoring him, the protection of Dongyue Dadi's blessing, and the data panel monitoring, he managed to marshal that wild energy into himself in an orderly way. Time passed. The corpse oil in the clay jar diminished at a rate he could see with his eyes. When roughly a third had been absorbed and refined, Realm upgraded Dwampa second stage, Dwampa third stage. Another distinct breakthrough surged through him. Power roared within, the yin congealed more solidly, and his senses sharpened. The data panel in the corner confirmed Dwampa third stage. Li Budu opened his eyes slowly, a deep violet gleam flashed across his pupils. He exhaled long and marshy breath that condensed into a small patch of frost in the air. Refreshing. He could not help but mutter, tasting the surge of power. 2 successive minor breakthroughs had brought noticeable improvements. He now had the confidence that, faced again with the ordinary phantoms at Lizzie Square, he would need no Zhongkue talisman nor a brick. His flesh and corpse-shot energy alone would suffice. He glanced at the jar. More than half still remained. He chose not to continue absorbing. First, consecutive breakthroughs require time to solidify. Greed would spoil what he had gained. Second, the oil's overpowering effect suggested a mysterious and non-trivial origin. His gaze grew steady and dropped to the wooden box holding the cave Lingji, though his thoughts drifted to his buddy Tang Bohu. Tang Bohu managed to get corpse oil and cave Lingji. What an acquisition, Li Budu murmured, stroking his chin and furrowing his brow. Corpse oil aside, cave Lingji grows under extremely harsh conditions, nourished by intensely yin ley lines, and usually accompanied by catastrophic things or ancient tomb remains. The Shanghai Dakian Lu ran in his mind. Whatever the source, it implied risk. Such places are often guarded by powerful malevolent spirits, strange arrays, or unforeseeable dangers. Over time, yin leaks, outward aberrations breed, and the surrounding environment will be affected, possibly spiraling into disaster. He would need to find time to question this Tang Bohu properly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, not out of lofty desire to uphold peace, but simply to avoid trouble and naturally to see if there were further benefits to be gleaned. He turned his attention back to the cave lingxi. Its specimen was poor at damaged cap mixed and impure lingxi and vitality tainted by turbid yin. No wonder it had been marked defective. Consumed directly, its effect would likely be diminished and risk introducing impurities. What a pity. If it were a complete specimen, it would be a supreme tonic, excellent for stabilizing realms and strengthening the body. Li Budu sighed with regret. A complete cave lingxi, according to scattered entries in the new member manual, is a primary ingredient for high-grade pills and even attracts practitioners at the Ningying nascent realm. Its value far outweighs this defective piece. As he pondered whether to hand the defective specimen to the bureau for merit or to attempt to refine it himself, an idea struck him like lightning. The Zhongyuan jade pendant, the double-fish jade pendant bestowed by Dongwei. Didn't its interior contain a calm, yin-rich pocket able to harbor soul forms? Dazhu and Erzhu had rested comfortably there. If it could hold a soul, could it also accommodate a living organism or plant? More importantly, the yin within that pocket seemed extraordinarily pure and placid, far superior to the turbid yin the cave lingxi carried. If he could place the cave lingxi in the pendant's pocket and nurture it with that pure yin, might it purge its impurities, perhaps even stimulate growth and mend its damage? The thought made his heart race, though as a Jiang, he had no true heartbeat to quicken. He produced the cool, smooth Zhongyuan Yupei from his pocket and sank his intent into it, sensing the small grayish, yet yin-rich space within. He focused on the lingxi and reached out to the pendant. Store. At once the lingxi and its wooden box vanished from the table. Li Budu probed the pendant's interior with his mind. Sure enough, the wooden box floated calmly in the pendant's center. The pure placid yin within twined and streamed like living threads toward the lingxi. He observed the lingxi closely. Though changes were minute, almost imperceptible, he sensed the dark blotches of turbid yin on its surface had begun to fade ever so slightly. And the weak vitality at the broken edge of the cap seemed to stir with the tiniest pulse. Effective, truly effective. Elation surged in him. The Zhongyuan Yupei's interior could indeed nurture spirit plants, purifying and nourishing yin attributed treasures with its refined yin. This is basically a portable farm, he whispered with excitement, recalling a farming game he had played years ago. Only others grew cabbages and radishes. He was cultivating cave lingxi, an automated high-end farm that required no watering or fertilizing, relying entirely on the pendant's special effect. He could not be sure how quickly the nurturing would proceed or whether the defective specimen would ever become whole, but at least there was hope. This opened a new avenue for resource accumulation. He suppressed his excitement and turned his mind to the jar of century-old corpse oil being warmed on the table. Could he store the jar as well? He tried again. Store. The clay jar did not budge. He tested once more, still no success. Sensing carefully, he found the pendant's pocket, gave a subtle rejection to the jar, refusing to accept such a dead thing. So the farm cannot grow everything, he mused. Li Budu chuckled and felt no disappointment. Being able to nurture the cave lingxi was an unexpected boon. He resealed the clay jar and stowed it away carefully. It would be crucial for his rapid advancement. Just as he had finished handling the corpse oil and the lingxi and was in high spirits, his phone suddenly rang. The screen showed the name, Zhang Yi. Director Zhang. Li Budu's mind stirred and he answered. Hello, Director Zhang. He kept his tone appropriately respectful. On the other end, Zhang Yi's steady, slightly solemn voice came through a motionless Budu. Are you free just now? Yes, Director Zhang. I am. Good. There are matters to discuss face to face. Come by when you can. Li Budu did not hesitate. Understood, Director. I'm free now and will come immediately. The Deputy Director's summons was not to be ignored. Good. I'll send the location to your communicator. After hanging up, Li Budu drew a deep breath, tamped down the residual aura from his breakthroughs, and concealed the jar of corpse oil. He cast a thought into the Zhongyuan Yupei to glance at the lingxi being warmed inside and smiled. Today is a good day. Li Budu walked towards the 749 bureau in Guangdong province. However, upon arrival, he immediately found himself in a dilemma, pacing back and forth at the municipal entrance. Did he not want to go in? No, he absolutely would not step inside. After all, no one taught him how to enter the bureau. It was Zhang who brought him in that day. What did he have? The only thing on him that was the bureau's was a badge. Oh right, he also had a talisman. He sighed and took out the Zhongyuan talisman. To his surprise, in the next instant, the Zhongyuan talisman was suddenly drawn to the door. The great door swung open with a thunderous sound, revealing the pitch-black darkness that swiftly engulfed him. What the hell? Before he could react, he found himself immersed within it. Li Budu could clearly sense several probing waves, both bright and dim, sweeping over him, filled with scrutiny and confirmation. Fortunately, the moment he was drawn in, the talisman in his hand began to emit a slight warmth, radiating a specific frequency of spiritual energy, causing those probing waves to recede like a tide. He suddenly stumbled, falling awkwardly to the ground, and got up with a pained expression, looking around. A vast space filled with a strange blend of technological and classical charm came into view. What the hell? Li Budu felt his somewhat protruding lumbar disc, and immediately thought that the bureau was only suitable for visits during noon, as trouble could arise in the morning or evening. Back then, when Zhang brought him in, it was not this intense, and he was completely thrown off guard. He stood up, dusted himself off, and headed towards the direction of his memory. The staff were dressed in a variety of styles from Taoist robes to combat uniforms, and even suits moving hurriedly, yet in an orderly manner. A massive holographic screen displayed streams of complex data and some blurry, abnormal energy spectrums. The air was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood electronic components and some unknown energy. The walls were not blank, but adorned with ancient talismans, compasses, and peculiar abnormal object specimens encased in specially designed glass cabinets. Occasionally personnel could be seen entering and exiting through alloy doors marked with labels such as Talisman's Research Energy Analysis and Abnormal Containment. This place was truly one of the core centers for handling the main affairs of the 749 Bureau. Li Budu's appearance attracted some curious and probing gazes. His unfamiliar face, coupled with the indistinct neither living nor dead special aura surrounding him, made him quite eye-catching in the crowd. However, he had thick skin and, bolstered by the ignore the onlookers technique honed during his internet celebrity career, remained calm and composed. Suddenly someone shouted out, "What the hell? Isn't that the guy who offers incense to the ghost?" In an instant people turned to look and exclamations of surprise erupted. That night at least half of the Bureau's personnel were present. Cultivators were not ordinary people, and their energy was incomparable. Moreover, their working hours were irregular except for clerical positions, and the Bureau upheld a policy where those who could work more would earn more. Thus, generally personnel at the Bureau were on standby 24 hours a day. After all, dealing with ghosts and monsters is unpredictable. Even those who were not present that night had heard about Li Budu's existence to some extent, as someone recorded the entire event, and it quickly spread throughout the Bureau. A slightly tall and muscular man strode over to Li Budu, looking down at him from a height. "So you are Li Budu, right? Have we met before? I've seen you, but you haven't seen me." Li Budu racked his brain, recalling everyone he had offended in his life, but could not figure out who this imposing figure resembling Tyson and capable of killing him with one punch was. He took a deep breath and adjusted his collar, which was not even messy. In the next second, the muscular man took out his phone and revealed a green bubble QR code, saying, "Hey, can I add you as a friend?" Li Budu responded quickly, taking the opportunity to lower him down a peg, directly pulling out his phone to scan it, and casually asking, "Oh, is it just adding a friend? What should I call you?" My surname is Lu, and my name is Zhijia." The muscular man chuckled and patted his shoulder. After entering the name he provided, Li Budu nodded, and then looked at him, saying, "Good name, you seem like a hero and a great man." "Not at all, let me tell you, Li Gu, I really admire you. If it were me at that time, I definitely couldn't have come up with that brilliant idea of breaking the leg." Lu Zhijia patted Li Budu's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Huh." Li Budu felt a bit dazed and scratched his head. "It's about that live broadcast from that night. Wow, it was so exciting. If I were in your position back then, I would have pulled out even if I had to take a dump." Lu Zhijia said without exaggeration. "I have a good eye for people. If you need anything, call me. I might not be able to help, but I'd love to see it, hee hee. Hey, my friend, what else is there to say? I could just block you later. Haha, just joking. If I can help, I will definitely help. How could I not give my Li Gu face?" Lu Zhijia responded cheerfully. The crowd watched the interaction between Lu Zhijia and Li Budu, feeling somewhat eager to join in. Li Budu sensed the shift in atmosphere and immediately said to Lu Zhijia, "Do you know how to get to Director Zhang's office? Go up the stairs to the 13th floor, and the door at the end on the right is it." Lu Zhijia pointed towards the nearby elevator. Li Budu expressed his thanks and hurriedly walked over. If he stayed any longer, more people would gather around, and that would be troublesome. Lu Zhijia shrugged with a smile, noting that Li Budu was looking for the director right after arriving at the Bureau, which was quite a high starting point. Following Liu's directions, Li Budu arrived at the door of Zhang Yi's office, adjusted his attire, and then knocked 3 times. "Please come in." The calm and familiar voice of Deputy Director Zhang Yi came from within. The door opened, automatically sliding aside. Li Budu stepped inside. The office space was even more spacious and elegant than the last time he visited. Rather than an office, it seemed more like a space combining a study, a tea room, and a strategic command center. One side was dominated by a bookshelf that spanned the entire wall, filled with ancient texts, modern documents, and some peculiar files. On the other side was a massive floor-to-ceiling screen currently in standby mode, glowing with a faint blue light. In the center lay a set of antique redwood tea tables and several official hats. Zhang Yi was seated at the main position of the tea table, holding a steaming cup of tea, not reviewing any documents or screens, seemingly waiting specifically for him. Today he wore a dark Zhongshan suit, standing tall. His slightly protruding belly could not conceal his imposing demeanor. His face still bore that stern expression, yet his eyes were deep, as if capable of seeing into the hearts of others. Director Zhang. Li Budu stepped forward, greeting him respectfully. "Come and sit down, Zhang." He gestured to the chair opposite him, his tone calm. Li Budu complied and sat up straight, placing his hands on his knees, striving to adopt a well-behaved posture. Zhang Yi set down his teacup, his gaze settling on Li Budu as he scrutinized him, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. "You've reached the 3rd stage of body refinement. It seems you haven't been idle these past few days." He directly pointed out Li Budu's recent breakthrough. Li Budu honestly replied, "Yes, I've had some fortunate opportunities and made slight progress." He hadn't intended to hide it. There was no need to conceal such matters, especially since for someone of a higher realm, seeing through him would be effortless without any special techniques. Hiding it would only invite misunderstandings of ulterior motives. Zhang Yi nodded non-committally, not pressing for specifics about the opportunities. At his level he understood well that everyone had their own secrets, especially someone like Li Budu who bore a unique karmic burden. As long as it didn't endanger the organization or cross boundaries, the Bureau would not interfere too much with personal fortunes. He did not engage in small talk, diving straight into the main topic, which was his usual style. Li Budu, I called you here today mainly to ask you. Zhang Yi's voice was steady and clear. Do you have any thoughts on the Bureau's work pace, and would you like to adjust in advance? He paused, looking into Li Budu's eyes, and added, or do you need more time to prepare? You can take it slow, there's no rush. His words were gentle, yet the meaning was clear. If you needed the original 1-month grace period, you could enjoy it as usual. But if you feel ready, the Bureau currently has tasks that can be assigned to you. Li Budu had almost no hesitation. He had been worried about not having opportunities. Having dealt with the matters of the big pillar and the secondary pillar, his strength had seen some improvement, and he was in a fairly stable mindset, even feeling somewhat eager to try. Letting him loaf around for another month. That was possible, but indeed a bit unnecessary. Getting involved in actual work sooner, accumulating merit, and obtaining resources. Why not? Director Zhang. Li Budu sat up straight, speaking earnestly. I've taken care of all my matters outside, there's nothing left to delay. I'm glad to see you adapting to the Bureau's work pace ahead of time. His response was straightforward, with no hint of reluctance or hesitation in his eyes, only a clear understanding and a willingness to volunteer. Upon hearing this, a hint of barely noticeable approval graced Zhang Yi's stern face. What he needed were proactive and responsible members, especially in someone as unique as Li Budu. Once he nurtured Li Budu, unleashing him to bite back would be exhilarating. Good. Zhang Yi gently slapped the table, his voice carrying a hint of warmth. Since you have this intention, the Bureau will naturally provide you with opportunities. He stood up, walked around the tea table, and approached Li Budu, extending a large hand to firmly pat his shoulder. The hand was steady and powerful, striking Li Budu's rigid body with a dull sound, bearing the recognition and encouragement of an elder towards a junior. Here there would be no condescending remarks like you are a fine jade, but need polishing. Of people here would rather see you rise to take their place. To work here and retire alive would mean having accumulated virtue in a past life. It's important to know that the 749 Bureau has a visible number of casualties every year. The fall of nascent infants and the demise of divine entities are not uncommon. Young man, having ambition is a good thing. While the work in the Bureau is not without dangers, it is also filled with opportunities and challenges. He said, I'm very pleased to see you adjust your mindset so quickly and actively seek to engage in work. Li Budu was slightly rocked by the pat, his face displaying an appropriate look of surprise. Enjoy, Director Zhang, you flatter me. I just don't want to be idle and add trouble to the Bureau. Zhang Yi withdrew his hand and returned to his seat, saying, since you've agreed, we'll make the arrangements ahead of schedule. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, report to the Bureau on time. I will arrange for someone to familiarize you with the internal processes. And then he paused, looking at Li Budu. I'll introduce you to your teammates, all young talents from Xanadu. Teammates. This word stirred something in Li Budu. He didn't ask for much, just not to match with fools. A mix of anticipation, curiosity, and a hint of nervousness surged within him. Yes, Director Zhang. I will definitely arrive on time. Li Budu replied immediately, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. Zhang Yi observed his silly joy with a hint of helplessness, finding it somewhat amusing. This kid sometimes appeared quite clever, yet at other times exuded an inexplicable abstract quality. It was hard to tell whether placing him in a team would be a blessing or a curse. However, recalling his composed performance in the ghost domain of Lychee Square, Zhang Yi felt it worth a shot. Alright, there's nothing else. Go back and prepare well, don't be late tomorrow. Zhang Yi waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Got it. Director Zhang, you're busy, I'll take my leave. Li Budu stood up, respectfully bowed once more, then turned to leave the office. Stepping out through the heavy wooden door, he let out a long sigh of relief. Facing Deputy Director Zhang was indeed quite pressuring. However, the outcome was excellent. As he walked toward the elevator, he couldn't help but start calculating in his mind. It's better to observe first. First impressions are very important. Exiting the municipal building, the sunshine was just right, but for someone like Li Budu, a shadowy rat, it was a bit overwhelming. Li Budu squinted, his face wrinkled, resembling an old lady. Looking at the bustling street, his previously wrinkled face gradually relaxed, as if awakening from a dream. Just days ago, he had been a struggling internet celebrity, racking his brains for traffic. Now he was a preparatory member of the 749 Bureau, already involved in formal tasks, moving between the inner and outer worlds. This identity shift brought an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and purpose. He pulled out his phone, intending to send a message to Shozi to brag a little, but then decided against it. The less Shozi knew, the better. With joyful news to share, but no one to tell, he felt a strange pang of discomfort. Li Budu shook his head and continued forward, thinking to himself, it's best to consolidate my realm and study how that local spirit fungus is growing in QQ Oh No Pepe Farm. Li Budu made up his mind, striding forward with a light step toward the temporary placement point. The 2 fish pendant at his chest brought a warm sensation, as if responding to his expectations. Tomorrow will be a new beginning. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Li Budu deliberately woke up early, although he hadn't really slept much, spending most of the night seated in meditation to consolidate his 3rd stage of body tempering. This was the instinct of a zombie, akin to the concept of innate understanding. In truth, there was no need for him to meditate. He could just lie down, but he felt uneasy if he didn't at least pretend. Moreover, while meditating, he took the opportunity to use his mind to observe the changes in the Earth's spiritual mushroom inside the double fish jade pendant. After a night, the dark mottling on the mushroom's surface seemed to lighten a bit, and the faint vitality had stirred slightly. Though the nurturing effect was slow, it was indeed present, which put him in a good mood. He estimated that he could plant 2 more mushrooms inside. He needed to find an opportunity to get 2 more from the bureau, not for any other reason, but simply to farm. He carefully organized the standardized combat uniform that was distributed by the bureau last night. It resembled a high-end outdoor sports outfit. He looked at himself in the mirror. His hair was styled like a Taoist, and due to the fact that he had become a zombie, there was no longer any glimmer of life in his eyes. They were pitch black, somewhat handsome. Compared to a normal person, apart from his face still looking slightly pale, he could barely be considered a spirited young man. If he let his hair down and got a bowl cut wearing a pair of clogs, he would be the very picture of a spirited youth. 15 minutes early, he arrived at the assembly point notified by Deputy Director Zhang Yi yesterday. To his surprise, when he pushed open the door to the preparation room, he found Deputy Director Zhang Yi already there. He was standing in front of the holographic sand table in the center of the room with his back to the door, the light casting a circle of illumination around the dark-colored Zhongshan suit he wore. Director Zhang, you're here so early, Li Budu said in surprise. Zhang Yi turned at the sound, still wearing a serious expression, but his gaze seemed softened compared to yesterday. Some preparatory work. He spoke succinctly, then his gaze fell on Li Budu, sizing him up before suddenly asking, have you had breakfast? Li Budu was taken aback. Zhang Yi seemed unfazed and continued in a steady tone. The cafeteria serves breakfast until 8:30, and the variety is quite rich with soy milk and fried dough sticks, buns, steamed buns, rice rolls, and porridge available. If you haven't eaten, there's still time to go now. Li Budu fell silent for a moment and pointed at himself, saying, Director Zhang, I, Li Budu, am a zombie. Breakfast? Are you expecting me to go out and bite someone? His half-joking, half-serious remark, coupled with his pale face, highlighted his identity as a zombie. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback by his words, then shook his head helplessly and replied seriously, hey, you can't say that. This is called small talk, understand? I appreciate the leader's concern of what feels warm. Li Budu nodded in agreement. But I can sustain myself just by absorbing some yin energy. It's quite easy to feed me. This was not a lie. His talent absorb yin to cultivate essence allowed him to automatically cultivate at night, and being a zombie, his need for ordinary food was extremely low. I chose you for this reason when I became your guarantor. Your bones remind me of myself. Zhang Yi said with a serious expression. Oh, what do you mean by that? Li Budu replied, staring blankly at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked up at the sky, pretended to be deep in thought, and slowly said, we are all just cheap bones. Your mother. Is she healthy, Director Zhang? Li Budu quickly changed the subject. She has been gone for a long time. That's good to hear. Li Budu's eyes showed no trace of regret, only gratitude. What do you mean? Zhang Yi became interested and looked at him. Li Budu said seriously, she passed away just like me. Zhang Yi was both amused and exasperated by Li Budu's sharp retort. He reached for a metal-sealed bottle about the size of a mineral water bottle from the nearby table and handed it to Li Budu. The bottle felt icy to the touch with a label that read Body Tempering Stage 1 Gale Wolf Blood Refined. Only you could utter such nonsense, you rascal. Inside is the essence blood of a Gale Wolf at the first stage of body tempering. Just drink it a one sip and you won't regret it. Li Budu was taken aback receiving the metal bottle, which felt heavy in his hand, sensing the blood energy contained within. Though it couldn't compare to century-old corpse oil, it was still substantial. Given by the leader, why refuse it? But he couldn't help but feel uneasy, pointing at the bottle of cold blood and asking, is this free? What kind of talk is that? There's no such thing as a free lunch. I helped you secure this advance loan. Zhang Yi chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Director Zhang, this sounds like a loan shark. I can choose not to pay it back. You can choose not to pay, but I know where you are, and I can beat you up anytime. Is this legal, eh? Li Budu asked sincerely. What kind of talk is that? I could just quietly beat you up. Zhang Yi wrapped an arm around his shoulder, slightly bowing in front of him while waving his fist. I see what you're getting at. Li Budu forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Haha, just kidding, this is free for you. If it's not enough, you can ask the bureau for more. You can drink it like water, no problem. Low-tier beast blood isn't particularly useful. Thank you, Director Zhang. I'm excited to try something new. He happily tucked the beast blood bottle into the inner pocket of his combat uniform. Regarding his talent, blood absorption and body tempering, he forgot to mention earlier that his absorption rate of blood was 100. Moreover, this was his current level. He didn't know what extent it would reach in the future. Zhang Yi watched him store the items and crossed his arms in front of him, looking at Li Budu as he brought up a new topic. By the way, I'm handing you a special authority and task. Special authority and task. Li Budu perked up, curious. Zhang Yi nodded. The Bureau, specifically the directly affiliated 507 Research Institute, has recently been implementing a pilot program for a new technology. The aim is to utilize modern information means to optimize internal information transmission, task recording, and, in certain specific situations, conduct limited controllable live broadcasts. Live broadcast. Hearing this word, Li Budu's eyes widened instantly, almost thinking he misheard. The 749 Bureau. Live broadcast. What do you want me to do? Live stream tearing apart a fierce ghost. That's right, it's live broadcasting. Zhang Yi confirmed his surprise with a blank expression as if discussing something quite ordinary. This is an internal technology code-named Lingxi Vision. The primary purpose is to record the task process in a more intuitive and multi-angle manner, facilitating back-end analysis, command, and archiving. Especially during the handling of complex and dangerous anomalous events, first-person video materials are extremely valuable. He explained, this technology is developed by the 507 Institute, and the core is a product that combines a special magical tool with existing network technology. But while the technology exists, finding a suitable broadcaster is difficult. Such things can't be outsourced to ordinary people. Zhang Yi's gaze fell on Li Budu, implying it's you. So it just so happens that you have rich online broadcasting experience. You're a perfect fit for this. After research, it was decided to pilot this broadcasting right with you first. Li Budu was left dumbfounded. So, what exactly am I supposed to do with this broadcasting right? Li Budu tried to digest the information and asked, what can a mere online clown do? He could livestream fun activities or sell products, but Zhang Yi seemed to read his mind and added, don't worry, you can broadcast however you usually do. The sky is high and the birds can fly, or the sea is deep and the fish can leap. The Guangdong Province 749 stage is yours to perform on, or just go for it. If something goes wrong, you're responsible for it. Saying this, he took out an object from below the control panel and handed it to Li Budu. It was a metal disc about the size of a button, matte black with smooth edges. It looked very inconspicuous, like an ordinary garment accessory. It has high sensitivity for recording real-time communication and data analysis and information filtering, Zhang Yi said, while signaling for Li Budu to attach the recorder to the designated spot on the left chest of his combat uniform. As soon as the metal disc touched the fabric, it automatically attached firmly, hardly feeling any weight. Then Zhang Yi briefly taught Li Budu how to control the recorder using subtle thoughts and a few simple concealed gestures. Seeing Li Budu's somewhat dazed expression, Zhang Yi spoke casually, don't think of it as too complicated, just think of it as broadcasting within the bureau. Your broadcasting range is the Guangdong Province 749 Bureau, and you can start streaming anytime. Alright bro, now I understand what you mean. Li Budu learned quickly. On one hand, he indeed had a base in operating equipment, on the other this was somewhat intuitive. How does it feel? Zhang Yi asked as he watched him operate skillfully. Pretty good, Li Budu sincerely marveled. Just get familiar with it, and it will be fine. Zhang Yi checked the time. Alright, you familiarized yourself with the equipment. It's about time, your teammates should be arriving soon. Get ready, I'll introduce you to them shortly. Just as he said this, two people walked in from the entrance. Li Budu looked up and was stunned. He instinctively blurted out the words, what the hell, that one? Bid, who are you cursing? Li Budu had just mentally reviewed the operation key points of the chronicler device when the automatic door of the preparation room slid open once more silently. Two figures walked in, one after the other. The one in front was a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years old, standing tall, like a pine tree, dressed in a neatly ironed deep blue standard combat uniform of the 749 Bureau. His face was as delicate as a jade crown, with a high nose bridge and thin lips pressed tightly together. His eyes were distinct in black and white, sharp like those of a hawk. His expression was devoid of emotion, radiating a cold aura that deterred strangers. His footsteps were measured as if measured with a ruler, exuding a strict sense of discipline. Li Budu couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This person is Wang Su, a Foundation Establishment Stage 2 cultivator, a newcomer joining this year, Zhang Yi said from the side. The person who followed Wang Su and instantly captured all of Li Budu's attention. She was an extremely striking woman, nearly 2 meters tall, almost level with the top of the doorframe, with an incredibly tall and slender figure. Instead of wearing the standard combat uniform, she was clad in a loose, dark patterned black robe. The material of the robe seemed neither like fabric nor silk, shimmering with a flowing luster as she moved. The robe's sleeves and hem were quite wide, concealing her figure. She had a waterfall of long black hair cascading down her back, accentuating her skin tone, which was so deep it was nearly pure black. It wasn't a tan or dirtiness, but a uniform dark hue that glimmered faintly like obsidian. Due to its darkness, her facial features were hardly discernible. All that was visible were her extraordinarily enchanting golden eyes. Those eyes were like molten gold, dazzling and mysterious, carrying an inhuman majesty and a detached disregard for the masses. Being swept by her gaze would involuntarily instill a sense of awe, as if facing an ancient deity or a great demon. Her presence was impossible to ignore. Li Budu was a bit dazed, and a term commonly seen online almost escaped his lips that. The moment the word slipped out, he realized he had made a blunder. Sure enough, before he finished speaking, the tall woman with the golden eyes instantly narrowed them, and a dangerous glint pierced through to Li Budu. She stepped forward, the oppressive aura from her height nearly suffocating Li Budu. Her slender fingers pointed directly at the tip of his nose, carrying a hint of a cold fragrance. You little punk. What did you just say? Dare to say it again to me. Her voice was not loud, but contained a chilling anger and strong intimidation, her words falling quickly and clearly, each like an ice bead dropping. Li Budu's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly waved his hands to retreat. What I meant was, have you eaten yet? He quickly employed his wit, trying to wriggle out of the situation. Wang Su raised an eyebrow. Deputy Director Zhang Yi rubbed his forehead and said, Stop. If you want to argue, take it outside. He smoothed things over and formally introduced, "This is Lu Lan, a special physique strength at Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Li Budu, a newly joined apprentice member with a physique of Stage 3. A dead body physique." It seemed he hadn't said anything wrong. After a brief self-introduction, Zhang Yi arranged for them to set off immediately. The scene shifted, and the group had already left the 749 Bureau building boarding a seemingly ordinary black SUV that had been specially modified inside, cruising along the road leading out of the city. At this moment, the two were sitting shoulder to shoulder in the back seat, Lu Lan's muscular arm, with its deep black skin tone casually resting on Li Budu's shoulder, presenting a look of camaraderie. The car's sound system blasted a deafening, rhythmically strong DJ version of the song Not Worth It by Tieju, the pounding beat filling the entire cabin. Wang Su drove along, swaying gently to the music, and the whole car was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Li Budu was embraced by Lu Lan, the tip of his nose surrounded by her unique scent, a blend of cold fragrance and a faint touch of moonlight, feeling a bit dazed. He turned his head, gazing at Lu Lan's deep black profile and those striking golden pupils so close to him. Curiosity ultimately overcame his survival instinct, and he asked, "Sister Lan, may I ask, is your father black? Or is it your mother who is black?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lan turned her head, her golden eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc, yet her face revealed a smile that could be described as nuclear kindness. She withdrew her hand from Li Budu's shoulder and slowly clenched it into a fist in front of him, the knuckles making a crisp crack sound. "Little brother," she said with a smile, speaking each word slowly. "I am an authentic person from Guangdong province. My ancestors have been genuine Han Chinese for 3 generations. Do you understand?" Guangdong person? Li Budu's face showed an even more puzzled and serious expression. He scrutinized Lu Lan's deep black skin tone, earnestly probing, "Are you from Old Guang? So is your dad black, or is your mom black?" "I." Lu Lan's smile vanished in an instant. She abruptly pulled out a credentials wallet from the inner pocket of her robe, swiftly drew out an identification card, and slapped it onto Li Budu's face. "Look for yourself. Open your eyes and see clearly." Li Budu fumbled to catch the ID card and held it up for a careful inspection. Name Lu Lan. Gender female. Ethnicity Han. Date of birth specific date. Address a district in a city of Guangdong province. The photo on the ID card showed a stunning beauty with exquisite features, fair skin, and a bright smile. Although it was recognizable as Lu Lan, the delicate crystal-clear appearance contrasted starkly with the black pearl in front of him. Holding the ID card, Li Budu looked up again at the angry Lu Lan, his expression growing more serious and filled with sympathy. He sighed, and in a tone of "I understand," you said earnestly, "Sister Lan, life has its ups and downs. But no matter what, we can't engage in illegal activities. Using someone else's ID card is considered a 3 non-issue. Even if life is tough, I can't just watch you go astray. Who is the beauty on this ID card? You better come clean and confess honestly. Take a good look at my features. Which part looks like that?" Li Budu looked earnestly, then nodded and offered a rather serious evaluation. "So dark I can't see clearly. Damn, it's tough for everyone." Wang Su, who was driving in the front, couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Sister Lu Lan, honestly, I don't even know what you look like right now. You think you want to die too, Wang?" He cleared his throat through the rearview mirror. "Considering your good taste, we're on friendly terms." Lu Lan smiled and once again wrapped her arms around Li Budu, echoing the phrase of beauty that Li Budu had just mentioned. Li Budu leaned forward to ask the front seat, "Brother Su, where exactly are we going on this trip? What mission are we on?" Wang Su stared ahead, focused on driving, and succinctly replied in a cold tone, "Ding level Ghost Domain." The black AUV continued to drive along the road as the scenery outside transitioned from urban forests to the outskirts, eventually giving way to vast fields and scattered villages. Li Budu leaned against the car window, dozing off to the rhythmic beats of the DJ music and the smooth driving of the vehicle. Beside him, Lu Lan had already tilted her head, breathing evenly. Her strikingly dark skin blended almost seamlessly with the shadows of the car seat. Only when passing by a strong light did a hint of obsidian-like luster appear. It was unclear how long it had been, but the vehicle gradually came to a stop. "We've arrived, wake up." A cool voice from the front seat. Wang Su was soft, yet carried a clarity that pierced through the drowsiness. Li Budu jolted awake, rubbing his eyes and straightening his body. Lu Lan lazily stretched her arms. She yawned, her golden eyes still carrying a hint of sleepiness. "We've arrived? So soon?" Lu Lan mumbled, pushing open the car door. Li Budu followed suit, and a cool breeze carrying the scent of moisture and earth hit him, fully waking him up. He glanced around and realized they were stopped on a remote dirt road by the river. Not far ahead, under the riverbank, lay a stretch of muddy ground overgrown with weeds and reeds, leading up to a wide river with murky, yellow water flowing gently. To their side and ahead at the bend of the riverbank, a group of abandoned buildings could be faintly seen, encircled by tall walls. The outlines of a few red brick factory buildings appeared somewhat sinister under the evening sky, with the tallest chimney standing alone like a finger pointing at the grayish sky. "Is this the Class D Ghost Domain?" Li Budu took a deep breath of fresh air, moving his stiff limbs as he casually asked. "This place is really remote. It must have taken 2 or 3 hours to get here, right?" Feeling like they had almost crossed provincial boundaries, Wang Su, checking his gear, did not look up and replied flatly, leaving Li Budu stunned. "Yeah, it is quite far." I took quite a while to find this place going around the outskirts and several nearby counties. Huh, you took a long time to find it. Li Budu was indeed surprised thinking that task locations were directly assigned by the Bureau. Isn't it? Sugu, when we go on missions, aren't the locations supposed to be directly sent over by the Bureau? Why do we still need to find them ourselves? Wang Su slid a runion-engraved dagger into the sheath on his tactical suit, straightened up, and looked at Li Budu with the same expressionless demeanor. However, his explanation was clear and organized. The Bureau's Great Luo Tian detection network primarily targets anomalous areas of Class A, B, and C, which have significant energy fluctuations and broad influence. Class A anomalies generally cover a large part of a city. Class B is similar to a district, while Class C usually refers to a town or village. As for Class D ghost domains, their energy fluctuations are extremely weak, often confined to a single building or even a single room. The detection precision of Great Luo Tian is insufficient, and the cost is too high to effectively cover and provide early warning. He pointed at the distant abandoned factory area. In places like this, the energy response is too low and too small. Blending in with the background spiritual pressure of the city and the numerous weak life magnetic fields, it's like a drop of water hidden in the ocean. If you don't get close, you won't notice anything unusual. Usually we can only rely on grassroots personnel to report, or like us rely on luck and experience to bump into them. Lolan, now fully awake, leaned against the front of the car, arms crossed, taking over the conversation with a slightly lazy tone. It's quite troublesome. Her golden eyes swept over the factory buildings as if gazing at some rare treasure. The Bureau does have countermeasures for Class D ghost domains that cannot be accurately detected. Our internal teams like ghost domains are also classified into 4 ranks A, B, C, and D based on strength and task completion. Even though Class D ghost domains have little to offer and are low risk, they are the most sought-after beginner village benefits for us Class D teams and you rookie members. She extended her slender fingers, counting. Why? First, safety. It's suitable for practice and accumulating combat experience. After all, compared to the first 3 types of ghost domains, this is simply the safest place imaginable. Second, a mosquito's leg is still meat. Cleaning up a Class D ghost domain yields points and bonuses from the Bureau that translate into real benefits for our level, directly linked to cultivation resources, equipment exchanges, and privilege upgrades. If you can find a Class D ghost domain that hasn't been marked or cleaned by others, it's like hitting the jackpot. Lulan leaned closer to Li Budu, lowering her voice with a look of sharing a secret. Let me tell you, if you dare to post in the Bureau's forum and mark our current location. Do you believe that those starving Class D teams, or even some bored Class C teams, would rush over like a pack of hungry dogs smelling food? Li Budu was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, is it really that sought after? After all, it's hard to find, and the number of teams below is large. They are all waiting for promotions. Wang Su chimed in. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Su, who was already adjusting a compass-like artifact, his eyes filled with admiration. During the time he had dozed off, his buddy must have scoured half the province. Brother Wang, you're amazing. Li Budu genuinely gave a thumbs up. We're able to come here thanks to you. You've worked hard. Wang Su enjoyed Li Budu's compliments, jokingly scolding. You brat, just know that. Later you drive back, I'll be exhausted. Sure thing. Li Budu moved closer to him, observing Wang Su's handsome, yet serious demeanor that betrayed his age. Even the slight hint of weariness around his eyes and brow couldn't mask his maturity. A question head held back for a long time finally slipped out. Brother Wang, may I ask how old you were this year? Wang Su paused, his fingers adjusting the compass, looked up, and without any emotion glanced at Li Budu, uttering 2 words, 19. 19. Li Budu's eyes widened in disbelief. He carefully scrutinized Wang Su from head to toe, from his meticulous hairstyle to his deep, even slightly dark-circled eyes to his steady demeanor. This guy is only 19. He thought he was pushing 30 when they first met. He remained silent for several seconds, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, then to a sudden realization. He cautiously asked, Brother Wang, do you also have a special physique? Click. The metallic compass in Wang Su's hand emitted a sound of being overburdened. He turned around smiling and asked, what do you mean by that? Doesn't Brother Wang look like someone who has achieved great success? He slowly turned his head, his sharp eyes calmly staring at Li Budu. His tone remained flat, but the content sent a chill down Li Budu's spine. Li Budu, after we go back, you'd better treat me to a meal, otherwise, he called out his full name. At night, don't sleep too soundly. Not just 1 meal, I'll treat you to 3. Li Budu rubbed his hands together, his face serious. Beside them, Lulan let out an unapologetic barbell-like laugh. You poor thing. She patted Li Budu's shoulder with a sense of schadenfreude, and then pointed at herself. Look at how old I am, your sister Lulan. Too dark, can't tell. Damn. Alright, enough chit-chat. Wang Su put away the compass, his expression returning to its usual sternness, his gaze directed at the distant, abandoned textile factory. Target ahead, Class D ghost domain, old spinning factory by the river. Task objective, eliminate internal anomalies and assess energy residue. Now check gear and prepare to enter. His voice carried an undeniable command, instantly bringing the atmosphere back to a serious task state. Li Budu also gathered his thoughts, took a deep breath, and swallowed hard. With excitement in his heart, his trembling hands followed him inside. His first official mission was about to begin. Alright, the task is complete, my friend. Li Budu looked ahead as he stepped into the building complex when suddenly Wang Su threw the compass and a net dropped from above swiftly heading towards the water. Luran transformed into a black shadow and reached out towards the water below the net, grabbing a female ghost and throwing her in front of him. Damn, that's fierce. Before he could react, he heard Wang Su shout, "Get him." Li Budu kicked directly, while Wang Su combined punches and kicks to subdue the ghost, then drew a dagger to stab as Luran arrived late from the riverbank and joined in the righteous beating. Oh ho ho ho. Li Budu was getting into it, and from the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a half-buried brick in the grass. Without thinking, he bent down to pick it up, weighing it in his hand. It felt solid. "Take this. Great compassion and great mercy, soul-passing brick," he shouted, swinging his arm while instinctively infusing it with the sinister corpse energy from within. He slammed it down onto the water ghost's head, which was already on the verge of collapse from Wang Su and Luran's beating. Bang! A dull thud rang out, accompanied by the faint sound of something shattering. The water ghost's screams suddenly stopped, its pale, swollen body quickly becoming transparent, as if it were a punctured balloon. Ultimately, it transformed into a wisp of pure energy, and a few fragments of resentment dissipating into the air. The world was now tranquil. Li Budu maintained the brick-swinging posture, slightly panting. At that moment, a data panel automatically popped up in his mind, flashing a new message: Exterminate Water Monkey Foundation Establishment Stage 1 Reward 1,000 Yongda. Water Monkey. So this thing is called a water monkey. His Shanhai de Qianlu immediately activated, and information flooded in. The water monkey is generally regarded as a ghost or spirit that lives in water, also known as a water ghost. Legend has it that they are the souls of those who drowned, and in order to reincarnate they linger in the water, trying to drag living people in to drown them, seeking a replacement. It is said that they possess immense strength in water, but become weak once they reach shore. They are usually described as resembling monkeys' child's eyes covered in hair, with glowing eyes and webbed fingers. The analysis formed in his mind. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Reward of 1,000 Yongda. Li Budu looked at the prompt, and then at the brick still clutched in his hand. And beside him Wang Su, who had retracted his punches, and was now calm as ever, along with Luran, who looked like she had just finished warming up. Wasn't this exorcism method a bit primitive and abstract? Wang Su bent down to pick up the fallen compass, checked it, and confirmed, target eliminated, energy response has vanished. Task completed. Luran, still unsatisfied, smacked her lips and said, "Is that it? It feels too easy. Not enough to stretch my muscles." Li Budu silently discarded the brick in his hand. To be honest, he also felt a bit unsatisfied. He thought they would face some life-and-death tribulation, but this guy was just too weak. Water monkey. Originally, according to the plan, after clearing this level D ghost domain, they would return home, report the task, and claim their points and rewards. However, just as they were about to turn to leave, Li Budu suddenly halted. A vague, faint sense of attraction came from a certain direction downstream. The feeling was strange, not a sound or sight, but more like an intuitive pull. It seemed as though something was calling to him or resonating with a certain quality within him. Is it seeking benefits and avoiding harm? He instinctively thought. Wait. Li Budu called out to Wang Su and Luran, who were about to get in the car, pointing downstream with some uncertainty. I feel something's off over there, like there's something dirty. Wang Su and Luran exchanged glances, both surprised. Wang Su took out the compass again and carefully scanned the downstream direction, his brow furrowing. Are you sure? Wang, good, do you know what I am? A divine being, Wang Su replied seriously. That didn't seem wrong. Cough, let's put it this way, I have a bit of an uncanny feeling. I sense something good over there. But didn't you just say it was something dirty? I'm a zombie. If I think it's something good, then it can't be dirty, can it? Li Budu replied seriously. Damn, you make a good point, Wang Su said, leaning back in shock. Li Budu pointed in that direction. There's definitely something there. I'm not lying to you. Although the attraction was faint, it was very clear. A glimmer of interest flashed in Luran's golden eyes. Then let's go take a look. We've come this far, so we might as well check it out. The three of them walked along the riverbank, heading in the direction Li Budu sensed for about 10 minutes, until they stopped at a more desolate area where reeds grew thickly. He pointed to an abandoned small pumping station building half submerged in the river. This is the place. This time the compass in Wang Su's hand finally reacted, the needle trembling slightly as it pointed towards the abandoned pumping station. Another level D ghost domain. A glint of surprise crossed Wang Su's eyes as he looked at Li Budu with newfound admiration. Well, you've got some skills, kid. Of course I didn't become a fire starter for nothing, Li Budu said, brushing his hair back with a smug look. You're more perceptive than the compass. Luran excitedly patted Li Budu on the back with such force that he almost fell into the river. Faced with another level D ghost domain, Li Budu didn't rush inside. He stood outside the crooked iron door, his gaze flickering, and suddenly spoke. Su Gulan, Jia, wait a moment. I have an idea I want to test. With that, he stepped into the area of the pumping station. Instantly, a cold, damp aura enveloped him, and his vision seemed to dim as if he had entered another confined space. This was indeed a characteristic of a ghost domain. But he quickly stepped back and the chill vanished, restoring normalcy. He went in again, then came out. In and out. He repeated this several times as if crossing an invisible threshold. Wang Su and Luran watched his strange behavior with some confusion. They could sense a general area but were unclear about where the boundary was. This was also why level D ghost domains were hard to find. Their barrier had such a weak presence that it was almost non-existent, making it difficult to discern the boundary unless one made direct contact. What are you doing? Dancing? Luran couldn't help but ask. Li Budu stopped, a mixed expression of excitement on his face. Wang Su and Luran followed him with skepticism. By the way, how many points do we get for clearing a ghost domain? He turned around smiling as he patted Wang Su and Luran on the shoulders. It's fine, let's go. Li Budu, full of vigor, was the first to step into the ghost domain of the pumping station. Wang Su and Luran followed him with skepticism. By the way, how many points do we get for clearing a ghost domain? If I remember correctly, for level D, it should be 300. These ghostly remains are scattered, so they should fetch around 60 to 70 points, meaning each of us might get about 100 or so. What level are the personnel in level D teams compared to level C teams? Why are you asking this? Just curious, don't you want to understand the organizational rules? Li Budu had a mischievous grin, practically broadcasting I'm up to no good across his face. Wang Su's lips twitched, but he still answered his question. A ding-level team is generally led by a captain of at least Foundation Establishment 5th stage, with a typical team composition of 5 members, and the entry strength must not be lower than the captain's 5th stage. Each level scales upward, advancing to a higher realm. As for the Jia level, it falls under special operations usually organized by the Bureau to carry out precise decapitation missions. Listening to Wang Su's explanation, Li Budu revealed an expression of sudden realization, clearly pretending to have learned something, then turned to Lulan and asked, Sister Lulan, can you handle a Bing-level team? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Wang Su couldn't help but laugh, and Lulan also clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. What are you two laughing about? Li Budu asked in confusion. Wang Su patted his shoulder and pointed at Lulan, saying her. She is invincible below the nascent soul stage. Have you heard of the holy body of the Taiyin Yuhuan? Lulan proudly tossed her hair. I haven't heard of it. Li Budu sincerely shook his head. Just tell me if it sounds impressive. It certainly sounds impressive. By the way, Brother Wang, how do you know for sure? Li Budu turned to ask. I saw her beat a golden core 8th stage. Wow, she's that strong. Where did you see that? After she beat me, I was lying on the ground watching. Wang Su slowly turned his head to look at him and pointed to himself. Haha, that was reckless, wasn't it? Li Budu awkwardly touched his nose, but soon they arrived at the core area and their attention shifted. The core of this ghost domain was still a Foundation Establishment 1st stage water monkey lurking in the flooded abandoned pump house. Facing the water monkey that lunged at them with a shriek, Li Budu raised his hand to stop Wang Su and Lulan from acting. Brother Su, Sister Lan, help me out. Li Budu's eyes sparkled with calculation. Just like before, you two take the lead and suppress them, but let me deliver the final blow, okay? Also, Sister Lulan, you rest and conserve your strength. Let me and Brother Wang deal with these small fries. Wang Su glanced at him, and although he didn't understand why he wanted to do so, he nodded, okay. Lulan felt a bit bored, but seeing Li Budu's serious demeanor, she shrugged and leaned against the wall to watch. Alright, you guys have fun. Although she didn't know what Li Budu was planning, her woman's intuition told her that there would be significant benefits. Thus, in this dark and damp pumping station, another 2 rounds of Justice 2 against 1 unfolded. Wang Su focused on offense while Li Budu maneuvered to distract, delivering the final blow. Bang! Bang! With 2 familiar thuds and the prompt in his mind, eliminate water, monkey Foundation Establishment 1st stage, reward 1,000 yang, Li Budu contentedly put away the brick he had somehow procured. Moreover, the last trace of the water monkey's energy before it died was inhaled by him, absorbed into his heart, and his aura gradually surged, seemingly reaching the 4th stage of body refinement. Wang Su and Lulan felt the surge of energy from Li Budu and were unaware that he had leveled up right before their eyes. After all, Li Budu was quite sinister. He approached the ghostly beings with his brick and swung hard, exuding an eerie atmosphere. The next few hours were as if a door to a new world had been opened. Thanks to his mysterious perception, Li Budu led Wang Su and Lulan along this desolate riverbank, continuously finding 3 ding-level ghost domains, with weak energy nearly undetectable by conventional means. Without exception, they were all water monkeys, also known as water ghosts, ranging from Foundation Establishment 1st to 3rd stage. Wang Su went from initial surprise to later numbness, and finally, he felt a hint of excitement. Though he was at Foundation Establishment 2nd stage, and could easily handle these low-level ghostly beings, the efficiency and density of monster farming today were through the roof, rapidly increasing his experience and practical skills. More importantly, these were solid points and rewards. It was usually difficult to find even one, but today, following Li Budu felt like picking up money. Lulan, who had been bored at first, found it hard to contain herself later, but Li Budu persuaded her to save her strength for emergencies. She watched as Li Budu and Wang Su, like tireless bulldozers, flattened one ghost domain after another, her confusion growing stronger. Finally, after clearing the 5th ding-level ghost domain, even Wang Su was slightly out of breath, having consumed a fair amount of spiritual power, and Lulan could no longer hold back, grabbing Li Budu, who was about to seek the next prey. Hey, weakling, explain yourself. Why have you been keeping me from taking action? Do you look down on me? Lulan's golden eyes narrowed, gleaming with danger. Li Budu, caught by the collar, didn't struggle. He merely smiled with a mysterious expression on his face. He turned to Wang Su, who seemed a bit tired but had a bright expression, clearly having enjoyed the fight, and asked, Brother Wang, are you tired? Of course I'm tired. But it was definitely enjoyable. He glanced at Li Budu and added, to be honest, ding-level ghost domains are hard to find. Being able to clear so many in one go today is simply. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. It was pure luck. Even Li Budu, if he said tonight for Wang Su to give him a turn, Wang Su might happily oblige. Receiving Wang Su's affirmative response, Li Budu displayed a brilliant smile of someone with a plan, making an okay gesture. Being tired is fine as long as it's enjoyable. Then, under the puzzled gazes of Lulan and Wang Su, Li Budu leisurely raised his hand and gently tapped the matte black recorder attached to his left chest. A barely perceptible flash of light flickered at the crystal center of the recorder. Li Budu cleared his throat, adjusted his expression, and faced the floating miniature camera pointed directly at him. He revealed a standard infectious smile, a mix of 7 parts enthusiasm and 3 parts playfulness. In an intentionally elevated and captivating tone, he addressed the emptiness. Everybody. Leaders, colleagues, and friends of the 749 Bureau in Guangdong Province. How are you all doing? P.S. Brothers, please give a 5-star review, I beg you. Before the rating comes out, a good review means 1 extra chapter. The Guangdong Province 749 Bureau, along with its subordinate city branches and the core office area of the Provincial Bureau. Even personal communicators of some high-ranking officials suddenly displayed a mandatory live broadcast request window. Above the window, the name of the initiator was prominently displayed, Li Budu. Next to the name, a smaller but eye-catching font marked a line of explanation, main subject of 507's Lingxi vision. With the title of 507, they hardly hesitated and instinctively clicked accept. The 507 Research Institute represents the pinnacle of theoretical research and technological development within the 749 Bureau system, and any pilot project they launch draws significant attention. Moreover, this Lingxi vision, which is said to achieve real-time internal image transmission and data analysis, is particularly noteworthy. In an instant, Li Budu's face, adorned with a passionate smile, but slightly pale, appeared synchronously on the screens of numerous branches of the Guangdong Province 749 Bureau. The backdrop was a desolate riverside and an abandoned pumping station. The chronicler affixed to his chest provided a stable and clear perspective. This scene was remarkably similar to when he unexpectedly broadcasted to the entire Guangdong Province Bureau earlier. However, this time, it was he who initiated it, and it was a legal broadcast under the 507 banner. Ahem. Good afternoon, leaders, seniors, and colleagues of the Guangdong Province 749 Bureau. Li Budu greeted the camera, displaying no hint of stage fright. As if the individuals before him were not practitioners of the 749 Bureau, but rather his family in the live broadcast room. He did not engage in excessive pleasantries, fully aware of the importance of efficiency and time. In the current era of information explosion, people's hearts are restless. Without a certain fan base, starting with frivolous talk is akin to seeking death. He needed to express the information as quickly as possible, allowing them to receive it, thus distinguishing and attracting his target audience, which is the essence of live broadcasting. He shifted his tone, his expression instantly becoming grave and sincere, directly cutting to the theme, starting his carefully prepared speech. I believe those of you fighting at the grassroots level, the Ding-level team members, can relate deeply. Finding a suitable unmarked Ding-level ghost domain is exceedingly difficult. His tone rose and fell, infused with strong empathy, instantly capturing the hearts of many lower-tier team members watching the broadcast. We need to be like headless flies, relying on that slim bit of luck and experience to bump into them, to collide. It consumes a significant amount of time and energy. Perhaps a week, half a month, yielding nothing. Watching as points stagnate, cultivation resources dwindle, and permission levels stall, that feeling is akin to constipation, unbearable. Comrades. Li Budu's emotionally charged words, coupled with his emphatic gestures, firmly grasped the attention of many practitioners from the 749 Bureau. Woo-woo. A female team member from a Ding-level squad in a branch suddenly burst into tears, collapsing like a fallen duck. This month, we only found 2 Ding-level ghost domains, and 1 was snatched by another team. How are we supposed to survive? Li Budu's crude, yet precise metaphor resonated with many Ding-level team members in front of the screen, causing them to subconsciously nod. We have put in so much just for that 1 Ding-level ghost domain. After painstakingly locating and clearing it, the points gained may not even offset the costs incurred during our search. Is this fair? This is unfair. Li Budu waved his arms, his emotions soaring like a speaker standing before a group of workers. But he abruptly paused, raising his voice, revealing a mysterious and confident smile on his face. Today, here, I have good news to share with everyone. Guess what? He mimicked the tone of a famous crosstalk performer, building suspense. We have a way. Countless people in front of the screen held their breath. He looked into the camera and said while stretching out his hand, presenting a thoughtful expression. Oh. Some colleagues asked, host, is a Ding-level ghost domain worth you making such a fuss about going live? He displayed an expression of you've hit the nail on the head, extending his right index finger and shaking it vigorously at the camera. Good question. A Ding-level ghost domain is certainly not worth it. He took a deep breath, feigning a mysterious demeanor, his voice echoing through the chronicler to every live broadcast screen. But what if I told you? I currently have precise locations of dozens of Ding-level ghost domains. Boom. This statement detonated like a thunderclap in the minds of all viewers. Dozens of Ding-level ghost domain locations. Wang Su and Lu Lan, who were hiding nearby, widened their eyes at Li Budu. However, recalling how he had taken them to clear several ghost domains in rapid succession, they were unsure whether what he said was true or false. But they believed at least half of what Li Budu said. As for others who had not experienced it, the personnel of the 749 Bureau were harder to convince. After all, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. I haven't seen it myself, how would I know if what you're saying is true or false? Yet many began to waver between belief and skepticism. Immediately afterward, Li Budu extended his hand and spoke. I know everyone has doubts, so I will share my contact information, prioritizing the first 3 teams to enjoy a discount package for the entire live broadcast. And we only cater to ding-level teams. The foundation of trust is simple benefits, and with just a little bit of trivial profit one can gain initial trust. But this is individual. In a group, this initial trust will lead to a herd effect, expanding instantly to infinity. Li Budu naturally understood this tactic, a classic con job. But he was different. He only deceived without harming. This is also the reason why he sells good products. He wants others to willingly fall for his tricks. In an instant, many people felt tempted. If this were true, for all ding-level teams, even those with scarce resources, this would be a windfall. Li Budu looked at the nearby chronicler, where a holographic screen popped up with comments sliding by rapidly. Mouse me, host, can you choose us? Host, no matter where you are, if you draw us, come immediately. The child has gone without food for 3 days. Another day, dude, what abilities do you have? Tell me the location, don't make me beg you. No one is prettier than this beautiful girl, brother, you are so handsome, I love you so much. Can I have a meal with you? Ill treat, no other intentions, not after your body, just your address. Li Budu's live broadcast link had already stirred up a huge uproar in the Guangdong Province 749 Bureau forum. Unlike the previous immature technology, only a few people with independent permissions could leave comments. This time, anyone could join in, and in an instant public sentiment surged with 100 schools of thought contending. Li Budu looked at the live room, buzzing with excitement, feeling secretly pleased, and was just about to take advantage of the momentum to elaborate on his cooperation plan when a sudden change occurred. Virum. A rapid, clearly warning engine roar approached from afar. An obviously heavily modified off-road vehicle painted in dark gray camouflage, and with a fierce design, like a runaway wild horse, abruptly skidded to a stop near Li Budu and his group, splashing a large amount of mud. The car door slammed open and 3 combat personnel dressed in superior gear and exuding a significantly stronger aura jumped out. The leader, a middle-aged man with a buzz-cut scar across his face and an arrogant gaze, wore a badge on his chest that boldly displayed, Grade B. This area is now under the command of our Grey Blade team. The scar-faced middle-aged man spoke in a booming voice. With an undeniable domineering air, he scanned Li Budu and his companions, pausing slightly when he spotted Wang Su and Lu Lan, yet still maintaining a haughty demeanor. You may leave now. Li Budu revealed a smirk as if he had expected this. In an instant, anyone watching the live broadcast shivered. A typical act of snatching credit. Yet they were unaware that Li Budu was live streaming, and they had been quietly following behind while they cleaned up the previous ghost domain. They were class members of the 749th Bureau in this area. With their class team status and strength, they forcibly took over the ghost domain discovered by a lower-level team. Although it was explicitly prohibited within the Bureau, such incidents occurred privately from time to time, and lower-level teams could only swallow their anger. What could they do? They couldn't win. This isn't some grand era of rebellion. Asking me, a Foundation establishment practitioner, to fight against a Golden Core practitioner is no different from asking me to crash into a truck on the highway. The live stream continued. All members of the 749th Bureau in front of the screens clearly witnessed this scene. In an instant, discussions erupted. Some were indignant, some sympathetic, while others took delight in the misfortune, eager to see how Li Budu would respond after boasting moments earlier. However, regardless of their reactions, the most embarrassing was still the 749th Bureau's own top-tier team. Did they not recognize their own? Yet in the face of this sudden and overwhelming intervention, Li Budu displayed no signs of panic or anger. Instead, he began to smile. It was not a bitter smile nor a cold sneer, but rather a smile that seemed to mock and anticipate, as if he saw prey willingly jumping into a trap. He turned to the camera, showing a helpless yet innocent expression, shrugging his shoulders. Ah, dear friends, the signal is poor. Let me restart the live stream. Upon finishing his words, he extended a finger and gently tapped the recorder on his chest. The live stream signal was instantly interrupted. All screens in the Bureau displayed a signal lost message. This abrupt end to the broadcast left all viewers stunned, as if a cat had scratched at their hearts. On site, after shutting down the stream, the smile on Li Budu's face turned a bit sinister. Based on his earlier conversation with Wang Su, he had already guessed the situation. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and he understood this principle. To be on the safe side, he prepared for the worst, which is why he had asked Lu Lan that question. He turned to look at Lu Lan, who had been standing with her arms crossed since the arrival of the Grey Blade team, her golden eyes shimmering with cold light, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. At this point, how could she not understand that Li Budu was advising her to conserve her strength? The oversized black robe she wore billowed without wind, exuding a chilling pressure that was far more terrifying than before, beginning to spread like a tide. The temperature around them plummeted as if even the reeds by the river were frozen. Li Budu turned to Lu Lan and revealed a radiant, harmless smile. He pointed his chin at the 3 arrogant members of the Greyblade team and said casually, Sister Lu Lan, take it easy. The meaning was already quite clear. Go beat them up. These 5 words were like a fuse igniting a powder keg. Lu Lan's molten gold-like eyes instantly lit up with a terrifying brilliance. A wild and enchanting smile appeared on her face as she twisted her neck, the joints cracking crisply. Okay, old buddy. Before her words faded away, the shadowy figure had already vanished from the spot. The next moment she appeared like a ghost in front of the scar-faced, middle-aged man. She moved with incredible speed, surpassing Wang Su's dynamic vision. The scar-faced man's pupils contracted. He never expected that this tall woman with an unusual skin tone could move with such terrifying speed. He instinctively activated his protective talisman and fighting techniques. But it was too late. Lu Lan didn't even use any spells, as she simply raised her right leg covered in dark skin, perfectly shaped, yet brimming with explosive power. Like a black steel whip, it cut through the air with a sharp whistle, swinging fiercely. Boom! A dull thud resonated enough to stop hearts. The scar-faced man didn't even manage to fully block the attack. He was struck as if hit by a speeding truck. His protective spiritual light shattered instantly, his chest visibly caving in slightly, and he uncontrollably soared through the air, crashing down onto the engine hood of a jeep several meters away. The hard engine hood dented in, embedding him within it, and he didn't make a sound, falling unconscious immediately. Silence. A deathly silence. The remaining 2 members of the Greyblade team had their expressions of arrogance and disdain instantly replaced by boundless terror. They looked at Lu Lan, who stood before them like a Valkyrie, slowly retracting her right leg, then glanced at their unconscious captain on the engine hood, their minds blank. What kind of monster is this? Their golden core captain couldn't even withstand a single blow. Li Budu and Wang Su stood behind. Wang Su still wore his cold expression, but his eyes were filled with memories. There was no other meaning. He had flown farther than this in the past. Li Budu smacked his lips, genuinely exclaiming, Sister Lan, awesome. Lu Lan shook her leg as if she had merely kicked away an annoying pebble. Her golden eyes, filled with indifference, scanned the remaining 2 terrified Greyblade team members, her red lips parting, slightly crouched down. Hands on your heads. Without a hint of hesitation, the 2 complied immediately. Lu Lan looked at the obedient duo, nodded slightly, and walked up to Li Budu, raising an eyebrow that was satisfying. Next time there's such a good opportunity, remember to call me sister. Li Budu grinned and made an okay gesture, of course. He surveyed the desolate riverbank, sensing the faint vibrations still subtly attracting him, filled with heroic spirit. Coordinates for dozens of class ghost domains are no joke. On the way here, he had deliberately avoided many. But now he had a better idea. He jumped onto the dented car, squatted before the unconscious scar-faced man, and slapped his face, waking him up in an instant. He looked around in fear. Just a moment ago, it seemed like he had been flung out in a dream and then passed out with a bang. The scar-faced man initially thought he was having a nightmare, but a sharp pain in his abdomen reminded him it was real. A shadow loomed over him, and he saw Li Budu's handsome face. Li Budu grinned and said, Buddy, you aren't allowed to sleep here. What came into view was Li Budu's face, adorned with a kind smile, along with Lu Lan, who stood beside him, arms crossed, coldly looking down at him, and Wang Su, who was not far away, exuding a chilling aura despite not making a move. He then glanced at his teammate, who was crouched on the ground with his hands on his head. How could he still not understand the situation? He struggled to get up, causing his chest wound to throb, and he grimaced in pain. Yet he still forced himself to bow, addressing Li Budu. Big brother, it's my fault for not recognizing the great mountain. Don't be afraid, big brother, just relax. Li Budu spoke in a gentle tone, as if soothing a frightened little animal. Shall we discuss something? The scar-faced man looked terrified, his voice hoarse. What do you say? Let's get to the point. Li Budu patted his shoulder, clearly pleased with his current demeanor. What's your name? Yamamba. The scar-faced man smiled widely. Could he really be trustworthy? The last time he felt such a strong sensation of weightlessness was when he watched Brother Shining's video. Li Budu moved closer, lowering his voice, his smile still intact, but his eyes held an undeniable seriousness. Now I have 2 choices for you. Option 1, we send the footage of you attempting to seize your colleague's task results, which we legitimately defended against, along with the high-definition recording, to the Bureau's internal forum. Seeing how familiar you are with this, it doesn't seem like it was your first time, does it? Li Budu assessed his previously arrogant demeanor and spoke judiciously. Do you think the Bureau will believe us the victims, or you the notorious task snatcher? The scar-faced man was drenched in cold sweat. What's the second option? He asked, his voice trembling. The second option, Li Budu's smile brightened. Cooperate with us, act in a play, and the previous incident will be forgiven, plus you can earn a little hardship fee. Acting? Yes. Li Budu straightened up and clapped his hands. Brother Wang, please help him up. Sister Lan, tone it down a bit, be a little gentler. Under Wang Su's expressionless support, the scar-faced man struggled to stand straight. Lu Lan clicked her tongue impatiently, but still slightly restrained her menacing aura. Li Budu reactivated the chronicler in his chest. Live broadcast signal reconnected. The screens of various sub-bureaus in U province, which had just been abuzz with speculation due to the signal interruption, lit up again, displaying the live scene. In the footage, Li Budu stood at the center, flanked by Lu Lan, who stood straight, but wore a kind smile, and Wang Su, who remained stern. Yamamba, being supported by Wang Su despite his bruised face, was still trying to force a smile that looked more painful than crying. Ahem. Sorry everyone, there was a little issue with the signal earlier. Li Budu spoke to the camera, maintaining a straight face as he fabricated an excuse. Let me introduce this person next to me. The captain of the Grey Blade Squad, Yamamba. Big brother. He affectionately patted Yamamba's shoulder, causing the latter's wound to twitch, making his smile even more brilliant. Big brother E is very enthusiastic. I heard that we were conducting a pilot live broadcast in the class Ghost domain, and he volunteered to come and assist us. Everyone, let's give him a warm welcome. Li Budu initiated the applause, and Wang Su and Lulan followed suit, clapping a couple of times. The viewers in front of the screens observed Yamamba's appearance along with his brilliant smile that exuded endless grievances and fears. Their expressions turned peculiar. Is this really voluntary cooperation? It looks more like coercion by force. No worries, I like dear, it appears he looks quite voluntary. Shushu, who cares if it's voluntary? Brother Li is really doing a service to the people, and I'm enjoying it. No one is prettier than me, brother is so handsome, I love him so much, send me some bubbles, let's date. Living another day, brother Li, can we beat him up again? Under Li Budu's encouragement through his gaze, Yamamba looked at the camera, forced a smile, and said in a shaky voice, hello. Everyone, I Yamamba am voluntarily cooperating with comrade Li Budu's work. This statement almost brought him to tears. Li Budu nodded in satisfaction, taking over the conversation. That's right. Big brother Yamamba is extremely aware. For the grassroots construction of our 749 bureau. For the welfare of the class team members, he decided to lead by example, personally demonstrating to us how to efficiently and safely clear the class Ghost domain. Of course, between close brothers, everything must be clear. I will provide the precise coordinates of the Ghost domain and undertake the preliminary reconnaissance and risk warning work, while Big Brother E and his team will handle the clearing. All the merits obtained will belong entirely to the Grey Blade Squad. Li Budu will take nothing. I only want the points reward generated after clearing the ghostly entities and 50% of the materials that appear. This can be considered my information service fee for helping to locate the Ghost domain. What do you all think? Is it reasonable? He displayed an extremely sincere expression, even pretentiously wiping non-existent tears with the back of his hand, his voice tinged with a slight sob. Let's empathize, everyone. Finding a class Ghost domain is incredibly difficult, as I'm sure all the class squad brothers present know the hardships involved. It truly is a journey through wind and rain, tears, and snot everywhere. Is my small request too much? It's just to ensure that I can continue to provide everyone with more and higher quality Ghost domain coordinates. His heartfelt performance left everyone in the live audience stunned. He managed to convey a sense of serving the people and enduring hardships. However, it must be said that for many class teams who struggle to find Ghost domains, if they could exchange points and use materials for a stable and safe Ghost domain coordinate, it would be like receiving a pie from the sky. The merits they can keep for themselves, this trade doesn't seem like a loss at all. After all, if the team gets promoted, they won't have to continue living such a hard life. In an instant, the internal communication channel of the live broadcast room began to flood with inquiries and discussions. Ultimately, they all turned into a unified barrage. Brother Du is right. That makes sense. Not bad. Li Budu looked at the continuously refreshing subtitles, knowing the timing was just right. He said to the camera, hearing is false, seeing is real. Now we will take Big Brother E to the next class Ghost domain and live stream the entire cleaning process for everyone. He gestured for Wang Su to support Yamamba, and the group headed towards the next location sensed by Li Budu. They soon arrived at an abandoned small dock by the river where several dilapidated wooden boats were half sunk in the water, a faint musty smell and ominous aura permeating the air. This is the place. Li Budu pointed at the dock area. Yamamba, enduring the pain, took out his detection device and indeed detected a weak abnormal energy response. It was indeed a class Ghost domain. Just as Yamamba was about to carefully conduct a preliminary exploration, as per usual assessing the risks before deciding on an entry plan, Li Budu raised his hand to stop him. Big brother, hold on a moment. In all the puzzled gazes, Li Budu boldly stepped into the distinctly different aura of the dock area. He went in. Li Budu looked left and right, moving towards the direction he deemed promising, and upon seeing the half-sunken dilapidated boat, he immediately spotted two groups of ominously gathered dark energy below. He estimated that their strength was about 2 levels of foundation establishment. Don't ask him how he knew. He learned it from brushing experience with Wang Su before. After carefully surveying the surroundings and confirming there were no other entities, he directly turned around and walked back the way he came. At that moment, the big screen was filled with flashing question marks. He returned to the place he entered the Ghost domain, easily passing back through. The speed of the flashing question marks doubled once again. It's common knowledge that Ghost domains are easy to enter but hard to exit. Either you have to eliminate the source of the anomaly or possess special supernatural abilities or treasures to break through the boundary and come out. However, in full view of everyone, Li Budu casually strolled around the Ghost domain and then effortlessly walked back out, as simple and casual as entering his own front door. Inside and outside the live broadcast, there was a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Li Budu clapped his hands as if dusting off non-existent dirt, grinning at the camera, and said, "Did everyone see that? It's safe inside. There are just 2 water ghosts at the second level of Foundation establishment, hiding under the left side of that half-sunken broken boat. His tone was calm, as if he were describing the layout of his backyard. In the office, Zhang gazed at Li Budu on the livestream, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Even through the screen, he could clearly sense that Li Budu's strength seemed to have advanced yet again. It was indeed a bit excessive. How could he not be curious when Li Budu returned after just one outing to find himself at the 3rd stage of body refinement? It's no joke. Even pulling up seedlings to help them grow isn't done so hastily. One must squat for a while, right? Unless you truly can't hold it in. But how could Li Budu have the reasoning of accumulating strength for a burst? He had just begun, and it hadn't even been a week. Suddenly, it sprang up, unexpectedly startling anyone. What left him even more speechless was that he had asked his colleague over there to keep an eye on Li Budu, who was the fishing ancestor. Then he received a result that left him with a black line on his forehead. The fishing ancestor was arrested for illegal fishing, and being a repeat offender, would have to spend 2 days in jail. He finally managed to contact the fishing ancestor inside the jail. Chattering away, he didn't know what meaningful things to say. That kid is too infuriating. Old Zhang, you have to stand up for me. You need to get me the fishing spot that kid mentioned. This left Zhang speechless. When one is at a loss for words, they truly might just laugh. Fortunately, the fishing ancestor revealed the matters of Dezhu and Erzhu, which was the result Zhang wanted. This kid could do business. Zhang looked at the grinning Li Budu on the screen, a genuine smile forming on his face. As long as the child's intentions were pure, let him be a little special. At that moment, 2 people entered through the door. It was none other than the 2 who had escorted Li Budu and were questioning Zhao Ming following Zhang earlier. Lu Bai, Huang He. Zhang instinctively called out their names. Lu Bai stepped forward first and said the personnel from the team stationed in Lizzie district have been confirmed. Oh, by the time we arrived, they had already vanished without a trace. Huang He continued, they have been stationed there for 20 years. The team leader possesses the strength of half a nascent soul, and the other team members are all above the 4th stage of alchemy. Zhang tapped the table, a faint smile on his face. Anyone who knew him would understand that he was currently furious to the extreme. Bid the dragon vein, raising corpses, altering layouts, nurturing evil beings right under their noses for a full 20 years without detection. You would be angry too. Zhang stood up and slowly said, investigate, and if you find anything, no need to report, kill on the spot, and bring the souls back to me. Understood, the black and white duo responded, turning to leave. Zhang sighed, slowly rubbing his temples as he gazed at the live stream of Li Budu. The future? Perhaps. Looking at the explosive speed of comments from everyone, this was exactly the effect that Li Budu wanted. He turned to the bewildered Mamba and said, brother, I've given you the intel. On the left is a broken boat with 2 second-layer water ghosts. It's up to you now. At this moment, Mamba, disregarding his injuries, was shaken by Li Budu's casual mention of freely entering and exiting the ghost realm. He didn't dare to be negligent, took a deep breath, circulated his spiritual power, and cautiously entered the dark ghost realm according to Li Budu's instructions. The subsequent cleanup process was predictably straightforward. With accurate intel, even though Mamba was injured, he could easily deal with the 2 second-layer water ghosts with his crank strength. The battle wasn't particularly thrilling, but it was stable enough. After the cleanup, Mamba stepped out of the ghost realm, slightly fatigued, yet more mentally shaken. Li Budu warmly greeted him, shook his hand, and praised him on camera. Thanks to brother Mamba for the heartfelt demonstration. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, I'll reiterate, the points and materials obtained from clearing the ghost realm will be split 50-50. Of course, you'll keep all the merits since you did the work yourself. Mousely good, don't say that I'm willing to take a 3,070 split. Just hurry up and tell me the position. I can't stand being here for even a moment. Another day alive, bro. Please don't force me to beg you. You have to pick me. Our team has been here for half a year. Do you know how we've survived for 6 months? What's 6 months compared to my 2.5 years? I haven't caught a single hair, just singing and dancing rap. Li, go please fish for us. If you don't, our team will be depressed. Li Budu watched the lively discussions among the crowd, their attitudes clearly eager to join. Seeing his goal achieved, he chuckled out, brothers, I suddenly have an urgent need. I need to step away for a bit. Then he shifted the livestream screen, letting Wang Su and Lu Lan assist in his stead. There's no one prettier than this gorgeous lady. Old Guang. Mouse, uncle, how old are you this year? Suddenly both were left with black lines on their foreheads, pointing fingers and directly bickering. Stepping aside to avoid the camera's range, he wore a friendly smile, putting an arm around Mamba's shoulder. Brother, you did well. Li Budu lowered his voice. For this achievement, you keep it. Mamba was stunned, a bit incredulous. However, Li Budu shifted his tone, gently tapping Mamba's chest with his finger. The points gained from clearing the ghost realm and any materials they might yield need to be transferred to the account I specify. He provided the account for Wang Su's 749 bureau, which he had just asked Wang Su for. There was no other way, he couldn't handle it himself, so he had to have Wang Su collect it and transfer it to him later. The achievements go to you, but the items belong to me, understood? Li Budu narrowed his eyes. Although he was still smiling, there was no warmth in his gaze. Don't get cocky. If I truly wanted to deal with you, one of your 5 limbs would surely be severed. Mamba looked into Li Budu's seemingly harmless yet ruthless eyes, glancing at the fearsome Lu Lan not far away, and shuddered, hurriedly nodding, understood. Points and materials, not a single one less. If I'll transfer them to the account you designate immediately. Good. Li Budu patted his face with satisfaction. Get lost. Imamba was near tears, forced to maintain a smiling face watching him leave, limping, yet not daring to show a hint of complaint. Li Budu turned around with a sense of accomplishment, giving a victory sign to Wang Su and Lu Lan. Then he returned to the livestream, announcing to everyone, we are now located in the XX district. I will now release my green bubble QR code. We will leave half the ghost realm to the comrades in XX district. By the way, only comrades from XX district can enjoy our unknown service right now, and it's limited to the first 3. After all, it's getting late, and you should be able to reach us within an hour. The other half will be randomly selected comrades, and coordinates will be sent for you to explore on your own, as the place is too far. We can't just wait here for you. That's unreasonable. By the way, I will only give the coordinates to comrades from the Drank team, so once approved, please send me your work ID for confirmation. I will confirm each one according to the order of arrival until all are distributed. Listening to Li Budu's reasonable explanations, the comments flooded with words of understanding. Mouse, don't say anything, Li Go, hurry up and come out so I can scan. I'm already thirsty for this. Would not, would, oh, I'm too touched, Li Go, I'm going to support you for life. Another day alive, boohoo, being able to live in the same era as you, Li Go, is truly a stroke of luck. How would I survive without you? Li Budu opened his phone to create a new green bubble. Just then a message caught his eye. 749-year-old immortal Li Budu opened the highlighted comments and gifts. Looking at those bright red words, Li Budu instantly recognized it as the font of someone with special privileges. He smiled brightly and bowed. This esteemed person, I won't be opening gifts or highlighted comments for now. Oh, it's my first live stream, and it's just to give everyone some benefits. It's not exactly benefits, more of a mutual need, just to play it fair. He naturally knew about the division of highlighted comments and gifts, where the split was 8,218. With him taking 82 and 507 taking 18. Highlighted comments were divided into 6 tiers: 50, 100, 200, 300, 666, and 888 points. Gifts were categorized as National Peace 88, 88, A1000, B100, C10, and D1 points, with 5 gifts available for now. However, he hadn't expected such a good response for his first livestream. But now that the response was good, he was even less inclined to open it, as doing so in the middle would make him seem too mercenary, damaging his likability. Thus he decided to go straight through without cuts. He turned around and borrowed Lu Lan's phone, asking her to open the music app. Although she was puzzled, she complied. Li Budu took it, searched for a track. All right, brothers, get ready to scan. The preparation was complete, and the BGM intro began to play. Snap. Start scanning. As soon as Li Budu finished speaking, holding his phone in his left hand and borrowing Wang Su's phone in his right, the music from Lu Lan's phone suddenly erupted. Follow me, with a slow motion of left and right hands. Left hand, right hand, slow motion. Replay, 1, 2, 3, go. Li Budu danced to the music, waving the 2 QR codes back and forth with a genuine smile on his face, clearly immersed in the art. For a moment, everyone from the 749 Bureau was dumbfounded. But as they regained their senses, they focused their attention on scanning the codes, with some clever ones opting to freeze the frame and take a picture before scanning. Would know. My attention is scattered. Li Budu did not simply wait for those 3 fortunate individuals to show up. Time is money, efficiency is life. He took Wang Su and Lu Lan, centered around the Zhongyuan area from the earlier live stream, and quickly swept downstream along the riverbank. Li Budu fully trusted his mystical senses, while Wang Su was responsible for roughly verifying and marking the range with a compass. The results were shocking. When Wang Su marked the last point on the map, even he, who was usually calm, couldn't help but take a deep breath. 18. Wang Su looked at the densely packed markers on the electronic map, almost forming a small cluster, his voice tinged with disbelief. The energy responses are extremely weak, but without a doubt, they are all grade D ghost domains. 18. This number far exceeded Li Budu's initial estimate. This seemingly desolate and remote riverbank was simply a gold mine of grade D ghost domains. We're going to get rich. This time we really hit the jackpot. Li Budu excitedly rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining with anticipation. He seemed to see countless points and materials beckoning to him. However, he did not let himself get carried away. With so many grade D ghost domains claiming no anomalies, no one would believe it. He would rather believe that Kobe had resurrected after the crash than accept that so many grade D ghost domains could appear in such a similar area. But for the moment, he prioritized clearing them and securing the benefits. He knew that verbal agreements were worthless, only written contracts were the hard truth. He immediately drafted a simple electronic cooperation agreement and sent it to those selected on the green bubble. In the note, he clearly stated, sign the agreement, send a screenshot, then provide the coordinates. Verbal agreements are invalid, please understand. It didn't matter if they didn't want to sign, there were plenty of others waiting in line who wanted to cooperate. This slightly tough approach made those eager to obtain resources trust him even more. After all, it was a mutual guarantee. Soon screenshots of signed electronic agreements were sent back. Some even directly sent him their identification cards. Li Budu carefully checked and confirmed there were no errors before sending the corresponding ghost domain coordinates in batches. After finishing all this, he did not stop. He logged into the internal forum of the 749 Bureau using a newly registered ID called Henchman Bodu G to post a statement. The post was concise. The confirmed grade D ghost domains in the surrounding area have had their coordinates authorized to the cooperating teams for clearing. The relevant areas have been allocated for the time being, and any new cooperation opportunities will be notified separately. To increase credibility, he casually selected a few agreement screenshots, blurred out key information, and attached them at the end of the post. This stirred up a storm. This post instantly caused a sensation in the forum. Damn, I didn't grab a spot, I'm so mad. Wall, when will brotherly stream again? How can I live without you? Damn, too slow. Seeking cooperation. Big shot, take a look at me. Comments filled with envy, jealousy, doubt, and requests for cooperation flooded the screen. The name Li Budu had completely exploded within the grassroots circle of the 749 Bureau in Guangdong province. Just when the forum was buzzing, 3 different vehicles arrived one after another at the meeting point Li Budu had agreed upon. The first to jump out of a modified pickup truck was a familiar figure, Lu Jijia. At the moment Li Budu posted the link, he had clicked into the live stream. What a coincidence. While others were still waiting in line, he had directly taken the back door, asking Li Budu to save him a spot, and Li Budu was happy to oblige. He happened to be nearby, so he just came over. More friends mean more paths. Budu. Huh, my friend. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Lu Jijia, full of enthusiasm, rushed over and gave Li Budu a solid bear hug, patting him firmly on the back. His voice was loud and his personality straightforward. All good, buddy. Li Budu returned the hug, smiling in response. After all, the big brother who initially guided him had left a good impression. Just having you say that is enough. He released Li Budu and pointed to a few team members who got out of the pickup behind him. Come, let me introduce you. This is my Howie team. These are all brothers I trust with my life. He briefly introduced the other 3 team members, all of whom looked capable and reliable, nodding friendly at Li Budu. Li Budu also smiled in return. Shortly after, the other 2 teams arrived as well. One team drove a rather professional-looking black van with members wearing matching dark gray combat suits, appearing very competent. The captain was a well-proportioned middle-aged man with a steady gaze who introduced himself as Weibo Team Captain Chen Tao. The other team was in a 7-seater van with members dressed relatively casually, but their presence was no less formidable. The captain was a short-haired woman with a bright smile named Sun Li, leading a team called Liang Sha. Both team captains approached with smiles, greeting Li Budu very politely. After all, this person in front of them was the god of fortune, controlling the resources they urgently needed. Brotherly, it's a pleasure to meet you. We watched your live stream today. Impressive. My online name is Living Another Day. Chen Tao cheerfully extended his hand. Oh, we're family now. Li Budu politely shook hands back. Brother, can you add me as a friend? Not for anything else, but to say that I was greedy for your location. Now, I'm truly tempted by you. Sun Li approached with a bright smile, playfully teasing Li Budu. This one clearly considered herself the most beautiful among beautiful women. To be noticed by you, I'm genuinely a bit flattered. Li Budu smiled and chatted with them, creating a warm atmosphere. With everyone gathered, the next step was to determine the order of clearing the 3 ghost domains nearby. Li Budu, adhering to the principles of fairness and convenience, proposed drawing lots to decide. He then informed them of his requirements for the final strike. Lu Jijia, Chen Tao, and Sun Li all expressed agreement. After all, it was harmless. However, just as Li Budu was preparing to create a simple drawing tool, an unpleasant voice rang out from behind the Weibo team. Wait, I think there's an issue with the distribution ratio. The crowd turned to look, seeing a team member from the Weibo team wearing combat gear, but with a black hood and mask that obscured his face. He crossed his arms and held a somewhat arrogant posture with a hint of dissatisfaction and contempt in his exposed eyes. He pointed at Li Budu, his voice muffled by the mask. We're the ones putting in the effort, we're the ones fighting the ghosts, and we're the ones taking the risks. And he just provides a coordinate, takes a stroll around, and wants to take 50% of the points and materials. He wants the final strike too. If you ask me, giving him 2 tenths would be too much. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Lu Jijia frowned. Captain Chen Tao's face turned pale and ugly in an instant, and he reprimanded in a low voice, "Shut up. You have no place to speak here." However, the team member seemed unconvinced by Chen Tao, or rather he felt justified, snorting softly and continuing, "Captain, I'm fighting for everyone's interests. Just because he has some special skills doesn't mean he can raise the price arbitrarily, right? Why should he?" All eyes focused on Li Budu. The smile on Li Budu's face remained unchanged, even becoming more radiant. He took a step forward, looking at the hooded team member with a friendly smile, and gently asked, "Brother, what's your name?" Huang Jiahao thought Li Budu was intimidated by his words and spoke with a hint of arrogance. "I won't change my name or surname." Huang Jiahao. What am I wrong? Huang Jiahao, good name. Li Budu nodded, seemingly savoring the name. At the moment those words were uttered, Li Budu moved. Without any warning, he sprang forward like a leopard that had been coiled for too long, generating tremendous force from his legs. The terrifying explosive power from his zombie physique made his speed reach its peak, leaving a faint residual shadow in place. Everyone felt as if their vision had blurred. In the next instant, Li Budu had already appeared in front of Huang Jiahao. His right fist was clenched tightly, the muscles in his arm instantly tensed, and the sinister corpse energy carried the full power of his 6th stage of body tempering. Without any embellishments, with a fierce and violent wind, he smashed directly into Huang Jiahao's mask-covered face. Indeed, he had reached the 6th stage of body tempering, having absorbed the pure sinister energy from ghostly beings of a higher tier before they perished. Even a dead dog could be fed to perfection. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed. Huang Jiahao didn't even have time to react. He didn't even see how Li Budu had gotten there. He only felt an irresistible massive force crash into his face. His mask instantly soaked with blood, and the bridge of his nose emitted a clear sound of breaking. His entire body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was dazed, stars dancing in his vision, and severe pain and dizziness swept over him. But Li Budu's assault did not stop. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Li Budu pursued like a shadow, giving Huang Jiahao no chance to catch his breath or get up, directly straddling him and raining down punches. Bang, 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 bang. The dull thuds of fists striking against a face, accompanied by Huang Jiahao's painful grunts and struggles, sounded especially clear and piercing on the silent riverside. Li Budu struck heavily, rendering Huang Jiahao completely powerless to retaliate, like a dying wild dog. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and ruthless display of violence. Huang Jiahao finally could not help but let out a piercing wail. Completely losing the ability to resist, he lay on the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. Only then did Li Budu cease his assault and slowly stand up. He shook off the bloodstains on his fists, turned around, and looked back. With blood on his hair and cheeks, he still wore a faint smile, his eyes dark and calm as a deep well. He surveyed the crowd, who were silent with fear, and said lightly, "In my life there are only two types of people I cannot stand. One is an idiot, and the other is also an idiot." The gentle breeze lifted his hair, and with a bright smile he added, "It's time to enter the arena. Who is in favor, who is against?" Li Budu's ruthless and direct actions to establish his authority had an immediate effect. The subsequent process of clearing the ghost domain proceeded smoothly, to the point of being almost monotonous. The three entered the three designated Class D ghost domains in the order drawn by lot. With the insider information provided by Li Budu, the entire clearing process was as if they had a perspective cheat, efficient and safe. As the three squads entered the ghost domain, the tail in Yangda was ready to disband. The group changed their previous attitude, showing a hint of respect towards Li Budu. After all, the Huang Jiahao, who was beaten by Li Budu and still lay there like a dead dog, was still unconscious. With the clearing mission concluded, the three squads took a short break and prepared to leave. Lu Jijia instructed his team members to get in the car first, then pulled Li Budu aside, concern etched on his face, and said in a low voice, "Budu, I saw what happened earlier. The reasoning is on your side. If there are any troubles later, just let me know. I will definitely testify for you and stand by your side." His words were sincere, imbued with a sense of brotherly loyalty. Li Budu felt warmth in his heart, knowing that Lu Jijia genuinely wanted to help him. He smiled and patted Lu Jijia's sturdy shoulder, saying, "Brother Lu, I appreciate your kindness. No worries, this small matter is under control." He spoke in a relaxed tone. "They'll treat you to dinner when I get the chance." Upon hearing this, Lu Jijia's face immediately lit up, and he patted Li Budu's back, vigorously laughing. "Ha, that's a promise. You're a big shot now, so I expect a good meal. I'll remember this. By the way, did you intentionally call me by my first two names? Oh, did you catch that? Then I can just call you Jiego." "Oh, that won't do, just call me that, but adding a big in front would be even better." "Haha, that would be too generous for you." Hee. The two teased each other, looking like conspirators. After giving Li Budu a few more words of caution, like "Be careful, and let me know if anything happens," he turned around with a smile and got into the car, leaving with the Howie team. After sending Lu Jijia off, Captain Chen Tao of the Weibo team approached with a grave expression. He first bowed seriously to Li Budu, saying, "Brotherly, I'm sorry. It's my failure to manage my team properly, and one of my team members has offended you and disrupted our cooperation. On behalf of the Weibo team, I sincerely apologize to you." His attitude was very sincere, filled with deep regret. Li Budu looked at Chen Tao and glanced at the still unconscious Huang Jiahao in the distance. His expression was neutral as he calmly said, "Brother Chen, I accept your apology. I didn't blame you for it, and don't call me Brother Liu, I'm younger than you. Just call me Shaoli." Li Budu cheerfully patted his shoulder, appearing very approachable. "However, let me give you a piece of advice." He paused, his tone calm, yet carrying a sense of detached understanding. Someone like Huang Jiahao, not very capable, but with a big temper, unable to see the situation clearly, and still thinks highly of himself. Keeping such a person in the team will eventually become a disaster. You should understand the logic that a single rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. The softer you are thinking of giving him a chance, the more he will see you as easy to bully, and in the future, he will only bring you more trouble. Cutting off the rot while it's still manageable is the way to go. Don't think that just because I gave him a beating he'll behave. People like him I've seen plenty, and he'll only submit to me at most, but will continue to cause trouble for you all. Chen Tao's body trembled, revealing a struggle and complex emotions on his face. He knew very well that Huang Jiahao was a troublemaker, somewhat out of place in the team, always going against the grain. However, considering his decent strength, he had never made a decisive move to deal with him. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed heavily, his gaze becoming resolute as he nodded at Li Budu, saying, "I've learned from this. Thank you for your reminder. I know what to do now." After saying this, he nodded at Li Budu again and turned to walk towards his team members. He instructed them to lift the unconscious Huang Jiahao into the car, then with a sense of desolation drove away from the riverbank that had brought them shame. The lively riverside finally fell completely silent. The setting sun dyed the river's surface a warm orange, cloaking the land in a layer of tranquility. On the way back, it was Li Budu's turn to drive as agreed. Wang Su was obviously exhausted, leaning back in the seat with his arms crossed, resting with his eyes closed, quickly falling asleep. Luoyan sat in the passenger seat, her enchanting golden eyes curiously observing Li Budu, who was driving. A playful smile graced her face as she broke the silence in the car, saying, "Not bad, dude. Tell me, what were you thinking at that moment? Was it just because he questioned the fairness of your share?" Li Budu firmly held the steering wheel, his gaze focused on the road ahead, which was tinged with the sunset's red hue, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Sister Luoyan, have you noticed that most people in this world are actually slightly intellectually disabled, just barely reaching the level of being able to take care of themselves?" His shocking words left Luoyan momentarily stunned. "Reasoning with such people?" Li Budu scoffed lightly. "You present facts to them and they talk about feelings, you discuss rules with them, and they act shamelessly. They live forever in their twisted logic, believing they are always right, and that the whole world owes them something." He paused, his tone turning icy. "The only way to deal with such people is to smack them down hard the moment they show their true colors, using the most direct and ruthless means to make them feel pain to the bone and fear to their soul." Li Budu's voice carried a fierce intensity. Having navigated the online world for many years, relying solely on his abstract presence, it was impossible for him to have a bad reputation online. There was virtually no dirt on him, just abstract antics. Perhaps you might see many people online criticizing Li Budu, but no one genuinely hates him. He once encountered a benefactor who told him that at the end of the day, humans are also animals. It's in their nature to fear the strong and bully the weak. Without moral constraints, everyone is a beast. For someone like him, an orphan without a background, don't think about appearing righteous. If you want to stand out, you must be ruthless and make others fear you. Thus, very few in the abstract circles dared to offend Li Budu. In fact, they maintained good relationships because he was genuinely easy to get along with. Newcomers, however, were exceptions, but such cases ultimately proved fleeting and could not last long. Listening to his perverse reasoning, Luoyan not only found it inappropriate, but her golden eyes sparkled increasingly bright, and she couldn't help but burst into a low, joyful laugh. "Huh, good. Well said. Right up my alley. Too right up my alley." She laughed for a while, then suddenly turned sideways, resting her elbow on the center console, her palm cradling her chin. Her molten gold eyes carrying a hint of teasing and inquiry fixed intently on Li Budu's profile, asking in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" Li Budu was taken aback for a moment before laughing. "I have plenty of girls, but none of them suit my taste." Luoyan looked up at the round moon hanging in the sky, smiling as she kicked off her shoes and rested her legs on the car console. Her black robe seemed to gather all the light of the world into a pure night, accentuating her delicate features, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Her previously indistinct features became clear, with skin as smooth as congealed fat, pale as clouds. She resembled a dark orchid untouched by dust at the center of a deep pool. Her black robe seemed to gather all the light of the world into a pure night, accentuating her delicate features, making her breathtakingly beautiful. The moonlight seemed particularly fond of her face, lingering on her full, radiant forehead, sliding down the delicate bridge of her nose, finally resting on her naturally rosy lips that needed no rouge. Those lips were like the only crimson fruit in a winter snowfield, a drop of longing blood that accidentally fell on the flawless snowy skin, blooming with a quiet yet breathtaking allure. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, the outer corners tinted with a faint blush like the last trace left behind by peach blossoms in a dream. There was a glimmer of water in her gaze. With just one look, one could glimpse the moon's reflection and the stars hanging upside down. As she slightly tilted her head, her long eyelashes resembled the wings of a resting black butterfly, casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes, gently fluttering with her breath, silently stirring the moonlight. A cascade of dark hair lazily fell beside her cheek, further highlighting her long neck, which looked like a jade pillar, her skin delicate enough to seem translucent. The car's air conditioning blew over, lifting the nearly invisible fine hairs at her temples, also bringing with it a cool, exotic fragrance. It was not a floral scent, but rather reminiscent of the first leaf falling from the eternal osmanthus tree in the Moon Palace, mingling with the taste of the night frost. The black robe was her night cloak, and the moonlight was her makeup. Without any jewelry embellishments, she herself was the most perfect and flawless treasure of this moonlit night, captivating beyond compare, silencing all around her. Li Budu found himself momentarily entranced. Luoyan smiled sweetly and asked, "Are you taken?" "Baby," her voice pulled Li Budu back to reality. He paused for a moment, then looked at her as if examining something peculiar, and seriously said, "Sister, are you a necrophiliac?" Luoyan, NM. Name Li Budu. Race purple zombie, possessing the qualities of a general. Realm 6th stage of body refinement. Lifespan 170. Yang virtue 16,000. In virtue 100. Merit 2. Talent. Great records of mountains and seas. Immortal corpse ding. Blood evil corpse poison ding. 10,000 corpses paying homage ding. Blood extraction for body refinement ding. In extraction for transformation ding. Unique ideas E. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm ding. Abilities running bing. Performing tricks E. Juggling ding. Technique 7 spirits training method initial understanding. Evolution shop unlocked at 9th stage of body refinement. Li Budu looked at the panel appearing beside him, then glanced at Lulan, who was evidently in a deep sleep. After the recent commotion, Lulan chuckled, and scolded lightly as she walked past, but her tone seemed to indicate she was not done with it yet. However, Li Budu was unconcerned. The appearance Lulan had just revealed, according to her explanation, was her original form. But due to her constitution, she could only show her original appearance during the full moon when the moonlight was abundant. It seemed that once her realm increased, this problem could also be resolved, but it was uncertain what realm would be required to resolve it. Then, without saying anything else, she transformed back into her original dark appearance and lay down to sleep, leaving Li Budu both amused and exasperated. Did Li Budu have feelings for her? No. If he had to say anything, he was indeed momentarily astonished, for Lulan was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But that was all. Once one has seen a flower bloom, there is no need to care whether the flower belongs to oneself. It is akin to liking a video of a beautiful woman. One can just privately appreciate it. Could it be that he really wanted to engage with someone else? Don't be ridiculous. He might as well spend the time making some tiles, fulfilling his obligations to Gui Nan. Moreover, the heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Li Budu did not dare to approach plain and simple. Upon returning to the station, he briefly reported today's situation to Deputy Director Zhang Yi. He specifically mentioned the appearance of numerous level ding ghost domains in a certain area before leaving alone. After listening to his report, Zhang Yi's serious face revealed no expression, only lightly saying in the end, "You've worked hard." This took Li Budu by surprise, and after some polite exchange, he was playfully scolded by Zhang Yi and sent back to rest. Returning to the temporary accommodation room, Li Budu felt no sleepiness. His zombie constitution required very little sleep. He had thought a day's fatigue would make him drowsy, but unexpectedly, he could not fall asleep at all. After thinking for a while, he impulsively gulped down the bottle of beast blood given by Director Zhang. Damn, that was even more invigorating. This sip was simply exhilarating, more so than Shipeng or Lanyo. He looked out at the dazzling yet cold night view of the city, feeling an urge to explore more and validate more. He summoned the data panel again, his gaze landing on that mysterious talent. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm ding. During the day by the river, it was this talent's faint guidance that had led him to find those 17 hidden level ding ghost domains. At this moment in the dead of night, he carefully sensed and discovered that the subtle feeling of attraction had not completely vanished. Instead, it pointed toward a certain direction within the city. That feeling was no longer merely benefit, but more like a vague sensation of opportunity and risk coexisting. Let's go take a look. Li Budu made his decision. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he would go out and eliminate threats for the people. He changed into inconspicuous dark sportswear, attaching the chronicler to the inner side of his collar. Silently leaving the accommodation point, he blended into the night of the city. Using that profound sense, he rode a shared electric bike to the location. Shigo Ridge. Li Budu halted, looking at the place before him, murmuring at the name on the navigation. Contrary to his expectations of a sinister, desolate scene, Shigo Ridge appeared more like an ordinary hilly park within a city. The hills were not particularly tall, covered in dense vegetation, with well-constructed winding paths and streetlights. Li Budu took a deep breath. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of plants mixed with a hint of yin energy, but it was much thinner than he had imagined. He took out his phone to check and found that the original Shigo Ridge was much larger, and there seemed to be quite a few supernatural events, almost frequent. At the foot of the mountain and surrounding areas, modern residential buildings and commercial zones had long since surrounded it, neon lights, flashing, traffic flowing endlessly. Only the mountaintop and central parts retained a significant amount of original forest, appearing somewhat deep in the night. No wonder the rumors of supernatural events here had decreased in recent years, slowly fading from public view. Yet the sense of seeking benefits and avoiding harm still clearly pointed toward the mountain. There must be something there. He was walking up the path, preparing to find a secluded spot to venture deep into the forest. Unexpectedly, he noticed a flashlight beam swaying not far ahead, accompanied by hushed voices. Family, look closely. This is the legendary Shigo Ridge. Do you see that dark forest behind me? It's said to have once been a mass grave. Tonight, I'll take everyone on an exploration to see if it's as haunted as the internet says. A young man dressed in a jacket, wearing a GoPro on his head and holding a phone with a light attachment, was passionately addressing the screen. A supernatural streamer. Li Budu was momentarily taken aback. He naturally knew of these bloggers who specialized in live streaming from deep mountains, old forests, and decaying ruins. Some even went directly to haunted houses and graveyards. In this day and age, they would dare go anywhere for traffic. He initially did not want to pay attention and planned to bypass them. But just as he brushed past that streamer, the yin energy within him stirred slightly. A subtle, yet maliciously cold presence akin to a venomous snake locked onto the talkative streamer from the shadowy underbrush. Something is there. Li Budu's gaze sharpened, immediately retracting all his presence, silently blending into the shadows of the trees by the roadside. Cold. So cold. Not the cold of the body, but a chill emanating from the heart, penetrating the very soul. The sun shone brightly that day, yet my world was shrouded in gray. I lost my job, accrued mountains of debt, my boyfriend left, and even my beloved cat of many years passed away. It felt as if the entire world was against me. What did I do wrong? Even if he was a reflective piece of plastic on the ground, he should endure being accused of secretly filming me, because I am an independent woman. And my little cat was only 2 months old, so thin and frail, I had to feed her 3 large bottles of milk every day, but unfortunately my baby went to cat heaven. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, the wind made me shiver. The people below looked like ants, their noise, their happiness, all so blinding. Why? Why must I endure all this? Why can they live so joyfully? I was unwilling. I was so angry. So I jumped. Bang! The world fell silent. But it wasn't completely quiet. I awoke in a whole new form. I cannot leave this mountain. It is my final refuge, and also my prison. I watch those who come to hike and play, seeing their smiling faces, hearing their laughter. My resentment grows like wild grass. Why? Why am I in such pain while they can laugh? I want them to taste my suffering, my despair. I want to drag them into my world, letting them feel the sensation of falling from great heights. Let them experience the taste of betrayal and desperation. The dark energy surged, enveloping the female ghost, taking on a fierce appearance. At that moment, a hand gently patted her shoulder, asking, "Have you eaten?" The female ghost was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned around, seeing Li Budu. His smile, bright eyes slightly narrowed, as if they were merely engaging in casual pleasantries. If only one could ignore the power gathering in his right hand. Before the female ghost could respond, Li Budu's eyes widened, his pitch-black eyes devoid of light, without a hint of hesitation. He unleashed a fierce punch. "If you haven't eaten, take a punch from me." Female ghost. More. P.S. Can you all help promote the book? Please. Culpun. Li Budu concealed himself in the shadows. Although he could not hear the female ghost's narration, he could clearly see a strong, twisted, and jealousy-filled resentment, filled with a desire for destruction. Just like the poisonous gas bubbles rising from the swamp, it seeped out from the shadows of the trees, silently wrapping around the host, who was still bantering with the viewers in the live stream. Ah, that smell is simply irresistible. Dead. The host seemed to sense something was off. His voice started to waver, his footsteps slowed, and his gaze involuntarily darted toward the dark trees beside him. Brothers, it seems a bit cold, right? Do you feel that? The host's voice trembled. The female ghost's resentment grew more excited. She could nearly taste the sweet flavor of fear. She condensed her form, preparing to manifest in the most terrifying guise to deal the final blow to her prey. Li Budu moved. It was as if he was completely unaware of the eerie resentment that could freeze the blood of an ordinary person, wearing a smile that was almost polite and harmless. He extended his hand, naturally patting the shadow, then greeted in Cantonese, "Pretty girl, have you eaten yet?" The female ghost. All her actions, all her resentment, all her vicious plans were abruptly interrupted by this completely unorthodox greeting. Instinctively, she followed some instinct from her past life, and turned to see who was speaking to her. What met her eyes was Li Budu's slightly pale face, his dark, lifeless eyes, yet wearing a refreshing smile. He wore an appropriately surprised expression, seeming to engage in casual chit-chat. "Wow, it's so late, and you haven't eaten yet. You look like you're starving to death." "Just right, I have a big meatball here, it's delicious, you should try it." Before the female ghost could react, Li Budu launched a long-range attack to control her, and with a sudden motion he struck. Not even the female ghost could react in time. Even if someone heard that their girlfriend was pregnant and disappeared to buy milk, it wouldn't be as fast as Li Budu. He retracted his expression, and the wind from his punch tore through the air, producing a piercing shriek. "Take this." A dull, tooth-aching thud exploded in the silent mountain forest. That dense shadow trembled violently as if struck by a heavy hammer, twisting in an instant. The female ghost's pale face, not yet fully formed, cracked under the force of this punch, appearing like shattered porcelain with numerous fissures. In her eyes, filled with hatred, disbelief, and extreme terror, emerged for the first time. The shriek that was sharper than any human sound was abruptly silenced by an even more violent force. The energy splattered, and the resentment dissipated. The spiritual host and his assistant felt a sudden cold wind blowing through them. Then it seemed they heard a strange muffled sound and a faint shriek. Terrified, they exclaimed, "Oh my gosh," and nearly threw their phones and equipment away, scrambling down the mountain, neglecting to turn off the live stream. Li Budu retracted his fist, not even glancing at the panicked host fleeing. He slowly walked to the tree, looking down at the female ghost, who had already transformed into a mass of pure energy with a cold gaze. He scoffed. "Out here harming people in the middle of the night. You've really met your match." He lifted his foot, the sinister aura gathering beneath it. "Have a good meal." The moment his words fell, his foot came down. There was no sound, only a remnant of resentment that silently vanished. In his mind, a data panel notification quietly appeared: "Exterminate the vengeful spirit, 3rd stage of refining, reward 100 virtue." Li Budu curled his lips. 3rd stage of refining. Boring. He clapped his hands, feeling as if he had just casually crushed a noisy insect. He looked up toward the deeper, darker woods of Shigo Ridge, the sense of seeking profit and avoiding harm still present, and it seemed clearer. Looks like there's something interesting in here. After punching the vengeful female ghost into a mass of pure energy, Li Budu gazed at the energy and instinctively took a deep breath. The energy swirled like it was being drawn and flowing into his mouth and nose, merging into his corpse-like body through his meridians. Looking at the unchanged cultivation panel on the data panel, Li Budu knew it was almost negligible. He smacked his lips, not only lacking a look of enjoyment on his face, but instead showing signs of disdain and complaint. compared to the Yin energy absorbed earlier from the water monkeys and water ghosts in the Ding-level ghost domain. The Yin energy transformed from this female ghost was nearly negligible, but that's fine, every little bit adds up. Having resolved this minor incident, his attention returned to the two hosts who had just rolled down the mountain. Now they were trying to sneak deeper into the darker parts of the mountain. As expected, Li Budu sighed. There was no way around it. That little incident clearly boosted their viewership, didn't it? They were back up again. If he directly appeared to stop them, he might be mistaken for a ghost or a lunatic, which would only make things more troublesome. Li Budu's eyes turned, and he had an idea. He moved like lightning, silently descending the slope, aiming straight for the lighted security booth at the park entrance near the foot of the mountain. It was deep into the night. Only an older security guard was dozing in the booth. Like a ghostly Budu approached, easily borrowing a slightly oversized security uniform coat and hat from the clothes rack outside the booth. He quickly put it on, and although it didn't fit perfectly under the cover of night, it was enough to pass for real. After adjusting the brim of the hat, he took a shortcut, arriving at the path that led to the two hosts' ascent. Finding a shadowy spot to hide, he adjusted his breathing as if he had always been on patrol here. In just a few minutes, the two of them indeed helped each other, still shaken, but with a touch of surviving a disaster excitement, quietly discussing the eerie wind and strange sounds they had just encountered while waving their flashlights around, cautiously making their way down. As they passed where Li Budu was hidden, he suddenly stepped out of the shadows. Holding a bright flashlight he had picked up, he shone the blinding beam directly onto their faces. "What are you doing?" Li Budu lowered his voice, mimicking the impatient and authoritative tone of a security guard. "What are you doing sneaking around here at this late hour? The park has been closed for a long time. How did you get in?" The sudden appearance of the security guard and the bright flashlight terrified the already tense hosts, nearly causing them to jump up in fright. When they saw Li Budu's uniform, their faces instantly revealed expressions of guilt. "Oh, security brother. Don't misunderstand." The host hurriedly waved his hands, forcing a flattering smile on his face. We were just passing by, curious to come up and take a look." "Well, leave right away." "Leave right away? Take a look." Li Budu flashed the flashlight at the live streaming equipment in their hands, snorting coldly. "Carrying these things, eh? You climbed over the wall to get in, right? Do you know it's not safe here at night? Haven't you seen the notice about wild boars attacking a few days ago? Hurry up, take out your ID for registration. Then come with me to the police station." Li Budu fabricated a story with great conviction. No, big brother. Security brother. Please cut us some slack." Upon hearing they had to register their IDs and go to the police station, the two were utterly panicked. They were already trespassing. If it got to the police station, it would be bad. The host quickly pulled out a few crumpled bills from his pocket and stuffed them into Li Budu's hand. "Just a little token of appreciation, big brother. You buy a pack of cigarettes, and well, leave right away. I promise we won't come again." Li Budu pretended to be disdainful, pushing the money away, his tone stern. "Stop with this. Hurry down the mountain. If I catch you again climbing over the wall, I'll call the police." "Did you hear that?" We heard. "Thank you, big brother. We're leaving now. The two, as if granted a reprieve, nodded and bowed, neglecting the live stream, turning off their equipment and scampering down the path, their speed several times faster than when they came up. Watching the two frantic figures disappear into the night, Li Budu finally took off the uncomfortable security hat and casually tossed the coat aside. Then he felt it wasn't quite right. After all, this was borrowed. When he went down later, he should return it, otherwise it wouldn't be good if it affected someone else's wages. A sudden cold and eerie feeling of being watched pierced his neck like a needle. Li Budu's muscles instantly tensed, and his zombie-like body instinctively entered a state of alert. A sudden cold and eerie feeling of being watched pierced his neck like a needle. Li Budu's muscles instantly tensed, and his zombie-like body instinctively entered a state of alert. He abruptly turned around, his eyes shooting like lightning toward the dense shadow beneath an old locust tree not far behind him. There a pair of eyes was quietly staring at him. Those were not human eyes. The pupils were vertical like molten gold, emanating a faint cold and mysterious golden glow in the darkness, carrying a scrutinizing quality that seemed to penetrate the soul. Li Budu did not move, nor did the owner of those golden eyes. The two sides silently confronted each other in the quiet mountain forest, separated by a distance of several meters. An indescribable tension and eerie atmosphere spread through the air. The rustling of the wind through the trees was particularly clear at this moment. After what felt like a dozen seconds, the entity beneath the tree shadow seemed to confirm something and finally moved. It slowly crawled out from the thick shadows. As the moonlight fell, it clearly illuminated its form. It was a creature significantly larger than its usual counterparts, with sleek, shiny fur appearing to be a ginger-colored yellow weasel. It stood upright, supporting its body on its hind legs, while its front paws were human-like, very anthropomorphically placed together on its chest. It stood there steadily, its golden eyes unwaveringly locked onto Li Budu. Then, to Li Budu's astonishment, this yellow weasel actually spoke human words. Its voice carried a heavy accent from northeast China, the pronunciation precise and clear as it reached Li Budu's ears. "Fellow villager." It paused, the golden slits in its eyes flickering with an indescribable cunning and expectation, and slowly asked, "Do I look like a human or a god?" A yellow weasel seeking a seal. For a moment, Li Budu was left dumbfounded, his mind struggling to comprehend. This creature, shouldn't it be found in the old forests of northeast China near the village? How did it manage to travel such a long distance to this small hill in the southern city? He was still frantically complaining and digesting this sudden bizarre occurrence. The upright yellow weasel seemed a bit anxious. Its front paws remained still, while its fluffy tail flicked back and forth restlessly. Then it nudged its mouth towards the trunk of an old locust tree, its golden vertical pupils filled with urgency. Following its direction, Li Budu looked over, and under the moonlight, he could see several crooked but legible lines carved into the rough bark. Big brother, I know you are from the 749 Bureau. Please help me. Today my fruit has ripened, and I seek a seal. This favor must be repaid. Hey! Li Budu was even more astonished now. Good grief, this was novelty personified, novelty at home. He instinctively opened his mouth, wanting to say something like, you look human, or you resemble a deity. After all, it was so sincere and promised to repay the favor. Helping out seemed harmless. But just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly felt a jolt and swallowed them back. Wait, no, this isn't right. Li Budu was no longer human. He was a zombie. A purple zombie. The yellow weasel sought a seal, which required the acknowledgement of humanity and the blessing of earthly incense. It relied on living beings, especially humans, as the mouthpiece of all beings to assist it in breaking through bottlenecks and determining future cultivation directions. Asking a non-human entity, essentially a sinister and malevolent zombie, for a seal. What kind of nonsense is this? One must know that seeking a seal from a yellow weasel involves significant karma, and only when the weasel's Tao fruit is perfected does it seek a seal. Not only does it walk the righteous path, but its cultivation level must also be formidable, otherwise it wouldn't qualify to seek a seal. If it spouted nonsense, the weasel, having fallen into the demonic path, could easily dispose of him. Thinking of this, cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Budu's back. He hurriedly closed his mouth tightly, fearing he might accidentally blurt out half a word. At the same time, in a flurry, he took out his phone, unlocked it, and quickly typed a line in his notes. Then he turned the screen towards the eagerly waiting yellow weasel. Bro, are you walking the righteous path? If so, just nod. The yellow weasel was momentarily stunned upon seeing the phone screen, seemingly unaccustomed to this mode of communication, but still leaned in to take a closer look. After reading the words, it quickly nodded vigorously, its golden vertical pupils brimming with affirmation and urgency, as if to say, yes, yes, yes. We are indeed cultivating the righteous path. Seeking a seal from you, a person of the public office, is perfectly appropriate. Seeing the yellow weasel nod in confirmation, Li Budu felt more assured. He quickly deleted the previous text. His fingers danced across the screen, and he typed a new message, once again showing the screen to the other party. I am not human, bro. You should leave quickly to avoid ruining your cultivation. Although he was not human, he was still cultivating the righteous path and harming no one. Instead, he was accumulating virtue and doing good, so he had no reason to harm the yellow weasel. The words Li Budu wrote on his phone acted like a binding spell. The yellow weasel, which had initially been hopeful and with its front paws together, suddenly froze in place. Its golden vertical pupils widened in disbelief, filled with immense confusion. Its front paws, which had been clasped together, dropped down involuntarily as it scratched its fluffy chest. A thick northeastern accent escaped its mouth, filled with profound bewilderment. Oh my. Big brother. You are not human. It examined Li Budu, carefully sniffing around. It can't be. We see vitality overflowing from you, and you have virtue. With a single punch, that resentful spirit would be knocked out, exuding righteous energy. We thought that the faint, sinister energy emanating from you was due to your exceptional strength, causing you to appear somewhat sinister. The vitality was because he had just been transformed from a corpse not long ago, with the East Sovereign having turned the minister's heart into a heart, filling his chest with immense life force. His zombie body had yet to fully digest it. This was also why he could move freely now. After all, zombies become more mobile the longer they exist, as the life force absorbed washes away their dead body, unblocking their vital points, allowing them to move freely. Other zombies might need to cultivate longer to gain freedom of movement, because they could not find living blood to cleanse the murky corpse energy. Moreover, naturally transforming from a corpse means having been dead for a long time, accumulating corpse energy and resentment, making it difficult to clear, leaving the corpse stiff and unable to recover mobility. But Li Budu did not need that. If he wanted some life force beast blood, he could simply ask the Bureau for it. They wouldn't refuse. He was a zombie alive to the fullest, fresh and bubbling, bro. He stifled a laugh, lowered his head again, and typed rapidly on his phone. I just died not long ago, had some strange encounters, and became a sentient zombie. So it's a coincidence that I entered the Bureau and gained some popularity. But my essence is still that of a zombie, a non-human entity of sinister nature. I cannot seal you. A force seal might harm you. This explanation was heartfelt, revealing his roots and concerns. The yellow weasel looked at the words on the phone screen, its expression shifting from initial shock and confusion to a gradual realization. Then an indescribable emotion arose, mixed with relief, gratitude, and a hint of fear. It envisioned that if Li Budu had carelessly given it a seal, without understanding, like you look human, that seal would have come from a zombie. Then its carefully cultivated righteous foundation would likely be instantly corroded by filthy, sinister energy. At best, it would suffer a great loss of its Tao, and at worst, it would directly fall into the demonic path, never to return. Thinking of that terrifying consequence, the yellow weasel couldn't help but shiver, and its golden vertical pupils glistened with tears. It suddenly stood up on its hind legs, clasped its front paws together, and bowed deeply to Li Budu nearly at a 90-degree angle, its voice choked with sincere gratitude. Big brother. Let's say no more. Today our yellow town owes you an immense debt of gratitude. We will remember it in our hearts, engraved in our bones. Its words were heartfelt. Li Budu's caution and honesty had essentially saved its cultivation path, preventing it from falling into the abyss. This favor was far more significant than simply granting it a seal. If it weren't for your sincerity, big brother, clarifying your identity, our righteous path and results today would have truly gone to waste. The yellow weasel patted its chest in fear. Seeing its grateful demeanor, Li Budu felt quite relieved as well. He waved his hand indicating it need not be so courteous, then typed the final words on his phone, just a small effort, a twist of fate. You should leave quickly, this place isn't suitable for long stays, and I have matters to attend to. Big brother, are you also here to investigate this ghost mountain? The yellow weasel spoke up. Li Budu was slightly taken aback and typed a few large characters on his phone. Do you have connections? Hey, that's a given. We are cultivating the righteous path to eliminate harm for the people, and one of the 5 great immortal families is my ancestor, but there's a bit of laziness in the Northeast. There are many brothers and sisters, and the competition is fierce. Once my blood surged, I informed my family and directly headed south. Isn't this big city more competitive? There are more people, and the chances to do good deeds increase. As I sneaked into this area, I felt something was off. Upon probing further, it turned out to be a cursed burial ground overflowing with resentment, so I planned to clear them out to prevent them from harming people later. I unearthed a malevolent entity, and just as I was about to deal with it, I happened to meet you, big brother, so consider this a submission. The yellow weasel rummaged through its fluffy tail and produced a small, exquisite pearl, presenting it to Li Budu. The moment the pearl appeared, Li Budu understood that this was the item he had been searching for. Li Budu took it and typed a few words on his phone. Okay, my friend, what else is there to say? I'll just take it, but can I talk now? The yellow weasel was taken aback, hurriedly waving its hands, and replied, big brother, it's no longer the time to speak. If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have forgotten. Li Budu smiled and typed on his phone, all right, it's getting late. Brother, you should leave, I won't see you off. After saying that, he switched to a music app and played a background song. Carrying yesterday's struggles forward to exchange for some completeness and happiness tomorrow, the yellow weasel nodded heavily, wiped its tears with its paw, and once again cupped its fists and bowed to Li Budu. Big brother, we won't forget this favor. We shall meet again. I've been in this area of the commercial capital for some years. If you need anything in the future, just give a shout. After saying that, it did not linger, its figure flickering like a wisp of yellow smoke, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the dense forest behind, as if it had never appeared. Yellow Town. He noted this name down. To have cultivated to the point of needing to seek a seal in the commercial capital, this yellow weasel was clearly not simple, how it might indeed prove useful in the future. Suddenly, the grass rustled again. Li Budu instinctively turned his head and saw the yellow weasel standing on its 2 feet, holding a phone half the size of its body. Its posture was as awkward as it could get, and it said with a nod, hee hee, big brother, let's add a green bubble, okay? Puffed. Li Budu couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing, then seemed to realize something and looked at the yellow weasel. The yellow weasel, seeming to understand Li Budu's worry, waved its hand and said, laughing is harmless. Li Budu then took out his phone and added its green bubble, and only then did the yellow weasel prepare to leave satisfied. But just as it lifted a foot, it turned back again. Li Budu raised an eyebrow and typed a few large characters, is there something else? The yellow weasel scratched its head a bit shyly and cheerfully asked, big brother, that song you played earlier was really catchy. What's its name? Li Budu thought to himself that in moments of extreme speechlessness, one really does laugh. P.S. Damn, I couldn't stop myself from laughing while writing this. My roommate thinks I'm a bit crazy. Hey, this trip was not in vain. Li Budu weighed the bead in his hand, still unclear about its specific use, but the principle of seeking benefits and avoiding harm could not be wrong. He carefully stored the bead in the storage space of his dual fish jade pendant. As soon as the bead entered the space filled with peaceful Yin energy, its surface glow seemed to stabilize a bit more. It seems that only items imbued with Yin energy can be placed inside the jade pendant. Looking back towards the Xiaogo Ridge, the feeling of seeking benefits and avoiding harm had completely vanished. It seemed there was nothing worth exploring deeper into Xiaogo Ridge, so Li Budu dismissed the thought of venturing further. He silently slipped back to the security booth at the foot of the mountain, hanging the borrowed uniform jacket and hat back on the drying rack, as if no one had ever touched them. With the task completed, he left quietly, hiding his identity. Riding the shared electric bike parked at the foot of the mountain, Li Budu felt quite pleased, even humming an unknown tune. The night wind brushed against his face, although it carried a chill, it felt refreshing for his zombie constitution. That night he had fought ghosts, saved people, made a yellow fairy acquaintance, and acquired treasures. Truly a bountiful harvest. The electric bike traveled along the open suburban road towards the city. Just as he was about to enter a slightly more prosperous district, a sudden gust of strange wind whipped up. The wind came abruptly and violently, swirling up dust and fallen leaves, stinging his face painfully. Li Budu instinctively slowed down, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the dust. Amidst the wind, a slightly lazy yet incredibly clear young male voice came from above, carrying a tone of cynicism and faint mockery. Tisk, the world is truly not at peace. In this day and age, even zombies dare to run openly on the street. riding an electric donkey. Quite trendy. Li Budu's heart suddenly tightened. He immediately looked up in the direction of the voice. There, standing against the wind on a roadside tree, was a figure. The person wore a moon-white simple robe with wide sleeves fluttering in the night breeze. Behind him was a hairstyle resembling a Taoist bun identical to Li Budu's. With his back to the cold moon above, his features were not very clear, only a distinct silhouette could be seen. However, the pair of remarkably bright black eyes and the shadows akin to cold stars were firmly locked onto Li Budu, carrying a scrutinizing gaze. What made Li Budu feel a prickling sensation was that the person had slowly drawn a wooden sword from behind his wide sleeves while speaking. The wooden sword appeared ordinary, dark in color, seemingly aged. But that thing was electrifying. What the hell? Arcs of electricity flickered from that wooden sword, giving him a fright. As Li Budu watched the sparking wooden sword, the corpse energy within him surged violently, as if encountering a natural enemy. An instinct seemed to convey a very brief message to him. One hit, and it's over. At that moment, Li Budu's survival instinct soared to its peak. Without a hint of hesitation, almost reflexively, he pulled out the Zhongyuan talisman that Zhang Zhongyi had given him. He raised it high, using all his strength to shout at the person in the tree, "Big brother, we're on the same side. Don't attack." From the 749 Bureau. "I have credentials." He raised the talisman for proof. His voice cracked slightly from nervousness, sounding particularly jarring in the empty street. The Taoist, who was about to make a move, was momentarily stunned by his sudden self-introduction and the Zhongyuan talisman radiating pure exorcising power. His action of raising the wooden sword froze midair, and his bright black eyes displayed evident astonishment, focusing on the talisman. The scene fell into an eerie silence, only the wind howling. The Taoist stared at the Zhongyuan talisman in Li Budu's hand, seemingly sensing and confirming its authenticity. After about 3 breaths, the scrutinizing expression on his face quickly faded, replaced by a somewhat annoyed look of "I made a mistake." "Oh." He slapped his thigh in frustration. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We're on the same side. Good thing I didn't attack and offended a brother." As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, and the wooden sword that had made Li Budu feel alarmed was magically returned to his wide sleeve, as if it had never appeared. Only then did Li Budu let out a long, relieved breath, feeling that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment ago, he had truly felt the threat of death. With the crisis averted, curiosity surged again. He looked up at the elegantly styled Taoist in the tree and couldn't help but ask, "Bro, what's your name? Why are you up in the tree at this late hour? Cosplaying Tarzan?" The Taoist glanced down at Li Budu, his tone returning to its previous laziness. "My surname is Li Budu. As for why I'm in the tree, you actually hit the nail on the head. Bro, help me out." Li Budu was even more confused. "Help you? Help you with what?" Li Budu's answer was concise. "I can't get down." Li Budu looked up at the not particularly tall royal palm tree, and then at the ethereal Li Budu in the tree, momentarily speechless. Li Budu scratched his head and asked somewhat speechlessly, "Then, how do I help you?" The Li Budu in the tree seemed to be stumped by this question. He paused for a moment. Then he actually began to think. A few seconds later, he seemed to have come up with a good idea, his eyes lighting up. Then, to Li Budu's astonishment, he pulled out a rope from his wide sleeve. Yes, it was indeed a sturdy-looking hemp rope. Li Budu pulled the rope out little by little until it was long enough, then directly threw it down, letting it hang in front of Li Budu. Here Li Budu instructed from above, "Climb up the rope." Li Budu stared at the rope hanging in front of him, looking bewildered. "Why should I climb up?" But this guy looked clever, so Li Budu didn't voice his doubts. Resigned, he parked the shared electric bike, grabbed the rope, and skillfully climbed up, standing steadily next to Li Budu. The two finally faced each other. Under the moonlight, Li Budu saw Li Budu's appearance. He looked to be in his early 20s. His Taoist robe was worn loosely, the collar slightly open, and his sleeves still carried some grass clippings. His black hair was casually tied back into a bun, with a few strands falling over his forehead, swaying gently in the breeze. He had a fair complexion, the kind people who often stay indoors have, and his features were refined, carrying a hint of scholarly charm. But oddly, he had a pair of eyes that were always half-closed with prominent dark circles beneath them, as if he had not been getting enough sleep for years. He exuded an indescribable laziness and comfort, embodying a state of naturalism. "I've come up." Li Budu brushed off the dust on his hands, looking at Li Budu with confusion and asking, "So what now? How do I help you get down?" Li Budu nodded seriously, indicating that Li Budu had asked a very good question. He stroked his chin, thinking for a full half-minute before speaking with a slightly uncertain tone. "Good question. How to specifically get down? I haven't thought it through yet." "Li Budu, then why did you let me come up? I was hoping you could help me think of a solution. Isn't it the same if I'm down there? Have you ever heard of putting yourself in someone else's shoes?" Li Budu was left speechless by this divine-like answer, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Just as he was about to sigh and prepare to go down, he heard the sound of something hitting the ground below. It seemed Li Budu had lost his balance and slipped. The rope, which was their only passage, fell directly from his hand, landing softly on the ground below, in a heap. Li Budu, Li Budu. The two stood at the top of the tall tree, staring at each other. The evening breeze blew, stirring a few fallen leaves, carrying a chill that ruffled the edges of their clothing. "Can you climb trees?" "I can, but I can only climb up." "What a coincidence, so can I." "I can see that." The evening breeze blew gently, and the shadows of the trees swayed. Li Budu and Li Budu won a zombie. and the other a Taoist priest stared at each other from the treetop of the boulevard tree, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. Looking at the soft, drooping rope on the ground, Li Budu rubbed his forehead, feeling exhausted. So, buddy, Li Budu tried to keep his tone calm. Why did you come up this tree at night? Surely it can't be to admire the moon. The moon was obscured by clouds only half visible. Li Wuyin, hearing this, showed a hint of embarrassment, touched his slightly rumbling stomach, and said somewhat shyly, to be honest, I'm a bit hungry and wanted to get something to eat. Hungry? Li Budu was taken aback and pointed to the tall boulevard tree beneath him. So you decided to climb the tree to find food. What could there possibly be to eat up in this tree? Bird eggs? Not at all. Li Wuyin shook his head and pointed at the indistinct round shadows at the top of the tree crown in the night, saying with all seriousness, I observed this tree to be tall and straight with round fruits at the top. It must be a coconut tree commonly found by the South Sea. I thought that if I could pick a coconut it would quench my thirst and fill my stomach. Isn't that lovely? So I practiced my light body skills and leaped up. Li Budu followed the direction he pointed and felt his mouth twitch even more. He interrupted Li Wuyan's words and said in an almost speechless tone, and then he immediately covered his face and let out a frustrated wail. Damn it, it was too dark. I saw it was tall and had round things on top. When I got up there I found it was a balloon. I'm really out of options. Li Budu. He was completely defeated. Li Wuyin sighed, looking troubled as he glanced at the ground, and then at Li Budu. Buddy, do you have any way to help us down? Li Budu looked at his appearance, pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, Daoistly, may I ask what is your cultivation level? Although Li Wuyin didn't understand why he asked this, he honestly replied, Foundation Establishment Level 3. Oh, what's the matter? Does it relate to getting down from the tree? His cultivation level was already regarded as a genius among the younger generation. Li Budu nodded upon hearing this, revealing a smile that seemed to say, leave it to me. Seeing this smile, Li Wuyin inexplicably felt a surge of ominous premonition. What are you planning to do? Before Li Wuyin could finish speaking, Li Budu unexpectedly raised his foot and kicked him right in the butt, catching the still confused Li Wuyin off guard. Ouch! Li Wuyin never expected Li Budu would do this. Completely unprepared, he was startled and kicked off the treetop, flailing his arms and legs as he fell towards the ground. Thud! A muffled sound accompanied by a cry of pain. Li Wuyin fell face first to the ground in a standard faceplant, although his Foundation Establishment Level 3 physique prevented any serious injury. But it hurt. It hurt so much that he gritted his teeth and teared up. Holding his nose, which was nearly flattened from the fall, he angrily raised his head, about to curse Li Budu for his lack of martial ethics, only to see him, after kicking him down, not taking any precaution, directly extending both arms. Like a diver, he jumped off in an extremely standard pose, free-falling from several meters high up the tree branch. Bang! Another even louder thud. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. Li Budu landed flat on his back, even bouncing up slightly. Then he sank down, moaning in suppressed pain, rolling around on the ground, resembling a live-action tomcat. Ow ow ow, gurgle gurgle. Li Wuyin looked at the writhing in pain Li Budu on the ground, and the curses that had reached his lips were instantly choked back. Although he was kicked down by Li Budu, he came down together with him. One was holding his nose, and the other pretended to rub his waist as they helped each other up from the ground. Li Wuyin rubbed his still sore nose and sincerely exclaimed, good method, just a bit useless. Li Budu said with a dark expression, you should just say you couldn't get down. Good down, brother, good down. Li Wuyin gave a bitter smile. Half an hour later, the two sat at a bustling street-side stall full of life. Greasy plastic tables and chairs, noisy voices mixed with the aroma of stir-fried dishes and grilled skewers formed the most grounded urban scene. Li Budu skillfully ordered a huge variety of skewers, stir-fried noodles, oysters, and beer. At first, Li Wuyin maintained a bit of his detached Taoist demeanor, but as soon as the first sizzling lamb skewer hit his stomach, he immediately loosened his jaw, opened his back teeth, and ate like a whirlwind, his mouth dripping with oil. Delicious. This is also good. Brother, you really treated me well. He praised with his mouth full of stir-fried beef noodles, his nose dripping with sweat. Li Budu, on the other hand, merely picked up a skewer of grilled chives, symbolically chewing slowly, while occasionally sipping on ice-cold beer. The flavor was there, but he simply didn't feel like eating, like seeing food after being full. Watching Li Wuyin's unpretentious eating manner, he found this Taoist more and more interesting. Li Wuyin belched, wiped his shiny, oily mouth with a paper towel, and seemed to just remember formally asking, by the way, I still don't know your name, brother. Li Budu smiled and put down the beer bottle. What a coincidence, my surname is also Li, and my name is Budu. Li Budu. Li Budu. Li Wuyin's eyes lit up as he clapped and laughed. We both share the surname Li. We were one family 500 years ago, and today we are so fated, we must add a green bubble. Saying this, he skillfully pulled out the latest smartphone from the wide sleeves of his robe, unlocked it with ease, and opened the WeChat QR code. Li Budu watched his incongruous actions, holding back laughter, as he also took out his phone, scanned the code, and added him as a friend. After adding each other as friends, Li Wuyin stood up contentedly, adjusting his slightly messy robe due to their heavy eating. His previously nonchalant expression had slightly subdued as he extended his hand towards Li Budu again, his tone carrying a hint of formality. Brother Li Budu, let's get acquainted once more. Luofu Mountain, Li Wuyin. Luofu Mountain. Li Budu was slightly taken aback. He had never heard of it, but it felt as if it shared the same level as Lulan's sister all belonged to the top tier. He immediately retracted his previous casualness, extended his thumb, and sincerely exclaimed, "Oh my, buddy, so impressive. So you are a high disciple of Luofu Mountain. I'm honored." Seeing him like this, Li Wuyin reverted to his lazy demeanor again, laughingly throwing an arm around Li Budu's shoulder, saying nonchalantly, "Hey, with such status, even being from Luofu Mountain, the bond we formed today under this tree is genuine brotherhood. Right? We must be brothers." Li Budu laughed and patted his back heartily. This feeling was great. The other party didn't act superior due to their prestigious sect, but was sincere and a bit quirky, which suited his taste. After eating and drinking to their fill, the two left the noisy street stall, walking aimlessly along the night street, shoulders linked. With the night breeze blowing, Li Wuyin, having drunk some beer, seemed a bit tipsy and became more talkative. He rested his arm on Li Budu's shoulder, his steps somewhat unsteady, his voice tinged with drunkenness, but his tone was very serious. "Brother Budu, little brother. Let me say something you might not like. Don't blame me for having a bias against you." He burped and continued. "At first, when I sensed your zombie aura up in the tree, I indeed had the thought of slaying demons and monsters. It wasn't polite of me, and here I sincerely apologize." Saying this, he really swayed and attempted to bow. Li Budu hurriedly supported him, smiling. "It's fine, really, it's fine. If I were you and saw a zombie riding an electric donkey at night, I would probably also pull out my weapon." He could tell that Li Wuyin's words came from the heart, filled with sincerity and regret. Seeing that he was unfazed, Li Wuyin felt more at ease and shifted the topic with a hint of curiosity and surprise. "But speaking of which, Brother Budu, you are truly not an ordinary zombie. You are quite peculiar." He leaned in closer, almost pressing his face against Li Budu's neck, but was pushed away by Li Budu in disgust, squinting his drunken eyes to observe. "You are full of vitality and do not seem like a dead thing, but beneath your skin there's an ominous purple hue. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a purple zombie." Li Budu nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. Strange. Li Wuyin shook his head, clicking his tongue in wonder. Ordinary zombies either have fragmented souls and are muddle-headed, or they are completely devoid of souls, driven only by instinctive resentment. But you, on the other hand, have a complete soul and stable 7 spirits. Aside from your body being a zombie, your soul is practically a complete human. This is simply unheard of. The more he spoke, the more incredulous he became, circling around Li Budu as if he had discovered some rare treasure. He reached once again into his large sleeve and rummaged around. Then he solemnly took out an ancient book with yellowing pages, a time-worn texture, looking very old, and unceremoniously stuffed it into Li Budu's hands. "This is from our Luofu Mountain Dao Palace's library." Li Budu subconsciously accepted the ancient book, feeling its weight and the scent of ink. He looked down and saw 4 powerful ancient characters on the cover: 3 souls refining method. This is too precious. "Brother Wuyin, I can't accept this." Li Budu hurriedly declined. "Oh, come on, just take it." Li Wuyin glared, his stubbornness enhanced by the influence of alcohol. "This isn't anything precious. You can find it for sale at the foot of Luofu Mountain, and look, we even have a flagship store online." Li Wuyin opened his phone to a shopping app displaying a plethora of Taoist texts, including the Tao Te Ching and other titles. The book, 3 Souls Refining Method, was prominently listed, priced at 19.9 yuan, along with a free copy of the Tao Te Ching, making it incredibly affordable. "Are they all the real deal?" Li Budu inquired. What he referred to as the real deal were indeed manuals usable by cultivators. "Of course. If you can learn it, that's your skill. Us Taoists don't do any beating around the bush. The texts are laid out right there. Whether you learn or not is up to you. If it's fated you'll come to recognize your ancestral master, we have no distinctions of class." Li Wuyin patted his shoulder. Li Budu looked at his sincere, yet slightly tipsy, persistent gaze, knowing that further refusal would be pretentious. He took a deep breath, tightly clutched the 3 Souls Refining Method, and respectfully cupped his fists towards Li Wuyin. "Thank you, Brother Wuyin. I will not express my gratitude in words." Li Wuyin smiled in satisfaction upon seeing him accept it, patting his shoulder. "That's more like it. We're brothers, why be polite?" They walked a bit further, nearing Li Budu's temporary accommodation. Li Wuyin stopped, gently pushing Li Budu aside and waving his hand. "All right, Brother Budu, I'll stop here. No need to see me off." "Where are you going? Do you have a place to stay?" Li Budu asked. Li Wuyin named a hotel in the city center that sounded quite upscale. "There are fellow disciples of mine there who have arranged a temporary place for me to stay." Upon hearing this, Li Budu immediately restrained him. No, you're in this state. I can't let you go back alone. Let me call you a cab." Ignoring Li Wuyin's objections, he took out his phone and called a ride, setting the destination to that hotel. While waiting for the car, Li Wuyin with his blurry eyes watched Li Budu busying around for him, making all the arrangements perfectly, and his heart was filled with warmth and gratitude to the point of overflowing. He thought Li Budu was truly a great guy. Soon the ride arrived. Li Budu opened the door and carefully helped Li Wuyin into the back seat. Just as the door was about to close, Li Wuyin suddenly clutched the car window and leaned out. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol had completely surged emotions out of control. He suddenly burst into tears, shouting to Li Budu with all sincerity, "Brother Budu. My Brother Budu. Let's talk again another day, Brother Budu. Thank you, Brother Budu. Without you, how could I survive, Brother Budu? I want to become sworn brothers with you, Brother Budu. You are my dear brother, Brother Budu." His exaggerated cries echoed in the quiet night, causing several late-night pedestrians to turn their heads in curiosity. With strange looks they gazed at Li Budu, as if he was doing something inappropriate. Li Budu was taken aback by this sudden deep confession and could only laugh and wave. Alright, got it. Let's go. We'll meet again another day. Master, drive on. Watching the taillights of the departing car, Li Budu let out a long sigh, wiping away non-existent cold sweat, yet a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Back at the temporary accommodation of the 749 Bureau, Li Budu closed the door and eagerly took out the bead left by Zhongyuan. Grieving Pearl. The moment he saw it, Li Budu's mind instantly recalled its name due to the Shanheijianlu. The pearl emitted a warm glow under the light, still holding that heavy and slightly mournful aura. It was formed from the core grievances and pure yin energy of a lonely soul who had suffered deeply over the years, unable to move on. It contained extremely pure and vast yin energy, a great supplement for malevolent spirits and resentful souls. It could be directly absorbed to greatly enhance one's power, and while it might not trigger a transformation for zombies, it was still a substantial supplement. Li Budu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was simply a supreme elixir. The pure yin energy contained within far surpassed any water ghosts or water monkeys, even richer and more refined than a century's worth of corpse oil. So fragrant, so delicious. Li Budu gazed at the bead in his hand, nearly drooling. Without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged, placed the grieving pearl in his mouth, and fully activated the talents of absorb yin and transform essence, and blood absorption and body refining. Buzz. The pearl seemed to be activated, its surface shining brilliantly, a torrent of pure energy gushing forth like the Yangtze River. Yet it also carried a bone-chilling coldness and faint traces of sorrowful and unwilling emotions suddenly bursting forth, rushing into Li Budu's body. This energy was immense, far fiercer than anything he had absorbed before. Li Budu felt his meridians instantly swell to the point of bursting, the yin energy and corpse chi racing through him at an unprecedented speed, compressing and refining. On the data panel, the experience bar of his level was jumping with unprecedented speed. The yin energy washed over his limbs and bones like a tsunami, penetrating deep into his marrow. The purple hue beneath his skin grew fainter and brighter, as if white light was flowing beneath the surface. His heart beat like a drum, greedily absorbing this high-quality yin energy, transforming it into the most fundamental growth power. Uncertain how long had passed, maybe an hour or several hours, when the last trace of energy from the grieving pearl was extracted and swallowed down to fine powder. Without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged, placed the grieving pearl in his mouth, and fully activated the talents of absorb yin and transform essence, and blood absorption and body refining. Anyone looking could conclude this guy was incredibly sinister. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils deep black, swirling like a tangible presence, emanating a naturally intimidating pressure. In the corner of his vision, the data panel clearly displayed level body refining perfected, only one step away from the next major level foundation establishment. However, before Li Budu could fully savor the marvelous feeling of this power surge, a clearer and colder prompt sound, as if directly sourced from the depths of his soul, rang in his mind. Conditions met. The mall is now open. The sound of mall opening in his mind was like celestial music, instantly elevating Li Budu's joy from the surge of power to a new climax. He eagerly focused his spirit, immersing all his thoughts into the newly unlocked Evolution Mall. As light swirled, his consciousness seemed to enter an independent space. However, the scene that met his gaze caused him to pause slightly, and then his expression turned quite remarkable. There were no shelves filled with an array of goods as he had imagined, nor were there dazzling divine weapons or miraculous elixirs. Before him stood three enormous, ancient and mysterious spinning wheels, slowly rotating on their own. The three wheels floated side by side, made of a material neither metal nor wood, their edges inscribed with incomprehensible ancient runes, with pointers shimmering with a ghostly light. They exuded three distinctly different auras. The one on the left was entirely warm gold, radiating a positive and masculine energy, as if it could nourish everything in this world, with two large characters elegantly inscribed in the center. Yangda. The one on the right was a deep azure with a soft and introverted aura, carrying a quality related to potential origins and future possibilities, also featuring two characters in the center. Inda. The one in the middle was slightly smaller but the most ornate and complex in design, radiating an indescribable purple-golden light that seemed to condense the merits and demerits of heaven and earth, noble and mysterious with a vast aura. In the center were two even more ancient characters, seemingly containing profound truths. Gongda. Li Budu stared at the three large wheels, his mind struggling to comprehend. Isn't this the Evolution Mall? Where's the evolution? Where are the goods? Where's the list? Why is it all spinning wheels? He looked up and saw at the very top of the three wheels hung a large, similarly ancient plaque, exuding an undeniable air of authority. On it were two grand and majestic characters flowing with the essence of the Tao. Evolution. Li Budu. Also, the name of this mall is Evolution. That's very lifelike. He twitched the corner of his mouth and then refocused on the wheels themselves. With a slight movement of thought, he brought up his data panel to see what currency was needed for this lottery. Namely Budu. Race purple zombie, the talent of a general. Realm perfect body refinement. Lifespan 170. Yang to 16,000. Yin to 200. Gong to 2. Talent. Shanhai to Qian Lu Immortal Corpse Ding. Blood Evil Corpse Poison Ding 10,000 Corpses Worship Ding. Blood Extraction Body Refinement Ding Yin Extraction Transformation Ding. Creative Ideas Seeking Benefits and Avoiding Harm Ding. Abilities Running Bing Getting Things Done Juggling Ding. Cultivation Method 7 Spirits Refinement Method Initial Understanding. Evolution Mall opened. His gaze swept over Yang de Inda and Gong Da. Indeed, the chips required for these 3 wheels were exactly these 3 da. He focused his thoughts on each of the 3 wheels, revealing more detailed information. Yang da wheel, each draw consumes 1,000 Yang da. The reward areas on the wheel were densely packed, emitting various glows representing immediate improvements. At a glance, the main offerings included pills for deepening understanding of cultivation methods, realm enhancement vouchers, clarity vouchers only useful for books, physique enhancement vouchers, and magic weapon upgrade vouchers. Or various pills labeled recovery pill, healing pill, energy pill, which would restore states or enhance temporary attributes immediately upon consumption. Inda wheel, each draw consumes 1,000 Inda. The reward area on this wheel glowed more subtly, but it felt deeper in essence. Main rewards included talent enhancement vouchers, qualification enhancement vouchers, cultivation method upgrade vouchers, cultivation method fusion vouchers, and magic weapon upgrade scrolls. Gongda wheel, each draw consumes 10 Gongda. The reward area on this wheel had noticeably fewer options, but each radiated a heart-pounding majestic aura and brilliant divine light. Li Budu's heart raced as he observed. Race advancement vouchers, height year magic weapon random exchange vouchers, height year cultivation method random exchange vouchers, and Dao trace engraving vouchers. Or things like innate source energy and the soul of 10,000 spirits. There were also several others whose names sounded incredibly impressive, things he couldn't even begin to comprehend. Li Budu also developed a preliminary understanding of the 3 de Yangda, focused on the present, Inda on the future, while Gongda was perpetually advantageous. Gulyalu. Li Budu instinctively swallowed non-existent saliva, his eyes widening, nearly drooling. Any one of the items in the Gongda wheel could cause earth-shattering changes in his cultivation journey. Race advancement. Height year magic weapon cultivation methods. Dao traces. This is not a lottery, it's clearly a cheat. In comparison, while the Yangda and Inda wheels were also practical, they lacked the grandeur by a significant margin. He looked at his assets, Yang to 16,000, Yin to 200, Gong to 2. Sigh. Li Budu couldn't help but let out a sigh, his excitement dampened by half. After all this, the only one I can use is the Yangda wheel. Inda is too far off, and Gongda. 10 Gongda for 1 draw. I only have 2 points, so I can't even draw once. He felt like he was standing before 3 mountains of gold, but found he only had a small shovel able to scrape only a bit of dirt from the perimeter. Just as he felt regret and prepared to test the waters with the Yangda wheel to see what the Evolution Mall's lottery experience was like. Ding. Ding. 2 distinctly different prompt boxes popped up almost simultaneously, occupying his field of vision. The first prompt box had a rather flamboyant style, bringing a promotional feel of "Don't miss out. Newbie gift pack limited time offer." Still lamenting about insufficient Yangda and Inda, worried about slow power enhancement. Action speaks louder than words. Now. Immediately. Right now. Invest all your current Yangda and Inda at once to receive a super value combination package of 10 consecutive Yangda draws, 10 consecutive Inda draws. The probability of rare items appearing is increased by 50. Don't miss this chance that may not come again. If you miss today, you'll have to wait another year. Confirm, reject. Li Budu's eyes widened in an instant. All Yangda and Inda for 2 10 draws. He currently had 16,000 Yangda and 200 Inda, theoretically allowing him to draw 16 times with Yangda, but not even enough for 1 draw with Inda. Converting this to 2 10 draws meant using a loss of 6,000 Yangda to gain 10 chances at Inda draws that were originally impossible. This deal is a total profit. Before he could count carefully, the second prompt box also appeared with a style that seemed much more high-end and restrained, carrying an encouraging tone of "I believe in you." Gongda wheel newbie special offer. To the youth with Gongda. At such a young age, you have already accumulated Gongda, your heart directed towards the light, your fortune deep, deserving of rewards. Thus a special offer is opened. Enjoy a 90 discount on the first 10 Gongda draws. That is originally 10 Gongda per draw, now only 1 Gongda per draw. I hope you maintain this heart and accumulate virtue in the future, bringing long-lasting blessings. Confirm, reject. Seeing these 2 prompts, especially the discount on the Gongda wheel, Li Budu nearly jumped out of his consciousness space. 1 Gongda per draw? He just happened to have 2 Gongda, allowing him to draw twice. What's there to hesitate about? If he doesn't click now, it's simply against the natural order. Confirm. Confirm. I'm clicking it all. Li Budu glanced at his newly refreshed status panel, sensing the profound shift in the flow of power within his body, utterly distinct from that of half a month prior, and slowly exhaled a thick, frigid breath of turbid qi. It was already September. Autumn should have brought a gentle chill. But where was this? This was Guangdong province. Did anyone understand what dual extremes of ice and fire truly meant? The radiant sun blazed with the ferocity of midsummer, truly an affront to nature itself. Over 2 weeks had passed since he activated the evolution shop and fully assimilated its rewards. Those 14 days had passed as if he were plunged into unconsciousness. deep, unbroken, and utterly prolonged. Recalling that a lore-nothing lottery draw, the outcome had been bittersweet, yet undeniably, overwhelmingly profitable. The Yang Virtue Wheel had delivered admirably 1 cultivation breakthrough voucher, 1 clairvoyant insight voucher, and 8 deepened scripture comprehension vouchers. He used them all immediately. With the sheer volume of deepened scripture comprehension vouchers, he propelled the 7 soul refinement art to its pinnacle, perfection. The clairvoyant insight voucher was applied to the 3 soul refinement art gifted by Li Budu, granting him instantaneous crystalline insight into its deepest principles and elevating it likewise to flawless mastery. As for the cultivation breakthrough voucher, he employed it, but the cultivation realm field remained stubbornly unchanged. Bewildered, he puzzled over it, yet the profound advancement of his cultivation arts swiftly dispelled his frustration. In that instant, his understanding of both soul and flesh ascended to an entirely new plane. The Yang Virtue Wheel, however, proved merciless. Apart from a single scripture synthesis voucher, all 9 remaining spins yielded nothing but thank you for your patronage. Li Budu was left utterly spent, reduced to nothing but white ash. He could only sigh. No wonder it's called Yang Virtue. It is indeed unfathomably, devastatingly Yang. Yet that solitary scripture synthesis voucher proved decisive. The moment both the 7 soul refinement art and the 3 soul refinement art reached perfection, his status panel flashed a prompt fusion available. Without hesitation, he confirmed the fusion. The sensation was transcendent, a deep, resonant harmony unfolding between soul and body as if they were being fundamentally reconstituted. The fierce, savage energy of the 7 intertwined seamlessly with the luminous, ethereal radiance of the 3 merging utterly indistinguishably like water blending into milk. When he next turned his inner gaze inward, no longer did 2 separate arts course through his meridians. Instead, a singular unified scripture flowed, the Yangshan refinement art. He no longer possessed the classical division of 3 and 7 Pe. Now he bore only one soul, his soul's sovereign soul, the Yangshan, a name that sent shockwaves trembling through his very core. In Taoist canon, the attainment of the Yangshan marked the threshold of immortality, the ultimate transcendence beyond life and death. It signified the perfect confluence of the 3 and 7 Pe, the final sacred harmony of spirit and flesh, the great unity of all things. How did he know? He simply looked it up. The scripture's rank and latent potential far surpassed even his most audacious expectations. Though he stood only at the first transformation of the Yangshan refinement art, his path ahead now gleamed with boundless promise. The merit wheel's yield was stark and transformative, catalyzing a quantum leap in his very life form. A single race ascension voucher elevated him from purple Jiang to white Jiang. His lifespan surged from 170 years to 370, while also granting him an exceedingly rare Tao Trace engraving voucher. It inscribed the Tao Trace of the Force path directly upon his being. Within his soul something vast and ineffable stirred, powerful, undeniable, yet impossible to define. If forced to describe the feeling, imagine a pilot ascending smoothly. Then abruptly his mother bursts into the cockpit, halting the ascent midair, leaving him suspended in pure, desolate helplessness. His strength had increased dramatically, but the accompanying metamorphosis left him momentarily unmoored. He had hoped to leverage his extended lifespan to upgrade his innate talents, only to find the interface offered no such function. Could this lifespan truly be ornamental? A sudden inspiration struck. He consulted the Shanghai Daqian Lu, seeking deeper lore on the Jiang. What he discovered was startling. The Jiang's famed immortality was no absolute truth. Abhorred by heaven and earth, they inevitably drew down celestial tribulations, divine constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao itself. This lifespan did not denote natural senescence, but rather the interval between tribulations. He could never predict when the next tribulation would strike, yet the Shanghai Daqian Lu stated unequivocally in his final year an absolute, inescapable calamity would descend, guaranteed to annihilate him. Thus these 370 years constituted his sanctuary, a grace period of serene cultivation and relentless advancement. Once exhausted, extinction would follow without reprieve. Simultaneously, he sensed profound physical shifts. His body had grown markedly stiffer movement, now carrying a subtle pervasive resistance, far less supple than during his purple Jiang phase. Only then did he realize his earlier lifelike agility had stemmed entirely from the abundant vitality bestowed by the Eastern Peak Emperor's blessing. Now having ascended to the superior white Jiang lineage, the intensified essence of death naturally consumed vast reserves of that vitality, preserving just enough flexibility to sustain his current mobility. The cost? He felt increasingly like a cadaver. Yet the benefit was undeniable. His consciousness, focus, and mental acuity had each leapt several tiers, sharpening his cognition to dazzling speed. The drawback, however, was stark. His nervous system's sensitivity to pain had plummeted by half. At this rate, another ascension might render him utterly insensate to agony. Clearly this was a side effect of vitality being relentlessly devoured by necrotic essence. Take it one step at a time, Li Budu sighed, suppressing the cascade of thoughts. His enhanced strength was tangible, future complications could wait for future resolution. Just then a familiar car horn pierced the air. Li Budu turned toward the sound, and there stood in Yang's rugged SUV parked neatly at the roadside. And Yang leaned out from the driver's seat, grinning broadly and waving energetically. Budu. What are you dawdling for? Hop in. Li Budu responded promptly, smoothed his clothes, and hurried downstairs. He opened the passenger door, slid into the front seat, and buckled his seatbelt with practiced ease. As Enyang started the engine, he glanced sideways, studying Li Budu with an amused smile. What's wrong? 2 weeks apart, and you're already acting distant. Need me to personally fetch you now? 2 weeks earlier, before using the race ascension voucher and falling into deep slumber, Li Budu had messaged everyone at the bureau who might contact him. He'd briefly explained he required a period of seclusion, naturally including Enyang, his senior brother. One couldn't vanish without reason. A proper courtesy demanded explanation. Li Budu scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. Post-ascension, his movements had grown subtly more rigid. The gesture appeared faintly unnatural. He explained, not at all, brethren. I'm just a little nervous. After all, today is my official bureau induction assessment. Enyang burst into hearty laughter, clapping Li Budu firmly on the shoulder. Nervous? Nonsense. You're already a celebrity at our bureau. Where's that livestream confidence? A mere induction test. For you, it's just ceremonial formalities. Relax. Well then, I'll take your words as auspicious, brethren. Li Budu took a deep, centering breath and straightened his posture, gazing resolutely ahead. The vehicle merged smoothly into traffic, gliding steadily toward the Guangdong branch of the 749 Bureau for his evaluation. Following Enyang through several heavily guarded checkpoints, Li Budu finally arrived at the entrance of the so-called examination venue. It was a vast courtyard set apart, at the end of which stood a gate of indescribable grandeur. The gate towered over 10 zhang high, entirely made of a dark blue metal adorned with countless intricate and ancient patterns. There were representations of the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, and rivers, along with many bizarre creatures he had never seen sculpted in relief. A desolate and heavy aura, seemingly emanating from the ancient primordial chaos, rushed towards him, causing the surrounding noisy voices to instinctively lower in volume. As Enyang had said, the area before the bronze giant gate was already crowded with people. A rough estimate suggested nearly 2,000 individuals of all ages and genders, though predominantly young. There were urban youths dressed in fashionable attire, martial artists in training garb, individuals in Taoist robes, and even a few bewildered students in school uniforms. They gathered in clusters, engaging in quiet conversations, meditating, or curiously looking around, collectively forming a bizarre and colorful tableau. And good there are. So many people. Li Budu exclaimed, astonished at the scale which nearly rivaled that of an outdoor music festival. Enyang appeared unfazed, replying, "It's normal, the land of Huaxia is rich in talent. Moreover, with the frequent extraordinary events in recent years, many have been drawn in. This is still better. Guangdong province has a unique situation with 2 examination points. There's another point in Shenzhen, which has diverted nearly half the crowd, otherwise it would be even more cramped here. People from other provinces are heading straight to their respective examination cities." Li Budu absorbed this information before recalling the notice about the examination, unable to suppress his curiosity. And go, why is the examination divided into 2 parts? 1 written test, 1 interview, and it mentions written test to be determined. What does to be determined mean? Enyang, upon hearing this, displayed a mysterious smile, shook his head, and did not respond. Just as Li Budu was about to press further, asking how one would be deemed selected, Enyang preempted him with a gentle smile. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, as if on cue, a few researchers in white lab coats, standing by the bronze giant gate, began to move. One of them, a disheveled researcher wearing black-framed glasses, stepped forward, taking a deep breath, and began to shout in an incredibly down-to-earth Cantonese, "Time's up. Get out of the way, don't block the entrance. Hey, you over there, do you know how to queue? Do I need to teach you like a child?" Civility version: time's up, dear friends. Please make way and do not block the entrance queue in an orderly manner to uphold civility for everyone. Public version: time's up, move aside, don't block the entrance. Are you deaf? Can't you line up? Do you want me to teach you like your father? Before he could savor the rich atmosphere of Canton, another researcher nearby stepped forward and repeated the gist in proper Mandarin. "The time has come. Please line up in an orderly fashion and avoid stampedes. Keep your belongings safe to prevent loss." After the announcement, the crowd stirred as they attempted to surge forward, but were uncertain how to queue. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The bronze giant gate, which had remained silent, suddenly emitted a low rumbling hum. The ancient patterns on the gate seemed to come alive, shimmering with an imperceptible light. Immediately, an indescribable and powerful pulling force surged from within the gate. "Ah, what's going on? Help! My God!" In an instant, cries of panic erupted. Those at the forefront were the first to feel the lightness beneath their feet, as if they were uncontrollably lifted off the ground. As if grasped by an invisible giant hand, they were pulled towards the slowly opening crack of the bronze giant door, panicking and tumbling. Li Budu was equally caught off guard, his body being yanked forward. Reacting swiftly, he instinctively searched for something to hold on to, grabbing onto Enyang's leg. He clung tightly, almost hanging onto Enyang's pants, shouting, "And go! Save me!" However, Enyang, facing the immense pulling force capable of sweeping away even the strongest man, remained as rooted as a tree, his figure not moving an inch, with even his clothing only fluttering slightly. He looked down at Li Budu, who was hanging off his leg, his expression still smiling with a hint of nostalgia, as he explained, "Don't panic. The individuals here have all gone through preliminary selection, or like you are compelled to join. Of course, there are also those who are simply unlucky with no cultivation talent at all. He gestured towards those scattered newcomers nearby, looking bewildered and completely unaffected by the pulling force. They will not be sucked into the gate. The written test you mentioned is meant for them. So Enyang paused, his tone slightly teasing. You can rest assured and go. As soon as the word go left his lips, Li Budu felt his grip on Enyang's pants loosen, not because he let go, but because Enyang lifted that leg. A kick landed squarely on his face. Li Budu's curse was abruptly cut off as he lost his last point of support. His whole being was like a kite, with a severed string swept up by the immense pulling force, soaring towards the dark crevice of the bronze door amidst a cacophony of screams. Enyang chuckled and elegantly waved goodbye in the direction where Li Budu had vanished. Everyone goes through this aback, then he hadn't had anyone to hold on to either, just got sucked in directly. But soon a look of confusion crossed his face as he murmured to himself. Budu was quite thoughtful. But why bring 2 pairs of pants for the exam? Just as he finished speaking, the researcher who had shouted in Cantonese approached him, stifling a laugh as he patted his shoulder. Hey buddy, watch your image. Even if you're a member of the A-level team, you have to wear pants when you're out. Enyang was taken aback, instinctively looking down. Crap. He was left wearing only a pair of cartoon husky-printed boxers, looking rather shabby in the breeze. His sturdy and durable work pants had long since vanished along with Li Budu into the bronze door. Clearly it was Li Budu who, in a last-ditch effort to survive, had clung on desperately and pulled them off. Enyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly covered his key parts with both hands. His inner spiritual energy surged, and the ground beneath him rippled like water. He swiftly invoked his earth escape technique, disappearing in a flash, leaving behind a few researchers who were struggling not to laugh. The Cantonese researcher shook his head helplessly, then suddenly pulled out a loudspeaker from somewhere behind him, shouting at the remaining bewildered lucky ones, those who did not enter the bronze door, follow me. Participate in the written test. Every year the participants of the 749 Bureau assessment come from several sources. Most are individuals who have gone through preliminary screening and confirmed to have potential, or those like Li Budu who unfortunately encountered supernatural events and were compelled into this world, and some possess special skills or are recommended talents. Being sucked into the bronze door signifies the presence of a seed of cultivation talent, the type truly needed for combat or special roles in the Bureau. Those not selected by the pulling force are not without value. They may excel in theory, research, analysis, logistics, and other fields. The written test is another path prepared for them, and those who pass will become vital administrative personnel supporting the massive system of the 749 Bureau. What? You ask, what happens if you fail the written test? Well, each of them will have their sensitive memories regarding the 749 Bureau cleared by soul cultivators. As for why memories aren't cleared earlier. Firstly, clearing memories is not without risks. Secondly, as that researcher said, meeting is fate. The 749 Bureau is willing to give those who have intersected with the extraordinary world a chance. They offer you a job if you can handle it, great. If not, they'll clear your memories and send you back to normal life, which is quite humane. At least that's how the 749 Bureau sees it. On the other side, Li Budu felt as though he was spinning in a high-speed washing machine, surrounded by bizarre and distorted lights, unable to discern direction. This sensation lasted for about 10 seconds, or perhaps longer. Just when he felt he might vomit, the pulling force abruptly vanished. Thud! He fell to the ground, but instead of the anticipated hard impact, he instead landed on something soft that let out a muffled groan. Ouch! Who fell over? A somewhat familiar voice filled with pain and resignation came from below. Li Budu shook his dizzy head and looked down, instantly amused. He saw Li Wuyin sprawled on the ground in a big-shaped face buried in the dirt, his trademark lazy black hair, now covered in grass clippings, and his Taoist robe in disarray. Li Budu happened to sit directly on his lower back. Crap, Brother Wuyin, what a coincidence this is. Li Budu exclaimed in delight, hurriedly scrambling off him. Li Wuyin turned his head slowly, revealing half of his dirt-covered handsome face, his eyes filled with a sense of hopelessness. Do go. What a coincidence. Could you please get off me first? My bad. I'm really sorry. Li Budu smiled brightly and quickly reached out to help Li Wuyin up. As Li Wuyin grimaced while brushing off the dirt and grass from his Taoist robe, he complained, Hey Duga, you almost pressed my breakfast out. While helping him pat his back, Li Budu took the opportunity to look around at their surroundings. Upon doing so, he was stunned. They seemed to be in a vast valley with soft grass underfoot dotted with unknown wildflowers. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was dense, several times more potent than outside, making each breath feel refreshing. What caught the eye the most was the towering giant mountain directly ahead, piercing the clouds. The mountain was so massive it was unimaginable, as if it were the backbone supporting heaven and earth. The terrain was steep and rugged, with strange rocks jutting out and ancient trees soaring high. Streams of waterfalls cascaded down, like the Milky Way, crashing from the mist-covered mountains with thunderous roars, only to be dispersed by the mist at mid-mountain, refracting rainbow colors. The entire mountain peak was enveloped in a thin layer of flowing mist. The mist was not stagnant, it flowed gently, sometimes dancing like a veil revealing a corner of greenery or a touch of snow white, yet other times it gathered like waves, completely enveloping the mountain and leaving only a hazy and majestic silhouette. It stood there silently radiating a vast ancient and sacred aura that instinctively inspired awe in those who beheld it. As if facing some eternal creation. Isn't it beautiful? Li Wuyin had tidied himself up without Li Budu noticing and stood beside him cheerfully, saying with a hint of pride in his tone. Li Budu subconsciously nodded, still captivated by the celestial mountain, murmuring, beautiful. Too shocking. What the heck? Where's this? Is this still in the country? This is the Luo Fu Mountain Cave Heaven. Li Wuyin casually dropped a bombshell. Luo Fu Mountain Cave Heaven. Li Budu was momentarily stunned. Li Wuyin smiled and explained, that bronze door was created by the 507 Institute, just as peculiar as you are. Back then our bureau chief directly opened it into someone else's cult base and wiped them all out in one go. He steadied himself and asked the most crucial question, Brother Wuyin, how exactly will this exam be conducted? It can't just be about admiring the scenery, right? Li Wuyin pointed at the majestic celestial mountain and the seemingly ordinary stone steps winding up from its base, disappearing into the mist. Climbing the mountain, he succinctly stated, do you see those stone steps? There are 100 steps from the base to the summit. The examination is simple, just walk up these steps all the way. That's simple. Li Budu was somewhat skeptical. Simple. Li Wuyin smiled meaningfully, then pointed at the swirling mist surrounding the mountain. Do you see those clouds? They are key to this test. They will reveal your own limits. He explained in detail, when you look up at the steps above, if your view is clear and unobstructed by mist, it means that section of the path is relatively safe for you. The pressure is within your bearable range, and you can proceed with confidence. But if you see the steps ahead begin to be enveloped by fog and become indistinct, it means the pressure there is approaching or even exceeding your limits. At that point, you must be cautious. It's best to act according to your strength. If you feel it's too much, stop immediately. If you try to force your way through, you may get injured, or worse. You could be directly flung away, resulting in failure of the examination. Li Budu listened carefully. This rule was indeed straightforward. He instinctively followed the stone steps from the base, looking up. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart as he turned to the calm Li Wuyin beside him, clinging to a final thread of hope. He asked, Brother Wuyin, how far can you see? Where does the fog cover? Li Wuyin casually glanced up, responding lightly, me. I can see the summit at a glance. Li Budu fell silent. He slowly turned his head back to look at the steps that were clearly visible, while above them lay swirling mist filled with celestial energy. In that moment, he understood. He was completely doomed. In the valley, due to the visual and spiritual shock brought by the towering peak, nearly 1,000 candidates drawn to this place were gathered in small groups, discussing noisily. Exclamations, speculations, and discussions intertwined, creating a chaotic yet bewildering atmosphere. After all, apart from a few like Li Wuyin, who had a solid foundation, most were like Li Budu. Exclamations, speculations, and discussions intertwined, creating a chaotic yet bewildering atmosphere. After all, apart from a few like Li Wuyin, who had a solid foundation, most were like Li Budu. At that moment, an invisible yet overwhelming pressure descended upon the entire valley like a deluge, instantly silencing the clamorous voices. Everyone felt a sudden constriction in their breathing, as if an unseen hand had grasped their throats, and a sense of awe rooted in the essence of life surged from their hearts. They instinctively raised their heads to look towards the source of the pressure. In midair, an unknown figure appeared. The person wore a well-fitted dark gray Zhongshan suit, though slightly plump with a slightly protruding abdomen. His hands clasped behind him as he floated in the air, exuded a masterful demeanor. His expression was solemn, and his calm gaze swept over the crowd below. His eyes were not sharp, yet they seemed to penetrate the soul, discerning the thoughts hidden in each person's heart. It was Zhang Yi, the deputy director of the 749 Bureau of Yu Province, a master of the Soul Dao. Silence. He spoke, his voice not loud, but resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present, carrying an undeniable authority. With just 2 words, the previously slightly restless crowd fell utterly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhang Yi seemed accustomed to such effects. He slowly began to speak, his voice steady and powerful, introducing the core of this assessment. Welcome everyone to the Luofu Mountain Cave Heaven to participate in the 202X Talent Assessment Ceremony of my 749 Bureau. What you see before you is not an ordinary mountain, but one of the treasures left by our human ancestors, the talent ladder. His words captured everyone's attention. Even Li Budu, who had been lamenting inwardly, forcefully gathered his thoughts and listened attentively. This ladder has a total of 100 steps. Zhang Yi pointed to the stone steps winding up from the foot of the mountain, disappearing into the clouds. It does not test your cultivation level or combat strength. Rather, it assesses your inherent talent, which concerns how far you can progress on your path of cultivation in the future. This 100-step talent ladder is divided into 4 talent levels, A, B, C, and D, with each 25 steps corresponding to a level of talent. He paused to allow everyone to digest this information. A low gasp echoed from the crowd below. The D level being the lowest and the A level the highest made this classification simple, yet brutally direct. Zhang Yi continued to explain in detail, however, talent also varies in subtlety. Thus, within each major level, every 6 steps are subdivided into finer grades. Specifically, the 1st to 6th steps are the low grade of D. The 7th to 12th steps are the middle grade of D. The 13th to 18th steps are the upper grade of D. The 19th to 24th steps are the top grade of D. And what about the 25th step? Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Zhang Yi's gaze swept over, and that person immediately fell silent. He replied calmly, the 25th step is a transition. From there the pressure from above will suddenly increase several times, even dozens of times. This is also the first threshold distinguishing D-level talent from C-level talent. He continued, the A and B levels follow suit up to the 99th step. At this point Zhang Yi's voice slightly raised, carrying a solemn tone, the 100th step, also known as the pinnacle or the heavenly steps. Throughout history very few have set foot upon it. Those who can reach the pinnacle are all exceptional talents, with great determination, their future achievements boundless. He scanned the faces below, some shocked, some yearning, some tense, some bewildered, capturing everyone's reactions. The rules for ascending the ladder, I believe some of you already know. Let me reiterate. Act according to your strength, perceive your limits. Only when the path is clear can you advance. When the clouds obscure, you must be cautious. The consequences of forcefully advancing are either injury or defeat. Do not say, I did not warn you. After saying this, Zhang Yi looked at the still somewhat bewildered crowd, smacked his lips, and shouted again. This flowery language is required by the Bureau. I fear some of you might not understand, so let me say it plainly. If you can see the road clearly, then move forward. If not, be careful. Forcing your way may result in injury. Assess for yourselves, and don't say, I didn't forewarn you. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, most people below looked as if they had suddenly understood. This assessment has no time limit. However, once you step onto the ladder, unless you voluntarily retreat or are forced out by the formation upon reaching your limit, you cannot leave midway. Your final score will be based on the highest step you reach, and it will be recorded. This will not interfere with the resources allocated to you after entering the Bureau, and you need not worry about having no talent and being treated unfairly. It is still the same saying, the more you work, the more you earn, in the 749 Bureau. With the rules explained, a silence fell over the valley. Everyone was shocked by this clear yet cruel classification and secretly weighing the heights they might achieve. D level, C level, or the unattainable B and A levels. Zhang Yi floated in the air, looking down at the crowd, and solemnly asked, the rules have been clarified. Does anyone have any questions? The crowd fell silent. Under Zhang Yi's powerful aura and the overwhelming information just received, most people were still in a state of digestion and tension, and no one dared to speak. Just as Zhang Yi was about to announce the start of the assessment, a hand somewhat hesitantly rose from the crowd. Zhang Yi's gaze flickered, landing unexpectedly on the person who raised their hand. It was none other than Li Budu. He nodded, signaling Li Budu to speak. Instantly, nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes focused on Li Budu. Li Budu suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, and beside him Li Wuyin cast a curious glance, whispering, Dude, what are you doing? Li Budu took a deep breath. Under the crowd's scrutiny, he did not ask a question. Instead, he waved the small recorder camera, no larger than a fingernail, that he had been tightly gripping in his hand. His action was somewhat abrupt and peculiar, causing many to display puzzled expressions. However, in the air, upon seeing the small recorder, Zhang Yi exhibited a flash of understanding followed by a bemused expression. With his experience and wisdom, he immediately grasped what Li Budu the prankster was trying to do. This kid actually wants to live stream in such a serious and solemn assessment setting. This traffic is rightfully yours. You deserve to be famous. Zhang Yi's lips twitched slightly. As the deputy director, he was well aware of the regulations and confidentiality clauses of the 749 Bureau. Although the talent ceremony does not involve specific combat details or confidential information, live streaming the assessment process would indeed set a precedent. He pondered for a moment. He was not afraid of leaking any secrets. After all, Luofu Mountain Cave Heaven is well known, a treasure of the Taoist tradition and a renowned existence. He was not worried at all about exposing any secrets. After all, the venue was rented, and if a cult dared to touch it, the Taoists would directly explode. It had nothing to do with the 749 Bureau. Moreover, appropriately showcasing the new generation's demeanor to internal personnel and various factions could also serve as a motivation and promotion. With this thought, Zhang Yi made his decision. He met Li Budu's hopeful yet slightly anxious gaze and slowly nodded slightly. Granting permission, Li Budu's face immediately brightened, nearly bouncing up from his spot, and quickly cast a grateful look towards Zhang Yi in the air. Then, as if holding a priceless treasure, he carefully began to operate the recorder in his hand. This small action naturally caught the attention of those around him, although most did not know what that small metal piece was. But seeing Li Budu's cheeky yet excited demeanor along with Zhang Yi's helpless yet approving attitude, they all felt a wave of inexplicable confusion. Zhang Yi ignored the small episode with Li Budu and once again surveyed the crowd, his voice resounding. Are there any more questions? This time no one raised their hand. Zhang Yi slightly nodded, saying no more. He gradually rose higher, his aura of invisible soul power rippling outwards, resonating with the entire Luofu Mountain and the talent ladder. He took a deep breath, his voice like a bell clearly echoing throughout the valley, heralding the beginning of a new era and the alteration of the fate trajectories of nearly 1,000 people present. The talent ceremony 749 Bureau 202X assessment. At this moment it begins. Ascend the ladder. Boom. With his words, the previously silent talent ladder seemed to be instantly activated. Starting from the first step, waves of soft, yet profound, radiant light lit up sequentially like a path to the heavens, illuminating towards the depths of the clouds. The assessment has officially begun. With Deputy Director Zhang Yi's command of ascend the ladder, the brilliance of the talent ladder surged, marking the official start of the assessment. At the same time, Li Budu's fingers danced quickly over his personal terminal. He had posted the Chronicler's live link in the exclusive thread titled Daringly Unafraid of Challenges on the internal forum of Bureau 749. Initially, only a handful of bored or slacking staff members clicked in out of curiosity. What the hell? This background seems so familiar. This mist, these stone steps. Damn, isn't this the Luofu Cave Heaven? Who is this? So impressive live streaming during the talent ceremony. Upon confirming that the majestic immortal mountain and the iconic talent ladder shown in the live stream were indeed the places where many of them had undergone assessments, the few early viewers gasped in surprise. Someone recorded a few clips and added titles like, "Wow, there's actually someone live streaming the talent ceremony," and posted them all over the forum. This caused a stir like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. The internal forum of Bureau 749 erupted instantly. Is it real? A live stream from Luofu Cave Heaven. Which big shot is so leisurely? Wait, the examiners and guards shouldn't be doing this right. The ID is daringly unafraid of challenges. Is that my brother? Then it's all good. Who cares? Let's check it out first. Revisiting the fear of being dominated by talent. Driven by curiosity, shock, and nostalgia, numerous members of Bureau 749, whether they were clerical staff processing documents in the office or field agents just finishing tasks, or even researchers in labs battling with data, they all set aside their work to click on the live stream link. Li Budu watched as the number of online viewers on the data panel feedback from the chronicler skyrocketed as if riding a rocket. From dozens to hundreds, then thousands, and the momentum showed no signs of slowing. He seemed to see the peak of the live stream's popularity from back, then instinctively rubbing his hands and licking his slightly dry lips. Family, this is the spotlight. This is the spotlight. He felt a rush of excitement. As a seasoned internet celebrity, the instinctual need for views was instantly activated. He felt as if he had returned to the days when tens of thousands of Li family army followers surrounded him. Back then he had clout and could direct them wherever he wanted. But then things changed. The authorities stepped in to regulate the internet, and he became obedient, transforming from an internet warlord into a law-abiding citizen. He hardly hesitated, quickly selecting options on the virtual control interface, silently activating the live stream's gift reward feature and highlighted message feature. He missed it last time, he couldn't afford to miss it this time. Points were hard currency within Bureau 749, irredeemable for skills, materials, equipment, and even intelligence. Within 10 seconds of activating the features, a dazzling highlighted message popped up floating above the live stream. 50 points, highlighted message, 749 Bureau Old Immortal O. Isn't this Luofu Cave Heaven? Little Do isn't even an official member yet. It hadn't been long since the stream started, and already a big shot was willing to reward with points. Li Budu's heart soared with joy. Seeing that red ID and message, Li Budu perked up, quickly facing the chronicler's camera, a sincere smile plastered on his face. Thank you to the big shot 749 Bureau Old Immortal for the 50-point highlighted message. You have great eyesight. That's right, this is Luofu Cave Heaven. I am indeed a newbie planning to join the Bureau this year, currently participating in the entrance exam. By the way, I'm live streaming for everyone to see the talents from our Guangdong province. As soon as he finished speaking, the ordinary barrage in the live stream was already rolling by like a waterfall. Various comments such as, "Wow, is he really a newbie? The host is awesome. And is this even allowed?" emerged one after another. Li Budu cleared his throat and spoke, "Thank you all for your enthusiasm. The barrage is scrolling too fast, my eyes are almost dazzled. Thus I will try to respond to what I see, but I definitely can't reply to them all, please bear with me. Of course, except for highlighted messages, the big shot's clout must be recognized." This typical live streaming rhetoric expressed importance, while cleverly leaving room for selective blindness regarding certain comments he didn't want to reply to without easily provoking the audience's dislike. Sure enough, a wave of responses like, "Okay, got it," and "Host focus on live streaming" quickly appeared in the barrage. At that moment, another highlighted message popped up. 50 points, highlighted message to Lu Ji. Wow, buddy. So impressive, still a reserve member. I knew I didn't misjudge, want to join my team after the assessment. Li Budu immediately recognized the ID. It was Lu Ji, whom he had interacted with before and who had a straightforward personality. He half seriously and half jokingly replied, "Thank you for the highlighted message, Captain Lu. Haha, that's not the case, I still have room for improvement, right? Now let's turn the camera to the scene and see the talents of our Guangdong province this year." With that, he controlled the chronicler to shift the view to the starting point of the talent ladder. As a high-tech product of Research Institute 507, the chronicler's perspective differs from the ordinary human eye, possessing certain functions of perspective and fog reduction. Although the unique spiritual energy mist of the Luofu Immortal Mountain could still be felt, the visibility was extremely high, allowing clear views of the figures climbing the steps. At that moment, the first batch of around 100 candidates had already stepped onto the talent ladder, climbing at varying speeds. At the foot of the mountain, a faint golden light curtain like rippling water had appeared, temporarily isolating the crowd behind it. Next to the light curtain stood two calm and steady guards in Bureau 749 uniforms, maintaining order. They indicated for the people behind to be patient, waiting for everyone in the first batch to stop or fail before the next group could ascend. The voices of these two guards came through the chronicler's audio system, becoming increasingly familiar. Li Budu focused and smiled. Weren't these Zhang Shu and brother Xiangmen? Li Budu recalled that yesterday they had indeed given him a heads-up saying they had a task and couldn't come to see him off, to which he had replied, no problem, work is important. He hadn't expected that this urgent task was to act as guards for maintaining order during the assessment. However, Li Budu did not plan to go up and greet them now. Others were performing their duties, and it would only cause chaos for him to approach. Moreover, he was positioned relatively towards the back, which provided an excellent view to observe everyone's climbing situation. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the waiting crowd below. Li Budu and all the viewers in the live stream immediately turned their gazes upwards toward the heights of the talent ladder. He saw two figures who did not climb step by step like the others, but rather moved with steady steps at a remarkable speed. They walked straight up the steps, as if strolling in a garden. They easily passed through the areas representing Ding and Bing levels of talent. Even when stepping over the transitional step that distinguished the Bing level, their figures barely paused before continuing upward. Li Budu recognized them at a glance. The tall figure carrying a regal demeanor even while climbing was none other than Lu Lan. Beside her, the cold-faced but equally swift Wang Su was also present. The two progressed almost in sync, easily crossing the area representing the E level of talent and stepping over the 75th transitional step of Ijia. The refresh rate of the barrage in the live stream instantly soared to another level. What the heck? Who are these two? So fierce. They're heading straight into the Jia level area. Are the new recruits this year all monsters? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd and the frenzied barrage in the live stream, Lu Lan and Wang Su marched resolutely onward. Jia level lower, middle, upper. Their speed finally slowed down. With each step up, their figures showed clear signs of strain, as if bearing immense pressure, yet their steps never halted. Finally, under the gaze of countless eyes, Lu Lan was the first to step firmly onto the legendary 100th step that symbolized the pinnacle. Following closely, Wang Su gritted his teeth and exerted himself to step up, as well successfully reaching the top. In an instant, the entire valley fell silent before erupting with shouts and discussions like a tsunami. 100 steps. They've reached the top. My heavens. Immortal talents. And two of them. This year's assessment is going to be incredible. The barrage in the live stream went completely wild. Li Budu glanced over and saw several familiar IDs racing by. I just love, dear my heavens. What am I seeing? Someone has stepped onto the 100th step. And it's two people. No one is prettier than this beautiful girl. Goodness gracious. Is this year's cohort that strong? But on the other hand, Li Gu is looking so handsome today. Another day alive. The highest level in my year was only the 97th step. And it was just one person. Plus, he was the only one with top-tier Jia talent. Shushu, we are today's young people this competitive. Can you give us old folks some breathing space? Li Budu combined the earlier comment from Zhang Yi regarding the pinnacle value. Looking at the shock expressed by these veteran members in the barrage, he suddenly gained a deeper understanding of Lu Lan and Wang Su's performance. He felt a sense of pride swell up within him, unconsciously rubbing his nose. Did you see those two powerhouses up there? They are my friends. He was not the kind of person who couldn't stand to see his friends do well. Having navigated society for many years, he understood one principle: a true friend does not envy your success, for when friends do better, they are often more willing to lend a hand. As the saying goes, those who have helped you are often more willing to help you again, thus becoming your benefactors. This was also one of the reasons why Li Budu always unconsciously nurtured relationships. Meanwhile, after experiencing the initial shock, the barrage in the live stream turned its curiosity toward the host himself. Host, your friends are so impressive. What about you? Yeah, brother, do how many steps can you see? I blindly guess a top-tier Jia level. I bet it's an exceptional E level. Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, a highlighted message popped up, right on cue, seemingly voicing the thoughts of all viewers. 300 points highlighted message, 749 Bureau old immortal little, do can we ask you something? How many steps can you see? This valuable highlighted message instantly captured the attention of Li Budu and all the viewers. Li Budu's smile slightly stiffened, a hint of imperceptible awkwardness flashing across his face. He chuckled awkwardly, trying to brush it off. Aha. Well, big shot, let's watch others take the assessment. First, my situation isn't worth mentioning. However, 749 Bureau old immortal seemed particularly insistent, and another highlighted message quickly followed. 50 points highlighted message, 749 Bureau old immortal, just tell us, there's no need to feel shy. This time, it was like lighting a fuse. The barrage in the live stream immediately followed suit, flooding with comments like, just tell us. Curious one, oh, and host, don't be shy. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Li Budu chuckled helplessly, rubbing his nose in resignation. He took a deep breath as if making a significant decision, and then cautiously extended a finger toward the camera. This gesture, combined with his somewhat tragic expression, caused the live stream to fall silent for a moment. Immediately after, that extravagant highlighted message popped up again, filled with evident suspicion. 888 points highlighted message, 749 Bureau old immortal, what the hell? Such strength, 100 steps. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. After a short pause, the barrage erupted into even more intense gasps. What? The third one to reach the top. The host is hiding deep. I knew it. How could someone who can team up with those two powerhouses be ordinary? Everyone believed that Li Budu, extending a finger, indicated he could see the peak of the 100 steps, just like Lu Lan and Wang Su. However, at that moment of high anticipation, Li Budu sighed helplessly and said in a tone filled with deep resignation and self-deprecation, "Big shot, you misunderstood. I can't see the 100 steps. I can only see the first step. The first step. Can only see the first step." The live stream fell into a deathly silence. The barrage seemed to have been pressed on pause. Not a single comment emerged. Everyone was stunned. The first step. What does that mean? It means barely qualifying for the lowest level of talent. How could this be? This was the same person who had accomplished so many great feats searching for the Ding-level ghost domain, freely entering and exiting the ghost domain's boundaries with numerous special talents. Can only see the first step. This contrast was simply too great, too overwhelming for everyone to accept, and even seemed somewhat absurd. After a few seconds, the barrage erupted like a volcano, flooding with a sea of question marks. How many? One step? Are you kidding me, host? Is my ear malfunctioning? This can't be possible. Even that extravagant highlighted message appeared after a long silence, emerging with an indescribable complex emotion. 50 points, highlighted message, 749 Bureau Old Immortal. Refund my points. On the talent ladder, light and shadow flow, showcasing the myriad facets of life in this moment. One batch after another of candidates ascend the stone steps with anticipation and anxiety. Most will stop at the limits of their innate talent. A rare few, however, show discontent and strive to push themselves one last step forward. The result is often that they are mercilessly thrown back by the sudden surge of terrifying pressure. People faint in midair, becoming a parabolic arc as they fall, quickly caught and carried away by the medical personnel waiting below. Yet an even smaller number of those few are even more stubborn, around 2 or 3 individuals who, despite internal injuries, grit their teeth and push forward another step. The consequence is being brutally pressed against the stone steps by that invisible weight, knees crashing down with a sound that makes one's teeth ache. They are like fish out of water, mouths agape, but unable to breathe, their faces turning a deep purple. Moreover, some, after forcibly taking that step, suffer internal injuries, spewing out boiling blood that stains the ancient stone steps red, a shocking sight. Those who stop at the last visible step dare not move after witnessing such outcomes. Li Budu watches these scenes through the high-definition perspective of the chronicler, shuddering involuntarily. This is no assessment, it's clearly a life-and-death trial. Hiss. Just watching it hurts, he murmurs softly. In the live stream, the bullet comments flood in with remarks like, "So ruthless, just watching it is overwhelming," and "Brothers, know your limits." Back then, my stubbornness made me take 2 steps forward, and I ended up shitting myself. Saying this, I charged forward during the assessment. I plunged straight into the mist, and when I woke up, it was the new year. TSK, back in the day, I was impressive, and then I got my little waist crushed in half. Luckily, the medical team was superb and saved me. Everyone watching the bullet comments couldn't help but smile. Most people fell into reminiscing, recalling their own past experiences with no one holding back. This is not a black history. This is my journey. At that moment, Li Budu noticed the crowd ahead starting to move, the once lengthy line rapidly shortening. It's almost his turn. An indescribable feeling of tension gripped his heart. Although he said him doomed, he honestly admitted he could only see the cruel reality of the first step. But when it truly came to stepping onto the stage and facing this test that would determine his future path, the anxiety of the unknown and confusion about his abnormality surged uncontrollably. Beside him, Li Wuyin seemed to sense his emotions, patting his shoulder in a lazy, cheerful tone. "Brother, do the ship will naturally straighten as it approaches the bridge. What's there to fear? Just go up. This ladder won't eat you, at most it will toss you out." Li Budu took a deep breath and nodded. "That makes sense. We've come this far." Viewers in the live stream also noticed Li Budu was about to go on stage, and the comments shifted to encouragement and comfort. "Go for it, brother, do. The first step is still a step. It's okay, brother, do. Talent doesn't define everything. Think about your physique. Perhaps there will be a surprise. It's all about participation. We're supporting you in spirit." Being able to see the first step is already impressive. Forced comfort. These attempts at comfort, though obvious and somewhat pale, still brought a slight warmth to Li Budu. Just as he was about to say something to the camera, suddenly a chorus of exclamations erupted above, rivaling the earlier cheers from Lu Lan and Wang Su. What happened? Did someone reach the top again? Li Budu and all the viewers in the live stream immediately looked up. They're high on the talent ladder, nearing the 90th step. A young monk was walking slowly. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a handsome face that naturally carried a compassionate demeanor, his eyes slightly closed, as if they had never opened. A serene and reassuring smile was always present on his face, as if all the surrounding pressure and exclamations had nothing to do with him. Dressed in a simple gray monk's robe, his steps seemed slow but were exceptionally steady. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, he took one step at a time, as if measuring the ground effortlessly and comfortably passing the 99th step. Then, amidst countless astonished gazes, his right foot firmly landed on the first 100th step that symbolized the pinnacle. Buzz. In the sky above the talent ladder, the light screen that had been floating and recording scores suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, displaying a line of ancient vigorous characters, while a grand voice echoed throughout the valley to announce Haizhuang Temple Xuanlu, immortal talent. Another immortal talent. My goodness. Is today the wholesale day for immortal talents? Haizhuang Temple. Which Haizhuang Temple? Is it the one that almost disappeared after the Qing dynasty? TMD, is this world going to be destroyed? The valley below erupted in chaos. 3 people reaching the immortal talent peak in succession is an extremely rare occurrence in this, and even the past few dozen talent ceremonies. No, it can be said to be unparalleled throughout history. You must know that having even one immortal talent within 10 years would be considered a beautiful rarity. Li Budu was also momentarily stunned. Haizhuang Temple. He murmured this name, feeling it was somewhat familiar. He struggled to recall, realizing it might have been mentioned in a short video about the mysterious ancient temples of Lingnan that he had scrolled through late at night. As far as he remembered, this temple had experienced extreme prosperity during the Qing dynasty with endless worship, but seemed to have vanished afterward. He had somewhat forgotten. Just then Li Wuyin patted his shoulder again, interrupting his thoughts. Brother, do stop daydreaming, it's our turn. Li Budu returned to his senses and looked ahead. Indeed, there was no one in front of him, and it was his turn to go on stage. Li Wuyin cheerfully draped his arm around his shoulder, asking, "Shall we go together?" Li Budu glanced at the cloud-shrouded staircase that seemed to lead to the sky, feeling inexplicably faint-hearted. He chuckled awkwardly. Wuyin, brother, you go ahead, I'll take another look. Li Budu glanced at the cloud-shrouded staircase that seemed to lead to the sky, feeling inexplicably faint-hearted. He chuckled awkwardly. Wuyin, brother, you go ahead, I'll take another look. After saying that, he adjusted his somewhat casual robe, his lazy demeanor becoming a bit more serious, and stepped onto the first stone step. Li Budu watched his retreating figure, silently sighing. Others were prodigies from sacred realms, but he, a latecomer zombie, what could he compare with them? A wave of faint disappointment and confusion about his own path surged in his heart. The viewers in the live stream seemed to keenly sense his low spirits, and the comments again flooded in with various warm reassurances. Brother, don't lose heart. You are the man I believe in. If you can't do it, come find me for a hook. I'll pay you twice the price. With a special physique, perhaps this talent ladder can't measure you accurately. It's fine, even if your talent isn't good, we can still take the technical path and become suppliers in the ghost domain. Li, brother, remember, you're destined to be the light of the 749 Bureau. Manual Doghead. Looking at these encouraging or teasing comments, Li Budu couldn't help but smile and shake his head, feeling the gloom in his heart dissipate considerably. He faced the chronicler camera, smiling broadly as he clasped his hands. Thanks for the encouragement, family. No need to say more, the sentiment is in my heart. When I return triumphantly. When I finish my walk back. He refocused his gaze on Li Wuyin on the talent ladder. Li Wuyin's steps shared a similar grace to the earlier Xuanlu monk, appearing calm and unhurried. He seemed not to be climbing under pressure, but rather taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. He easily crossed the Dingping and E-zones, barely pausing as he transitioned through. Soon he arrived at the Jia zone, his steps still steady, heading straight towards the pinnacle of the first 100 steps. However, just as his left foot firmly stepped onto the 99th step, his right foot was about to take that final step when his body suddenly halted. The lazy smile that had been on his face vanished, replaced by an extreme gravity. His complexion instantly turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his chest heaving violently, as if he were enduring an unimaginably enormous pressure and mental shock. His lifted right foot hung in midair, unable to come down for a long time. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone held their breath, watching this decisive instant. After a full 10 seconds, Li Wuyin's tense body suddenly relaxed. He sighed deeply, as if releasing a 1,000-pound burden, a complex, yet relieved smile appearing on his face. Then that suspended right foot finally, without hesitation, stepped down firmly. Luofu Mountain, Li Wuyin, immortal talent. The grand announcement echoed through the heavens once more. The 4th immortal talent. Damn, you're also an immortal talent. Good, not bringing me along, huh? Before the cheers could settle, a shout pulled Li Budu back to reality from his shock. Budu, it's your turn. What are you dazed about? Zhang Zhongyi, waiting by the light screen, called out to him. Li Budu jolted, looking around to find that indeed in the entire candidate area at the foot of the mountain, he was the only one still standing there in a daze. He felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly jogged over, plastering a wry smile on his face. Uncle Zhang, brother Wang, sorry, I was lost in thought. Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiangmin looked at his expression, both amused and exasperated. Zhang Zhongyi patted his shoulder, his tone gentle yet encouraging. Don't be nervous, stay within your limits, and just act with a clear conscience. That's right, it's just a formality, don't feel pressured. Feeling reassured by the 2 elder brothers, Li Budu smiled widely and responded, Got it, thank you, Captain Zhang, thank you, Brother Wang. He took a deep breath, turned, and faced the ancient majestic talent ladder. Stepping forward, he stood firmly on the first stone step. Then, he paused. He looked around, glancing back at Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiangmin, a slightly awkward smile on his face as he scratched his head. Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiangmin were taken aback by his actions. Wang Xiangmin asked in confusion, Budu, why aren't you going? Is there something you haven't said? They all thought Li Budu was nervous or had a question to ask. Li Budu, feeling a bit embarrassed, pointed at the only clear first step beneath him, his voice dropping a bit. Uncle Zhang, brother Wang. This is the position I can see. Zhang Zhongyi, Wang Xiaoming. The expressions on their faces froze instantly, as if they had heard some incredible nonsense. Can only see the first step? This is even more outrageous than their worst expectations. Although they knew this kid's talent might not be high, this is too extreme. He can barely manage the ding level. In the live stream, the comments momentarily fell silent before exploding with ha 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 and even more question marks. Truly the first step, God of War. Confirmed. Brother Du does not deceive me. I could laugh for a year at Captain Zhang and Brother Wang's expressions. Even though it's tragic, why do I find it so funny? At this strange atmosphere, Li Budu felt embarrassed and started to dig his toes into the ground. As Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiaoming were at a loss for how to comfort him, a familiar gleaming comment popped up, like a savior. 50 points highlighted comment, 749-year-old immortal Budo. If you take another step, it'll give you a Jia gift worth 1,000 points, and you don't have to pay it back. Li Budu, who had been feeling somewhat down and embarrassed, was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of joy upon seeing this comment. Not seizing money would be foolish. He thought he might as well embarrass himself, but now he could earn points. His eyes instantly lit up with a wolf-like glow as he almost shouted at the camera, "Big shot. It's a deal? Is there such a good thing? I have to try it." Whatever talent or pressure for the sake of tangible points, he temporarily cast aside all thoughts. He took a deep breath, sensing the minuscule pressure beneath his feet on the first step, and directed his gaze towards the second step, which was shrouded in a faint mist. He knew that was where his blurry vision began and where the pressure would truly start to manifest. Let's give it a shot. For the points. He shouted in his heart, gritting his teeth, mobilizing all his strength, even subtly urging the faint power inherent in his zombie physique, and abruptly stepped forward with his right foot. As his foot was about to land on the second stone step, a terrifying pressure 10 times greater than the first step suddenly descended. It felt as if the entire weight of Luofu Mountain had suddenly pressed down upon him. Ugh! Li Budu grunted, his entire skeleton creaking under the unbearable burden as his knees buckled, almost forcing him to kneel under this immense force. That feeling was like being hit head-on by a speeding truck. However, just at this critical moment, an unexpected prompt box popped up before his eyes, carrying a cold mechanical tone, yet sounding like a celestial melody. Detected extreme external pressure meeting activation conditions. Force trace activated 1. Plus there are 9 more chapters. I will write. In the cave heaven of Luofu Mountain, amidst the clouds above the assessment site, there lies a suspended lounge hidden from view. The interior is elegantly decorated with spiritual energy swirling like mist, allowing a clear view of the entire talent ladder through a one-way crystal wall. At this moment, there are only 2 people inside. Deputy Director Zhang Yi stands with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the scene below. Beside him, a man is lazily reclining in a grandmaster chair. This person appears quite peculiar, with a head full of silver hair resembling frost and snow, yet his face belongs to a youth of about 20, strikingly handsome, with no wrinkles in sight. He is currently lowering his head, his fingers rapidly tapping on the screen of the latest smartphone, a playful smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yi slightly tilted his head, glanced at him, and shook his head helplessly, saying, "At your age, still teasing newcomers, aren't you getting tired of it?" Li Nan. He paused and emphasized, "You are still the head of the 749 Bureau after all." The silver-haired handsome man referred to as Li Nan did not lift his head, his fingers continuing to move swiftly, sending off the last message before lazily stretching and responding with a grin. "Oh Xiao Zhan, you just don't understand this, do you? Kids are meant to be played with. What's the point if you don't play with them?" He shook the smartphone in his hand, the screen clearly displaying a striking message he had just sent worth 50 points. The ID was none other than the one that echoed through Li Budu's livestream, 749-year-old immortal. "Did you give birth to him? Just play?" Zhang Yi raised his eyelids, calmly retorting, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean?" Li Nan immediately sat up straight, spreading his hands in a feigned display of heartbreak. "Every person in the 749 Bureau I treat as my own. Rounded off, aren't they just my children? Is it wrong for an old father to care about his children's growth and encourage them to take a brave step forward? Can that be called playing? That's called profound love." Zhang Yi looked at his nonchalant and sophistical demeanor, unable to help, but let out a deep sigh, shaking his head and choosing not to argue further. Seeing Zhang Yi's expression, a sly glint flashed in Li Nan's eyes, and he immediately pretended to reminisce, lightly tapping his chin with his finger, slowly saying, Back in the day, I personally changed that little brat's diapers. What a scene, tsk. Zhang Yi's face stiffened, and he quickly raised his hand to stop him, his tone carrying a rare awkwardness. "You can play however you like, I didn't say anything, all right." He didn't know about others, but at least for Zhang, he was genuinely the one who had changed the diapers of this old immortal who looked younger than his own son when he was running around in diapers. From a confused toddler to now being the head of a provincial bureau, time seemed to have stopped for Li Nan, but left clear marks on him. Li Nan smiled smugly as if he had won a victory. Zhang Yi, feeling helpless, shifted his attention back to the scene below, yet his mind began to ponder. Li Nan had returned yesterday, which was normal. The 749 Bureau has established rules that during important events like the talent ceremony, all bureau heads must remain at headquarters or the assessment location to prevent any opportunistic intruders. He glanced at Li Nan's almost unchanged handsome face since he had known him and couldn't help but sigh once more. Indeed, the old immortal. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a light tap on the back of his head. Ouch, he exclaimed instinctively. Li Nan had leaned in closer, retracted his hand, and scolded playfully. You little rascal, are you secretly cursing me? Don't think that just because you became the deputy director, I won't dare to hit you. He rubbed the back of his head, wearing a bemused expression. After all, he too was a high-ranking deputy director with considerable power, yet in front of this person, he was always treated like a child. But he could not argue. After all, the other party was indeed several times older than him, and their cultivation was unfathomably deep. He could only hurriedly wave his hand and clarify. You know me, if I were to curse you, I would do it openly, never behind your back. Hey, you little rascal, dare to retort. Li Nan pretended to raise his hand again. Zhang Yi cooperatively displayed a suitable reaction of dodging, appearing quite alarmed. At that moment, a commotion from the talent ladder below suddenly caught both their attention, and they focused their gaze on the crystal wall. They saw Li Budu take a step worth thousands of points, and after stepping onto the second tier, he stood there, his hands resting on his knees, breathing heavily. It seemed that the previous step had exhausted all his strength. The light screen above then broadcasted Li Budu low-grade D. The voice was flat, as if stating an utterly mundane fact. Looks like it ends here. Zhang Yi nodded, slightly not surprised by this outcome, especially since Li Budu himself had admitted he could only see the first tier. The live chat was filled with comments like, as expected, and as long as you tried your best. However, just when everyone thought this farcical climb was about to conclude. In the footage, after catching his breath for a few moments, Li Budu suddenly gritted his teeth and lifted his right foot heavy, as if filled with lead, trembling, yet resolutely stepping onto the third stone tier. Oh, Li Nan, originally lazily leaning against the chair, leaned slightly forward, a genuine look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is it because I didn't give it? He quickly fulfilled his promise, lightly tapping, and a cool, spectacular gift effect resembling a dragon's roar instantly filled Li Budu's entire livestream screen. An announcement worth 1,000 points followed, bringing another round of gasps and a flood of big shots 666 in the live chat. Strangely, however, Li Budu, who received the gift, didn't even glance at the camera. His entire focus seemed to be on the climb itself. He kept his head down, gritting his teeth, taking one step, then another upward. Li Nan's eyes narrowed, no longer speaking, but quietly gazing at Li Budu on the screen. With each step he took, the pressure on him seemed to double, and his back hunched even more. His bones creaked under the unbearable burden, and sweat had long soaked through his clothes, and hair dripping from the tips onto the ancient stone steps, leaving dark stains. His movements became slower and more difficult, as if he were a prisoner bearing the weight of a mountain. Finally, he arrived at the 25th step. Before the transition step that separates the D rank from the C rank, where the pressure would increase by several times. Ugh! Li Budu abruptly stopped, unable to hold on any longer, bending over and retching violently. His stomach was already empty, and all he could expel were some bile and acid burning his throat. Fortunately, he was of the white corpse physique, which alleviated that discomfort by half. His face was as pale as paper, and his lips were bitten and bleeding from the exertion. He struggled to lift his seemingly 1,000-pound eyelids, his gaze blurry as it swept over the data panel that only he could see. Because they had already confirmed their talent levels, the mountains that were once obscured in mist and indistinguishable now seemed to have cleared up before their eyes. The reason he endured such terrifying pressure step by step, almost like self-abuse, was not for those mere points or to save face. But because when he stepped onto the second tier and activated one of the force path mark, he instantly understood what caused the increase. It was an opportunity that could not be missed, just as he had always believed and practiced. He had a beast-like sensitivity to opportunities and would stop at nothing to seize it, taking another step forward. At this moment on the talent ladder, all the candidates who had already determined their final positions and were fixed in place by the light screen waiting for the results. Originally, their attention, either joyful or sorrowful due to their own results, was involuntarily drawn to the figure struggling to climb below. Because they had already confirmed their talent levels, the mountains that were once obscured in mist and indistinguishable now seemed to have cleared up before their eyes. They could clearly see Li Budu's every struggle and persistence. In the live chat, the originally teasing and comforting comments gradually gave way to a serious respect. 666. What a real man. I take back what I said earlier. Du Gu is awesome. This willpower. I bow down. Enough, Du Gu. You're already very impressive. Come down now. I've never seen anyone break through their talent limits, pushing up over 20 steps. What kind of willpower is this? A striking comment popped up in time. 50-point striking comment. Lu Jijia, a real man. Dude, you're so cool. Li Budu did not look up at the comments, nor did he respond. All his spirit and strength were concentrated on how to withstand the pressure that was almost crushing him. He took a deep breath, trying to adjust his chaotic breathing, gathering the last bit of strength within him, preparing to charge at the 26th step, which symbolized C-rank talent. However, just as he raised his foot, an unexpected change occurred in the previously silent air above the talent ladder. Boom! A deafening thunderclap exploded out of nowhere. A terrifying lightning bolt as thick as a barrel and shining with blinding white light struck down like a sword of divine punishment tearing through the clouds, aimed directly at Li Budu, who had just raised his foot and was most unsteady. Avoid harm and seek benefit instantly activated. Li Budu's hair stood on end in an instant. He didn't even have time to think, his body reacted faster than his consciousness. He twisted to the side in a panic, barely avoiding this fatal strike in a manner that was almost clumsy, nearly falling to the ground. The lightning struck the stone steps beside him, exploding into a charred mess, the dispersing electric arcs causing his hair to stand on end and a tingling sensation to race across his skin. What the hell? Li Budu exclaimed, still shaken, cursing loudly. Is this assessment accompanied by thunder and lightning? You think I can't handle this? He instinctively wanted to lift his foot to escape this location. However, the terrifying gravity of the 26th step acted like an invisible shackle, firmly sticking his foot to the 25th step, making it extremely difficult to move. There was no chance to catch his breath. Boom, boom, boom. One terrifying lightning strike after another fell from the clouds in an unending frenzy. Each bolt faster and more furious than the last. The only target was the currently exhausted Li Budu, who resembled a dead dog. The second bolt, the third bolt, the fourth bolt. Li Budu's nerves were stretched to their limit, and the avoid harm and seek benefit talent was pushed to its peak. In that limited space, he performed all sorts of unimaginable dance-like, dodging maneuvers. Sometimes rolling like a lazy donkey, sometimes pouncing like an angry dog, sometimes executing a plank bridge. Each time appeared perilous, yet he always managed to narrowly evade the destructive lightning at the last moment. In that moment, his image was a complete mess, hair singed face covered in soot, clothes tattered, sweat, dirt, and char from the lightning mingling together, resembling a drowned dog that had just crawled out of a disaster site. Yet he continued to persevere. He kept dodging. The seventh bolt, the eighth bolt, until the ninth bolt, the last one, came crashing down, tinged with a hint of purple. With an almost impossible plank bridge maneuver, he leaned back, allowing the lightning to graze his nose and crash into the ground before the storm of lightning abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed. The entire valley fell into silence. Everyone stared in shock at the stone steps, at the figure panting like an ox, nearly exhausted, yet still standing strong. He dodged 9 bolts of heavenly thunder. Did he really avoid them all? No wonder this guy could withstand lightning strikes. It was truly unbelievable. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Almost the moment the thunder faded, Li Budu, without even catching his breath, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes. Seizing the gap between the old and new strength along with the boiling power in his body from the extreme dodging and pressure, he no longer attempted to walk up. Instead, he used all 4 limbs like a true wild dog struggling for survival, crawling up the 26th step. Ding! Talent has advanced avoid harm and seek benefit C. The system announcement echoed in Li Budu's mind. Across the talent ladder, and in the live stream, there was a profound silence. Everyone looked at the figure sprawled on the 26th step, unable to move even a finger. Like a dead dog, a wave of uncontrollable pure admiration rose in their hearts. This guy is truly formidable. In the lounge, Li Nan put away his playful smile, staring at the scene of the disheveled figure on the screen, his eyes flickering with light, as he murmured, 3 disasters. Climbing the 26th step, this was already the endpoint for most, and for Li Budu, who could only see the first step before, it was an unbelievable miracle. Yet Li Budu did not stop. Intense pain spread from his legs to his entire body, every muscle howling in agony, every bone groaning. However, his consciousness was as if washed by icy water, unusually clear and calm. It even carried a detached sense of observation, watching the tragic state of his own body. This was not numbness, but rather a benefit brought by the soul cultivation of the Yang God refinement method. His soul was tempered to become even more refined under immense pressure, supporting his spirit that was on the brink of collapse. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the increasing number of discouraging voices in the live stream, disregarding the fierce protests from his body. Relying solely on that surge of fierce determination and the desire to deeply activate the traces of power, he took one step after another, continuing to climb upwards. Sweat and blood mixed together, trailing behind him, creating a broken wet mark. He had passed the 30th step, the 40th step. His pace grew slower, his body hunched, almost parallel to the stone steps. Finally, he stepped onto the 49th step. On this step stood a person of familiar face. Huang Jiahao, with his slightly plump body, trembled slightly, looking at Li Budu, who was moving up step by step with a complex expression. He had arrived here before Li Budu, confirming his class exceptional talent. So when he heard that Li Budu was of class inferior talent, this made a twisted sense of pleasure surge in his heart. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, no matter how strong you are, Li Budu, isn't your talent still like this? He even imagined that when Li Budu saw him, he would reveal jealousy, reluctance, or at least disdain. However, none of what he had anticipated happened. Li Budu came up, but he didn't even glance at Huang Jiahao. His gaze was hollow, looking forward, as if Huang Jiahao was merely a pebble on the mountain, a breeze in the sky, or a pile of dung by the road. He was simply not worth even a shred of his attention. All his spirit was focused on resisting pain, on supporting his body, on climbing. That utter disregard was more lethal than any mockery or blow. Huff! Huang Jiahao felt a sensation of discomfort in his chest, and a wave of sweet and bitter liquid surged up his throat, causing him to uncontrollably spit out a mouthful of foul blood. His legs went weak kneeling on the stone steps, watching Li Budu's slow, yet resolute figure continue stepping towards the 50th step, leaving him with nothing but endless bitterness and self-mockery. What merit did he have to think he could rival such a person? Li Budu was completely unaware of the little incident behind him. In his world, there was only the steps ahead and the pain within. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the 50th step, symbolizing the boundary between C and B class, where pressure would once again undergo a qualitative change. Crack, crack. Two sounds reminiscent of teeth grinding echoed simultaneously from his legs. The intense pain instantly drowned his nerves. Even with half the normal sensitivity to pain, it was still terrifying. His legs, reinforced beyond the ordinary, actually fractured under this terrifying weight. Ah! A shrill scream burst uncontrollably from his throat as he fell forward, uncontrollably crashing heavily onto the stone steps. However, this was just the beginning. A chilling flame devoid of warmth surged from the Zhongyuan acupoint at the soles of his feet, instantly engulfing his entire body. This fire was not hot. Instead, it carried an extreme coldness that seemed to freeze his blood-bone marrow, and even the young god he had just refined. Ugh ah! Li Budu let out a beast-like roar, his body convulsing violently. The extreme cold intertwined with the excruciating pain of his broken bones, almost tearing him apart completely. He bit down hard, his gums bleeding, with only one thought in his mind: I must not stop. Stopping means the end. He could not care less about the pain of his shattered legs gripping the edge of the 50th step with his hands. Using the remaining strength of his arms and torso dragging his completely powerless lower body, he crawled forward inch by inch like a dying worm towards the 51st step. When half of his body finally struggled onto the 51st step, the bone-corroding dark fire abruptly extinguished as suddenly as it had appeared. But what replaced it was an even heavier, terrifying pressure that felt as if it would crush his lungs and deprive him of breath. He was like a fish out of water gasping for air, but could only emit a faint, weak sound. His hair spread out around him. His disheveled hair fell down at this moment. Everyone watching through the livestream was shocked to discover his once jet-black long hair was now mixed with a significant amount of glaring white hair. That was the white hair he had deliberately hidden. After all, after becoming a white zombie, even his body hair had started to turn white, and he had intentionally hidden the white hair when he tied it up in a Taoist bun. To everyone, this was undoubtedly a symbol of overexertion of vitality born from the terrifying pressure that had turned his hair white. Li Gu, stop it. Enough. It's really enough. I beg you, come down. It's too painful to watch. However, amidst this extreme pain and despair, a cold prompt box flashed before his eyes. It brought a trivial, yet crucial comfort: detected that the host is in a state of extreme limits. The physical body continues to collapse and regenerate. Meets the advancement conditions. Undying corpse, D. Undying corpse, C. Slight increase in physical strength, recovery ability, and resistance to the 5 elements. This is much better feedback than those online games where you spend money to buy equipment. Li Budu smiled slightly, a fierce determination revealed in his eyes. In the floating rest area, Zhang Yi looked at Li Budu's inhuman state in the crystal wall, frowning tightly, instinctively taking a step forward as if wanting to intervene. Xiaozhang, a slender hand pressed on his shoulder. Li Nan had appeared beside him at some point, and the playful smile on his face had long disappeared, replaced by a profound calmness. Xiaozhang, do you know why the ascending immortal steps exist? Li Nan's voice was soft, yet carried a power that struck to the heart. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, then replied: to filter talent, to distinguish qualifications. Then do you think the existence of talent is reasonable? Li Nan asked again. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. I think it's unreasonable. But the reality is just that cruel. His gaze turned back to Li Budu. Those with lower talents often never see the scenery at higher places, forcing their way, and will only leave them like him with their heads bloodied. This is the price. The price. Well said. Li Nan nodded, then pointed to the mist enveloping the talent ladder. Do you know why this mist exists? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Li Nan slowly said, this mist tells you where your talent limit lies. It can see how many steps you can reach, that is your talent. But his tone suddenly became heavy, his gaze sharp as a knife. The question of how many steps you can walk has never been dictated by talent, but by yourself. If you can endure this kind of pain, suffer this kind of hardship, temper your body, and withstand this kind of spirit, then you will be able to, and will definitely experience the scenery that those with superior talents can only see at the end. As the ancients said, the way of heaven rewards diligence. Li Nan slowly poured a cup of tea and took a sip. Zhang Yi trembled, looking at the figure, still crawling forward below, lost in long silence. On the talent ladder, Li Budu's legs were completely ruined, relying only on the remaining strength of his arms and torso to crawl forward step by step. What supported him was nothing but an almost instinctive survival urge, and a remaining will unwilling to fall. He even no longer had the strength to call for help. He crawled over one step, then another. 55, 60, 65. With each step, he climbed. Those who had already confirmed their class, or even a class inferior qualifications at that level, all cast him complex glances. In their gazes there was shock, pity, but more a heartfelt awe. In the live stream, the voices of persuasion had long since disappeared. Everyone held their breath as if time had frozen, the whole world left with that figure dragging a long, glaring trail of blood across the ancient stone steps. 72, 73, 74. Ahead lay the 75th step, the watershed between B and A class, where the pressure gap would widen once more. His consciousness was almost completely eroded and obliterated by the boundless pain. His vision blurred and his thoughts scattered. What was I going to do? What supported him was nothing but an almost instinctive survival urge and a remaining will unwilling to fall. He even no longer had the strength to call for help. He saw a winding, intermittent yet continuous dark red blood trail extending from the 74th step, passing through the mist all the way down to the foot of the mountain. This extremely tragic scene momentarily cleared his chaotic mind. At that moment, on the 74th step beside him, a boy about 17 or 18 years old, still with a youthful face, suddenly cried out with a voice tinged with tears, "Do go. I've watched your live stream. It's so interesting. Can you give me an autograph?" Li Budu was taken aback, painfully turning his nearly stiff neck to look at the tearful boy. The boy, seeing him looking over, became even more excited, shouting incoherently, I followed you before you entered the bureau. You don't know me, I'm your assistance target. You still send red packets to celebrate my birthday in the group every year, even though you send them uniformly. But I remember. I'm so unlucky running into a strange thing, and I ended up in the bureau too, right? But when I saw you, I knew everything would be fine. Do go. The boy looked at Li Budu sprawled on the cold stone steps, his heart aching as he shouted, "Do go. How cold is the ground? Why are you lying down? Stand up, stand up, stand up, do go. Li Budu. Stand up." As if ignited by this shout, the live stream comments after a brief pause were instantly flooded with the same 3 words. Li Budu's dazed gaze suddenly focused amidst the shouts. A strange surge of power came from nowhere, pouring into his nearly exhausted body. He almost instinctively sent his divine sense into the Zhongyuan pendant, violently retrieving the earthy spirit mushroom he had collected before, which had not yet fully matured. Without looking, he stuffed it directly into his mouth, chewing it roughly before swallowing. A pure and immense negative energy exploded within him. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought, it madly nourished his battered body and nearly depleted soul power. His complexion visibly regained a hint of color, and his gaze grew sharp and clear once again. Though his legs were still broken and the intense pain remained, his consciousness had returned. He turned to look at the tearful boy, forcing out a smile that was more difficult than crying, and hoarsely said, "Crying? What are you crying for? What did I say in the group? Sweating and bleeding, but not shedding tears, studying hard, and not falling behind. When you grow up, go out into society. If you can't make it, come find me, do good, definitely." This overly earnest yet full of vitality slogan instantly made Li Budu laugh. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking up at the higher place shrouded in mist, struggling to say, "All right. I'll sign for you later. But I first need to go up." The boy nodded heavily, yet the tears flowed even more fiercely. Under the watchful eyes of everyone holding their breath, Li Budu used his arms to support his body and began to climb again, no to crawl. He climbed onto the 75th step. In an instant, a fierce gale surged. The wind, like an invisible blade, sliced through his skin, leaving streaks of blood, and his clothes instantly became even more tattered, almost failing to cover his body. He squinted, feeling the pain as if he were being flayed, yet still moved forward. 76th step. Everyone knew that talent had long lost its meaning for him. Boom. A pain akin to his organs shattering coursed through him, with each subsequent step feeling like crossing a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. He needed 3 to 4 minutes of rest to accumulate enough strength to crawl forward one step. His movements were painfully slow, yet in the entire valley tens of thousands of spectators showed no impatience, no one urged him. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Unbeknownst to how long had passed, amidst countless gazes intertwined with shock, admiration, and even prayers, he finally crawled onto the 99th step. Above him, just 4 steps away from the pinnacle, stood 4 figures: Lolan Wang, Su Xin Lu, and Li Wuyin. The 4 recipients of celestial talents all lowered their gazes, staring complexly at the figure below on the stone steps, who had become almost unrecognizable. Thing. Li Budu lay there with not a single good piece of flesh on his body, skin cracked, blood flowing, exposed bones twisted and shattered abnormally, his entire body deformed from the pressure. At this moment, his hair was completely white. He lowered his head, the disheveled white hair obscuring his face. He had long forgotten the original purpose of climbing, forgotten about activating the power, forgotten about the live stream, forgotten about the points. At this moment, within his mind, which had been tempered by pain and will to near purity, there remained only one deeply engraved thought supporting his body that should have completely collapsed long ago. His deep black eyes shone with a frightening brightness, as if to devour everything, consuming all around him, to reach the only goal he currently sought: to ascend to the top. 5-star review update. Took a glance at the sky, it collapsed. Counting 1 day to update 2 chapters, I owe 18 chapters, ha. On the 99th step, Li Budu trembled as he moved forward, for even straightening his body was a luxury at that moment. He slowly crept up, kneeling on the 100th step, glancing around warily for any sudden calamity. After waiting for a long while without seeing anything, he thought about moving upward. Suddenly, his consciousness sank and everything fell silent. Li Budu felt a lightness enveloping him as the excruciating pain, the crushing weight, and the suffocating sensation vanished like a receding tide. He seemed to plunge into an absolute void where even time and space lost their meaning, a dark abyss. In this darkness, he found himself standing somewhat bewildered as he looked around, instinctively scratching his head, the abstract essence of his soul, prompting him to exclaim, "What the hell? Where am I? Is this still the same country?" A sigh filled with complex emotions abruptly echoed ahead. Following the sound, Li Budu looked over to see a mass of swirling, distorted black, humanoid outline slowly coalescing. "Who are you?" Li Budu instinctively asked. The shadow did not answer, but instead wriggled and transformed in the blink of an eye into an exact likeness of Li Budu. Even the details of the clothes were identical. It approached him with a smile, naturally placing a hand on Li Budu's shoulder. Li Budu was taken aback, staring at this identical handsome face, feeling incredibly strange. "Dude, are you me?" The shadow transformed into Li Budu, chuckled, nodded, released him, stepped forward a couple of paces, and placed its hands behind its back. With a tone laced with envy and mockery, it said, "Just because I am you, I say, you have a good fate." "Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by a good fate?" As Li Budu was about to retort, the shadow abruptly wrapped its arm around his neck, cutting him off. The shadow snapped its fingers, and the surrounding darkness suddenly parted like a curtain, revealing a scene. Next to a pile of garbage, a barely alive infant let out a weak cry. An elderly granny-chin passed by and carefully picked him up. "What if you weren't picked up?" the shadow whispered in his ear. The scene twisted. The infant froze to death in the cold night, lying lifeless in the wilderness. "Even if you were picked up, what if you fell ill later and couldn't be saved?" The scene transformed again, depicting infant Li Budu gravely ill with Dr. Li unable to save him, resulting in his untimely death. "What if you survived, but were left with severe aftereffects?" Another simulation showed him becoming foolish and dull, living his life in a haze. "What if you didn't have that group of good brothers fighting alongside you?" The next simulation revealed him as an orphan, bullied and ostracized at the bottom of society, ultimately dying in despair, no one caring about him. The shadow acted like a cold director, repeatedly simulating various what-ifs before him. Each would have led to a far more tragic ending than the present. Finally, the shadow patted his face, its tone carrying a fateful certainty. "That's why I say you have a good fate. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? Everything is predestined in your fate. You encountered benefactors in your childhood, gained brothers in your youth, walked a miraculous path from the brink of death, and even caught the attention of the Supreme. This is your fate. Think about it. Is there always something in life that seems within reach, but ultimately slips away? Those are the things that you are destined to be unable to obtain. But it doesn't matter, you have such a good fate, what more could you want? Your life has been so splendid, it's not in vain. A good fate, but now you should be dead." "Huh?" Li Budu didn't react at first. The shadow's voice turned cold and hollow, carrying a tone of judgment. "Because this is predestined. This is your fate." The external world, the Luo Fu mountain cave heaven, was now shrouded in an indescribable panic and oppression. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the pinnacle of the Tianzi ladder. Li Budu's fragmented body, barely resembling a human figure, remained in a kneeling position on the 100th step. Yet at that moment he was trembling violently, as if enduring some invisible erosion and stripping from the very source. Even more terrifying was that his body was undergoing visibly ominous changes. His body was deteriorating and decaying at an astonishing rate. The ragged clothes he wore seemed to have been drenched in invisible filth, becoming dull and dirty. It even emitted a smell of decay akin to that of an ancient grave. His white hair appeared to have been drained of all moisture and vitality, visibly turning brittle and gray, losing all luster, resembling withered grass in late autumn. Murky, foul-smelling black sweat uncontrollably seeped from his armpits and pores, soaking his already filthy clothes and the stone steps beneath him. A foul stench, indescribable and mingled with the scent of decaying corpses and rotten souls, began to waft from his body, causing those nearby on the stairs to frown. His fragmented body convulsed violently, instinctively trying to escape the position he knelt in, as if the stone steps had become a searing hot iron filled with extreme repulsion and unease. "What's happening to Li Budu?" Lu Lan exclaimed anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "When I ascended the 100th step, nothing like this happened." She immediately turned to the other three celestial talents. "What about you? What happened when you reached the 100th step?" Wang Su's expression was grim as he spoke in a deep voice. "I saw myself fall into the demonic path, slaughtering the innocent." Li Waiyan's gaze was complex, reflecting a hint of fear. "I killed my biological parents with my own hands." The ever-smiling Xian Lu monk finally opened his eyes, which contained no white or pupil, just a pure golden light of Buddha. He clasped his hands together, his voice filled with compassion and solemnity, echoing clearly, "Amitabha. This is the sign of the 5 declines of heaven and man." The crowd erupted in astonishment. "What are the 5 declines of heaven and man?" Xian Lu began to explain, his voice imbued with the distant stillness of Buddhist teachings. "The 5 declines of heaven and man can be divided into the small 5 declines and the great 5 declines. The small 5 declines are no sound of joy, body light, dim, bathing water on the body, attachment to the realm, body weak, and eyes fleeting. There is still a glimmer of hope. But what Li Budu exhibits at this moment," he pointed at the rapidly decaying figure on the stone steps, articulating each word carefully, "is precisely the sign of the great 5 declines. Clothes are filthy, the radiance of the attire is all but lost, stained by its own filth. Sweat flows from the armpits, the pure body sweats, and filth arises naturally. The body is foul-born fragrant, yet now reeks of decay and unbearable stench. Displeased with my presence, disenchanted with my celestial throne, agitated and restless. He concluded with a pronouncement: the small 5 declines may be reversible. However, the great 5 declines are a sign of inevitable death, and no celestial or Buddha can save one from it. As these words fell, it was like a thunderclap. Inside and outside the valley, everyone watching the live screen reacted with horrified expressions. The great 5 declines. A sign of certain death. No, Brother Du. How could this happen? Li Budu, hold on. Heaven, open your eyes. Bless my Brother Du, please. The barrage in the live stream was instantly flooded with endless prayers, cries, and disbelief. A profound sense of sorrow and powerlessness enveloped everyone who was witnessing this scene. In the dark space, the shadow transformed into Li Budu. Its once confident and mocking smile had vanished, replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. For it was being firmly grasped by Li Budu's consciousness, clutching its throat. Li Budu's eyes were dark like 2 ancient wells of unfathomable depths, devoid of any sparkle, yet burning with a kind of madness and resolute calm that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. His inner voice echoed like a resounding bell in the dark space, every word carrying the power to shatter chains. Just because someone is born in poverty, does that mean they cannot achieve wealth and prosperity? Just because a person has a lowly identity, does that mean they cannot accomplish great things? Just because a person is physically flawed, does that mean they cannot be remembered in history? Just because a person has low talent, does that mean they cannot seek the Tao and ask for enlightenment? The lofty things born from the depths of poverty and lowliness, without parents yet still striving hard, are they destined to attain nothing in this life? What is the meaning of those goals that exist? What is the significance of those goals being displayed? Why make me see? Why make me know? Why present it in a way that seems within reach? Is this fate? Fate? Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Fuck fate! How dare you point fingers at me? How dare you sigh in despair for me? I curse you. Li Budu. From an orphan with nothing, relying on my own efforts, my own wisdom, and my own sweat, have come this far. You tell me this is fate. What have you done for me? What have you given me? Everything I have is earned by my own efforts. What do you mean by predestined? When I was powerless in my youth, I was saved by Granny Chun, that is grace. I also have a group of like-minded brothers who have achieved together with me, that is fortune. I remember. I should have decayed my soul, entering reincarnation, yet I was saved by the 749 Bureau, and even recognized by the great Emperor Zhongyuan, that is luck, I acknowledge. After becoming a zombie, I was accepted by the 749 Bureau, that is affection. I will not forget. But you say all this is fate. Predestined fate. How dare you decide everything about me with a single word? How dare you deny all my past experiences with a single word? How dare you reduce my emotions, my will, my soul? Everything that constitutes my existence. Even if you are me, it doesn't count. I refuse. I do not accept. I curse you. I will show the whole world. I will make this so-called fate, this so-called Tao. All look at me. The 3 realms and 5 elements. Reincarnation and causality. All gods and Buddhas witness here. In the future, there will be no more orphan Li Budu. No more sentimental Li Budu. No more zombie Li Budu. From now on, they will all be collectively referred to by 3 words. Li Budu. The heavens and Buddhas shall not let me pass. Predestined fate constrains me. Today, with a single word, I kill the fruit. Only then do I know today I am myself. No. Impossible. How can you? The shadow let out a shrill, terrified wail, desperately struggling. But Li Budu's grip on its neck was like an ancient chain, unyielding. Crack. A crisp sound of breaking echoed in the dark space. The shadow's wail abruptly ceased, its form shattering like broken glass piece by piece. Ultimately, it transformed into the purest dark energy, entirely absorbed and devoured by Li Budu's consciousness. The surrounding boundless darkness swiftly dissipated like a receding tide. Li Budu could feel himself about to return to reality. In the real world, at the Luo Fu mountain cave, heaven, on the pinnacle of the Tianzi ladder. Under the despairing and sorrowful gazes of everyone, the broken body kneeling on the 100th step, exuding a strong stench of decay and death, suddenly trembled. The crowd gasped in astonishment and turned their eyes. The filthy clothes seemed to be cleansed by an invisible water, still tattered, but losing the nauseating odor of decay. The withered gray hair visibly regained its former deep black hue, and the foul sweat seeping from his body instantaneously evaporated. The blood and flesh of his body seemed to rewind at a terrifying speed. What peaks must decline? What declines must reverse? Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The heavenly way rewards diligence. He simply knelt there quietly. The surroundings were shocked, and a profound silence enveloped the area. Li Budu slowly raised his blood-stained face, his eyes sparkling like a starry sky. The blood and flesh of his body seemed to rewind at a terrifying speed. What peaks must decline? What declines must reverse? Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The heavenly way rewards diligence. He began to recite, rotting bones bound in chains, murky breath difficult to accept the essence of heaven and earth. 3 disasters burn away the corpse's rags, 5 declines corrode the iron corpse's shoulder. Kneeling and gnawing at the chain to ascend, blood from the scars soaks the 100 steps of smoke. Suddenly stepping onto the highest point of the celestial ladder, all is silent, and the corpse becomes immortal. After reciting the poem, he appeared rejuvenated as if he had never suffered those injuries. The wind at the mountain peak always carried the chill of antiquity. He stood there, his aura almost merging with the towering peaks behind him that reached the heavens. Dressed in black robes, his perfect figure was accentuated. The wind was so strong that it billowed his robes as if he would immediately soar into the void, yet his form remained as solid as a mountain, unmoving. His face was not the kind of beauty circulated in the world, but rather a quietude closer to ice and moonlight. His skin was pale from years without sunlight, reflecting the eternal snow's light, exuding a chilling texture. His brows were relaxed like distant mountains cloaked in ink, beneath which lay a pair of black eyes resembling deep pools. In them there was no ordinary joy or anger, only a detachment that overlooked the mundane world and a sense of ancient loneliness. Having seen the gathering and dispersing of clouds, the blossoming and wilting of flowers, his long black hair flowed like a waterfall over his shoulders and back, allowing the mountain wind to playfully lift a few strands. Beneath him was an ever-churning sea of clouds like milky tides engulfing countless ravines. He slightly tilted his head back, the sky above washed to a deep blue, clear of any mundane dust. He stood there quietly like an ancient jade forgotten by time, warm, yet piercingly cold. After a long while he finally blinked slowly. The dense lashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, as if reflecting the heart's secrets that no one could perceive at that moment. Then he lifted his foot, stepping out. At this moment, with strength, he stepped onto the pinnacle. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling spectacle. Only an invisible, vast, and grand wall that transcended so-called talent and fate. Like mercury spilling onto the ground, it instantly swept across the entire Luo Fu mountain cave, heaven, even shaking the souls of everyone watching through that small recorder lens. Li Budu, a lowly talent of the Ding grade, ascending, immortal. He stood there, standing atop the 100th step, standing alongside all the celestial talents. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, and then an invisible storm raged wildly within everyone's heart. The young man on the 74th step took a deep breath, as if using all his life's strength to shout, a real man should be like this. Brother Du is awesome. Inside the floating lounge, Li Nan, the director of the Xanadu 749 Bureau, who had been calmly watching the battle with a somewhat cynical attitude, witnessed Li Budu enduring the 3 disasters and overcoming 5 declines. Reciting the stunning corpse immortal poem, he suddenly stood up from his grandmaster chair. At the moment, he stepped onto the pinnacle of talent. On his crown-like handsome face, unabashed admiration and shock were evident. He clapped his hands, his voice clear, exclaiming 3 times, "Good, good, good." His gaze was fixed on the proud figure standing at the pinnacle within the crystal wall, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. 1 province, 5 immortal talents. An unprecedented spectacle. Although this boy was ultimately rated as a low-grade Ding level, the determination and talent he displayed are unmatched, surpassing all of history. It is enough to be recorded in the annals of our 749 Bureau and the entire history of cultivation in Huaxia. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, even starting to sway his head, as if wanting to recite poetry to express his feelings. Truly the ages are as long as a night with a small knife to the butt. Puff, cough, cough. Zhang Yi, who was about to take a sip of tea to calm his nerves, was choked by this timeless verse and began to cough repeatedly. Finally catching his breath, he looked at Li Nan with a speechless expression. "Old man, we can't recite poetry, there's no need to force it. This is a disgrace to culture, truly a disgrace." Although he felt a surge of emotions, seeing Li Budu finally reach the top, Li Nan's sudden literary talent was simply too much for him to handle. "What do you mean? What do you mean by that?" Li Nan immediately displayed a somewhat anxious expression, puffing up his cheeks and glaring at Zhang Yi, pointing a finger at him. "Who do you think you're looking down on? In my day, I was also well-read and learned. I must give you a couple of decent lines." He cleared his throat, struck a pose, and pointed his finger in the air as he recited. "Don't worry about not having friends on your journey. I will kill you within 3 days." Zhang Yi. Ignoring Zhang Yi's momentary stiffened expression, Li Nan continued his passionate output. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze came overnight, it lets you fly high. Zhang Yi's mouth twitched, and veins seemed to throb on his forehead. He silently raised his hand to cover his face, deeply sighing in resignation. He decided to stop entangling with this old man, turning around and walking towards the exit of the lounge. He needed to hurry to preside over the upcoming closing ceremony and announce the results of the assessment. Hey, don't go, Xiao Zhang." Seeing this, Li Nan hurriedly stood up to chase after him, still shouting. "Isn't our literary talent remarkable? Not grounded enough? You tell me." Zhang Yi did not look back, quickening his pace, leaving behind only the words, "As long as you're happy." At the pinnacle of talent, the clouds and mist here were already thin, as if he could reach out and touch the heavens. Standing here, overlooking below, the magnificent scenery of the entire Lufu mountain cave was laid out before him, with rivers and mountains appearing as miniature sandboxes, a sense of "I will soar to the absolute peak" rising within. Li Budu stood there, his black robe gently swaying in the breeze, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if stars had burned out within them, leaving behind embers deep and full of power. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze meeting the other 4, who had also attained talent. Lulan Wang, Su Xianlu, and Li Wuyin exchanged glances one by one. Standing here, overlooking below, the magnificent scenery of the entire Lufu mountain cave was laid out before him, with rivers and mountains appearing as miniature sandboxes, a sense of "I will soar" to the absolute peak rising within. Xianlu the monk joined his hands, wearing a compassionate smile, softly reciting a Buddhist chant. Li Wuyin, being more straightforward, stepped forward and lightly punched Li Budu's shoulder, chiding with a smile. "Good job, Dugo. So awesome." Li Budu felt the complex atmosphere and suddenly grinned, reaching up to tousle his long black hair. Striking a carefree and unconcerned pose, he spoke in an exceedingly arrogant tone. "I am truly handsome." Uffed. Huh. In an instant, the originally solemn and subtle atmosphere was completely shattered by his words. Even Xianlu, who had been silently reciting scriptures, couldn't help but smirk, slightly shaking his head repeatedly. Lulan laughed out loud, her eyes sparkling with charm and allure. Wang Su too rarely revealed a hint of a helpless smile on his cold face. This guy is still the same. Even after just experiencing life and death trials and reaching the pinnacle, mini dream of his inherent flamboyance and abstraction remained completely undiminished. Li Budu looked at their reactions, proudly raising his chin. Then he turned around, facing the nearly 1,000 candidates below, all of whom were still on their respective steps, gazing up at him, as well as the countless eyes watching him through the recorder lens. An unprecedented sense of pride surged in his chest. In this life, he had never felt so invigorated. He took a deep breath, transforming all his emotions into a long howl. Then he raised his right hand high, using all his strength, and shouted down the mountain towards the camera with a voice filled with vitality and resonance. "Family, reach the world's highest peak. The summit of Luofu, so beautiful." This shout, like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. "Oh, Li Budu. Awesome. Unmatched throughout history. Only I Budu. Do go. Majestic." Below the mountain, after a brief silence, erupted a roar of cheers and applause like a tsunami. Regardless of those who had previously envied him, looked down on him, or even pitted him at this moment, they were all moved by his indomitable will and miraculous ascent to the top, cheering for him sincerely. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments completely submerged the screen like a tsunami. "Do go. Reach the top. Really reach the top. I'm crying. Damn, this is making me blood boil. From now on, I am a staunch fan of Do Go. Who dares to criticize him, I'll go after them." U Province 749 Bureau's prestige. The number of comments and the refresh rate reached an unprecedented peak. So much so that the live broadcast server of the 507 Bureau, which had undergone special enhancements but was still not very mature, could not bear the load at this moment, letting out a wail. The screen instantly froze and then went black. What the hell? The live stream crashed. Don't disconnect it this time. Technician, hurry up and fix it. How can I miss such a historic moment? I want to see Duga show off. I want to see it live. In an instant, all the branches in U Province where the live stream was being watched erupted in cries, pounding on tables and shouting for technicians, all in chaos. Everyone was anxious, wishing they could instantly teleport to the Luofu mountain cave scene to personally feel that excitement. At the pinnacle, Li Budu listened to the thunderous cheers coming from below meant for him. Looking at the frenzied barrage in the live stream room, he felt a wave of pent-up energy completely released, resonating within him. He turned around with satisfaction, just wanting to share his joy of reaching the top with his four companions. However, before the proud smile could fully spread across his face, an anomaly occurred. In the center of the pinnacle, the previously empty space suddenly rippled with golden waves without any warning. A vast ancient presence filled with supreme majesty and immense fury descended suddenly. Then a figure made entirely of brilliant golden light, indistinguishable in features, but vaguely humanoid, appeared before Li Budu, as if teleporting. The emergence of this golden figure was too sudden, and the terrifying aura was overwhelming, leaving even Lulan Wang Su and others unable to react in time. The golden figure seemed to be in a state of extreme rage. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended a hand made of condensed golden light and tightly grasped Li Budu's collar. Li Budu didn't even see how the action occurred. He only felt an overwhelming force that he couldn't resist, followed by smack. A crisp and resounding slap echoed loudly against Li Budu's face. The power contained in this slap was beyond imagination, as if Li Budu's body, honed through countless trials, had turned to paper. In that moment, he was slapped as if he were a kite, with its string cut directly flying off the ground. He arced through the air and then thud heavily, crashing down onto the stone ground a dozen meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Budu was completely stunned by this sudden slap. Holding his rapidly swelling, slightly burnt face, he sat dazedly on the cold stone steps, his mind blank and his ears ringing. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? He raised his head in confusion, looking at the golden figure radiating a terrifying aura. He saw that the golden figure seemed still filled with residual anger, its aura fluctuating violently. A voice carrying an indescribable authority, yet clearly female, filled with irritation and grumpiness, thundered across the entire pinnacle. I just took a nap and now evil spirits are invading my home. Waking up to find the sky has fallen, still scoring well, with previous good reviews, updates with comments, already 43 chapters. Just as the golden figure's fury had yet to subside, seemingly poised to strike Li Budu once more, The arcane hand seals were already half formed. Oh dear. Grandmother. Spare him. Spare his face. This simply cannot be done. Absolutely not. A voice urgent and piercing tore across the heavens like a falling star. There appeared Li Nan, director of the Xanadu Bureau 749, who instantly teleported via divine artifice to the very summit of the celestial aptitude ladder, smiling broadly, as he stepped squarely between the golden figure and Li Budu. The moment he stepped out of the rest chamber, he saw Li Budu hurtling through the air, and his heart lurched violently. Oh no, did I just get my little Budu killed? Fortunately, Li Budu rose to his feet, and only then did Li Nan's suspended heart finally settle. Bowing repeatedly toward the immortal cultivator, he pointed at Li Budu, who still sat on the ground clutching his face in dazed confusion, and explained hastily. A colossal misunderstanding. Grandmother, please calm yourself. Look closely. This young man is no malevolent entity. He's one of our own. A freshly minted probationary agent of Bureau 749, having just passed his official assessment. Li Nan's sudden appearance and fervent explanation left the furious golden figure momentarily stunned. The blinding radiance and overwhelming aura surrounding her receded like ebbing tides as reason slowly reasserted itself. Seizing the opening, Li Wuyin hurried over and helped the still grounded Li Budu to his feet, whispering rapidly into his ear. Brother Du, are you alright? This is the Taoist nun who guards Luofu Cave. You may address her as Zhongyuan, or more casually, Immortal Auntie. He added with a wry grin, don't worry. I'll smooth things over with her. Compensation's coming. It was all a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. Li Budu was half-supported, half-dragged upright by Li Wuyin. The stinging pain across his cheek and the sting of humiliation still burned. But then came this introduction. He rubbed his palms together thoughtfully. Compensation. Excellent. This radiant golden figure clearly possessed power beyond measure. Would it truly be humiliating to work as a bar server and have a rich heir slap your face for 10,000 coins? He didn't think so, not in the slightest. In fact, he'd gladly offer his cheek for more slaps. In this world, dignity is the cheapest commodity of all. Can dignity fill your stomach? At most, it's merely an ornamental pursuit, indulged in only by those drowning in luxury, chasing intangible vanities. Without the strength to claim it, you simply endure. Besides, it was a misunderstanding. So why dwell on it? After all, if you awoke as an immortal cultivator and found a zombie leaping about in your own courtyard, could you possibly hold your temper? Wincing, he massaged his burning cheek and lifted his gaze toward the immortal auntie whose golden radiance had now softened, revealing a faintly graceful silhouette. Interrupted by Li Nan, she seemed fully lucid once more. Her face, formed from shimmering gold softly indistinct, turned toward Li Budu and she surveyed him up and down. That brief inspection drew a soft, startled HMF from her lips. For she sensed clearly, though this youth, who had just taken her slap, was thickly shrouded in dense, unyielding corpse seki, and yin miasma unmistakably marking him as a Jiangshi. It was profoundly strange that entwined within that oppressive yin miasma persisted a resilient, unmistakably fresh vitality, not faint, but vivid and clear. Even more astonishing, coiling around him were several slender threads of pure rare, virtuous light. Though scarce in quantity, their quality was peerless, undeniable. A curious phenomenon. Her voice resonated with ethereal clarity, laced with genuine bewilderment. In this age, can a Jiangshi truly cultivate the righteous path of merit and virtue? Here stands a being whose karmic burdens and meritorious deeds coexist, blurring the very boundaries between life and death. A truly singular creature. Though astonished, she recognized she had struck the wrong person, and not just any person, but a rare specimen from her own side. Her error was thus confirmed beyond doubt. The immortal auntie, ever forthright, spoke plainly. Ahem. I had just awakened from deep slumber, my spiritual senses still clouded. I mistook this young friend for a malevolent entity invading the sacred grotto. My strike was rash. I offer my sincere apologies. She bowed modestly, her contrition palpable. Hearing this, Li Budu dismissed the matter entirely, yet his streetwise shrewdness flared instantly to life. His expression instantly shifted into exaggerated grievance and indignation. He clutched his cheek, lips downturned, embodying the very image of a wronged, tearful bride. This is discrimination, blatant, naked discrimination. His ulterior motive lay bare. Yet before he could utter another word, the immortal auntie's finger shot forward, and she let out a soft, thoughtful ah. A look of inspiration lit her features. I've got an idea. Li Budu's pulse quickened. Is this promising? In the next instant, her golden-fingered hand danced lightly through the air, like a master musician plucking strings, as she traced four precise, elegant arcs toward Lolan Wang, Su Li Wuyin, and Xuan Lu, who stood behind Li Budu. Slap, 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 slap. For crisp, thunderous reports echoed across the summit, each matching the force and sharpness of the blow she delivered to Li Budu. Lolan, Wang Su, Li Wuyin Huao, Xuan Lu. Utterly unprepared, the four were struck dumb, stunned by this wholly undeserved calamity. Frozen in place, hands pressed to their burning cheeks, their eyes brimmed with utter bewilderment and disbelief. What had they done to deserve this? The immortal auntie, as if having accomplished some grand feat, clapped her hands with quiet satisfaction and declared in a tone of cheerful finality, there, we're even now. Li Budu. He glanced back. Four identical expressions of dazed incomprehension stared back at him. Slowly he turned back, closed his eyes and smiled. a serene, almost beatific smile, while straining every muscle to keep his composure intact, afraid that should he crack even slightly, he might instantly dissolve into minced meat, far less substantial than that. Then let us proceed to distribute the rewards for ascending the celestial aptitude ladder. The immortal auntie's voice returned to its serene, ethereal calm. No sooner had the words left her lips than Li Budu cast aside every ache, every grievance, every urge to laugh, flung them all into the farthest reaches of heaven. Rewards. The summit reward for attaining celestial aptitude. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he sprang upright, arm thrust high, shouting with lightning speed and perfect enunciation, "Me, immortal auntie, I demand first claim on the reward. I formally request priority dispensation." His sudden zealous enthusiasm left even the immortal auntie momentarily speechless. The others remained slack-jawed, utterly disoriented. Inside, Li Budu's mind raced first in line. I grab it and vanish. The immortal auntie, seeing no objection, nodded very well. Wait, one moment. Her words were cut short by a voice as chilling as wind from the ninth netherworld. Li Wuyin, who had just lowered his hand from his cheek, now wore a face of unnerving, benevolent cheer, replacing his usual lazy affability. He patted Wang Su's shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance with Lulan and Xuanlu. Instantly, the four understood, forming a subtle semicircle that gently but firmly separated the immortal auntie and Li Budu. Li Budu's inner alarm shrieked. Icy dread flooded his veins, freezing him to the core. Then, led by Li Wuyin, followed by Wang Su and Lulan, and even Xuanlu, whose countenance was normally solemn and reverent, the four dropped simultaneously onto the cold stone floor. Immediately thereafter, they moved in perfect unison, kicking their legs wildly, slapping the ground with their palms like petulant children throwing a tantrum. Li Wuyin even raised his voice in an absurdly theatrical wail. What psychological trauma must a 19-year-old endure from such a mighty slap? Oh woe. Wang Su said nothing, but kicked with ferocious intensity, his glower radiating accusation, so potent it seemed tangible. Lulan flopped backward onto the ground, limbs splayed wide. Utterly defeated, I'm done for. Xuanlu kicked while clasping his palms together, chanting softly, so incongruous that one might mistake him for a yoga instructor. Ba. This humble monk's spirit has been wounded. Inner demons may arise, cultivation stalled. Alas, sorrowful indeed. 4 celestial aptitude candidates. This spectacle was nothing short of soul-shattering, paradigm-shattering. The immortal auntie's golden form visibly flickered. She was utterly flustered, her voice tinged with helplessness. You. What precisely are you attempting? Li Wuyin paused his kicking and pointed downward, to the candidates lingering below on the celestial aptitude ladder, gazing upward with mouths agape at the summit. Then with grave solemnity, he proclaimed, unfair. Our spirits have suffered profound injury. Unless you bestow an identical slap upon each of them. Otherwise, we shall cause a commotion. Everyone. Li Wuyin, as if this weren't enough, suddenly whirled around, pointing straight at the bewildered Li Budu, raising his voice, so all could hear. Brothers, don't blame me. This deplorable scheme was conceived by Li Budu himself. In an instant, every gaze from the ladder's base to its peak, including those of the immortal auntie and Li Nan, locked onto Li Budu like 10,000 sharpened blades. Li Budu's vision darkened. He nearly spat blood. How vicious a stratagem. He leapt skyward, jabbing a trembling finger at Li Wuyin, voice cracking with rage. Slander. He's slandering me. You. I'll sue you for slander. He's slandering me. Did you all hear that? He's defaming me. As the candidates below began to roll up their sleeves with fierce expressions, the guarding fairy shook her head and stepped forward. Silence. Her clear rebuke struck like a jade chime, carrying a majestic authority that instantly suppressed all the noise and chaos. The 4 celestial prodigies who were still causing a scene instinctively halted their actions and begrudgingly got up from the ground. As they straightened their slightly disheveled robes, their gazes towards Li Budu still brimmed with a sense of settling scores after the autumn harvest. The fairy's golden light seemed to shine even brighter due to the commotion, tinged with a hint of helplessness. She no longer paid attention to the grievances among these juniors, directly getting to the point. With a gentle wave of her golden light concentrated arm in the air. In an instant, 3 orbs of light roughly the size of human heads, radiating different colors and auras, appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair like stars. One orb glimmered with a warm jade color within, which seemed to be the ethereal images of plants growing and spiritual fluid flowing, exuding a rich aura of life and medicinal fragrance that uplifted the spirit. Another orb possessed an ancient yellowish hue, within which faintly visible scrolls flipping and runes circulating depicted a weighty knowledge and profound Tao principles. The last orb was a sharp platinum color, and amidst its radiant light, it seemed to emit the sounds of clashing swords and the ringing of metal. A chilling sharp aura surged forth, causing the air around to feel almost stagnant. This is the reward for reaching the pinnacle of talent. The fairy's ethereal voice explained to the 5 at the mountain's peak. The 3 orbs correspond to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Tao texts, and divine weapons. You may choose one based on your own affinities and needs. Within the orb, it shall provide you with the item most aligned with you at this moment. Having finished her explanation, the fairy indeed honored her promise and manipulated the 3 orbs, first floating them before Li Budu. After all, he was the one who insisted on being the first to choose, and she had agreed. Choose, the fairy said succinctly. Li Budu stared at the three enticing orbs before him, and without any hesitation his gaze locked firmly onto the orb radiating a chilling platinum light that represented divine weapon. The reason was simple, he desperately needed a capable weapon at this moment. Thinking back to his previous battles, he either relied on his zombie-like resilience or quick with the only thing that could be considered a weapon was that spirit talisman of Zhongyuan. Yet that item was borrowed and he would have to return it eventually. Moreover, though the talisman was quite powerful, every time he swung it like a brick to smash demons, he could feel Zhongyuan's furious gaze seemingly staring at him, filled with an inexplicable sense of resentment and accusation. Over time, he felt a bit guilty towards this great demon-slaying emperor. Therefore, a proper and powerful weapon was his most urgent need. This one. He pointed at the platinum orb, declaring decisively, fearing that the opportunity would slip away if he hesitated. The fairy seemed unsurprised by his choice. With a slight movement of her golden light, the platinum orb slowly floated within reach of Li Budu. Li Budu rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement and anticipation, reaching into the cold platinum light. The moment he grasped it, he felt a chilling metallic touch, and it was extremely heavy. This heavy sensation elicited joy in his heart. Steady. This weight, this quality, it had to be a formidable weapon. A sword, a spear, a staff, a club, or perhaps something even more imposing like an axe, halberd, hook, or fork. His mind began to envision himself wielding the divine weapon, dominating the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, he pulled with all his might. An object was extracted from the orb. As the light dissipated, the object revealed its true form. Li Budu focused, and his smile instantly froze, replaced by an involuntary exclamation, "What the hell?" In his hand was not the imagined sword, spear, or halberd, nor an axe, but a box. It was a dark golden box about a foot square, made of neither metal nor wood, cold and heavy to the touch. Countless profound Taoist runes were intricately carved upon it, seemingly flowing slowly, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The box was exquisitely crafted with rounded edges closing seamlessly, giving it a very high-end appearance. Li Budu stared blankly at this box, subconsciously weighing its heavy weight, his mouth twitching as he spoke. What? A stylish brick. But soon he began to lament, inwardly, no way, man. I didn't want to use the Zhongyuan talisman as a brick, but you can't possibly give me a more advanced brick. As he helplessly stared at the dark golden box, the fairy's voice, tinged with a subtle tone, rang beside him. This treasure is called Luifus, 3,000 Dao coins. Li Budu was taken aback, looking up at the fairy. The fairy, whose golden outline seemed to glance at the box in his hand, continued with her ethereal voice, explaining with a complex tone, as if introducing her unaccomplished child. Taken from my Luofu mountain, the 3,000 true cultivators of past generations descended to aid the world, punish evil, and eradicate demons in their lives. Use the copper coin sword, of which this one contains the most intense killing aura and has drunk the most demonic blood, gathering the essence of 3,000 converging into one. Then placed at the very peak of Luofu mountain to absorb the celestial energies of the universe and the most young and firm powers refined for 14 days. Finally, by the Grand Master of Luofu mountain, invoking the earth's vein fire, taking a total of 81 days, intending to refine it into an unparalleled sword of killing. The fairy paused here, seemingly with some unresolved feelings, but continued, though you could say it failed. Li Budu. Huh. The fairy, seemingly oblivious to his dazed expression, continued, the sword was not completed, the fire backfired, the 3,000 coins failed to merge, instead their energies intertwined and repelled each other, and in the end became the box you now hold. What is sealed within are the 3,000 coins that carry countless killing and sinister energies. Though it is not in the form of a sword, the killing aura contained within has not diminished in the slightest, rather due to the backlash from the failed refinement and the conflict of energies, it has added a bit of chaos and ferocity. So, make do with it. Finally, the fairy added meaningfully, this item is extremely heavy with killing aura, only those with a firm will can wield it. There have been people who obtained this treasure before, but when they took it out, they just collapsed on the ground. However, this treasure is indeed special. It goes unused without a sound, which is also normal. After hearing this long history of the item, Li Budu was momentarily at a loss for words. However, the phrases 3,000 true cultivators, most intense killing aura, most young and firm, and Grandmaster of Dao refinement combined together made him feel that this thing was incredibly prestigious. Yet the idea of it going unused did make him stand at attention. But it was fine. Li Budu was also quite extraordinary. It was simply a match made in heaven. Awesome. He exclaimed instinctively, quickly hugging the heavy dark golden box tightly, as if afraid the fairy might change her mind. In his excitement, he instinctively tried to put the Luifus 3,000 Dao coins into the double fish jade pendant given to him by the Emperor of Mount Donghua. However, just as his consciousness touched the double fish pendant, trying to store the box inside, he suddenly froze. The dark golden box was effortlessly absorbed into the internal space of the double fish pendant. In the next moment, he summoned it again, staring intently at the dark golden box. The joy on Li Budu's face instantly froze, replaced by a chill that surged from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. No. Wait. How? How could this thing fit inside the double fish pendant? He remembered clearly. This pendant could not store ordinary items like texts or anything. It could only hold some sinister items like earth spirit mushrooms or sorrow pearls. Even ghosts could fit inside. Yet this Luifus 3,000 Dao coins, according to the fairy's description, was clearly the orthodox treasure forged from the killing aura of 3,000 righteous cultivators and the most yang and firm essence of Luofu Mountain. And the Dao fire refined by a grand master of the Dao. Logically, this should be a righteous weapon for exorcising evil and killing demons. How could it possibly be stored in his double fish pendant, which was specifically for containing sinister items? As he was filled with confusion and dread, the fairy returned, patting his shoulder, reminding him, by the way, don't damage the runes carved on it. They are what keeps it in check. Li Budu. Oh no, this thing is weirder than I am. Seeing Li Budu cradling the dark golden casket with an air of suspicion and hesitation, as if words trembled on his lips, but dared not emerge, the immortal maiden paid him no further heed and turned her gaze toward the remaining four celestial prodigies. Next, Lan Lu stepped forward, her tall, graceful figure rendered even more statuesque by the gentle breeze atop the summit of eternity. Her proud, radiant eyes swept across the three luminous orbs before her. Without hesitation, she pointed to the jade-green orb, radiating lush vitality and the rich, soothing fragrance of rare herbs. A celestial treasure. I choose this. Her voice rang clear and resonant, carrying an unmistakable authority. The immortal maiden gave a slight, approving nod. The jade-green orb drifted gently toward Lan Lu. She extended her slender fingers and plunged them into its shimmering light. Moments later, she withdrew, a lotus, crystalline as carved ice, its petals layered in delicate, intricate spirals, exuding a piercing, refreshing cold fragrance and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The moment the lotus appeared, the very air around them grew purer, fresher, its serene aura even softening the faint, unsettling resonance emanating from Li Budu's dark golden casket. The immortal maiden glanced at it, her ethereal voice laced with quiet admiration. Heavenly mountain snow lotus. It blooms only upon the snow-capped peaks of Kunlun's heavenly pool, where absolute frigidity reigns. It flowers once per century, embodying the purest, most profound essence of Yin. You bear the body of supreme Yin, a perfect resonance with this lotus. Upon absorption and refinement, it shall profoundly strengthen your foundation, elevate your cultivation, and unlock latent potential within your very constitution. Hearing this, a flicker of quiet joy lit Lan Lu's eyes. With reverent care, she enfolded the peerless heavenly mountain snow lotus. Then, bowing deeply before the immortal maiden, she declared solemnly, "Many thanks, honorable immortal, for bestowing such a sacred treasure." The immortal maiden accepted the gesture with serene composure, then turned her gaze toward Wang Su. His expression remained stern and unyielding as he stepped forward, his eyes lingering briefly between the mysterious ochre-hued orb of Taoist scriptures and the brilliant white gold orb of divine weaponry. In the end, he chose the divine weapon. The white gold orb floated toward him, and as he reached inside, he withdrew not a sword or spear, but something far more unexpected. It was a tortoise-shell, palm-sized, its surface diffused and etched with naturally formed arcane patterns. Warm to the touch, yet imbued with an ineffable weight and timeless gravitas. The immortal maiden's gaze settled upon the shell as she explained. This artifact is named Omen-Averting Bone, a tear-upper mystic artifact forged from the most spiritually potent dorsal plate of a millennium-old spirit tortoise after its peaceful transcendence, refined through secret esoteric methods. It possesses two primary functions. First, it enables divination of one's own fortune and peril over a coming span of time, offering a fleeting glimpse into the winding path of destiny, thereby guiding you toward auspiciousness and away from calamity. Yet heed this, heaven demands recompense. Each use of its divinatory power consumes a measure of its innate spirit, diminishing its tier by one, until at last its essence fades entirely, leaving behind naught but mundane bone. Second, if left and used for divination, the shell remains impervious, its resilience infused with 10,000 years of the spirit tortoise's accumulated defensive Tao resonance, rendering it an exceptional tier-upper defensive artifact capable of shielding you utterly. Wang Su ran his fingers slowly over the warm, ancient shell. Though his face remained impassive, a subtle glint in his eyes betrayed quiet satisfaction. He bowed respectfully, "Many thanks, honorable immortal." Then it was Li Wuyin's turn. This celestial prodigy native to Mount Lufu surveyed the three orbs with his signature lazy smile, scarcely pausing to deliberate before pointing confidently toward the jade-green orb of celestial treasures. Hear me out, immortal maiden. Among kin, there's no need for formalities. We've got plenty of manuals and weapons back home in the mountains. Let's go for something substantial to nourish the body instead. He spoke with playful irreverence. The immortal maiden, long accustomed to his indolent demeanor, let golden light ripple faintly, as if shaking her head in gentle, resigned amusement. The orb drifted near. Li Wuyin reached in and retrieved something extraordinary, a leaf translucent as the finest imperial jade, veins vivid and pulsing with vibrant life. At its center, cradled with exquisite delicacy, rested a single drop of perfectly transparent liquid, so faint it nearly vanished from sight unless observed with utmost concentration. Seemingly ordinary, yet upon focused perception one sensed within it the immutable principles of heaven and earth, the subtle, ineffable resonance of the Tao itself flowing like silent thunder through its crystalline stillness. The immortal maiden extended a finger woven from golden light and lightly tapped Li Wuin's forehead, her tone warm with the tenderness of an elder. "Clever boy. This is jade nectar and ambrosia. No earthly dew but the distilled quintessence of celestial stars fused with the primordial spark of life's Tao resonance. Consumed, it will propel your cultivation past multiple barriers in swift succession and fortify both soul and spirit, laying an unshakable foundation for your Tao. Her voice softened, edged with gravity. Most crucially, hidden within this nectar lies a trace of heaven's profound mysteries, potentially unlocking extraordinary insight into the advanced chapters of the Lufu Tao canon. Meditate upon it deeply. Do not squander this rare and precious opportunity. Li Wuyin shed his jesting mask, receiving the leaf bearing the nectar with solemn reverence. Bowing low to the ground, he affirmed with unwavering sincerity, Wuyin humbly accepts your guidance, honorable immortal, and shall honor this destiny, honoring Mount Luofu above all. Finally, it was Xianlu's turn, the young monk from Haizhuang Temple who had stood quietly, smiling, eyes closed throughout. To the mild curiosity of the others, he did the unexpected. He pointed, not to the celestial treasure or divine weapon, but to the ochre-hued orb of Taoist scriptures. Even the immortal maiden seemed taken aback. Her ethereal voice carried genuine surprise. A disciple of the Buddha, what use have you for Taoist canon? Her golden light flickered subtly toward Li Budu, still absorbed in examining his dark golden casket, and she murmured half to herself, alas, how strange. This year's summit climbers are each so singularly unconventional. Facing the immortal maiden's question, Xianlu retained his compassionate, tranquil smile, palms pressed together, his voice gentle yet resolute. Namalamitba, honorable immortal, your words miss the mark. All paths of practice are manifestations of the great Tao. Buddha Tao, indeed all things under heaven, ultimately converge upon the single ineffable truth, thusness. This humble monk seeks Taoist canon not to abandon the Buddha's teachings, but to broaden my understanding, to use stones from another mountain to polish my own jade, thus drawing one step closer to thusness. Haha. The immortal maiden let out a soft, inscrutable chuckle. Were these words to reach the ears of those rigid elders atop Lingshan Mountain, they'd surely leap about in outrage, branding you a heretic who defies orthodoxy. Enough. Since this is your chosen path, take it. With a graceful wave of her hand, the ochre-hued orb drifted serenely toward Xianlu. Xianlu extended his pale, elegant fingers into the orb and withdrew a bound volume, ancient and weathered, its spine worn, its pages yellowed with age. On its cover, 2 archaic seal-script characters gleamed, Daochan. At the sight of the tome, the immortal maiden's golden light shimmered faintly, her voice now tinged with nostalgic wonder. Daochan, now this is rare indeed. This is no orthodox cultivation manual. It was composed jointly by the 3rd patriarch of Mount Luofu and the 2nd abbot of Haizhuang Temple, after 100 days of profound discourse atop this very peak. They fused the deepest insights of both traditions, inspired by sudden enlightenment, and compiled this collection of reflections and epiphanies. Its contents transcend both Buddha and Tao, yet embrace them both, mysterious beyond all description. Her gaze lingered upon Xianlu's serene, untroubled countenance as she whispered softly, truly, karma is wondrous beyond measure. Xianlu traced the cover of this extraordinary text, where Buddha and Tao met across centuries, and the compassion in his smile deepened as if touched by revelation. He bowed once more. Many thanks, honorable immortal, for allowing this karmic convergence to unfold. Thus the summit rewards for all 5 celestial prodigies were bestowed. Watching the others receive their blessings, Li Budu momentarily set aside his misgivings about the dark golden casket, replacing them with a single urgent thought escape. He hadn't forgotten the 4 candidates behind him, each recently struck by the same slap he'd unwittingly drawn upon them. He slipped silently toward the staircase, ready to vanish down its steps. Yet the moment he shifted, his weight, a firm grip, seized the collar of his robe, lifting him clean off his feet like a startled chick. Oof. He twisted his head, and there stood Director Li Nan of Xanadu Bureau, smiling broadly, his hand still gripping Li Budu's collar. What's the hurry, youngster? The distribution isn't finished yet, Li Nan said cheerfully, his tone laced with teasing mirth. Li Budu blinked in confusion. Not finished? Didn't the immortal maiden just give them all gifts? Li Nan dropped him lightly back onto the stone and clarified. What she just granted were personal tokens, gifts of goodwill given because she found you all pleasing. Now comes the official boon, the true reward conferred by the Luofu immortal realm upon those who ascend the celestial ladder. No sooner had he spoken than the mist shrouding Mount Luofu's summit began to churn violently, without any visible action from the immortal maiden. A golden column of pure, undiluted spiritual energy and profound Tao resonance, so dense it seemed to coalesce from the heavens themselves, descended like an inverted Milky Way, crashing down upon the summit and enveloping Li Budu, Lan Lu Wang, Su Li Wuyin, and Xianlu in its radiant, all-consuming light. Simultaneously below the celestial ladder, every candidate whose aptitude had been confirmed, whether ranked Class A, Class B, Class C, or Class D, was likewise engulfed by beams of light varying in thickness and hue. In that instant, a gentle yet irresistible force swept over them all, accompanied by a torrent of celestial chi flooding their meridians. On the summit, the 5 prodigies, and nearly 1,000 candidates below. fell into unconsciousness, almost simultaneously collapsing into seated or supine postures severed from all external awareness, immersed wholly in the immense grace bestowed by the Lufu, immortal realm. Silence fell upon the valley, absolute, profound, broken only by the towering radiant pillars bridging heaven and earth, whispering wordlessly of cosmic wonder. The immortal maiden watched the five bathed in golden light, especially Li Budu, and turned toward Li Nan, her voice curious. Grandfather Nan, does your Bureau 749 truly embrace all beings now, even a zombie, an anomaly among anomalies? Li Nan stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the luminous figures. His usual roguish grin remained, but his eyes held newfound depth. Dear Grand, these times have changed. At Bureau 749, our creed is simple: serve the people. It matters not whether one is human, demon, ghost, or zombie, nor where one hails from or what one was born as. So long as the heart turns toward light, and one pledges to uphold the order of this world and protect its people, that soul is a comrade, a friend, one of us. Indeed, our ranks long ago welcomed righteous demons who cultivated the orthodox path and earned distinction in service. Adding one more promising, upright young zombie changes nothing, except perhaps for the better. Besides, you saw him yourself. Isn't he rather intriguing? The immortal maiden's golden light flickered softly, neither confirming nor denying, then fell silent. At that moment, a figure streaked upward in a blur of swift, controlled light. Deputy Director Zhang Yi landing gracefully upon the summit. He clutched a document freshly transmitted via emergency channel, his face alight with urgent excitement and solemn gravity. Director, urgent report. Preliminary statistics from this year's provincial celestial aptitude ceremonies have just arrived. Zhang Yi handed the file to Li Nan, who scanned its contents with casual ease. Yet after reading only the first few lines, his habitual nonchalance vanished. His pupils contracted sharply, and the hand holding the file trembled ever so slightly. He flipped rapidly through the rest, his gaze growing brighter, fiercer, blazing with a fusion of awe, exhilaration, and prophetic certainty. Excellent. Magnificent. Outstanding. Li Nan threw his head back and laughed, a full-throated thunderous peal that echoed across the silent summit, rippling the very light pillars surrounding them. Clutching the list tightly, golden fire seeming to burn in his eyes, he declared with electrifying conviction. Unfurling the parchment, he pointed emphatically to its staggering entries. Jiangsu Province, Trial Site Maoshan Immortal Realm, Celestial Prodigies, 3. Class A 24. Class B, Shandong Province, Trial Site Laozhan Immortal Realm, Celestial Prodigies, 2. Class A 26. Zhujiang Province, Trial Site Puto Mountain Pure Land, Celestial Prodigies, 2. Fujian Province, Trial Site Qingyuan Mountain Immortal Realm, Celestial Prodigies, 2. Beneath the list, every province of China was meticulously enumerated, and beneath each the celestial prodigy column, reserved for the rarest, most transcendent talents, displayed at least one, often two or three names. The number of Class A talents soared far beyond historical precedent, reaching a scale that defied belief. What is a celestial prodigy? Their ascension to the manifest spirit realm is virtually assured. Similarly, Class A cultivators are destined to attain the nascent soul realm without impediment. The grand epic has dawned. Watching Li Nan grinning at the list, a glistening droplet of drool even exaggeratedly trickled down the corner of his mouth. As if he had seen some unparalleled treasure, Zhang Yi helplessly shook his head, stepped forward, and whispered, Director, how should we report the situation in Guangdong Province? Specifically, Li Nan was jolted back to reality by his question, nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Report. Of course we report truthfully. He pointed to the list, lowered his voice, and wore an expression that said, You know what I mean. Those little fellows up there have sharp eyes. This matter concerning national talent cannot be falsely reported or concealed. 5 with celestial aptitude Class A, several Class B and C, report them all. Not a single one should be missed. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. Then he shifted his gaze to the figure below the light column, Li Budu, who was sprawled out in an extremely ungraceful manner, even while unconscious, and with a hint of difficulty pointed at him. What about this guy? His talent and aptitude. Should we report those truthfully too? Hearing this, Li Nan's inscrutable smile resurfaced. He reached out and lightly patted Zhang Yi on the back of the head, speaking in a patient and guiding tone. Xiao Zhang, why doesn't your mind turn around? Of course we report truthfully. He emphasized the words truthfully, and then leisurely added, Class D is of low grade. Testing results are clear and straightforward. Our Bureau 749 values pragmatism above all right. Zhang Yi was taken aback at first, but then he saw the cunning glint in Li Nan's eyes and instantly realized. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he pointed at Li Nan. Li Nan chuckled in response, extending a finger and gently waving it in the air. The two resembled the great sage seeking alchemical pills from the Supreme Master. Their playful exchange, filled with sly glances, left the nearby fairy, who was bathed in golden light, speechless. The golden light flickered slightly, transmitting the fairy's sense of disdain. You two hundreds of years old, and yet still acting like children, mischievous and unruly, truly lacking seriousness. At this moment, the golden light enveloping the 5 at the peak and the candidates below began to recede like a tide. The formal bestowal from the Dongtian of Mount Luofu has concluded. As the light dissipated, Li Budu, Lolan Wang, Su Li Wuyin, and Xian Lu opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Each person's eyes sparkled with varying glints, some deep, some sharp, some peaceful, some lively. Clearly, they had all gained significant benefits from the recent infusion of spiritual energy and the baptism of Tao rhythm, and were now digesting their insights. The candidates on the lower levels also gradually awoke, most of them displaying expressions of joy and satisfaction, evidently having reaped substantial rewards. However, before everyone could thoroughly appreciate their changes, the fairy's ethereal voice resonated once more throughout the valley, carrying an undeniable authority. Having received my bestowal from Luofu, the compensation for the previous misfire will be issued now. Before her words faded, the fairy, her golden figure, seemed to teleport to the front of the area designated for Class A talents. Before those newly awakened Class A geniuses could react, the fairy's palm, formed from golden light, was already raised. Smack. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the Class A genius at the front, holding his suddenly swollen cheek in shock, looked utterly bewildered. Before he could cry out in pain or question what was happening, a glowing orb emanating a corresponding level of spiritual energy was unceremoniously stuffed into his arms. Though it was evidently a few tiers lower than the top reward, it was still a rare find in the outside world. Next, the fairy's tone was flat, as if completing an assembly line task. Smack. Orb. Smack. Orb. Smack. Orb. The fairy started from the Class A area row by row, delivering a hot slap to each of these future elites of Bureau 749 as if they were being inspected. Following each slap was a sweet compensation reward. Truly a real-life version of a slap, followed by a sweet date. This bizarre, yet spectacular scene caused the live stream, which had just regained signal, to erupt once more. What the hell? What kind of new award ceremony is this? Line up for slaps to receive rewards. Is Bureau 749 really this extravagant? One slap per person, fair and square. Ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Look at the expressions of those Class A geniuses, going from bewildered to surprised, and then to questioning their lives. I would call this the most outrageous operation of the year. Meanwhile, atop the peak, Li Budu, just coming to his senses, looked down to see this inhumane scene unfold. Especially as he saw those who had been slapped, although grimacing, their gazes all unconsciously shifted toward the peak. Particularly when they glanced in his direction. Li Budu felt a shiver run down his spine, and suddenly enlightenment struck him. He understood what was about to happen. Things are getting tight. He shouted, having no time to digest any insights. Like a cat with its tail stepped on, he unleashed the residual explosive power of his zombie-like physique. He frantically fled down the talent ladder. His speed was more than 10 times faster than when he had climbed up. The livestream camera immediately followed his frantic escape. Is Brother Du running away? What's happening? Why is he running? Why do those kids have such strange looks? Run, Brother Du. The four who had already claimed their rewards, standing at the edge of the peak, Lolan Wang, Su Li Wuyin, and Xian Lu, did not intervene to stop him, nor did they chase after him immediately. They exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of barely suppressed laughter, tightly closing their eyes with their lips unable to resist curling upwards. They looked like a serene and peaceful version of the exuberant Brother Jia. Li Budu dashed down like a bolt of lightning, practically rolling to the foot of the mountain, reaching the layer of golden light. The light barrier had evidently moved outward by about 10 meters compared to before, clearly to make way for everyone to leave the mountain, with Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiangmin guarding the entrance. Uncle Zhang, Brother Wang, help, open the door, let me out. Li Budu clung to the light barrier, his face filled with terror, his voice tinged with a sob. Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiangmin looked at his disheveled appearance, then glanced at the candidates behind him, who were gradually descending the steps, their eyes fixed on Li Budu with a predatory gaze. The two exchanged helpless smiles. Zhang Zhongyi shrugged and said helplessly, Li Budu, it's not that we don't want to help you. There are orders from above. We must wait until everyone has received their rewards and confirm no one is missing before we can uniformly open the exit and let everyone leave. That's the rule. The Luofu Dantian only opens once a year. We cannot leave anyone behind inside. Li Budu's heart sank upon hearing this. He turned to look back and saw the candidates who had received their slap compensation coming down in batches from the talent ladder, converging like a tide at the foot of the mountain. They formed a loosely gathered semicircle, subtly encircling him in front of the light barrier. Sweat trickled down Li Budu's forehead and temples like a stream. At this moment, he wished to play the role of the incapable husband in an AV film where he could simply sleep through it all and not know a thing. The first batch of Class A geniuses merely stared coldly at him, not taking immediate action, as if waiting for something. As more and more people descended, the encirclement grew thicker and the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Finally, when the last candidate, clutching one side of their swollen face and holding a small glowing orb, descended the talent ladder, the fairy's figure dissipated into golden light in the air. Zhang Zhongyi and Wang Xiangmin exchanged glances, nodded, and jointly cast a spell, causing the golden light barrier to slowly open. The exit was close at hand. Li Budu's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. A feeling of joy akin to surviving a disaster surged in his heart. He thought these people were just trying to scare him, since they would all be colleagues in the future, regularly seeing each other. However, before he could fully relax, he saw the crowd parting to form a path. A robust young man with Class B aptitude who appeared quite authoritative stepped forward as the representative. The youth first cupped his fists toward Li Budu, his tone quite polite, brotherly. With Class D aptitude boldly challenging the heavenly, might reaching the peak. Such a feat is indeed astonishing to the world. For a tough guy like you, we all truly respect you from the bottom of our hearts. Li Budu was a bit dazed by his flattery and instinctively wanted to be modest. Oh, it was nothing, just luck. But before he could finish, the youth representative abruptly shifted the topic, a kind smile appearing on his face. So, to express our admiration for you, we have decided to let you run for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, we'll begin to express our respect. Brotherly, don't say we're not giving you face. Li Budu, thank you, but I don't want this kind of face. Just as Li Budu's vision went dark and he prepared to burst through the encirclement with his last ounce of strength, a familiar voice suddenly erupted from the crowd. Are you all brainless pigs? Following the voice, everyone looked over to see the young man who had previously encouraged Li Budu to stand up on the 74th step, now furious, his face red, as he jumped and pointed at the crowd, cursing loudly. His outburst left everyone momentarily stunned. The young man took a breath and continued firing at full throttle. Each of you, do you have S in your heads? Think about it. If it weren't for Brother Du, would you all have received this reward from a real person? I heard from my seniors that real people only reward those who reach the peak. He pointed at the glowing orbs in everyone's arms that they had just received. Even though getting slapped is a bit painful, but you all gained an extra treasure. Was this transaction a loss? Huh. This speech, like a bolt from the blue, awakened many who were overwhelmed by the humiliation of being slapped and their resentment towards Li Budu. Right? Although the process was a bit humiliating, the result was an extra benefit. Thinking about it this way, I mean, it was a huge gain. Seeing the crowd's expressions waver, the young man quickly added, though his supplementary direction went a bit off course. Moreover, 10 seconds isn't enough for anyone to run away. A tough guy like Brother Du should at least have 20 seconds. Otherwise, it would make us seem stingy. Initially, upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Li Budu thought this young man was there to save the day, and a flicker of gratitude rose in his heart. However, upon hearing the second half, his expression froze instantly. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The youth representative, upon hearing this, actually stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then seriously nodded and patted the young man's shoulder. Brother makes a good point. We indeed didn't think it through. He then turned to face Li Budu, who looked utterly hopeless, and announced loudly, Brother Du, the previous young man was right. 10 seconds is indeed too disrespectful to you. We've decided anew to give you 20 seconds. Go ahead and run. 20 seconds later we'll come to get closer. Li Budu looked at the crowd in front of him, dark and eager, their eyes fiery. Then he glanced at the exit that was so near, yet felt as if it were far away. He paused for a moment, his face showing an unprecedented seriousness, as he spoke cautiously in a near-negotiation tone, Can we reach an agreement? In response, he was met with an even heavier silence and many steady, slow shakes of the head. The meaning could not be clearer. After all, once Li Budu joined Bureau 749, given this fellow's potential and capacity for mischief, it wouldn't take long before he would no longer be something they could easily handle. In the temporary dormitory area for trainees at the 749 Bureau, Guangdong Province, a piercing and exaggerated wail laced with genuine emotion echoed from a single room. Inside the room, Li Budu lay sprawled on the hard bed in a big shape, feeling waves of soreness throughout his body. He felt as if he had been kicked by a million martial generals. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to move his body, only to inhale sharply in response. Damn it, those bastards. While gasping for air, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and shake his head. Despite the severe beating he had received, he knew deep down that none of the nearly 1,000 people had truly gone for his life. Though the punches and kicks had been relentless, the spiritual power contained within was mostly restrained to the flesh, never truly targeting the essence of his zombie body. What truly left him feeling terrified was the unknown bastard who had bellowed in the midst of the chaos. Get his hair and pull it out. Get his pants off. That shout was like lighting a powder keg. The crowd, which had initially combined fists and feet, suddenly brightened with excitement. The gleam in their eyes was even more intense than when they had just received rewards. Consequently, the scene spiraled out of control. Countless hands reached out towards his hair and pants. He desperately protected his head, but even more crucially, he shielded his belt. Ultimately, after his black robe was torn to shreds and his pants were left in tatters, he managed to cover the remnants of his underwear and roll away with all his might from the crowd's clutches. All right. I've noted this down. Li Budu lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, his gaze gradually becoming ominous, the corners of his mouth curving into a dangerous arc. Pulling my hair and tearing my pants off. You'll have a taste of your own medicine in the future. He momentarily set aside these grievances and forced himself to calm down. The pain in his body would take time to recover, but more importantly, he needed to digest the gains from this trip to Mount Luofu. With a thought, he summoned a data panel visible only to himself. As light swirled, the information on the panel appeared. At a glance, Li Budu was stunned, quickly sitting up in bed, his eyes fixated on the panel, his breathing becoming rapid. A monumental change. The information on the panel was worlds apart from what it had been before he ascended the talent ladder. Namely, Budu. Race mixed Yuan white zombie, talent of a general. Realm foundation establishment stage 3. Path strength slightly glimpsed. Lifespan 300. Yang virtue 0. Yin virtue 0. Merit 0. Talent great record of mountains and seas. Either life or death mixed yuan, undying corpse ding. Blood fiend corpse poison ding, 10,000 corpses worshipping ancestors ding. Blood extraction body, refining ding, in extraction, transforming yuan ding. Creative thinking, seeking profit, and avoiding harm bing. Abilities running bing, performing, juggling ding. Cultivation method mixed yuan yang divine, refining method first turn. Divine power 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities, can only manifest 1 purity for now. Evolution mall open, the first item that caught his eye and was most astonishing was the race category. Mixed yuan white zombie. Mixed yuan. Li Budu murmured to himself, his brows knitting slightly. He had some recollection of this term, or it seemed familiar from those cultivation novels or Taoist texts. Typically used to refer to the primordial state of the universe, the chaotic condition before heaven and earth were separated, implying embracing all, evolving all things. What it meant specifically for him was still beyond his grasp. It seems I need to find an opportunity to ask Bureau Chief Zhang, or brother, and what this mixed yuan specifically refers to. Li Budu suppressed the excitement in his heart, silently noting it down. Next was the realm. Foundation establishment stage 3. He clearly remembered that before stepping onto the immortal ascension ladder, he was merely at the completion of body refining. This climb, under terrifying pressure bearing the great 5 declines, and defying fate itself, had directly allowed him to leap over a major realm, breaking through 3 barriers to reach Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Feeling the power within him far more majestic and solid than before, and a body that was more resilient and closely connected to his soul, Li Budu smacked his lips, yet a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across his face. Only Foundation Establishment Stage 3. I nearly risked my life and thought I would directly reach Foundation Establishment completion. He muttered quietly, somewhat appearing to take advantage while also complaining. However, he knew well that the path of cultivation only grew more difficult as one advanced. Being able to break through 3 stages in such a short time was already a miraculous opportunity. If not for his strong will, unique physique, and the gifts from the cave of Mount Luofu, it would have been impossible. He calmed his mind and carefully experienced the differences between the Foundation Establishment period and the body refining period. The most intuitive feeling was an unprecedented sense of reality and control. If the body refining stage was merely the initial honing of the 7 souls, strengthening the connection between body and spirit, then the Foundation Establishment stage was truly laying down the embryonic form of the Tao Foundation within his body. He could clearly gaze inward and see deep within his dantian a vague, yet stable base platform formed from pure yin and sinister energy along with his own will. This base platform seemed to be the source of his power. More importantly, he could now tangibly and actively perceive the spiritual energy and yin energy drifting around him. Previously, he absorbed yin energy primarily relying on the instinct of his zombie physique, or by absorbing the visible yin energy released after defeating ghostly beings. As for the ordinary yin energy and spiritual energy, which were omnipresent yet intangible and insubstantial, he could only absorb them passively and extremely slowly. But now, as long as he focused and calmed his mind, he could see the strands of spiritual energy flowing through the air like colorful ribbons. And the more concealed, like a black veil, diffused yin energy. He could actively absorb this energy into his body, where it would transform through the base platform into power that enhanced himself. This was a qualitative change. It meant that he had truly embarked on the path of autonomous cultivation. Suppressing the immediate urge to start cultivating, Li Budu turned his gaze back to the panel, focusing on the talent section, which also exhibited tremendous changes. Next was his original zombie physique talent, Undying Corpse Body, which had now transformed dramatically. It changed from Undying Corpse Body Bing to either life or death, mixed yuan Undying Corpse Ding. The name had become long and cumbersome, but the prestige had instantly skyrocketed beyond measure. Either life or death. Li Budu pondered this term. It perfectly encapsulated his current state, neither living nor dead, existing between the realms of yin and yang. Moreover, the term mixed yuan reappeared, resonating with his race, indicating that the benefits he gained from this ascension far surpassed the mere realm elevation. It represented a certain completion or evolution at the fundamental level of life. He attempted to mobilize this power, feeling the pain in his body lessen significantly, while the itching sensation at his wounds intensified, evidently indicating a faster recovery than before. More importantly, his heart was beating. What the hell? Ever since the Eastern Emperor turned that general into a heart and inserted it into his chest, it had never beaten. He could feel it beating once or twice a minute each beat, releasing a minuscule amount of vital energy. And not just any ordinary vital energy, but an exceptionally pure one, the kind that would make him drool at first sight. He sensed that if his heart beat like an ordinary person's, he could sustain his body and move around freely like a normal person, even more agile. Moreover, he could absorb this vital energy to convert it into corpse energy, enhancing his cultivation. It was akin to a self-cannibalization. Seeking profit and avoiding harm had evolved from Ding to Bing, clearly indicating that under the extreme pressure of the immortal ascension ladder had also been refined and grown. As for the cultivation method, Yang Divine Refining Method had transformed into Mixed Yuan Yang Divine Refining Method, incorporating the concept of Mixed Yuan. What astonished and excited Li Budu the most was the divine power section. One chi transforming 3 purities can only manifest 1 purity for now. This was the reward for reaching the pinnacle of Mount Luofu. He hadn't even reacted when it was instantly implanted into his yang divine body, and then he was forcefully ejected. Why did it feel so familiar? But then again, this was an unparalleled divine power from Taoist legends. With that thought, he closed his eyes and spread his mind, feeling as if something had been separated. When he opened his eyes again, a figure identical to him appeared in front of him, completely naked, and the two stared at each other. When he tried it out, the figure in front seemed like his second body, indistinguishable from him. As for the information feedback, it was received in an instant. When he blinked again, a panel popped up, startling him. Name: Li Budu transformed. Race mixed Yuan white zombie. Realm synchronizing with the main body. Path none. Talent none. Divine power none. He was instantly filled with curiosity, examining the naked second version of himself from all angles. The incredibly simple panel had nothing else other than those few items, and the race category, mixed Yuan white zombie, no longer included the talent of a general. He pondered for a long time before speaking and gently patting the second version of himself, saying, "Let's call you Wang Air." In an instant, the 3 question marks in the name category transformed into the 2 characters Wang Air, and after completing this, he focused his mind, and Wang Air once again merged into his body. He felt carefully and noticed a slight difference from when he summoned Wang Air. It felt as if his yang divine energy had been filled just a bit more. It was evident that using it consumed mental energy and was labor-intensive, and the distance certainly had to be close, otherwise if he went too far the information received would increase, causing his brain to crash. The journey is long and arduous. Li Budu collapsed back onto the bed, gazing at the panel, filled with anticipation for the future. The fleeting joy in his heart, brought about by the dramatic changes in his status and the enhancement of his power, was abruptly extinguished by a cold number. Li Budu's gaze was firmly locked onto the lifespan section of the data panel. 300. This number pierced through his vision like an ice pick, chilling his blood. No, this can't be right. He abruptly sat up from the bed, the sudden movement causing a tearing pain throughout his body, but at that moment, he could not care less. He clearly remembered that just before climbing the talent ladder the last time, he checked the panel. The lifespan section had clearly displayed 370. That was the lifespan he had gained after evolving into a white zombie. Yet now 70 years had inexplicably vanished. 70 years of lifespan. For an ordinary person, that was almost a lifetime. For him, a zombie with 300 years of lifespan, that was nearly a quarter of a long duration. Just like that, silently gone. A sense of indescribable dread instantly seized his heart. It was more terrifying than facing the painted skin ghost Dr. Zhao, or even the great 5 declines on the talent ladder. Power can be cultivated, treasures can be sought, but lifespan once lost is lost. What was going on? Could it be because he forced his way up the talent ladder, exhausting the source of his life? Or was it the irreversible damage left by the great 5 declines? Li Budu's mind was in chaos, with various unpleasant speculations flooding in. He forced himself to calm down and began to systematically investigate the possible causes. The first thing that came to mind was the recently acquired, seemingly prestigious divine ability. One chi transforms into 3 purities. Could it be that this avatar required lifespan to sustain? His heart tightened as he quickly focused his thoughts, attempting to summon the avatar, named Wang Air. Buzz, a blurry figure identical to his own, slowly coalesced on the floor before his bed. The avatar Wang Air was completely clean. It's not appropriate to be naked like this. Li Budu placed a hand on his forehead, examining Wang Air, who was indistinguishable from himself. Confronting himself in the nude felt exceedingly bizarre. He rummaged through his bag and tossed a set of clothes to Wang Air, who silently put them on. Having completed this, he suppressed his awkwardness, focused his mind, and began to sense and check the panel information of this avatar. Name: Wang Air. Li Budu's avatar. Race: mixed Yuan white zombie. Realm: synchronized with the main body. Down: none. Talent: none. Divine ability: none. The information was very simple, almost an extremely simplified version of the main body's panel. Li Budu carefully sensed himself, especially the flow of his lifespan. He maintained the existence of the avatar for 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed. The lifespan number on the panel remained unchanged. 300 still firm. He only felt a slight fatigue in his yang spirit. It's not the avatar consuming it. Li Budu furrowed his brows, his confusion deepening. He willed his thoughts to retract the avatar Wang Air. As the avatar transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared, the clothes he had just given to the avatar lost their support and fell to the floor with a thud. Li Budu. He seemed to have discovered a more serious issue. Having ruled out the possibility of the avatar consuming lifespan, Li Budu's mood grew even heavier. If it wasn't the avatar, then what could it be? Could it really be the price of climbing the talent ladder? He was at a loss, irritably running his fingers through his hair, feeling that the little burst of pride he had just experienced after reaching the summit had been crushed by this lost 70 years of lifespan. There was no time to rest. His gaze landed on the dark golden box casually placed on the bedside table. 3,000 Dao coins of Luofu. How do I use this? Li Budu picked up the heavy box and examined it from side to side. The box was tightly sealed, and besides the flowing runes, there was no visible switch or lock. He tried to inject a wisp of his zombie malice. The box showed no reaction. He attempted to probe with his divine sense, but was blocked by a layer of tough barrier. Surely I can't just smash it like a brick, he muttered, subconsciously weighing the box. But he still felt unwilling. He gripped the box with both hands, attempting to pry open the lid with force, as if it were a regular box. To his surprise this time, the tightly sealed lid made a clicking sound and revealed a narrow gap as he exerted force. But then it wouldn't open anymore. His companions tried to open it, but it remained partially closed. It seemed to be stuck, maintaining only that slight gap. At the moment the gap appeared, an indescribable violent aura mixed with countless fears, killing, intense battle, malice, and evil extermination erupted from the gap, like a volcano that had been suppressed for millions of years. Li Budu felt his scalp explode in an instant. The aura was cold, ferocious, filled with a desire to destroy everything, more terrifying than any ghost or enemy he had ever faced. His zombie physique instinctively trembled before this aura. Danger. Extreme danger. The seek benefit and avoid harm talent was going off the charts. He almost reacted on instinct, wanting to slam the box shut. However, he was still a step too late. Whoosh. A blinding red light imbued with ultimate killing intent shot out from the gap, like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. Li Budu didn't even catch a glimpse of what it was. He merely felt a piercing wind brush against his cheek, bringing a searing pain. He slammed the box shut with a bang, instantly isolating that terrifying malice. But his heart was pounding like a drum. He reached up in a daze to touch his cheek. His fingertips felt a cold wetness. He was bleeding. Merely being grazed by the aura of that red light had left a fine cut on his face. He turned his head sharply towards the direction from which the red light had shot, only to see an ancient-style dark red copper coin embedded deep into the hard wall of the dormitory, a wall said to withstand conventional explosives. Like a hot iron pressed into butter, it had sunken deeply. The wall around the copper coin exhibited a spiderweb-like cracking pattern and emitted a faint hissing corrosive sound. Li Budu gasped in cold air, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He knew how sturdy the dormitory walls were. Ordinary blades would probably leave no mark. This copper coin, merely flying out on its own, had such terrifying, penetrating power and destructive force. If that red light had been aimed at his head, he would have likely become a dead zombie with a cracked skull. Gulp. He swallowed hard, a wave of fear washing over him like ice water. However, before he could catch his breath, the dark red coin embedded in the wall suddenly trembled violently, without warning. Buzz. A high-pitched, teeth-gritting buzzing sound emanated from the wall. Then, under Li Budu's terrified gaze, the coin poofed and pulled itself out of the wall, carrying a cloud of fine stone powder. It traced an eerie arc in the air, changing direction, the coin's hull glimmering with a fierce red light locking onto him like a predatory eye. Whoosh! The sound of air being cut returned. This time the coin's target was unmistakably clear. It aimed directly at Li Budu's groin. It moved even faster than before. The malice intensified. The seek benefit and avoid harm talent reached its peak at that moment. Li Budu had no time to think. His body instinctively reacted. He jumped back sharply like a startled rabbit, throwing himself backward towards the bed. The deadly red light grazed perilously close to his groin, carrying a scorching, soul-rending sharpness, passing by with a near miss. Li Budu could even feel the little hole in his underwear imprinted with a husky pattern being torn open by the rushing wind. A chill shot from below, making all the hairs on his body stand on end. If he had reacted just a tenth of a second slower, or if he had jumped a few centimeters lower, he would have been in real trouble. I swear. Li Budu fell behind the bed, still shaken, watching as the dark red coin hovered in midair, buzzing and vibrating, its malice locking onto him. He felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Before he could utter a curse, the coin, after a brief build-up, glowed fiercely in red. It emitted an even more piercing buzz, clearly about to launch a third round, perhaps even more bizarre attack. I swear. Is it coming again? I can't take it anymore. I overestimated myself. I need to rest. As the dark red talisman emitted a sharper and sharper buzzing sound, the red light coalesced as if it were tangible, and the third wave of attack was poised to launch, sending Li Budu's soul into a frenzy. Resist it. He certainly did not want to experience the penetrating power that had just pierced through the wall with his own body. Run away. This thing clearly had automatic tracking, and with the limited space of the dormitory, where could he escape to? Block it with the box. What if it didn't work, or if it alarmed the other ancestors inside the box? That would only make things worse. In a flash, Li Budu felt a surge of enlightenment and almost shouted, Wang Er, come to me. A sensation of soul separation returned, and the previously recalled naked avatar Wang Er instantly materialized beside him. Still completely naked, adorned only with a belt of emer, he nearly gave Li Budu a case of phobia regarding gigantic objects. But at this moment, Li Budu couldn't care less about appearances. His survival was paramount. Grab it. Li Budu commanded Wang Er, while he himself lunged at the talisman, about to shoot out like a bolt. The avatar Wang Er shared his thoughts, moving almost in sync, arms outstretched fiercely and recklessly reaching for the talisman. Whoosh! The talisman moved, transforming into a deadly red line. It shot straight for Li Budu's face. Li Budu's pupils constricted as instinct kicked in, causing him to instinctively turn his head. The talisman grazed past his ear, leaving a trail of blood and several strands of hair. But in that instant, the four hands of Li Budu and Wang Er closed in like iron pincers from both sides, gripping tightly. Ugh! The moment their hands touched the talisman, an indescribable sensation gripped him, as if 1,000 burning knives were slicing through him simultaneously. It felt like countless steel needles piercing into his very marrow, sending an agonizing wave throughout his body. The dark red talisman trembled and struggled violently in their grasp, its concentrated murderous aura possessing a tangible quality. It transformed into countless fine sharp currents wildly slicing at their palms. Blood gushed forth almost instantaneously. Like a dam bursting, blood flowed through their fingers and wrists, quickly dyeing the dark red talisman even more eerily and turning their 4 hands into bloody claws. Li Budu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, but he bit down hard, clenching tightly, with Wang Er exerting all his strength without daring to slacken for even a moment. He could feel that as long as he weakened his grip even slightly, this deadly talisman would immediately slip free, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. Damn it, this thing is way harder to deal with than that group of beasts. He managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, feeling the seemingly endless pain of being sliced, yet a sense of relief and awe surged within him. But this one chi transforms into 3 purities. Is truly impressive. He had originally thought the avatar was merely a powerful shell or energy body. Yet now the excruciating pain radiating from his palm, identical to his original body, and the warmth of the blood flowing through his fingers all told him otherwise. This avatar was a real existence, flesh and blood. It shared half the burden and half the pain. Without this, he would have likely never been able to control this frenzied talisman on his own. Just as he and Wang Er struggled to suppress the talisman and fought against the terrifying malevolence, a cold notification box trembled into view before him, refining progress. 1. What the hell? There's hope. Li Budu's spirit surged as if he had received a boost of adrenaline. Although it was just a pitiful one, it meant he was on the right track. This deadly talisman could be subdued. Refine it for me. He growled, ignoring the excruciating pain in his palm that nearly made him faint, gripping the talisman even more tightly. At the same time, he attempted to force a trace of his divine sense mixed with the flowing blood into the inner workings of the talisman. Wang Er, being of the same origin, also increased his strength. The talisman struggled even more violently, the malevolence boiling like scalding water, wildly crashing against their palms, intensifying the pain. Blood flowed even faster, pooling on the ground into a small puddle. Refining progress 2. 3. The progress bar climbed slowly at a painfully sluggish pace. With each one increase, Li Budu felt as if he was walking on the edge of death, suffering immense exhaustion, both mentally and physically. Sweat and blood mixed together, soaking his tattered clothes as well as the modesty cloth of the avatar Wang Er, making it appear somewhat translucent. But at this moment, no one could afford to care about that. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. 5, 10, 20, 50, 70, 90. When the progress bar finally jumped to 100, buzz. The dark red talisman, which had been struggling violently in his hand, emitted a low hum as if it were surrendering. The blinding red light instantly retracted, the violent malevolence receding like a tide, becoming gentle and controllable. The soul-searing pain also vanished like an illusion. Li Budu and the avatar Wang Er almost simultaneously relaxed, their 4 hands loosening, and with a thud, both collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It felt as though they had just taken 10 successive blows, nearly causing him to faint. Li Budu felt as if his body had been completely emptied, a feeling of mental exhaustion. He opened his bloodied, mangled palms, gazing at the dark red talisman lying quietly in his palm, resembling an ordinary ancient coin, a subtle sense of connection vividly emerging in his mind. With a thought, the talisman immediately floated up lightly, happily swirling around his fingertips before landing gently on his fingertip, with a ding, behaving astonishingly obedient. Ha ha. Li Budu looked at the tame talisman, unable to suppress a silly grin of survival after a disaster, mixed with a touch of accomplishment. But as he smiled, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the ominous dark golden box that lay quietly on the bedside table. Inside, there were still a total of 2,999 pieces. It wasn't funny anymore. Just thinking about how he nearly lost half his life refining this one piece made him shudder. His body was mostly fine since his hands had already begun to heal. However, he had overdrawn quite a bit of spiritual energy, and this would take time to recover. Li Budu felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, and exhaustion stemming from the depths of his soul. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to be drained. This dam is going to take forever to refine. He smiled bitterly, his voice trembling. He exhaled a breath tainted with the metallic scent of blood, observing his hands that were beginning to automatically consume their own vitality, slowly wriggling to heal, but still appeared bloody and gruesome. He gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up. While I can still bleed, he'll refine as much as I can. He resolutely fixed his gaze on the dark golden box once more. Rest? Not a chance. What if his hands healed before he could extract more blood? Forcing himself to endure a body that was on the verge of falling apart along with the dizziness from excessive consumption of spiritual energy, Li Budu carefully opened a narrow gap in the dark golden box. Whoosh. Once again, a red light shot out. Having learned from the first experience, Li Budu and the avatar Wang Er, who had just regained a bit of strength, coordinated much better. Although they were still bloodied and pained to the bone by the malevolence, they managed to grip and control it again without any major incidents. Refining progress 1. A new round of torment began. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Li Budu resembled a soulless refining machine, mechanically repeating the process of opening gaps, attracting talismans, gripping them, and refining. His complexion grew paler. Wang Er's figure became increasingly faint, and the blood on the ground accumulated, nearly staining the dormitory floor a small patch of red. When he expended his last bit of strength to successfully refine the 100th talisman and saw the progress bar jump to 100, crack. Without so much as a grunt, his vision went dark, and he collapsed backward, landing on the floor with a thud, splattering blood. The avatar Wang Er also dissipated instantly due to the depletion of spiritual energy. He lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling the world spin around him. Cold, unbearably cold, empty, an extreme emptiness. He felt as if his body had been hollowed out. For the first time, he was grateful to be a zombie. If he were still human and went through this, he probably would have died 1,000 times over. I can't go on. There's not even a drop left. He barely had the energy to move his eyelids, wanting to lie down forever until the end of time. However, it seemed that heaven did not wish to grant him his wish. Just as he was growing fuzzy and on the brink of sinking into a dark rest, his phone, which lay on the bedside table with several cracks on the screen, suddenly vibrated violently, emitting a buzzing sound that was particularly jarring in the quiet, blood-scented dormitory. Li Budu struggled painfully, using the last bit of control he had over his body to turn his head, his dazed gaze focusing on the phone screen. The screen lit up, and a new message popped up from a green chat application, clearly reflecting in his blurred vision, Zhang Yishao, do come to the office. Sent just now. Li Budu. He looked at the brief message and then at his bloody yet to fully heal hands. And at the pile of bloodied copper coins that had been refined. Ultimately, all emotions coalesced into a weak, hoarse, but filled with endless sadness and helplessness wail softly echoing in the blood pool. Damn. He could only tremble as he stood up, putting on his clothes and shakily opening the door, only to find the cleaning lady standing at the door, momentarily stunned, before looking at him kindly, saying, "Young man, you look so weak. Wouldn't you want to rest a bit? No need any thank you for your concern, but I have something urgent to attend to." Li Budu thanked her and limped towards Zhang Yi's office. The cleaning lady stroked her chin, unable to help but marvel at how diligent young people were nowadays, then turned to look at the room. Clatter. The sound of a dropped mop echoed as the cleaning lady gazed at the walls surrounding the room, stained with blood. There were also various marks left by the talismans, and the floor was a spectacular sight. A mere touch of the blood could even create ripples. Cleaner. In a flash, the cleaner rushed forward, catching up to Li Budu, placing a hand on his shoulder to restrain him. Li Budu turned back in confusion. The cleaning lady, appearing apologetic, spoke, "Oh dear, I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Li Budu. Before Li Budu could react, the cleaner pulled out a package from her bag and stuffed it into his hand, saying, "You must be new, a capable person. I understand you use this, it won't leak." Li Budu looked at the soft pink package in his hand, momentarily feeling a wave of confusion. Inside Deputy Director Zhang's office. Zhang Yi had just sent a concise summons message to Li Budu using the internal communicator and almost instantly received a reply, a cute okay emoji exuding a sense of cleverness, followed by the words, "He'll be there soon." Zhang Yi put down the communicator and said to Li Nan, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed in a casual manner, "Director Li Budu replied that he is on his way." Li Nan nonchalantly responded with a hum, lightly tapping his fingers on the sofa armrest, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Yi's gaze then shifted to the corner of the office, where a radiant golden light, even when intentionally restrained, could not fully conceal its brilliance and majesty. It was indeed the Kuan Dao who should have been guarding the cave of Mount Luofu. He could not help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face, cautiously asking Grandma, "Why aren't you stationed at Mount Luofu? How come you've come out with us?" Li Nan, finally pulling his attention back from his own thoughts, interjected casually, but pointedly, "Indeed, little Grandma, you ran out so recklessly, without even a word to the family, those old geezers at Mount Luofu. Cough cough, the old Taoist must be anxiously searching for you everywhere, right?" The golden figure gently swayed upon hearing this, and a voice that was ethereal, yet carried a hint of indifference, replied, "It's nothing. Before leaving the mountain, I left a 10,000 miles heart token at the core of the heavenly pool. If there is any unusual movement in the mountain, or if the juniors seek me, the talisman will sense it, and I can return in an instant. Nothing will go awry." She paused, her voice tinged with a trace of melancholic longing, as if a long-slumbering homebody had finally been allowed outside. "Moreover, I have been asleep for over a decade. My bones are almost worn out from sleeping. Now that I am awake, it seems that the world outside has changed a bit. What's wrong with taking a stroll and getting some fresh air? Is it bothering your work at Bureau 749? Li Nan's seemingly jaded eyes flickered with a glint of sharpness as he keenly captured the key information in the fairy's words. Leaning slightly forward, he tentatively asked, "Little Grandma, does this mean there is no longer a need for slumber?" The golden figure solidified slightly, and her ethereal voice took on a note of gravity. "Yes. The energy of the world has already changed. The great era you mentioned has arrived, more or less. The Tao chains that suppressed us for countless years, forcing us into slumber to prolong the decay of our origins, seems to be beginning to loosen. Her gaze appeared to pierce through the office walls, looking towards the endless distant horizon, her tone imbued with a sense of ancient melancholy. It seems that not only I, but also those who are older and deeper in slumber than I, will sense this change and gradually awaken in the coming years. Awakening is good. Awakenings are wonderful. Li Nan suddenly slapped his thigh, his face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile, as if he had found treasure, even rubbing his hands together in excitement, looking ready to spring into action. These old fellows have been asleep for centuries. Even if they occasionally wake up to take a nap, they only hear about modern matters through hearsay, and will faint again soon due to their inability to adapt. Though conservative, they still adhere to the doctrines of feudal thought. Yet what they hold in their minds are the secrets, techniques, and treasure clues from the ancient and medieval eras. Li Nan became more and more excited, his eyes sparkling. Now I won't have to dig graves and explore secret realms myself, they will come out on their own. He seemed to envision a bright future. After all, in a big forest, all kinds of birds exist. Surely there would also be some who, relying on their age, would stir up trouble. They might try to challenge the current order, teasing the dignity of Bureau 749. How perfect. Currently, the notable cultivation forces and sects within the Great Xia have all been more or less disciplined by Bureau 749. Just as he was worried about not having enough resources to support the new generation, Zhang-Yi rubbed his hands together. At that moment, a bright and somewhat flamboyant voice like thunder from a clear sky suddenly exploded in the office. Uncle Nan, I missed you. Immediately after, the space near the window in the office twisted and fluctuated as if rippling water, and a figure abruptly stepped out from the void. The newcomer appeared to be in his early 20s with a sunny and handsome face, a natural smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. What stood out the most was his flowing azure long hair. Amidst the azure strands, several strands of golden hair woven like golden threads and subtly flowing with a unique aura added a touch of mystery and nobility. He wore a well-tailored modern casual outfit, yet with subtle elements of ancient style, looking out of place, yet somehow harmonious. Upon appearing, he did not even glance at the others, opening his arms wide, wearing an exaggeratedly bright smile, and charged towards Li Nan, shouting, Uncle Nan. It's been so long, did you miss your adorable nephew Huang Tingda? As he opened his arms to leap forward, Li Nan's eyes glimmered with a sudden light. His body vanished like a ghost, and in the next instant he reappeared right in front of the azure-haired youth. Li Nan's excited smile instantly transformed into a thinly veiled grimace, his right hand shooting out like a steel clamp. With pinpoint accuracy, he seized the youth's neck and with a powerful pull lifted him off the ground. Huang Tingda, you rascal. Li Nan's voice was laced with unabashed killing intent. Why are you sneaking around in my Guangdong province instead of staying in your Shandong? Speak. What good stuff were you planning to snatch from Guangdong this time? Huh. The youth was rolling his eyes, futilely clawing at Li Nan's arm as his legs flailed in the air. The sunny and handsome image from before was completely gone, leaving only a pitiful sight, squeezing out broken words from his throat. Cough, cough. Uncle Nan, be gentle. I'm dying. I just wanted to visit you. Visit? I believe you not. In the Great Xia, there are only 3 of us immortals. Oh, what business do you have in Guangdong? Li Nan clearly held a long-standing grudge, increasing the pressure in his grip. Huang Tingda, born on the first day of the Great Xia's founding, was the first lucky child born under national fortune, naturally endowed with the aura of destiny from the Jiao Island in Shandong province. As a master of destiny, Huang Tingda could always find money when he went out, and he would pick up millions at a time, all for the good of the Great Xia. But the rascal behaved like a locust, constantly running to other provinces. While he did pick up money, the source was always a mystery. He never returned empty-handed. Each time he visited another province, he would snatch back some valuable treasures. Over time, people naturally weren't fond of him, and Huang Tingda's audacity only grew. When others asked him why he needed so many things, he feigned ignorance and said Shandong is a major province for civil service exams, a foundation of national fortune. I have to bring back some useful treasures for our Great Xia pillars. This was well received by the Bureau 749 personnel from various provinces, who then asked him what he wanted in the future. All right then, I will only take useful things in the future, okay? Huang Tingda rubbed his hands and grinned, and since they couldn't do anything about him, they agreed. Yet this rascal went to other provinces again and packed a bunch of things to take back, prompting everyone to urgently ask, what are you doing? Huang Tingda, with his hands raised, simply replied, I don't know what is useful for our Great Xia pillars. Only good news was taken as useful, while he had no idea what might be useful. Everyone demanded he return what he took. He simply lay down on the ground and said, if there's nothing to take, I, the master of destiny, only have this one life, you can take it. As the saying goes, misfortune avoids him, while fortune chases after him. If you summon thunder to strike him, it might just curve back and hit you instead. The family had produced a rascal, and there was no remedy. When asked why he didn't go abroad, there was no way, as international laws had been established prohibiting this rascal from going abroad, as he would explode with them if he did. The Great Xia Bureau 749 was at a loss. The most affected was Guangdong province, as the most economically developed province, which also had the highest national fortune. Feedback treasures sometimes just popped out of nowhere. Huang Tingda would often come over claiming to experience the culture and customs of Guangdong. Each time Li Nan returned from a business trip, he would find that his family's wealth had diminished by half, as if the sky had fallen. Even as one of the three immortals guarding the Great Xia, every time he returned, he would see Zhang Yi and the others clinging to his leg, saying, "Director, Nan, I'm hungry, feed me." The little guys at the bottom would wake up to find a pair of underpants missing. No matter how much experience he had, he couldn't hold back. In the office, Zhang Yi supported his forehead, unable to bear to look. The golden figure of the fairy also ceased, its flickering seemingly falling into a state of silent contemplation. Only Li Nan's gritted teeth and the youth's struggling for breath sounds echoed. At that chaotic moment when the scene was exceedingly chaotic, a polite and restrained knocking sound gently echoed, knock, knock, knock. Following that, the heavy solid wooden door of the office was slowly pushed open from the outside, revealing a figure with a faint lingering scent of blood and a palpable air of fatigue. It was Li Budu who, after receiving the notification, had forced himself to deal with his almost emptied body, quickly bandaged his ghastly wounds, changed into clean clothes, and hurried over. As he pushed open the door, he wore a slightly reserved and fatigued expression, as if preparing to face inquiries from his superiors. However, when he saw the scene inside the office, his expression froze instantly. There was Deputy Director Zhang, typically dignified and calm, now covering his face with his shoulders, slightly shaking, unsure if he was crying or laughing. And there was Li Nan, who dared to tease even the fairy, holding a handsome stranger by the neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground, looking as if he was about to eat him. Meanwhile, in the corner, the golden fairy whom he had seen at Mount Luofu floated silently, seemingly watching the show. The handsome youth, being choked, was rolling his eyes, limbs flailing on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Li Budu's brain momentarily crashed due to extreme fatigue and the surreal scene before him. Everyone in the office halted their movements and sounds due to his sudden entrance. Multiple gazes focused squarely on Li Budu at the door. They exchanged dumbfounded looks. The air was deathly silent. Time seemed to stretch on as if it had passed a long time, yet also felt like just a fleeting moment. Li Budu's gaze slowly moved from Li Nan's hand gripping the youth to Deputy Director Zhang's awkward expression, and finally, to the fairy's hazy golden light. It ultimately settled back on the handsome stranger whose face had turned pale from being choked. His facial muscles twitched slightly. Then, as if suddenly understanding something, he revealed an extremely understanding and apologetic expression. He silently and subtly stepped back, retreating again outside the door frame. Then, addressing the people in the office, he made a small bow, and with a voice low and polite, as if afraid of disturbing something, said, "Sorry for the interruption. You all continue." After saying that, he gently and cautiously closed the heavy wooden door behind him. Click. Just as Li Budu thought he had cleverly avoided an internal dispute among the leaders and was ready to slip away, quietly the office door was suddenly yanked open. Li Nan held Huang Tingda by one hand, as if he were carrying a chick. His other hand moved like lightning, precisely grabbing Li Budu by the collar just as he was about to make his escape, yanking him back. "Where do you think you're running off to? Did I allow you to leave?" Li Nan shot Li Budu an irritated glare, and then, as if discarding trash, tossed Huang Tingda down to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. "Uncle Nin, you are too rough." Huang Tungdao rubbed his neck marked with red imprints and climbed back up from the ground with a grimace. Li Nan ignored his complaints, diving straight into the topic with a scrutinizing tone. "Huang Tingda, stop the nonsense. Why are you sneaking around in my Guangdong province instead of staying in the imperial capital?" Upon hearing this, Huang Tingda immediately dropped the frivolous demeanor, though still showing some irreverence, but his eyes now held a hint of seriousness. He cleared his throat and spoke. "Uncle Nin, I have come with a monumental matter. Xiao Hongxia has successfully undergone a complete transformation recently." "Oh." Li Nan raised an eyebrow, seemingly not too surprised, but his gaze became serious. Huang Tingda's face showed a hint of prideful excitement as he continued, "This transformation is more thorough and perfect than any previous ones. It directly transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. With immense fortune and brilliance, even I was almost blinded by that golden light of fortune. Currently, it is still absorbing the remaining Dao rhythm within the fortune Dao fetus. By National Day, when it emerges, I can't even imagine how impressive it will be." He gestured excitedly. "You all haven't seen the scene, it hasn't even emerged yet, and already the clouds and mist are parting for it with auspicious energy, coming from nowhere. Get to the point." Li Nan impatiently interrupted his lyrical narration. Huang Tingda sheepishly withdrew his gestures, lowering his voice and sharing a sense of confidentiality. "I wanted to discuss this with you. Since Xiao Hongxia's transformation was so successful and the fortune is surging, it will inevitably attract that thing." At this moment, Li Budu, who was still confused, couldn't contain his curiosity and quietly asked Deputy Director Zhang, who was standing next to him, "Director Zhang, who is this Hongxia they are talking about? It sounds quite impressive. Is it a code name for some big shot?" Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then realized that this kid had only recently joined the bureau and had not yet reached that level of exposure. He slightly tilted his head, speaking in a tone only the two could hear with a hint of reverence. "Hongxia is not a person, but rather the manifestation of the national fortune of our great Xia. This elder Huang Tingda is revered as Zhongyuan Festival. He is a supreme master of fortune, one of the protectors of our great Xia. Hongxia is simply the affectionate name he bestowed upon the national fortune." Li Budu. WTF? Naming the national fortune. An affectionate name. A supreme master of fortune. A protector. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Each term was so unfamiliar and overwhelming that it left him dizzy. Like a bombshell, these revelations struck him, leaving his mind blank, nearly causing him to crash and reset. He felt that anything he had previously encountered, such as zombies or the 749 Bureau's assessments, was trivial compared to the topics being discussed before him. Was this truly the realm of discussions among those who touched the roots of the world? While Li Budu's mind raced, Huang Tingda continued with a confirming tone directed at Li Nan. Uncle Nan, do you still remember the Great Xia Secret Record's strange phenomena of heaven and earth that you personally participated in writing and sealing away years ago? The records regarding the heaven-piercing human network steel. Li Nan's pupils narrowed slightly, and the irreverent expression on his face vanished, replaced by extreme gravity and a trace of incredulous excitement. He nodded, his voice deep. Of course I remember. When the steel appears, it signifies that every era when the national fortune reaches its peak, surpassing the last era, the heaven-piercing human network steel will emerge. Huang Tingda took over his words, his tone resolute, confirming Li Nan's suspicions. He scanned the office, observing the varied expressions of those present. Li Nan was serious, Zhang Yi was shocked, and Li Budu was bewildered as he spoke in a low voice. The steel contains its own space, rich with resources for those who pierce the heavens. According to ancient records, its purpose is to encourage and select the most outstanding talents of the contemporary human race, to promote competition and advance the fortune of the human race further. Moreover, Huang Tingda's voice carried a tone of affirmation. The location it appears in will undoubtedly be the place where the contemporary national fortune is most concentrated and at its peak. Based on the manifestation of the fortune's flow after Xiao Hongxia's transformation, this time, it is evidently Guangdong province. This news struck like a thunderclap in the office. The first to react was the seemingly calm and floating immortal lady of Mount Luofu, who had been quietly observing in the corner. Her radiant golden aura suddenly fluctuated, revealing her inner turmoil. She instantly moved in front of Huang Tingda, respectfully bowing to him, her ethereal voice filled with unprecedented solemnity and gratitude. Thank you, Zhongyuan Festival, for unveiling the heavenly mysteries. This kindness shall be remembered by Mount Luofu. After bowing, the immortal lady straightened up and spoke in a hurry. There is much to learn today involving heavenly mysteries and national fortunes. The causality is too heavy. My humble cultivation is shallow, and it is unwise to linger further lest unforeseen events occur. I take my leave. She was deeply cultivated and could perceive the immense causality entangled in Huang Tingda's words. Such heavenly secrets at this level might not affect lowly cultivators, as they cannot intervene and their influence is limited. But for someone like her who had already attained a certain level of Tao, the more they heard, the heavier the causality they would accumulate. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. This is the principle of the greater the power, the greater the backlash of causality, and is the fundamental reason many high-level cultivators are reluctant to entangle with worldly causality. Earlier, she had represented Mount Luofu in offering compensation to all candidates, which seemed to be an apology, but in fact it was also a gesture. A clear signal of forming good relations with the talented generation of the 749 Bureau and proactively boarding this great vessel. After all, while every province has its own share of talents, to his surprise, nearly every province had one. The number of such gifted prodigies is enough to overshadow any era, which is why she would voluntarily try to ingratiate herself and board the 749 Bureau. This entailed a significant amount of causality. Upon hearing that the heaven-piercing human network steel was about to manifest, she had to leave immediately to return to Mount Luofu to make arrangements and avoid deeper entanglements of causality. The immortal lattice figure began to blur as she prepared to merge into the space and escape. However, at the last moment, as if remembering something, she turned her golden light slightly and looked towards Li Budu, who was still in a state of shock and confusion, and reminded him, "Kid, I forgot to explain it to you in detail last time. That Luofu's 3,000 Dao coins have excessive killing intent, and you shouldn't refine more than 10 at a time. You need to slowly nurture and temper them with your own vitality and soul power." Li Budu, upon hearing this, suddenly jolted and blurted out, I have already refined 100. The immortal lattice golden light, which was about to dissipate, clearly paused for a moment, as if she were choked by this number. After a brief silence, her ethereal voice, tinged with resignation, echoed, "Exceeding is not a big deal. It's just that the accumulation of killing intent might slightly impact your mind, causing you to become a bit impulsive. You should calm down and cultivate more in the near future, stabilizing your soul, and you will naturally be able to gradually resolve this." Li Budu. He couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured as long as he wouldn't immediately go mad or explode, and the notion of calm cultivation could be dealt with later. Seeing that he seemed to have taken in her words, the immortal lady said no more. The golden light completely receded, and her figure vanished from the office. After her departure, the atmosphere in the office relaxed a bit. Huang Tingda then turned his curious gaze towards Li Budu, who was standing nearby with blood-soaked bandages on his hands, pale-faced, yet his eyes reflected a clear, foolish innocence. He looked Li Budu up and down, stroked his smooth chin, and showed an extremely interested expression, exclaiming, "Oh, a natural zombie, not a Dao corpse. White zombie realm, still retaining complete self-awareness and intellect. WC. Wait, you little brat, actually built a perfect Dao foundation. At this moment, Li Budu, standing behind Li Nan, suddenly raised his uninjured hand in annoyance. He waved it in the air before him as if trying to swat away some invisible mosquitoes. Finally, he turned to Li Nan and Zhang Yi, exaggeratingly exclaiming, "Is Guangdong province playing this extravagantly now? Is a living person no longer sufficient for your training needs? Are you starting to tinker with these odd things?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but be curious, moving closer to Li Budu as if wanting to examine him closely. However, just as he moved, Li Nan instantly appeared like a ghost, blocking him again from Li Budu, his expression unfriendly as he stared at him. "Where is you?" Huang Tingdao was stopped, but did not get angry. He merely shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands with a look of resignation. "I can't find old you. He probably ran off somewhere to study that absolute communication of realms. Isn't he the one who loves tinkering with things like realms?" Seeing his lazy demeanor, Li Nan could naturally tell that he had evidently been looking for a while. But then again, if he truly wanted to hide, no one could find him, especially since he was one of the 3 immortal lords in Great Xia, the absolute Dao immortal lord Mo, you the supreme master of forbidden Dao. At this moment, Li Budu, standing behind Li Nan, suddenly raised his uninjured hand in annoyance. He waved it in the air before him as if trying to swat away some invisible mosquitoes. Zhang Yi, who was next to him, noticed this strange action and couldn't help but ask, "Budu, what are you doing?" Li Budu frowned, his gaze wandering in the air as he spoke with a hint of confusion and distaste. "I don't know, Director Zhang, but since just now I've been seeing a lot of golden hairs floating in the air, long and thin, swaying back and forth. It's a bit distracting." The golden hair he referred to was not actual hair, but rather the Dao rhythm being unconsciously emitted by Huang Tingda, condensed to the point of nearly becoming substantial. Ordinary cultivators, even those in the nascent soul stage, if they do not specialize in the Dao of fortune or possess special vision techniques, cannot perceive the slightest bit. And the manifestation of the great Dao can only be glimpsed by those beyond the nascent soul stage. Yet Li Budu, a mere little zombie who had just reached the 3rd stage of foundation establishment, could see it. In that instant, all 3 other people in the office, Li Nan, Zhang Yi, and Huang Tingda, froze in their actions and speech. 3 individuals, 6 gazes, all fixed on Li Budu like searchlights, pinning him down. The air seemed to solidify. "You look at me, I look at you," and they could see in each other's eyes the unmistakable shock. Finally, it was Huang Tingda who broke the eerie silence, first his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness and tremor from shock, asking slowly, "You can see it?" Li Budu scratched his head, and seeing the sudden attention from everyone, he shrank his neck and responded somewhat confusedly, "I can't see it." "Right." Li Nan reacted the fastest, taking a swift step forward, his hands gripping Li Budu's shoulders like iron claws, forcing him to straighten up. The eyes that usually held a teasing glimmer were now wide open like copper bells, filled with extreme shock and a hint of barely discernible fear. He stared intently at Li Budu as if he wanted to see through him completely, his divine sense sweeping past Li Budu without any restraint. Previously, the office was filled with the rich aura of luck unconsciously emitted by Huang Tingda, which overshadowed the faint traces of Dao rhythm on Li Budu, which had just begun to sprout and had yet to take shape. But at this moment, under Li Nan's conscious probing, the hidden traces of power on Li Budu could no longer hide. "Power traces?" Li Nan exclaimed in shock, his voice changing pitch. "When did this kid acquire power traces?" It was as if he had discovered a peerless treasure or seen something extremely dangerous and taboo, his expression becoming incredibly complex. Suddenly, he froze and a flash of lightning crossed his mind, recalling Li Budu's astonishing performance on the talent ladder at Mount Luofu. Withstanding 3 tribulations and resisting the great decline, bloodied, yet unyielding, he ultimately reached the summit. That's right. It's the time for him to reach the top. Li Nan realized with sudden clarity, his tone filled with immense certainty. It must have been under that extreme pressure that he was stimulated to seize the opportunity and comprehend something. It's simply, he wanted to say a miracle, but felt that it was inadequate to describe it. This kid reached the top of the talent ladder at Mount Luofu with a low-grade Ding-level qualification. Huang Tingda, who was beside them, was also taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. Because he often visited the Guangdong branch, he had been caught by Li Nan several times, and even participated in a few assessments, making him fully aware of the assessment procedures and their significance at the Guangdong 749 Bureau. This made him understand even more that for a low-grade Ding-level talent to reach the top of the talent ladder at Mount Luofu, which symbolized the pinnacle of talent, was an extraordinary and unbelievable feat. Goodness! Huang Tingda looked at Li Budu, his gaze completely transformed from initial curiosity to one of scrutinizing a monster. At that moment, Li Nan suddenly pulled Huang Tingda, who was still in awe, closer, lowering his voice. He pointed at Li Budu, his tone filled with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of barely noticeable worry. "Tingda, you tell me the truth. With his zombie body and the power traces on him, will the national luck, Xiao Hongxiao, one day out of displeasure just eliminate this kid?" This was indeed a crucial question. The national luck was brilliant and righteous, possessing a natural suppression and purifying effect on evil and sinister beings. As a zombie, Li Budu inherently belonged to the sinister category, and now with the power traces on him, he was practically a walking unstable factor. What if one day the national luck deemed him a threat? Huang Tingda became serious under Li Nan's questioning. He suppressed his usual cynical expression and began to examine Li Budu carefully, even extending his fingers to calculate for a moment, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. After a while he hesitantly spoke, Uncle Nin, judging by his current state, it should not be a problem now. He explained, though the national luck has a spirit, its actions are more based on a macro instinct to maintain overall stability and development. Zombies belong to the sinister, but as long as he does not actively harm others and is not entangled with the blood debts of innocent souls, generally before Xiao Hongxia perceives a clear threat, it will not actively clean up. He paused and continued, his tone carrying a detached quality that articulated the rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, zombies are inherently unique. They do not exist within the three realms and transcend the five elements, meaning they do not enter the cycle of heaven and earth. They resemble living beings, yet are not being a unique anomaly among all evils. However, they also have a lifespan, just not governed by the underworld cycle. Li Nan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. As someone from Lingnan, he naturally understood this principle. The notion of zombies being immortal and indestructible mostly applies to high-level zombies. Low-level zombies, if not nurtured in suitable environments and fail to absorb sufficient life essence during their advancement, will ultimately succumb to the erosion of time, their bodies decaying and turning to dust. The emergence of zombies requires extreme conditions, the unassimilated resentment, and a specific environment. This in itself is a manifestation of cause and effect. Dying unjustly and becoming a zombie seeking revenge is the most direct cycle of cause and effect. If low-level zombies could truly be immortal and indestructible, the world would already be in chaos. Even for high-level zombies, the notion of being immortal and indestructible is relative. They remain subject to the balance of heavenly laws and the punishment of heavenly tribulations, where a single misstep could lead to their obliteration. That immortal and indestructible is merely relative to the brief lifespan of mortals. Speaking of which, as the unrivaled grandmaster of time, Dao, you should have a clearer understanding of the passage of time and the lifespan of living beings than I do, Uncle Nan. Huang Tungda said, not forgetting to flatter Li Nan. But then he turned the conversation, pointing at Li Budu, his face showing that familiar expression of someone who had discovered something rare. But speaking of which, this white zombie at the foundation establishment stage can glimpse the rhythm of the Dao, even if it's just the initial perception. This is truly a rarity in the world. I've traveled to many places and read numerous ancient texts, I can say there's been no one like him before. His tone turned serious again. Now his realm is low and the traces of power are weak, so perhaps there's no problem yet. But if he continues to advance, the essence of being a zombie will continually strengthen and the accumulated malevolent and fierce energy on him will grow stronger. At that point, who knows if Xiao Hongxia will get rid of him. Upon hearing this, Li Nan's brow furrowed tightly. This was indeed a hidden danger. This kid Li Budu had tremendous potential, but the path ahead was fraught with unknown peril. So, is there any way to avoid or mitigate this risk? Li Nan pressed for answers. There is. Huang Tungda replied decisively, his face showing an expression of, isn't this easy? Let this kid do more good deeds to accumulate merit. Carrying the national luck will be fine. He explained in detail, although national luck stems from the populace, the degree of its protection varies from person to person. Just like the pillars of the nation, those who contribute to the country and its people naturally accumulate far thicker national luck than ordinary citizens. On the other hand, those who sell their country for personal gain or bring disaster to the nation will have no national luck at all and may even be cast aside by it, facing continuous disasters. This kid, as long as he does more good for the country and the people, such as slaying demons, protecting a region, and resolving major crises, will naturally gain recognition and support from the national luck. Simply put, national luck is a massive energy conglomerate that operates on the principle of self-interest benefiting the nation and its people. It's like our great Xia. We must first ensure our own people are wealth-clothed and settled before we have the strength to help other struggling countries. It's the same principle. If one has enough grains in their own bowl, then they can spare some to help others. That's right. Li Nan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Letting Li Budu slay demons will not only hone his combat ability and stimulate the growth of power traces, but also accumulate merit and gain protection from national luck. It's simply a win-win situation. This perfectly resolved his potential crisis in the future. With that thought in mind, Li Nan couldn't help but feel elated, giving Huang Tungda a hearty pat on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Good kid. You still have some use. All right, that's enough. You can go back now. Huang Tungda, however, did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood there wearing a standard, slightly ingratiating, trying to get by expression. He blinked his seemingly innocent eyes. Li Nan looked at his demeanor, sighed helplessly, and waved his hand. All right, I know you won't leave empty-handed. Speak up, what do you want? Just so you know, you can only take one thing. If you dare to take more, I'll break your legs. Huang Tungda's face instantly broke into a radiant smile, like a fox that had just stolen a chicken, quickly making an okay gesture, swearing, just one. Don't worry, Uncle Nan, I, Huang Tungda, am very trustworthy. Saying this, he didn't even look at the warehouse inventory or any treasure catalog, but instead flipped his wrist, producing a small pouch that looked gray and inconspicuous, seemingly sewn from the most ordinary hemp cloth. Then, as the three in the office were still caught off guard, Huang Tungda wore a mischievous grin and abruptly opened the mouth of the small pouch towards the curious Li Budu. Whoosh! A completely irresistible soft yet immense pulling force surged instantly. Li Budu could only let out a short exclamation, huh? Before he knew it, his entire being seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and in a blur his body uncontrollably shrank, instantly being sucked into that inconspicuous pouch. Immediately after, Huang Tengda acted lightning fast, sealing the mouth of the pouch and casually stuffing it into his bosom. Then he flashed an extremely sunny smile at the stunned Zhongyi. "Uncle Nan, thanks. We'll just take this small gift. Farewell." Before his voice faded, he misstepped, his figure instantly becoming blurry, and with a single step, it seemed he melded into the void, disappearing without a trace. The entire process from pulling out the pouch to taking Li Budu and fleeing happened in a flash so fast that it left no time for anyone to react. Li Nan, with his back turned, had no idea what had just transpired. He was still immersed in the delightful idea of sending Li Budu to slay evil spirits to accumulate national luck, his face even sporting a hint of a satisfied smile. Until Zhongyi suddenly jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on, grabbing Li Nan's arm, his face pale, his voice shaking with fear, and with a crying tone, he shouted, "Nan Bureau. It's bad. Budu. Budu has been taken away by that old beast Hongyuan Xianzun." Li Nan was somewhat annoyed by Zhongyi's sudden scream and frantic shaking. Instinctively, he waved away Zhongyi's hand, irritably saying, "Ah, don't bother me, can't you see I'm pondering an important strategy? Wait a second." He suddenly snapped back to reality as if struck by lightning. The smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by an extreme sense of confusion. He slowly and stiffly turned his head, directing his gaze to the spot where Li Budu had just stood. There was now nothing but emptiness. Only the air remained, along with a few dark red blood drops on the floor, still wet, originating from Li Budu's palm wound. Li Nan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, his whole body frozen, as if struck by a paralysis spell. In the next moment, an indescribable mix of shock, fury, betrayal, and the frantic emotion of "my precious has been stolen" erupted within him like a volcano. He suddenly leaped up, his hair nearly standing on end, letting out a thunderous roar that shook the entire office building. "Damn it! Huang Tengda, you son of a bitch! Where's my Budu? I had a whole Budu here." Still 5-star reviews more. I've laid all the groundwork for my plot. Everything that follows doesn't need to be explained by revisiting old accounts. Ha ha! I'm going to kill now. In the deputy director's office, the atmosphere abruptly shifted from a solemn discussion of the national fortune to a chaotic melee. Li Nan had one hand tightly gripping Huang Tengda's neck, veins bulging on his forehead, and the usually nonchalant expression on his face turned crimson as he ground his teeth, growling, "Huang Tung, duh, you old scoundrel, daring to steal a person right under my nose. Or was it with your sleeve universe bag? Are you tired of living, or what? You bastard." Huang Tengda's feet left the ground, struggling futilely to pry Li Nan's iron-like arms off him. His handsome face turned a liver-like color, his tongue slightly sticking out as he squeezed out a stammering plea for mercy from his throat. "Cough, cough. Uncle Nan, spare me. I'm kidding." His once bright and sunny image had vanished, leaving only a comical and pitiful sight, like a naughty child caught in the act. Zhongyi, watching this chaotic scene, sighed helplessly and patted the shoulder of Li Budu, who was still in shock and had a dazed expression. "It's all right, Budu. You'll get used to it. These two seniors often act like this." Li Budu nodded blankly and instinctively touched his own neck. The feeling of being sucked into that bizarre bag was certainly far from pleasant. It was a dizzying and suffocating sensation of completely losing control of his body, as if being stuffed into a rapidly spinning washing machine. He glanced at Huang Tengda, who was rolling his eyes from Li Nan's grip, feeling a lingering fear. Everyone from the 749 Bureau was more bizarre than him. Seeing that Huang Tengda was really about to be choked out, Li Nan finally seemed to vent his frustration and abruptly released his grip. Then, without any courtesy, he raised his foot and kicked Huang Tengda squarely on his pert backside. "Get lost. Right now, go back to your Lu province," Li Nan shouted, pointing at the office door, still fuming. "If I see you again in the Guangdong province, I'll strip you naked and hang you at the sub-bureau's entrance for 3 days." Huang Tengda stumbled from the kick, rubbing his red neck and sore backside, reluctantly getting back up. He forced a sheepish smile, trying to brush it off. "Oh, Uncle Nan, calm down, calm down. I was just joking with you and the new little brother to lighten the mood. You know me, I just love a lively atmosphere." "Joking." Li Nan was almost laughed out of anger by his pathetic excuse. He pointed at the dusty bag that Huang Tengda had yet to put away, his voice suddenly rising. "You even used your life treasure just to play a joke on me. Are you trying to fool a ghost? This sleeve universe bag is not an ordinary storage artifact. It is one of Huang Tengda's life treasures, intricately mysterious in its spatial capabilities, capable not only of holding objects, but also of capturing people and restraining them, complementing his destiny's divine powers, making it extremely precious." Using this treasure clearly wasn't a spontaneous whim. After being exposed by Li Nan, Huang Tengda's gaze began to wander, looking left and right, but unwilling to meet Li Nan's eyes. His guilty and caught-off-guard expression made it obvious to anyone that he had something to hide. Seeing him like this, Li Nan knew that continuing to tangle with this slippery character would go on indefinitely, so he sighed deeply, as if he had exhausted all his patience. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words. Directly reaching into his pocket, rummaging around, and pulling out a crumpled talisman that was yellowed, inscribed with extremely complicated and profound patterns in vermilion ink. As soon as the talisman appeared, it emitted a faint wave that distorted the surrounding space. Upon seeing the talisman, Huang Tengda's face changed drastically, as if recognizing what it was, and hurriedly waved his hands. No. Uncle Nan. Wait. I'll walk myself. I'm leaving right now. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Nan had already unhesitatingly slapped the talisman onto Huang Tengda's forehead. The talisman ignited upon contact, transforming into a soft yet irresistible white light that instantly enveloped Huang Tengda. Damn, Uncle Nan, you're not playing fair. Huang Tengda's shout echoed in the office, but he had already vanished without a trace, as if erased from existence by an eraser. Only a trace of spatial fluctuation remained in the air, proving that he had indeed existed moments ago. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in a tastefully decorated office in Lu Province's 749 Bureau, the space twisted and Huang Tengda stumbled out, as if he were trash thrown away, landing hard on the cold floor. He rubbed his still warm forehead and massaged his sore backside, displaying a pained expression. Sigh. That old bastard Li Nan is still as ruthless as ever. My boundary-dissolving escape talisman. Wasted just like that. He muttered ruefully, clearly feeling the loss of the valuable talisman. But then, as if struck by a thought, his eyes lit up, he slapped his thigh and suddenly regained his spirits. Right? The Celestial Connection Monument. Guangdong Province is the peak of national fortune, offering the greatest opportunities, but the other major economic provinces are also not to be underestimated. I can't put all my eggs in one basket. He immediately took out his phone, his fingers swiftly sliding across the screen as he muttered to himself. Su Province. Strong economy, rich cultural heritage, the fortune must be thriving. Book a flight. Zhe Province. Vibrant private economy, wealth hidden among the people, the foundation of national fortune is solid. Book that too. Yu Province. In the heart of central China, a populous province with a rich historical background, definitely not to be ignored. Arrange the itinerary. He quickly booked flights and itineraries for Suzhou and Yu provinces. As three of the top 5 most developed and dynamic provinces in China, their receipt and accumulation of national fortune are surely unparalleled. Some might ask, as the fortune immortal Huang Tengda with unparalleled cultivation, why not directly use divine powers to instantly arrive in these provinces? Such a question would seem shallow. The profundity of fortune lies in subtle influences, in adapting to the momentum rather than forcing force. Taking modern transportation bit by bit may seem slow, but it allows his fortunes to gradually merge and resonate with the national fortune's ley lines and popularity along the way, like spring rain nourishing things silently. This method allows him to accurately grasp the subtle changes in fortunes across various places, capturing the fleeting hints of treasures that may appear, maximizing the effectiveness of his own fortune. Directly teleporting there may be fast, but it could be like a stone thrown into water, stirring ripples while missing the real fish beneath the surface. The saying "thieves don't leave empty-handed" implies that if a thief comes and doesn't take anything, isn't that a wasted trip? Meanwhile, in the deputy director's office of the Guangdong province branch, after sending away the plague that was Huang Tengda, Li Nan let out a long sigh, as if he had fought a tough battle. He tidied up his somewhat disheveled clothes and glanced at Li Budu, who was still standing by, his face still a bit pale. He waved his hand, trying to speak in a calm tone. All right, Budu, you should head back and rest well today. Zhang nodded in agreement. Beside him, go on, Budu, make sure to rest. Yes, Director Zhang, he'll head back now. He quickly nodded in response and turned his steps a bit unsteady as he walked towards the office door. However, just as his hand touched the doorknob and he prepared to pull the door open, his movements suddenly froze. As if undergoing a fierce internal struggle, a look of hesitation and conflict crossed his face, ultimately transforming into a what the hell expression. Then, under the puzzled gazes of Li Nan and Zhang, Li Budu slowly and gradually turned back. He wore a smile that was extremely ingratiating, awkward, and overly cautious, one hand still on the doorknob, while the other awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Director Zhang. His voice was as faint as a mosquito, his gaze wandering, appearing quite awkward. What is it now? I just wanted to ask. In the bureau. Could you possibly give me a coffin? Li Nan Zhang.